Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Master Harry trained Draco from first year? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Draco Malfoy did not know if he is dead or alive. Lying on the cold hard floor of Malfoy's cellar. In the haze of he could not distinguish if the dried blood is his or another victim. The little light filtering through the cellar windows obscured by the thundering steps of crazed criminals. Cold liquid pooling at his temples, a mix of blood and sweat from being hit with dark hexes. The screams in his ears felt as if they were a cluster of noises going through a tunnel in the back of his mind. Unbeknownst to him that they were his own blood-curdling screams rolling and crashing into the tide of screams he would hear around the Manor of nameless faces. A pressure of a pale cold foot on his left arm over the raw sensitive skin of the dark mark. The ugly black ink mocking him as those snake-like beady eyes regarded him in humor. With tears cascading down his eyes did Draco succumb to darkness. In a funny way it was almost euphoric. The way Draco was casted away out of his memory. The torrent waves of his mind leaving him stranded on the hot sand of an unknown terrain, bringing him out. Sucking in a deep breath as he brought back to reality. Sitting in the Slytherin carriage on Hogwarts Express. The view outside now a mirage of trees all blending into one another. His head lay cushioned on Gregory Goyle's shoulder, who was playing Wizarding Snap with Pansy Parkinson. Theodore not reading the 6th volume of Historical Magical Creatures that Draco had bought for his birthday. Vincent Crabbe grimacing, probably ate a vomit bean again, chewing at his sweets. Blaise Zabini, who sat in front of him, regarding Draco coolly over a thick stack of parchment. "You okay, Draco?" It would be easy to describe Blaise Zabini as calculating. His mother never failing to be featured in a wizarding paper for having been widowed in the strangest circumstances to be married again. Blaise always held that calculating glint in his dark brown eyes. His lips quipped into a smirk as if he saw everything as a joke. His face clear of all emotions except playful. However, Draco knew him long enough to know it was facade. He had been there with Blaise at his father's funeral. Seen the way Blaise became detached from his mother's countless partners who were never going to stick around. Spent nights drinking from stolen bottles of fire whiskey, promises of how they were going to rule the world. Blaise Zabini had been his best friend since they were 9, and for that reason, Draco could not tell him. No matter how much his heart squeezed to suffocation. Or the way that blood-curdling scream is bubbling at the back of his throat. Fine. Centering himself did Draco lift his head, leaning back into the felt of his chair. Forgot how long the ride is. That is all. Blaise's eyebrow rose, not believing him at all. "Want me to cast you a cushioning charm?" Setting away his papers. The rest of them were listening. Pansy, obviously, trying to act like she did not care. She had every right with the way Draco had exploded on her. It would be the reason for the sudden seat change between her and Goyle. Normally, when Draco drifted asleep would she play with his hair, claiming that Draco is rather like a cat. "It is fine." Draco pausing. "It must be the guilt weighing me down. The guilt of offending a very talented and beautiful wizarding bubblehead." Draco theatrically placing his forefinger and thumb to his temple. "Only if I could only humbly ask for her forgiveness." The rest of them trying not to laugh. Theodore did grin over his book at Pansy, who was very much red like Weasley's hair. Before throwing a card at Draco's theatrics. "You are so bloody dramatic." Finally saying, "All is forgiven." Whatever tension that had fallen over the 6 of them dispelled at once. Conversations of their summers took over. If this were another time, Draco would have dictated the conversation, telling them about a place in France or the new line of clothes he brought. But as he sat there listening to Greg talk about his new plant he imported from Bulgaria, he realizes there was nothing to say. How could he tell his friends that the manor was overrun by Azkaban escapees? That a madman is living under his roof? His father was not in Azkaban like he should have been. That Draco was absolutely terrified. He knew his friends would care. But how could he be the one to dispel their happiness? They were all, apart from Blaise Zabini, whose mother remained neutral, children of Death Eaters. Albeit, none of their parents forced them into taking the mark. The pits of silence in their recounts of their summer emphasizing this year they were all running from something. How could Draco add to their problems? And why now? There was Harry Potter, he assumed, sitting up on the luggage rail overhead. Peering up at the still invisible person did Draco weigh his options. He could wait for the train to pull into the Hogwarts platform, cast a nasty hex and cover Harry Potter back up in his invisibility cloak, send him back to King's Cross Station. But what was the point? Harry Potter always manages to evade it all. Somehow Draco would see the Wizarding Saviour at the welcome dinner. No, would it not be better for Harry Potter to be found now? With a train carriage of Slytherins. Gryffindor obviously trespassing into the Slytherin carriages should have some repercussions, Draco thought. Even if Lucius Malfoy is not on the school board, a large amount Slytherins had parents on the board. Trespassing into another house's space is highly forbidden. Smirking to himself did Draco a sleek flick of his wrist take out his wand. The 10-inch long hawthorn would reasonably spring in his delicate grip. Theodore, the first to notice, raising a brow at Draco who was practically brimming in glee. There is no one terrifyingly stupid like Harry Potter, whose definition of agile and discreet is that of a baby hippogriff in an antique store. Raising his pale index finger to peppery pink lips did Draco aim his wand. Petrificus totalis. The incantation gently rolling of his tongue with a maddening hiss at the end. Rolling his head clockwise, letting his white, blonde hair fall away from his pale forehead. The thud euphoric. Whatever whispers erupting in the carriage at Draco's casual display of drawing his wand ceasing. The thud of a weight connecting on the thin light murky green of carpet, leaving the occupants speechless. Giddy Draco gracefully stood up, his long legs waltzing towards the slight shimmer of the edges of the invisibility coat. Happiness coursing through his being at having a distraction dispelled from his cool collected face. Vincent at one shoulder with Blaise soundlessly at the other. Malfoy or showman. It meant at times Draco could be mistaken for having a flair for the dramatic. But did not everyone enjoy a good show? I wonder who would be courageous to have the gall to enter the Slytherin's carriage. Acting like his words were directed to Vincent, who was smirking. Draco's voice a normal volume. There was no need to shout with the whole carriage already paying attention. No, he will be poised till the end. Am I the only one curious to who ventured into the snake pit? Sniggers coming left, right and center. Who do you think it is, Draco? Daphne eagerly asking, practically tipping over the edge of her plush seat. Unlike what some might assume, the Slytherin carriage held no barriers between seats simply because Slytherins were deemed to be equal to one another. Acting as if he were giving the question a thought, not entirely sure who the valiant explorer is, directing it towards Blaise. Who's? Blaise grinning like a Cheshire cat. Letting those on the carriage lean in to listen before carrying on. Must be a Gryffindor. Think it's a Weasley? Pansy asked, her eyes wide. No, the Weasleys are too poor to afford an invisibility cloak. Another voice rang out from the crowd. How about Granger? A voice from the left of the crowd, a small second year. She is a mudblood, how would she even know about invisibility cloaks? Draco trying not to shudder at the word. Trying not to drown in his own self-pity of having used the disgusting word himself. Was he really different from those monsters at the Manor? Lost in his own thoughts as the Slytherins continued calling names insulting the Gryffindor that was suggested. And Draco wondered if Harry Potter was lying underneath his invisibility cloak, seething at it all. Now that we have all made our bets. Draco ignored the sniggers of the Slytherins. Already growing tired of the situation, why don't we uncover the perpetrator? At the nods and murmurs of agreement of the Slytherin jury did Draco gesture, a small nod, at Vincent. Go on, Vince. Vince bent down, his hands skimming past the cloak before finally clutching the edge of the fabric. Lazily tucking away his wand into his cloak pocket did Draco regard Harry Potter. Gasps and whispers rattling the carriage as Vince abruptly uncovered the Wizarding Saviour. Lying, on his back, on the Slytherin carriage floor. Immobile, his green eyes ablaze, staring up at the carriage ceiling. His famous sliver-round spectacles more on his nose than over his eyes. His dark raven hair in a disarray around his head. Satisfied Draco is at Harry Potter's bloody nose. A crowd forming in gaping horror, peering down at the Wizarding Saviour. Draco. Blaise calling, pulling him away from gloating down at the angry savior who seemed longer than normal. Marching down the carriage is angry red-haired giant, Ron Weasley, along with a bushy-haired pinched-up face Hermione Granger. Along with Longbottom and various other Gryffindors. For some reason they all had their shoulders drawn back and face contorting as if they were going into war. It seems that all the Gryffindors have lost their way, Draco announces once Weasley had flung the carriage door open. Leave off, Malfoy. Ron Weasley, red blotches rivaling the color of his hair, angrily seethed. One should think to give them a map. Draco staring at each other of them in turn. Maybe then they would be able to think for themselves instead of following Potter. Hermione surging forward towards the crowd of Slytherins who were still gawking at Harry Potter like he was a creature at the zoo. What did you do? Hermione spat once she was in front of Draco. Her brown eyes frantic, attempting to stare down Draco. It never really worked, seeing as Draco still towered over her. Scoffing. Should you know better as a prefect not to trespass into another house's carriage, Granger? It is Fred Weasley that emerges from the crowd, a lazy grin, finite incantatum. Dread starts to fill Draco, doing well not to let it take a hold of his, mockingly stare at Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Why was Harry here, ferret? Ron Weasley going to stand next to Hermione to try intimidating him. Potter has legs, maybe he walked. Draco lazily suggests, a slight shrug of his shoulders. Blaise had come to stand in front Ron. The both of them equally matched in height. Draco submerging himself in the staring contest with the two Gryffindors to ignore the angry, powerful, magical presence behind him. Are you surprised you didn't carry him here? Blaise asked. At least before the body bind had somehow made Draco forget that Harry Potter's magical presence is stifling. The brute doing nothing to restrain his magical presence that could go and rival that of Albus Dumbledore. It made Draco shiver. Congratulations on making me a zoo animal. The deep baritone voice held a tone lacking any ounce of humor, coming behind, no, above him. Slowly, hoping he seemed unimpressed at the situation, did Draco come face to face to Harry Potter. Well, not face to face. More, Draco is facing a broad gray-clad chest. Flickering his gaze, did Draco mentally gawk. Harry Potter grew like a tree. A sturdy oak tree. Now not lying immobilized on the floor, did Draco finally take in the golden Wizarding Saviour. The boy who lived that only reached the tip of Draco's ears is now an entire, if not more, head taller. Standing in front of Draco meant standing slightly in front of Blaise. It is astonishing a tiny squirt like Harry Potter rivaled Blaise Zabini in height now. Whilst Blaise is tall with strong features, he's more lean muscle. But Harry Potter is big. Not like Goyle. More so that his muscle is toned, that his arm ripple when he crosses over his wide chest looking down at Draco. Potter. Draco clears his throat, hoping the word did not come out as a question like he initially spat out. Is there any reason you decided to trespass? Say it now before your angry fan club choose to think, well, whatever their small minds make them think. No one should look as if they are modeling for Witch Weekly with a bloody nose and glasses askew, Draco thought to himself, trying his best not to show how intimidated he felt. Didn't your father teach you manners before being thrown into Azkaban? The Gryffindors sneering in response. Draco watching Harry Potter's jaw, a chiseled strong jaw, clench in anger. Those green eyes crashing in waves of emotion, of wrath and most likely embarrassment from being caught in the Slytherin carriage. Blaise's hand slowly made its way to Draco's elbow. A silent gesture to tell Draco he was still here. If Draco wanted to drag this on further, Blaise will still be next to him. If Draco decided he wanted to finish it all, Blaise would not hold it against him. No matter what option Draco would take, Blaise, his best friend since 9, would still be beside him. It made bile rise in his throat because Blaise did not know what Draco is assigned to do. He does not realize Draco is the same as those monsters who killed his father. Draco missing the way, all of the Golden Trio's sight flickering down to gesture. Aren't your parents dead, Potter? Venom seeping into his words. That famous Malfoy sneer taking over his face, watching in satisfaction at Potter's fury. In a similar way to a lion stalking forward to kill, Harry Potter seized his collar. Amongst the crowds of Slytherins and Gryffindors there was nowhere to push back. Harry Potter settling on, forcibly grabbing Draco, towering over him. Emerald eyes glaring down into his gray ones. Even if Harry Potter had intent of killing, Draco knew it was different to his father. Different to his aunt. Different to the occupants of the manor. This anger Draco permitted. At least, Draco is Harry Potter's rival, not a victim. Caught in the mirage of his own thoughts that looked more like he is in a staring match with Potter, he failed to realize the drawing of wands around them. Blaze's wand trained on Hermione Granger, whose wand directed at Draco's ear. Ron Weasley's wand directed at Blaze. Pansy Parkinson, who had moved out her seat since the invasion of Gryffindor, had hers trained on Ron Weasley. Girl Weasley, Ginny Weasley, wand on Pansy, and Theodore's trained on her, albeit lazily. Dean Thomas had his trained on Theodore, and Defane Greengrass had hers trained on him. Gregory had his wand on Seamus Finnegan, and the latter had his at Goyle. Vincent had his wand drawn to Harry Potter. At least Draco's friends had covered all bases, although he did question Vincent in his choice for Harry Potter. Strike a nerve, Potter. Draco spat, refusing to look intimidated, earning himself a hard jab at the shell of his ear from Hermione Granger. The only response is Blaze shuffling forward, letting all the others to shuffle closer. Harry Potter opened his mouth, ready to spew something vile in return, before thinking better of it. As if he had just realized where he is, Malfoy. He seemed to settle on making Draco smirk at him as if he were stupid. You shouldn't be so cocky when I know you have a secret. Just like that, Harry Potter released his collar, stepping away from the white, blonde frozen statue that is Draco Malfoy. Harry Potter coolly turning away from the Slytherins. Stepping around Vincent to his rabid fans. Listening to Hermione Granger chiding him for being irresponsible before walking out the Slytherin carriage that flooded into a fit of whispers. Did he know? The question plaguing Draco's mind like a tornado, sweeping destructively around his entire being. Did Harry Potter know Draco Malfoy is tasked with killing Albus Dumbledore? Groggily Draco stepped down from the train carriage. By now the debacle in the Slytherin carriage had been learnt by all passengers. Draco's skin itching uncomfortably every time someone stared at him longer than needed. His mind whispering that they knew. They all knew he was a monster. The same ones that haunt his dreams. Like the madman, Draco woke up screaming in fear in the middle of the night. Draco. A sharp, familiar voice forcibly tugging him out of a vision of crazed, beady snake eyes staring at him in mirth. Fading into the image of midnight, almost black, blue eyes. Long black hair surrounding a pale face with a large hooked nose as Draco greeted with his godfather's face. Next to him a grumpy scar head who is turning over a pebble with his shoe. Harry Potter foregone his atrocious muggle clothes that did nothing to complement the new jacked-up physique. The gray sweater too tight, clearly before the transformation, it made him look like a man-child bursting out his clothes. Draco personally detested jeans, found them scruffy. A click of Professor Snape's tongue startling Draco as the potions professor gliding so he was in front of Harry Potter. With startled horror did Draco realize he was ogling Harry Potter. At least most of the students were already in carriages. However, Pansy is still there smirking at Draco. He was already dreading the teasing. I was informed of an incident on the train. Snape asked, his voice a bored drawl. Clearing his throat did Draco answer. Yes, Potter seemed fed up being a Gryffindor and wanted to ask to be a Slytherin. I would never want to be a Slytherin, Potter quickly responded, shuddering at the thought. Well then, Potter must have lost his mind like that crazed godfather of his. Draco supplied with a gentle shrug of his shoulders. The statement enough to set Harry Potter in another fit of rage. Don't you dare speak about him, Malfoy. His voice low and warning. Naturally, Draco is a coward. A coward that never wanted to enter the greenhouse in Malfoy Manor on a dare when he was 5. A coward that did nothing when a Durmstrang boy shoved him before stealing Draco's date. So, he settled on easy smirk instead of saying anything. Why were you in the Slytherin carriage, Mr. Potter? Snape questioned, his tone taking on that natural dismissive tone he always took when speaking to Harry Potter. Anger swirling in those green eyes, Harry Potter settled on shrugging those powerful wide shoulders of his. Harry Potter had grown taller than even Professor Snape. It had Draco wondering what the sudden change in Harry Potter is. An unsettling wave of silence settled over the three of them. Draco doing his best to look bored, wondering if his luggage had been sent over to Hogwarts already. Wondering if Filch is already toying with his father's cane. Any damage to that cane Lucius Malfoy would have no problem inflicting on Draco. 20 points from Gryffindor. Snape announced, deviously smiling before adding, cleaning the potions stockroom till winter break. I think Professor Slughorn would be delighted with that. Harry Potter sputtered. Draco laughing at Harry Potter's expense. Draco. 5 points from Slytherin for using magic on a fellow student. Professor Snape raising his hand when Draco wanted to interrupt. you will be joining Mr. Potter in detention. It was him that decided to sneak in. You're not even potions professor. Why'd I need to be punished? Why am I being paired with a ferret? Enough, the both of you. Annoyance evident in Snape's voice from the bickering from the two of them. Now both of you will head to the carriage. If any incidents occur on the way, more time will be added to your punishment. Exasperated with it all did Draco head towards the carriage, his mind swimming with what insufferable company Harry Potter would be in a confined space. First years already boarded the small boats on the rather calm waters. By now all students left in the carriages. Colored Draco Malfoy surprised that Harry Potter's rabid fans, red as Hermione and Ron, had left. In a way Draco never really minded the carriage, 10 times better than a small rickety boat, but a carriage along the bumpy terrain to Hogwarts is uncomfortable to say the least. At least Draco would have had his friends to ease the burden of the journey. Now all he had is a brute. Grumbling to himself about how this is entirely the fault of Harry Potter did Draco see the creature. Ghastly, the ominous creature is such a deep black that it swirled into purple. A Thestral. His godfather would read him books when he was younger. The one that stuck with him had been about a woman, probably a muggle, who became a nanny for a child. He could remember clinging his dragon plushie as the woman discovered the wizarding world and saw a Thestral on the peak of a hill. That she eventually had her memory wiped away. But he could see those words that wriggled around the page. The phrase, "chill to the bone," shivered on the page as the Thestral turned its head, the black mane fluttering in the wind. Draco could feel her chills now. "Are you going to move?" Potter, clearly annoyed, asked behind him. Jumping did Draco slightly whip around to the other boy. Harry Potter stood coolly, his green eyes no longer torn but calm. Scoffing did he shove past Draco, his powerful shoulder colliding with Draco enough to break Draco out his numbness. A final look at the creature did Draco, following Harry Potter. "Move, Potter." Draco, demanding, half stood and crouching at the mouth of the carriage, could not believe the gall of Harry Potter to take his seat. "What?" Potter spat out, still not moving. "I can't go backwards." Draco, regarding him as if he were stupid, added, "Obviously." If it had not been for Harry Potter and his ludicrously, Draco would happily, maybe not happily, been in a carriage with his friends. Greg and Vincent would have sat backwards and Pansy and Draco in front of them like always. There would have been order. "I don't care, Malfoy." Harry Potter sounded out tiredly, as if he were frustrated to be dealing with Draco for this long. Draco didn't say anything, pushing past Potter's legs and settling into the seat like that of Hippogriff. There is no one beside Potter to see him acting in disgrace. At least, Potter knew about grace as much as the abomination that is Hagrid. "Did you just want to sit next to me?" Potter asked, smirking at Draco like he knew everything. Scoffing, "Don't for a second think," the words dying in his throat as his gray eyes fell on the other person in the carriage. "Lovegood?" The girl sat in those ridiculous glasses, her pale blonde hair twisted in a sideways ponytail that her mother always did for her. Her facial expression blank. Not because she is thinking about the world. Draco knew enough about Luna Lovegood that the girl would go on about a weird sort of creature that would go and take chunks out of someone's brain. Unfortunately, they were also related, so any ill towards her meant ill against the Malfoy name. Last year, along with Crabbe and Goyle, did the push a third year in the snow because Draco had somehow found her without her shoes. Eloquent as ever, Potter could only manage a thin smile. "Draco, you have a lot of nargles. Did you know that?" Her wishful voice floated out towards them, and Draco tried not to grimace as Potter, as subtle as a screaming banshee, whipped his head between the two. "How have you been?" Draco, dismissing everything she has said. Pushing those atrocious glasses to top of her head, did she regard him with a wistful smile. "Oh, I did not realize Harry Potter is here. You have about the same amount of nargles as Draco." Smiling again did she turn her face towards the window as if she could see a creature that they could not. "Nargles?" Potter whispered to himself. Draco had just happened to have it up to the brim. "Move your bloody elbows." Draco spat. Potter's eyes whipping towards him. A face of steel opened his mouth to say, "Where would I move it to, Malfoy? They're bloody attached to my body. If you weren't in a fuss to sit next to me." "Next to you?" Scoffing in disbelief. "There wouldn't be any room with that inflated ego of yours. Father said you." Potter's strut. "Take it back, Malfoy." Abruptly Potter turns towards him, blocking the small window of the carriage. Mocking, potters are peacocks strutting on the earth. Whatever insult Draco is about to say by Potter punching him in the face. Merlin, they were wizards and Potter could not think to draw his wand. But Malfoy relished in it because he could hit Potter back. He did not need to sit there and take it, he could fight back. So, he did. The pair of them not realizing the carriage had come to a stop outside of Hogwarts. Malfoy with a great big shove, pushing Potter on the door tried to get upper hand. Suddenly, they were sprawled out on the gravel of Hogwarts, Potter taking the impact of the ground whilst Malfoy remained on top of him. In the transition of falling, Draco could not quite find his bearings, and in that distraction, Harry Potter took the opportunity to left hook across the face. "Stop, the pair of you." McGonagall came rushing down the path, her green velvet robes blowing in the autumn breeze. A flick of her wand had them springing apart to roll painfully on the gravel. "The both of you behaving like children." Scoffing, did Potter rise up first? "We're children," he stated, his hand coming to cup his nose. Draco, touching his lip, felt the foul taste of copper in his mouth as he stayed crouching on the ground. Now, regretting his altercation with the Chosen. Swaying, did he manage to stand up? Glaring at Potter, who was receiving a glare from McGonagall for his sass. "Mr. Potter, you and Mr. Malfoy are 6th years. I expect you to behave like 6th years, not a bunch Cornish pixies. 20 points from the pair of you." Scuffling on the train, and now this. Outraged, did she flip away from the both of them. Before Draco could retort anything further, Pansy is upon him, trying gently to touch the bruises appearing on his jaw. "Oh, Draco, maybe we should go to Pomfrey." "Harry, let me fix your nose." Granger came barreling down the path. "Why did you let Malfoy agitate you?" "Agitate? Look at his face, Granger." Pansy spat, turning Draco's face to 2/3 of the golden trio. "Get your animal tamed or put down. If Malfoy could go around asking for a fight, he should be man enough to take a hit." Potter spat out before turning towards Hogwarts with Granger. Draco watched him go. Pansy kept fussing over him as he did. It felt like there was an odd sort of halo around the Chosen One. Draco would never tell him, didn't want to inflate his ego. No, but watching the Golden One muttering something to Ron Weasley as they both laughed together, grasping each other's shoulders. Granger chastising them, but still has mirth in her eyes. Granger still casting healing charms to soothe Potter's face. It made him wonder as the three of them stood at the mouth of Hogwarts bathing in the light that he wanted them to win. He did not want the light. He did not want Albus Dumbledore to win. He wanted those three sauntering into Hogwarts laughing in the autumn breeze. And Draco, for the coward he is, would not kill Albus Dumbledore no matter what the mark on his left arm meant. He would take his mother to safety. He would save his godfather. He would save his friends that could do so much better than a coward like him. Rewritten. Chapter 2. It's a Man's World. Seal. Chapter Notes. A.N. I know it has been a day, but I realized I won't be able to update on Friday. So I am uploading a chapter today, then another tomorrow. From then on it will probably just be weekly updates on Sunday. Draco's character is going to take a while for you to actually like him. There are really weird time skips, but, again, it is because it's Draco's perspective. I really do hope you enjoy it. Smiley face. Literally, just publishing this so I actually finish writing something for once in my life. A.N. Let me know if you like the rewritten version better. Equals. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Rewritten. Chapter 2. It's a Man's World. Seal. In the eerie aftermath of Dumbledore's speech, a palpable tension gripped the Slytherin house within the Great Hall. The unspoken weight of Voldemort's resurgence hung heavy in the air, casting a shadow over the entire student body. Except for the occasional, hesitant glances from Ravenclaw students or the wide-eyed stares of new first years before the Sorting Hat descended upon them, no one dared to overtly broach the subject. A deathly hush enveloped the Slytherin table, shrouding its occupants in a collective silence that spoke volumes. Faces frozen in expressions of stoicism, they defiantly challenged anyone to confront the unspoken truth. The unrelenting scrutiny from others only fueled their determination to weather the storm in silence, creating an atmosphere where the unspeakable loomed large but remained veiled in ominous quietude. Blaze loaded Draco's plate with more potatoes, a mix of frustration and concern etched on his face. "What do you mean you're not playing Quidditch?" Draco's grip on his fork tightened, a deep sigh escaping his lips. "It is rather simple. He began, attempting to articulate the complexities that burdened his every waking moment. Pansy, groaning in frustration, interrupted him. Yes, we know. You have a task. Her confusion mirrored in the shared bewilderment of the Slytherin friends. They couldn't fathom why Draco was withholding the details, why he seemed consumed by a weight they could only glimpse. Rumors had reached their ears, whispers that sent shivers through the Malfoy household and unsettling echoes through Pansy's own family. Pansy couldn't escape the hushed conversations that echoed through the luxurious halls of her home. The somber atmosphere clung to the air like a heavy mist. She had witnessed her mother's once vibrant face transformed into an ashen mask, the weight of worry etched into every line. The clinking sounds of her father moving chunks of their family's wealth out of their vaults reverberated through the once opulent estate, a tangible reminder of the storm clouds gathering on the horizon. The Malfoy name, once synonymous with privilege and power, now bore the burden of an uncertain future, and Pansy felt the gravity of it all pressing down on her like an unrelenting force. Sitting among his friends, Draco grappled with the struggle to convey the gravity of his situation. The eager anticipation in their eyes, the unspoken plea for more information, felt like an unbearable weight on his shoulders. They failed to recognize that he was no longer playing a game, no longer a mere schoolboy. He couldn't articulate the shift, the transformation into a realm far removed from their shared past of bewitching adventures. Draco wasn't seeking confrontations with Harry Potter or engaging in witty banter with his friends. He wasn't gossiping with Pansy or tormenting younger students. That he isn't looking up charms with Theo in the library to bewitch badges. That he isn't looking for Greg and Vince to hoist him up on a tree to insult Harry Potter. That he and Blasé were not waiting to catch the Golden Trio by surprise with a scathing remark. No, he had outgrown the realm of childhood, thrust into a dark and unforgiving reality, and the burden of secrecy was a heavy toll on the person he once was. Rising from the bench, Draco excused himself with a simple, "I've lost my appetite." Dismissing any assistance, he added, "No, Pans, I can manage on my own. I'll be eagerly awaiting the sight of the three of you sending Gryffindor crashing out of the sky." Without waiting for a response, he briskly left the great hall, catching a glimpse of Weasley tenderly dabbing at Harry Potter's face. The weight of Draco's task bore down on him like an unbearable burden. As he navigated the echoing corridors, he couldn't shake the image of Potter triumphant in the end, surrounded by a multitude of children. A horde of red-robed, Quidditch-enthusiastic offspring, their praises sung throughout the wizarding world. All of them wearing Gryffindor colors. Their bright smiles, Potter's horde of children and the wizarding world alike, aimed at Potter not just for inspiration, but, more crucially, for a sense of security. Draco couldn't ignore the foreboding sense that loomed over him, a stark contrast to the hopeful future seemingly promised to the Golden Trio. Navigating the winding corridors of the castle grounds, Draco found himself pacing the familiar corridor leading to the Room of Requirement. Bitterly, he reflected on how he had led Umbridge there just the year before. The inquisitorial squad had invaded the Room of Requirement, and at the time, Draco sought glory and his father's approval. His selfish desire to capture Harry Potter lingered in his memory, and now, he wouldn't be surprised if the Room of Requirement refused to materialize for a coward like him. His steps faltered at the thought, only to be taken aback as the door of the Room of Requirement materialized before him. Watching with morbid fascination, he turned the knob, feeling his gut clench. Rows and rows of trinkets seemed to peer at him as he passed on. Wobbly legs. Overwhelmed with dread, he flung off the cover, revealing the imposing presence of the vanishing cabinet. Constantly bombarded with books at the Manor, Draco knew he could disassemble the cabinet and reconstruct it endlessly. He could spend his entire 6th year on that task, but it wasn't the plan laid out for him. He had to carry out the grim mission of killing Dumbledore and then lead the Death Eaters in invading his own home. Leaning against the daunting cabinet, Draco couldn't escape the haunting question that had plagued him since Rudolphus Lestrange had divulged the sinister details. What was he surviving for? Languidly, he all but crawled out the cellars, his father sneering at him as he went. The crowd of Death Eaters he left behind him, sniggering, dismissing the tragedy of the woman who still lay limply on the floor. For a coward, Draco could not kill the woman. Instead, he had been laying on the floor fighting against the Cruciatus curse. Her smile had been comforting, like a mother as, Draco stirringly watching the life leave her pained eyes. He left those scrutinizing stares prickling his skin as He tried as hard as he could on shaking legs to get to his mother. He had her moved to his room. After discovering the cackling of madness, Bellatrix Lestrange, trying to coerce his mother to taking the mark. He had strode forward told them, "I'll take it instead," his mother gripping his arm. The room had laughed yet, he was led down to the cellars not a moment later. When his mother, gently pushing his limp hair out his face, took him to his room, he told her to stay, clasping onto her thin shoulders. Since then Narcissa Malfoy did not leave her son's room. Trying school his features into a brave face, he paled opening the door. Rabaston Lestrange sat on the floor near his bed playing with his mother's black and white hair with childlike wonder. Rabaston Lestrange is a strange fellow. Draco could still feel the terror of when his father came storming out the house when he were 7, having caught Draco and Rabaston Lestrange trying to catch butterflies. Mostly, Rabaston Lestrange never spoke. He stood stiff in a room. Draco was never allowed to play with the man who sometimes behaved oddly like a child. "What are you doing?" Draco spat, his voice lacking the venom because of the torture. A sight to the left of him brought his attention to Rudolph Lestrange sitting at Draco's desk. "We were keeping your mother company whilst you were busy." Rudolph Lestrange gave him a tight nod, proceeding to collect his brother. "No, I want to play with Sissy." Rabaston Lestrange, whining, left the room with his brother, red in the face like a spoiled child who did not get his way. "Dragon," his mother gasping at the state of him. Her thin fingers, artist's fingers, gently tracing over his face. Guiltily, watching her gray worrisome eyes darting around to take in the state of him. "What have they done to you?" Draco's trembling hands stayed beside him. He could not comfort his mother in a trembling state. Straightening his back with what he hoped were a sobering look, finally said without his bottom lip wobbling, "Go to sleep, mother. I'll secure the door." Guiding her to his bed did he tuck her in like the countless times she had done for him, kissing her forehead, carting his fingers through her hair. The pair watching the charmed canopy of his bed where lay the Black family in the constellations. He waited until her breath evening out to talk to the shadow at his door. Praying it were not another lesson to be learned, he quietly turning the doorknob. A glance at his mother's sleeping form, entering the hallway that lit up in the flickering candlelights. Rabaston Lestrange were sitting next to a wall gleefully playing with a conjured white butterfly. "He were not always like that." Rudolph started. "Could you believe it, oh nephew of mine? He fell in love with a muggle-born wizard. The fool went and told father. One day he were racing carriages with me and the next his voice becomes strained, did he look away from his brother. Why are you?" Draco never really talked to his uncle. He had been to Lestrange estate. He had seen the family albums of the man. A picture of his wedding day. Thrusting a glass of amber-like liquor his arm around his Aunt Bellatrix. He had seemed confident, sure of himself then, not this shadow of a man. "We're living to survive, Draco." Rudolph's voice almost prophetic. "I survive for my brother, what are you surviving for?" After that, Draco maintained a stoic silence with Rudolph Lestrange, his mind still swirling in search of an answer. On the days Draco couldn't be there to shield his mother, he would seek out the Lestrange brothers. Rabaston Lestrange played like a child, and Rudolph Lestrange lingered conspicuously near the door. A tight nod would signal their departure. Once, Lucius came for his wife and Draco, standing before him with wand drawn. It was the first time and the only time Draco stood up to his father. Only time he would ever, because he loved his mother more than he fears his father. Head still pressed against the cool surface of the vanishing cabinet, contemplated once again why he was enduring this harrowing journey. The answer was clear in his mind: to protect his mother. To safeguard his godfather, who was apparently prepared to make an unbreakable vow in Draco's honor. Draco had dropped to his knees in front of his mother, pleading for her not to let it happen. He couldn't bear the thought of making his godfather a murderer. When confronted by his Aunt Bella, her dangerous daggers in hand, Draco insisted that his godfather was not needed for his own victory. Draco tried to convince Bellatrix Lestrange that Draco could do it without help. Tried to convince the cackling mad witch that Draco thirsted for the opportunity to prove himself to the Dark Lord. It had been enough for her at the time, and she went on about murder to Draco, promising him favoritism if he could rid them of the old coot. Yet, he couldn't afford to be distracted. He was surviving, for his mother, for his godfather to be spared the burden of his cowardice, to save his friends, to witness Harry Potter's triumph, and to see Harry Potter surrounded by his own brigade of children. When all was said and done, he could finally allow himself to embrace the release of death. By the time Draco ascended to his room, dinner had long concluded. The nocturnal symphony of Crabbe and Goyle's competing snores echoed in the air as he stealthily entered. However, Blaise, adorned in silk pajamas, awaited him, perched on Draco's bed, observing Draco intently. Blaise crossed his arms, determined not to accept any lies or evasions. He remained steadfast, committed to staying on the bed until Draco provided a satisfactory response. "Why are you slithering into the dorm in the dead of the night?" Blaise admonished, his eyes piercing through Draco. Draco, avoiding direct answers, questioned, "Why are you awake?" His fingers fidgeted by his sides, toying with his Malfoy signet ring. "Why are you going to sleep in school robes, Draco?" Blaise countered, gesturing towards Draco's unconventional sleep attire. "Must we do this?" Draco began, rubbing his face wearily. "Yes, we must," Blaise asserted, rising from the bed. "You haven't replied to my letters all summer. You blew up on Pansy on the train. You didn't even laugh when that first-year Hufflepuff boy knocked into a group of Ravenclaw girls." Draco stood in the center of the room, illuminated only by the faint shimmering light from the Great Lake, allowing a glimpse of the confusion on Blaise's artistic face. To avoid Blaise's all-seeing brown eyes, Draco turned his face towards the ground, playing with his signet ring. But Blaise persisted, his eyes following Draco's every move. "Is it?" Blaise's voice trembled, understanding dawning. "Your father?" Gray eyes snapped up, revealing barely concealed horror. Draco remained silent, leaving Blaise in the dark. Yet, it seemed to satisfy Blaise that he rushed over, enveloping Draco in a reassuring embrace. "Whatever it is, Dre, I'm here," Blaise assured, his voice slightly muffled in Draco's pale blonde hair. Draco clung to Blaise, aware that if Blaise truly knew, he might not stay. Yet, Blaise didn't leave his side. He occupied Draco's desk chair in the early morning, offering support as Draco fixed his tie, constantly touching his shoulder to convey reassurance. Even at breakfast, Blaise took it upon himself to present Draco with a green apple, leaving it on Draco's plate as he playfully flirted with Daphne Greengrass. "Ah, look at the puppy, Potter," Pansy sniggered, glancing back at the Gryffindor table. The Slytherins followed suit, their attention drawn to Harry Potter's forlorn stare at Ginny Weasley, who was engrossed in a loving conversation with Dean Thomas. The pair seemed oblivious to the pain it caused Harry Potter. Draco watched them bitterly, unable to comprehend why Ginny Weasley couldn't see that she was destined to be Harry Potter's family. It was evident to everyone, the overflowing attraction Harry Potter harbored for her. Snorting, Daphne seemed unconvinced. "He likes Ginny Weasley." She couldn't perceive what Draco saw. To her, Harry Potter wouldn't fall for superficial things like they would. He wouldn't care about status, money, or power. Despite the Savior's bold nature, he would fall in love with the same sincerity with which he played Quidditch. He would marry someone without reservations from anyone, driven by his earnest nature that refused to ignore emotions. "I think they suit," Draco remarked over his tea. "What? Really?" Greg questioned, bits of food flying out of his mouth. With disdain, Draco continued, "Close your mouth, Greg." He shrugged. They both play Quidditch. He couldn't elaborate on the complexities of love, especially of children whose parents married out of expectation. Bitterly, he wondered if any of them, including himself, could understand the simplicity of love. Theo, finally looking away from his book, hooted, "With that logic, Dre, Blaise and you could be dating." He regarded them as if it were the funniest thing in the world, the corner of his mouth tipping upwards. Blaise threw a breadstick at him. "Draco and I are very much in love," he declared, prompting laughter from the group. Amidst the merriment, emerald eyes scrutinized them, and Draco felt the urge to scream that he was on Harry's side. Stroking Draco's back, Blaise coyly said, "Come on, dear. We have potions," making a show of offering his arm. Sneering, Draco pushed him away, sauntering out of the great hall. A lover's tiff, Pansy and Daphne squealed, exchanging glances. Rolling his eyes, Blaise came striding after him. "Can you believe they brought back Slughorn?" For a moment, Draco remained silent, wondering if his mother had received his message. The man is a half-wit. He would only care about you if he could gain anything from you. Now, Blaise nonchalantly rolled his eyes, seemingly dismissing Draco's dramatic statement as the two of them confidently strode into the potions classroom. The spatial shift triggered memories of his godfather, a feeling accentuated by Sirius's conspicuous absence. The room itself exuded a different atmosphere, notably lighter than before. Draco surveyed the surroundings, initially oblivious to the presence of Hermione Granger and a contingent of Gryffindors gathered on one side, already in the room awaiting Professor Slughorn. In the past, Draco would have relished the opportunity to sneer at Granger and hurl scathing remarks about her lineage. However, this time, he chose to ignore her, grappling with the bitter taste of resentment for ever mocking her in the first place. While his pride wouldn't permit him to beg for forgiveness, he hoped that she would eventually see his transformation. He was no longer the lost little boy tethered to his father's shadow. It was only a matter of time before she recognized the changes within him. A moment later, Slughorn called the attention of the class, prompting them to gather around him. As the last straggle of sixth-year students entered, the door burst open, revealing a queasy-looking Ronald Weasley accompanied by Harry Potter. Dramatically rolling his eyes, Harry Potter and a somewhat uneasy Ron made their way to Professor Slughorn, who received the news of the extra students from Professor McGonagall. Draco observed the pair shouldering each other near the supply cupboard for potions textbooks, an idle spectator in the midst of the bustling class. Potter, with a hearty smirk, joined the crowd around Slughorn, who preened with satisfaction. "Harry, my boy, was wondering when you would get here," Slughorn announced in his characteristic mumbling manner, as if the words left a sour taste in his mouth. "You've brought a friend with you." Ron Weasley introduced himself, picking up his textbook from the floor. Glaring at Potter, who was still laughing, Ron joined the group, seemingly oblivious to Lavender Brown's gasp as he positioned himself near Hermione Granger. Draco sat at the table to the left of Potter, tilting his head as he shot a look to Potter before turning back to Blaise and mouthing, "I told you." "Well, any friend of Harry's is a friend of mine," Slughorn declared, completely ignoring Weasley. "As I have been saying, I have been brewing some concoctions. Any ideas of what these may be?" Draco wasn't surprised when Granger's hand shot up. He knew the answers as Granger listed them. He would be an inadequate godson if he didn't. However, he also knew that no matter how talented he was, Slughorn wasn't prepared to give attention to the son of a prolific Death Eater. Potter sneered at him when Slughorn clinked down the lid of the Amortentia potion. Their eyes caught each other's gaze, and Potter gave him a pointed glare as the faint smell of treacle tart dissipated from the room. "Sir, you haven't told us about that one." Susan Bones pointed to another PTION, and Draco observed the absolute glee in Slughorn's face as he wound his way around the table. Unwinding the clear vial, Slughorn explained, "For you ladies and gentlemen, a curious potion known as Felix Felicius." Turning, his eyes darted to Harry Potter. "It is most commonly referred to liquid luck." Granger couldn't seem to help herself from interrupting the professor. Normally, Draco would giggle with Pansy at Granger's outspoken nature. The resentment from his father, questioning in the Malfoy study why Draco couldn't surpass a mudblood, echoed in his mind as a barrage of hexes rained down on his perceived failure. But now, he didn't care. Rising up, all his attention turned to Slughorn. A vial of that potion meant everything to him at the moment. "Very good, Miss Granger." Slughorn's eyes gleamed as he found another jewel to add to his collection. Liquid luck. Desperately tricky to make. Disastrous should you get it wrong. One sip, and you would find all your endeavors succeed. Slughorn had enraptured the classroom's full attention. At least until the effects wear off. "So, this is what I offer you today. One tiny vial of liquid luck, to the student who, in the hour, manages to brew an acceptable draft of the living death. The recipe can be found on page 10 of your books." Draco fumbled his book open, ignoring Pansy's slight laugh, as he thumbed for the page. Walking to his desk, he spat out, "Professor Snape would not have us brew a potion from a textbook that was around my grandfather's time." Blaise only gave him a half nod as he placed his own textbook on the table. Snorting, Harry Potter remarked, "No, Snape would have abused you when you made it wrong," as he strolled to his own table beside Weasley. "This gives us a chance to showcase our natural talent." Potter wasn't looking at Draco. His attention remained fixed on the beaming Professor Slughorn. Draco realized that Harry Potter had used him as a pawn, subtly signaling to Slughorn that he held the professor in high regard by downplaying Draco's statement. Potter hinted that his natural talent transcended the outdated theories found in a book. Draco grasped that Slughorn liked to acquire exceptional students, and Harry Potter was eager to become one. How very Slytherin, Draco thought, observing Potter at ease while brewing. As the potion-making class continued, Draco found himself struggling to focus. The realization that Harry Potter had strategically used him to impress Slughorn lingered in Draco's mind. He couldn't shake off the feeling of being a pawn in someone else's game. While the rest of the students busied themselves with brewing the living death potion, Draco's thoughts wandered into the complexities of the brewing process, mirroring the turmoil within him. The room filled with the clinking of cauldrons and the occasional murmur of students discussing their progress. Draco glanced at Harry Potter, who seemed effortlessly engrossed in the task. Potter's skills were evident, and Draco couldn't deny the sense of competition that had developed between them. As the hour progressed, Professor Slughorn made his rounds, inspecting the potions and offering guidance. Draco's determination to succeed wavered, clouded by the weight of his own internal struggles. He questioned his motives and the choices he had made that led him to this point. When the time came for the students to present their potions, Draco hesitated. His eyes met Slughorn's expectant gaze, and a surge of conflicting emotions coursed through him. The professor's attention lingered on each student, evaluating their efforts. In the end, as the room filled with the subtle scent of potions and anticipation, Slughorn singled out Harry Potter for his exemplary brew. The professor praised Potter's talent, reinforcing the notion that natural ability often surpassed the rigid confines of textbooks. Draco, while acknowledging Potter's prowess, felt a twinge of frustration. The encounter left him with a lingering sense of inadequacy, and he couldn't shake off the feeling that he was losing not just in the realm of potion making but in the larger, more ominous game unfolding around him. After praising Harry Potter's exceptional brew, Professor Slughorn turned to the rest of the class with a jovial smile. "Ah, Harry my boy, what talent you possess, truly remarkable," he exclaimed, his voice carrying across the room. "You've managed to capture the essence of the potion with such finesse. A natural gift, I must say." The other students nodded in agreement, offering their own murmurs of admiration. Slughorn's eyes twinkled as he continued, "It's moments like these that remind me why I love teaching. To witness such skill and dedication in young witches and wizards is a privilege." Distastefully, he watches as Harry Potter wins the small vial. He should feel heartbroken about it. But he doesn't, even with Blaise groaning beside him because everything makes sense now. Harry Potter would win like he did now. He would smile down at them as he saves them from he who shall not be named. He would free people like his mother. Then, his gaze swept over the rest of the class, including Draco, who stood with a mixture of resignation and determination. "But let us not forget," Slughorn added, his tone becoming slightly more serious, "that talent is only one aspect of success. Hard work, perseverance, and a willingness to learn are equally important." Draco felt the weight of Slughorn's words, knowing that they were directed not just at Potter but at all the students, himself included. Despite the disappointment of not receiving the professor's praise, Draco resolved to redouble his efforts and prove his worth in his own way. Draco observed Harry Potter making his way towards Professor Slughorn's desk. His curiosity piqued. Draco watched intently as Potter engaged the professor in conversation. As the class settled into packing away their belongings, Harry Potter took a moment to approach Professor Slughorn at his desk. "Professor," he began, his voice carrying respect and admiration, "I just wanted to say how much I appreciate your teaching. You have a real knack for bringing out the best in your students." Slughorn's eyes widened with surprise, clearly pleased by the unexpected praise. "Well, Harry, that's very kind of you to say," he replied, a pleased smile spreading across his face. "I must say, it's a pleasure to have such talented students like yourself in my class. You make teaching a joy." Potter's words were respectful and genuine, praising Slughorn for his teaching abilities. Draco couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as he listened to Potter's words of admiration. It was clear that Slughorn was pleased by the unexpected praise, his smile growing wider with each word spoken. Potter nodded earnestly, his respect for the professor evident. "Your guidance has helped me improve so much," he continued, sincerity lacing his words. "I've learned a lot from you, not just about potions, but about life and magic as well. Slughorn's smile grew even wider at Harry's words, touched by the genuine appreciation. "Thank you, Harry," he said warmly, patting the young wizard on the shoulder. "It's students like you that make teaching worthwhile. Keep up the good work, my boy." Draco found himself contemplating the dynamics at play. Potter, ever the diplomat, was using this opportunity to further endear himself to Slughorn, recognizing the professor's fondness for his students' admiration. It was a calculated move, one that highlighted Potter's skill in navigating social situations. As Potter spoke of the impact Slughorn's guidance had on him, Draco couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. He envied Potter's ability to express such genuine appreciation, to seamlessly navigate interactions with authority figures like Slughorn. Nevertheless, Draco couldn't deny the sincerity in Potter's words. Despite his own reservations, he recognized the importance of acknowledging Slughorn's influence. It was a subtle reminder of the power of diplomacy, of using words to build alliances and garner support. With a sense of resignation, Draco returned his focus to his brewing, his mind still lingering on the exchange he had witnessed. Perhaps there was a lesson to be learned from Potter's approach, a lesson in the art of diplomacy and the importance of expressing gratitude, even in the most unlikely of circumstances. As Draco watched Potter receive the vial of Felix Felicius with Slughorn's praises ringing in his ears, a wave of bitterness washed over him. He couldn't help but feel a gnawing sense of inadequacy creeping into his thoughts, overshadowing any semblance of happiness for Potter's achievement. The one thing Draco had always prided himself on, the one area where he believed he could outshine Potter, was in potion making. It had been his refuge, his sanctuary from the expectations of his family and the pressures of the outside world. Yet now, watching Potter effortlessly excel in a discipline that had once been Draco's domain, he felt like his last bastion of superiority was crumbling before his eyes. Potter had always been notoriously bad at potions, and Draco had taken a perverse satisfaction in that fact. It had been one of the few areas where he could feel a fleeting sense of superiority over the boy who lived. But now, this newfound talent seemed to emerge out of nowhere, leaving Draco feeling like he was falling behind while Potter soared ahead. The gap between them seemed to widen with each passing moment, and Draco couldn't help but attribute it to their fundamental differences. Potter was a hero, beloved by all, while Draco was branded with the stain of his family's dark legacy. It felt like Potter was ascending to new heights of greatness, while Draco was left behind in the shadows of his own insecurities. As the weight of his perceived inadequacies bore down on him, Draco couldn't shake the feeling that Potter was better than him in every way. Better because he was courageous. Because he stood up for what was right, because he was everything Draco feared he could never be. And in that moment, Draco felt like nothing more than a coward, trapped in the shadow of Potter's brilliance. Chapter End Notes A.N. Some chapters are long, some aren't. Sorry. Rewritten. Chapter 3 I Don't Want to Live Forever. Zayn Malik. Chapter Summary. He is doing this save his mother, for his godfather to be free, to see his friends flourish, so that Harry Potter could win. A hand to his heart, he tries to believe it as he hears the sound of hurried footsteps. Chapter Notes A.N. I know the story might be confusing. I would like to clarify things in the end notes. A.N. I uploaded the rewritten version. Just realized I missed out a big chunk of the chapter that would explain a big part of the story later on. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Rewritten. Chapter 3 I Don't Want to Live Forever. Zayn Malik. Clasping his trembling hands together, Draco stood in the alcove, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. It wasn't the accusing voice of cowardice that plagued him, though it whispered its taunts in the recesses of his mind. No. His actions were driven by a desperate need to protect those he held dear. His mother's words echoed in his thoughts, her instructions clear as crystal. The jewels he had charmed and the letter he had sent to the manor were all part of a carefully orchestrated facade, a ruse to deceive those who would judge him. He had to maintain the illusion of allegiance to Voldemort, to keep his true intentions hidden from prying eyes. Draco's presence in the alcove wasn't a moment of hesitation or doubt, but rather a strategic pause to ensure that the cursed object he had concealed wouldn't be discovered by a passing professor. His resolve remained steadfast, fueled by the unwavering conviction that his sacrifices were for a greater cause. He was willing to bear the weight of his deception, to endure the torment of his conscience, all for the sake of those he loved. Saving his mother, securing his godfather's freedom, and ensuring the victory of his friends and Harry Potter were the noble goals that drove him forward. With a heavy heart and a trembling hand pressed against his chest, Draco steeled himself against the rising tide of fear and uncertainty. The hurried footsteps approaching served as a stark reminder of the perilous path he had chosen to tread. But despite the turmoil raging within him, he remained resolute in his mission, clinging to the fragile hope that his sacrifices would not be in vain. The sight of the Ravenclaw tie caught Draco's attention first, a vivid reminder of the task at hand. His mind raced with the urgency of the moment, knowing he needed to retrieve his wand to execute his plan. But as he watched the girl approach, his hands remained frozen, paralyzed by a flood of conflicting emotions. She carried a stack of books against her chest, her expression serene and oblivious to the turmoil brewing within Draco. In that moment, he was transported back to the image of the Muggle-born witch who had floated petrified above the Manor's dinner table, a stark reminder of the brutal consequences of his actions. Each plea, each desperate cry for mercy echoed in his mind, suffocating him with guilt and remorse. Draco recognized the girl as Susan Bones, having seen her before in the company of the Pottle twins. Memories of their childhood interactions flooded his thoughts, the innocence of their past encounters contrasting sharply with the grim reality of the present. He remembered the times when they had played together, when the Pottle twins had been Pansy Parkinson's childhood friends before they were sorted into different houses. Pansy's wistful glances toward her former friends lingered in Draco's mind, a poignant reminder of the friendships lost to the divisions of Hogwarts houses. And in that moment of reflection, Draco couldn't escape the crushing weight of his own cowardice as Susan Bones innocently stepped closer to the cursed object. The gravity of his situation weighed heavily on him, threatening to consume him in a whirlwind of doubt and self-reproach. But amidst the chaos of his emotions, Draco knew that he couldn't falter now. The stakes were too high, his motivations too profound. With a heavy heart and trembling resolve, he braced himself to carry out his plan, driven by the desperate hope that his sacrifices would not be in vain. "What are you doing?" Draco's voice cut through the air as he emerged from the alcove where he had been lying in wait. The sudden interruption caused the girl to start, her movements faltering as she gestured toward the box. "I just saw it," she began, but Draco couldn't contain his frustration. How could she, a Ravenclaw, be so careless as to pick something up from the floor? "So, you thought to pick it up?" His tone dripped with disbelief. "We're wizards." "I didn't mean any harm," she protested, slowly backing away under Draco's intense gaze. "Then go," he urged, his voice laced with desperation, watching her scurry away. Collapsing to the ground, Draco was consumed by the weight of his own actions. He had nearly harmed a fellow student, an innocent human being, all because of his cowardice. The thought sickened him to his core. The ramifications of his potential actions weighed heavily on his mind. If he had followed through, if he had succumbed to his fear and desperation, he would have become no better than the monsters he despised. The mere thought of it sent a wave of nausea crashing over him. Pansy's face flashed before his eyes, her disappointed gaze haunting him. He couldn't bear the thought of her looking at him with anything other than admiration and respect. And his mother, the woman who had sacrificed so much for him, how could he face her knowing what he had almost done? Clutching his wand tightly, Draco felt the weight of its unicorn hair core in his hand, a symbol of purity that seemed out of place in his grasp. With a trembling hand, he uttered the incantation, Repello Inimicum. As the glittering jewelry disintegrated into nothing but dust before his eyes, Draco couldn't shake the feeling of darkness that threatened to consume him. It was a sobering reminder of the fine line between good and evil, and the terrifying truth that he was teetering dangerously close to crossing it. Draco's inner turmoil consumed him as he grappled with the weight of his circumstances. He harbored no affection for Dumbledore. In fact, he held disdain for the headmaster, viewing him as nothing more than an old fool who favored Gryffindors. Yet, the idea of taking a life, of becoming a murderer, was a notion he couldn't bear to entertain. The thought of seeing his own reflection and seeing the same darkness that had invaded his home staring back at him filled him with dread. It was his father's failures that had brought them to this point, Draco realized bitterly. If Lucius had not blindly followed Voldemort's orders, if he had not led them down this treacherous path, their family would not be facing such dire consequences. Despite everything, Draco couldn't bring himself to hate his father. He still loved him, flawed and monstrous as he may be. It was a conflicted sentiment, knowing that his father was a part of the very darkness that now threatened to engulf them all. But amidst his turmoil, Draco understood the gravity of his situation. He knew he had to make the Dark Lord and his followers believe that he was committed to fulfilling his tasks, even if it meant sacrificing his own moral compass. For the sake of his family, for the safety of his precious godfather Severus Snape, he had to maintain the facade of loyalty. Yet, deep down, he clung to a glimmer of hope that he could somehow find a way to save them all. But how could he make them believe in him if he wasn't willing to make the ultimate sacrifice? The answer eluded him, leaving him trapped in a labyrinth of uncertainty and fear. That's how Blaise finds him. Crumpled on the floor, his once immaculate blonde hair now in disarray, pale fingers clawing at his own skin. Beside him lies a pile of dust, remnants of a cursed object now rendered harmless. Draco tells himself he shouldn't care, shouldn't expect Blaise's comfort after how he's treated his friend. He remembers blowing up at Blaise in the common room, lashing out because he couldn't bear the thought of associating with the Slug Club, a group he wanted no part of. But no one had asked him. He saw the way Slughorn regarded him, recognizing the Malfoy name and its dark associations. Slughorn knew, just as everyone else did. Draco, Blaise says softly, approaching him with caution, as if he's facing a crazed dragon. He kneels beside Draco, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Draco feels unworthy of such kindness. Blaise doesn't know what Draco truly is, what he's been forced to become. When he finds out, Draco fears Blaise will cast him away like everyone else. "I'm sorry," Draco mumbles into Blaise's chest, his words muffled by fabric as he clings to his friend's robes. Blaise holds him tightly in the empty corridor of Hogwarts, offering silent comfort. Draco struggles to remember how to breathe amidst the memories flooding his mind. The haunting image of beady red eyes, his Aunt Bellatrix wielding enchanted daggers, his father's scornful gaze as he raises his wand. He recalls the chilling laughter of those he once thought were allies, the sound echoing in his ears as he lies on the cold ground. And amidst it all, he sees his mother's gentle face, her touch a rare solace in the midst of their shared turmoil. "Dre?" Blaise's embrace tightens as Pansy's voice pierces through the haze of Draco's turmoil. He clings to his friend all the harder, unable to muster the courage to meet Pansy's gaze. He can't bear the thought of her seeing the truth, of her realizing what he's become. She doesn't know the darkness lurking within him. "Dre," Pansy repeats, her fingers threading through his hair with a familiarity that stirs memories of simpler times. Draco recalls the nights they spent together in the sunroom at the Manor, gazing up at the stars. He'd sigh as Greg struggled to remember the constellations, yet he'd patiently guide him through each one. Vince would point out Draco's constellation with a grin, and Draco would return the smile, cherishing those moments of camaraderie. Blaise pulls Draco to his feet, still holding him close. A silent exchange passes between Blaise and Pansy, a wordless understanding of their friend's distress. Pansy reaches out to rub Draco's arm, but he flinches away, recoiling from their concern. It takes a moment for him to realize the gravity of his reaction, and horror washes over him. "Pans," Draco finally looks at her, his gray eyes reflecting his remorse. He wonders if she can see the depth of his regret. She offers him a reassuring grin. "It's okay, darling," she says gently. Then, her expression turns more serious. "Are you?" Draco doesn't deserve their kindness, their worry. They deserve better than him. Extracting himself from Blaise's embrace, Draco attempts to compose himself, straightening his tie with trembling hands. "I'm fine. It's just..." His voice falters, his attempt at explanation falling short. Pansy regards him with a steady gaze. "Whatever it is, once you get your head out of your ass, you come tell me. Okay?" Her words are firm, yet there's an undercurrent of warmth and understanding that offers Draco a glimmer of hope. Trembling, Draco gives a small nod, though he knows deep down he may never feel ready to confront whatever demons plague him. Blaise's reassuring hand remains on his lower back as they make their way towards the Great Hall. Throughout their journey, Blaise remains silent, not uttering a word even as they leave the corridor or when they join their friends in the Great Hall. It's not that Blaise doesn't care, rather, he senses that Draco is on the edge, teetering on the brink of something overwhelming. It's as if Draco is on the verge of fleeing, but to where, Blaise couldn't fathom. Afraid that even a momentary lapse of attention might cause Draco to vanish, Blaise busies himself with loading Draco's plate, knowing that the boy hardly touches his food these days. He steers the conversation away from topics that might trouble Draco, avoiding any mention of Quidditch since Draco has withdrawn from the sport. With a subtle finesse, he deflects discussions that could potentially overwhelm Draco, silently offering his unwavering support without needing to say a word. "I think I'm about to master Fiendfire," Vince announces in a hushed tone, expecting secrecy. "Fiendfire?" Draco, emerging from his reverie, regards Vince with intrigue, prompting an eager nod from him. Pansy snorts. "You know, you could just master the potion," she suggests casually, pouring Draco a glass of pumpkin juice. Pausing from pushing his food around his plate, Draco sits up abruptly. "There's a potion?" "Yeah," Theo chimes in, tearing his gaze away from his book. "It's pretty dark stuff." "Do you know which book it's in?" Draco turns his full attention to Theo, startling the usually composed boy enough that he places the book on the table. "Of course," Theo responds, sounding uncertain, especially when Draco seizes his hands. "Can you show me?" Draco's excitement mirrors that of a child discovering a hidden family treasure. Casting a wary glance at Blaise, Theo reluctantly nods. "Sure. You know what? Let's go. I've missed my study partner. You've been off doing who knows what." With Draco eagerly in tow, Theo swings out of the bench. Blaise rises from his seat, announcing, "I'll come too," and follows the duo to the mouth of the Great Hall. Pausing for a moment, Theo snorts, "We won't be reading about Quidditch, we'll be having an intellectual discussion." Shooting him a glare, Blaise retorts, "I'm aware," briskly tugging Draco along with him. "The two of you don't even watch me play." "I did," Draco snaps back, "you were bloody wonderful." Indeed, Draco had watched. Taking a break from his contemplation in the alcove, he wandered the Hogwarts grounds and stumbled upon the game in progress. He observed Blaise's graceful form in the air, wishing he could join him. However, more pressing matters demanded his attention. Until curfew, he devoted himself to studying with Theo, who was overjoyed at the chance to work with Draco again. Meanwhile, Blaise alternated between lounging around and pacing before finally succumbing to a nap as Draco and Theo delved into their studies. Draco could feel the pieces of the plan falling into place in his mind. He needed to repair the vanishing cabinet discreetly, ensuring that the Death Eaters remained unaware of his shifting loyalties. He would make them believe he was following their orders, creating a passage to allow them access, only to destroy it later. It required meticulous planning, ensuring that Severus Snape, his godfather, couldn't intervene. He also had to secure his mother's safety, and warn Dumbledore of the impending danger without alerting Snape. Everything had to unfold simultaneously, and with autumn giving way to winter, time was running short, with only a few days left until the end of Quidditch season. That night, sleep eluded him as he sat with parchment and vanishing ink, meticulously plotting his next moves. The potion he needed wouldn't be ready until spring, and he couldn't risk alerting Dumbledore prematurely, fearing he might involve Snape. He needed a way to communicate with his mother discreetly, to ensure her relocation. Gazing at the name of his godfather on the parchment, he wrestled with the guilt of potentially implicating Snape in murder. Fidgeting with his signet ring, he collapsed onto his bed, staring at the Malfoy crest. It reminded him of his grandfather, Abraxas Malfoy. Though they were never close, their interactions were limited to forced visits to his grandfather's study. Abraxas would barely acknowledge Draco's presence, immersed in his paperwork. They shared only one conversation, when Draco was just 7 years old, yet his father always demanded an account of their meetings, often criticizing Draco for their lack of progress. Abraxas Malfoy's study had been opposite the Malfoy library. It had large Victorian windows that bathed the room in an omniscient light. Rows and shelves of books that even went up to the small balcony of the room. A great big desk sat in front of the windows. There were only 3 chairs in the room. Abraxas Malfoy's chair and the 2 chairs opposite the desk. His grandfather spent most of the time looking through pieces of parchments. His shockingly white hair neatly combed around him. As he got older, Abraxas Malfoy wore small spectacles to read them. A showcase of expensive wine along with a glass tumbler that were made from fairy wings. The only room in the manor that did not have a single portrait. Draco had been ushered into the room. The summer heat made his mother dress him in shorts with the black lapels over a summer shirt. His hair slicked back with that nauseous gel to make him look presentable. Draco did not dare to sit on one of the chairs. Instead he would thumb the spines of books or bolt up the winding step to the balcony. Yet, this time Abraxas Malfoy were looking at him, those crystalline blue eyes studying, scrutinizing him with his grandfather reclined into the felt of his chair. Abraxas Malfoy did not speak to him, instead gesturing Draco to come forth in one of those pale blue chairs. Begrudgingly, Draco, scurrying to chair, meekly looked up at his grandfather. There were wrinkles around his eyes, his thin lips pressing together in a line as his blue eyes greeted his gray ones. In Malfoy tradition, your middle name should have been you father's, boy. Abraxas' voice absolute. Do you know why it is mine? Shrugging his small shoulders, Draco did not know. He would hear his grandfather passively dig at his mother that Draco were not a proper Malfoy name. That he would ask if she were better than the family for being a black at every dinner. His mother would give him a tight-lipped smile dutifully. Answer me, boy. Do you not have tutors? Abraxas' voice rising in volume that made Draco quiver. No, as an afterthought adding, sir. Abraxas, smacking his lips, continued, at least you have a mind for manners. I did not want your father to have my name, let alone you. Your grandmother, the conniving woman, went behind my back and did it all by herself. You have my name because a friend of the family thought we are alike. Draco, quickly learning from his mistake, ignoring the digs at his grandmother, quickly answered, yes sir. Abraxas Malfoy laughed, not heartily, we are not alike. Do you understand that, boy? Pausing, your father always tries to please me, gullible like his dead mother. You and I, we are not the same. In the summer of that year, his grandfather passed away. The French doors to his study closed with him. Draco at the time did not tell his father. He could not understand if it were a good thing or bad thing. He did not want to acquire his father's wrath if it had been. Sometimes, toying with the Malfoy singlet ring, he would think about it. Those Malfoy blue eyes staring at him like he is an imposter. He never met the friend who had so much influence to change his name. Days collided together. After being refused the right to go home, his confidant had strangely become moaning Marital. The ghost having found him crying, clutching the letter from his mother. The letter leaving out the horrors she is facing in the manor. Splotches of ink his only indication. Evading his godfather whenever he felt a whisper of his presence. He could see those midnight eyes longingly stare at him in the great hall, but how would he face the man? Detention with Potter, although promised, never occurred. No, Slughorn used it in a way to entrap Potter into the Slug Club and keep Draco out. Draco in his late night wanderings found himself crashing the Slug Club party. Partially, because of Luna. Mostly, because of Blaze's retelling of the way Potter shot out his seat in their meeting at the sight of Ginny Weasley crying. He wanted to see for himself. It was the first time he had seen his godfather outside of lessons. The man pressing him into a corridor wall. His midnight blue eyes tracking him. What are you doing, you vain boy? His godfather gripping him, pressing him for an answer. He could see his eyes swimming, wanting to cling to him like he is a child again. Deciding against it, he looked away. If it is too much, you only. Draco, pushing himself from the wall, flung himself away. His godfather. He would register the hurt later in Professor Snape's eyes. He spat out a cry of no, running to the girls' lavatory. Through his gasping tears, recollecting good times, to moaning Myrtile of his godfather. Telling her how he could not get his godfather involved. Not like the last time when his godfather spotted the bruise on his back from when he were a child. It left with his father and godfather drawing wands, and Draco forbade from seeing his godfather. Bless her soul. Moaning Myrtle became Draco's unlikely confidant, always there to lend a ghostly ear and, occasionally, an attempt at humor by emerging from a toilet when Draco strayed too far into the dark corners of his thoughts. His words often came out as gasps more than coherent sentences, but Myrtle hovered around him, a silent companion in his moments of distress. Sometimes Draco would pace, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Other times, he would sit on the dirty bathroom floors, defying the expectations of his Malfoy name, drawing his knees into his chest as he shared stories of his childhood. Moments of happiness that now seemed distant echoes of a better time. As Draco recounted these tales to Myrtle, finding fleeting solace in the memories, she would sometimes urge him to confide in Dumbledore. The first time he lashed out in response, he stayed away for a week before returning, and though Myrtle tried not to broach the subject again, she couldn't ignore the pain eating away at Draco from the inside. Over time, as their conversations repeated, Draco found himself lashing out less frequently, though he still grappled with the uncertainty of what to do. One night, after regaling Myrtle with stories of the Manor's peacocks, including the time they, Goyle, Crab and him, fled from an irate bird into the greenhouse, collapsing in laughter, Draco realized the stark contrast between those carefree days and the grim reality of his current situation. The peacock flock, once a symbol of the Manor's grandeur, now dwindled under the cruelty of Death Eaters using them for target practice, a metaphor for the slow erosion of his childhood home. Myrtle gently broached the subject of seeking Dumbledore's help again, and this time, Draco, dazed and emotionally drained, could only nod in weary agreement. The next day, as Draco made his way back to the Slytherin dorms, his feet carried him to the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. He stood before it for a long moment, staring at the impassive stone figure, bitterly contemplating the unfairness of passwords that barred those in need from seeking help. He wondered if Potter, with his Gryffindor bravery, would know the password, or if Dumbledore kept him informed of such things. Probably not. Potter would probably know. Dumbledore probably keeps him up to date with all passwords. Potter probably let the entire Gryffindor common room know too. Heck, Potter probably even told everyone in Dumbledore's army. Draco found himself standing before the gargoyle, lost in thought, his gaze fixed upon its imposing figure. Time seemed to blur, stretching into an indistinct haze as he grappled with conflicting emotions and uncertainties. How long he remained there, he couldn't say. All he knew was that when he awoke the next morning, he found himself lying in his bed, the events of the previous night shrouded in a foggy haze of confusion and exhaustion, his mind unable to piece together how he had returned to his dormitory. He may have become too reliant on Moaning Myrtle, seeing Harry Potter and Susan Bones talking to one another in the Great Hall. As Draco observed Harry Potter and Susan Bones together, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease and fear creeping up within him. It was an unsettling sight, one that stirred a mixture of emotions he had never anticipated. The fear in Draco's eyes was evident as he watched them interact. His stormy gray eyes darted back and forth between the two, and his usual confident demeanor had given way to a subtle sense of vulnerability. He couldn't help but wonder what Potter and Susan Bones were discussing, and what it might mean for their already complicated relationship. Draco had always been acutely aware of the connection between Potter and himself, whether it had been as rivals, reluctant allies, or, in more recent times, but never as friends. But now, seeing Harry with someone like Susan Bones, a Ravenclaw he hardly knew, stirred a fear he couldn't quite articulate. Ultimately, Draco knew that Potter and Susan Bones were discussing him, likely recounting Susan's peculiar encounter with him in the corridor. Susan might have shared her inexplicable attraction to a necklace she had never seen before, followed by Draco's abrupt and uncharacteristic behavior towards her. Despite Draco's tendency to belittle Potter's intelligence, he couldn't deny that Potter was far from foolish. He suspected that Potter would discern the truth behind Draco's schemes, seeing through his cowardly plans with ease. Feeling overwhelmed by this realization, Draco felt a surge of panic grip him like a vice. Without a second thought, he bolted out of the Great Hall as if a wyvern were hot on his heels, desperate to escape the scrutiny and potential consequences of his actions. Draco's clenched fists and the tension in his jaw betrayed the turmoil he felt as he watched them. It was a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him, leaving him questioning if he had missed something crucial, if he had failed to grasp the shifting dynamics between himself and Potter. The fear gnawed at him, a sharp reminder of the uncertainty that accompanied growing up, of the harsh reality that the bonds he cherished could potentially fray and fade away. The look Potter had given him was etched in his mind, a silent acknowledgement that sent shivers down his spine and prompted him to flee. With shallow breaths and trembling legs, Draco rushed to the girls' lavatory, seeking solace amidst the turmoil raging inside him. As he leaned over the cold basin, the onslaught of emotions overwhelmed him, and memories flooded his mind like a torrent. He saw his mother, wounded and yet resilient, whispering words of encouragement through her pain. His aunt's hysterical laughter echoed in his ears, a chilling reminder of the madness that lurked within his family's circle. He relived moments of helplessness and despair, recalling the atrocities he had witnessed and the burdens he had borne. The weight of it all threatened to crush him as he stood there, grappling with his demons in the dimly lit bathroom. With a desperate gasp, Draco tore off his sweater, feeling suffocated by the suffocating grip of his emotions. His sobs echoed off the walls, mingling with the faint sound of moaning Myrtle's voice as she floated near him, offering her ghostly presence in his time of need. "I cannot do it," he choked out, his voice trembling with anguish. Moaning Myrtle's response was simple yet poignant, her words hanging heavy in the air. "Ask for help?" A bitter laugh escaped Draco's lips, a hollow sound filled with bitterness and self-doubt. Who would help him, indeed? The thought lingered in his mind, a haunting reminder of his perceived isolation and the weight of his burdens. Before he could voice his despair, Moaning Myrtle faded away, leaving him alone with his thoughts and the harsh reality of his situation. As he turned, his gaze met Potter's, the intensity of those green eyes bearing down on him like a weighty judgment. Draco felt exposed, vulnerable, as if Potter could see through the facade he had meticulously constructed. The sight of Potter, with the potions textbook still clutched in his hand, served as a stark reminder of the tangled web of secrets and lies that bound them together. "I know what you did, Malfoy," Harry's voice cut through the air like a blade, his gaze piercing as it landed on the dark mark etched on Draco's skin. It was as if Harry could see right through him, straight to the heart of the darkness that lurked within. In that moment, Draco felt exposed, laid bare before his greatest adversary. Harry Potter saw him for what he truly was, a monster, a coward who would resort to any means to achieve his ends. Driven by desperation and a need to prove himself, Draco lashed out with his wand, casting a hex with the same cruelty his Aunt Bellatrix often showed him. He wanted Potter to see him as one of them, to acknowledge the darkness that simmered beneath his facade of privilege and arrogance. But Potter was quick, his reflexes honed by years of facing danger head-on. With a swift motion, he countered Draco's attack, unleashing a non-verbal spell that shattered the mirrors lining the bathroom walls. Draco found himself thrown to the ground, the impact jarring him as shards of glass rained down around him. As he scrambled to his feet, Draco fired off another hex, aiming for Potter's shadow in a desperate attempt to gain the upper hand. The taps exploded, sending water cascading onto the already slick floor. But Potter was relentless, emerging from the stalls with a determined look in his eyes. Draco's heart pounded in his chest as he faced off against his nemesis, his mind racing with thoughts of his mother's safety and the plan he had set in motion. But before he could utter a word, Potter struck, his incantation cutting through the air with deadly precision. Sectumsempra. Draco's world shattered as the curse tore through him, ripping into his flesh with searing agony. His body convulsed, his screams echoing off the tiled walls of the bathroom, drowned out only by the sound of Moaning Myrtle's piercing wails. Blood gushed from the deep gashes on his face and chest, mingling with the water pooling beneath him, dirtying the water like he dirties everything else. A grotesque tableau of his impending demise. In that moment of excruciating pain, Draco's thoughts raced, his mind a tumult of regret and despair. He had failed to protect his loved ones, failed to shield them from the horrors of the war. And now, as he lay dying on the cold bathroom floor, a part of him welcomed the sweet release of death. For what was a life stained with cowardice and betrayal but a mockery of existence? But amidst the agony, Draco felt a surge of confusion and disbelief. Potter, the one he had come to see as his nemesis, knelt beside him, his face contorted in anguish as he watched. Draco bleed out. Potter comes crawling after him, his face pale like a ghost. The potions textbook lay abandoned in the corner. He could hear Potter's haggard breaths beside him, his vision widening as he feels Potter fisting his shirt. It was a sight Draco couldn't comprehend, couldn't reconcile with the image of the hero who had stood against the darkness time and time again. Even as his vision blurred and darkness threatened to engulf him, Draco couldn't fathom why Potter would mourn him, why he would feel any remorse for the demise of a mere Death Eater. In his final moments, Draco wanted nothing more than for Potter to see him as he truly was, a coward, a traitor, a monster. But as the world faded into oblivion, Draco's last thought was not of himself, but of the hero who wept for him. For in the end, it was Potter's tears that washed away the stain of Draco's sins, offering a glimmer of redemption in the darkness of his demise. How could he be so foolish to die before protecting his mother? Yet, he wants to tell Potter, it's okay. Potter knows he is a monster. Gasping does Draco come back into consciousness. His chest aches with every breath he greedily takes. As his sight swims back, he realizes he is alive. A pity. He takes in the white ceiling. The white comforter. the itchiness of the hospital robes. He's survived, he can still save his mother. Draco, Severus Snape's voice was strained as he watched over his godson, his gaze piercing through the haze of pain and exhaustion. The dark circles under his eyes spoke volumes of the worry and fatigue he carried. I took care of those scars on your face, you vain boy, Severus continued, his voice betraying a hint of relief as he inspected Draco's injuries, a stark contrast to his usual stoicism. His midnight eyes softened as they met Draco's bleary gaze. Your friends were adamant to see you. They will come in the morning, Severus informed him, rising from the chair by Draco's bedside. But before he could leave, Draco's voice cut through the air, weakened but resolute. Uncle Sev, Draco's voice trembled, the words carrying a weight of emotions long suppressed. It was a name he hadn't used since childhood, a name that spoke of the bond they shared beyond mere mentorship. He has not called his godfather, Uncle Sev, since he was 7. At 7 years old, Draco came to the conclusion he would become a potions master. His godfather would be his mentor. Thus, it were only appropriate to call him Professor Snape. Severus froze, his heart lurching at the unexpected endearment. Memories of Draco as a child flooded his mind, memories of laughter and innocence that felt like a lifetime ago. I love you. Draco's declaration hung in the air, a raw and vulnerable admission that left Severus speechless, his heart heavy with the weight of it all. In that moment, Severus felt a surge of protectiveness, a fierce determination to shield Draco from the darkness closing in around them. Without a word, he swept out of the medical wing. Before he grabbed the boy and shake him, Severus swept out the wing, stalking to his office because he did not know if he could save him. His mind racing with the daunting task ahead. For he knew now, more than ever, that he couldn't let Draco slip away. Not when there was still hope to be found, not when there was still love to be shared. Chapter End Notes A.N. If the story does not mention particular things, it means everything else outside of Draco is happening the same. Like Harry is still obsessed with Draco. Hermione, Harry and Ron all saw him at Borgin and Burke's. Everything you read is being funneled by Draco. If you can't understand something, it is because he doesn't know or can't understand. Also, he doesn't know what is happening outside himself. By the way, the next chapter is really long. I hope you enjoy. Rewritten. Chapter 4 Family Line Conan Gray Chapter Notes. A.N. It is a short one. I am going to be updating the tags soon. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Rewritten. Chapter 4 Family Line Conan Gray. As Draco emerged from the hospital wing, he found himself encircled by his friends, a protective barrier against the judgmental gazes and whispered rumors that followed in the wake of his recent ordeal. Theo's presence beside him in the library was a shield against the prying eyes and hushed whispers that threatened to undermine his fragile sense of self. Pansy's unwavering grip on his arm served as a silent declaration of her fierce loyalty, a defiant stance against those who dared to cast judgment. Her grip unrelenting when they crossed paths with any member of the Golden Trio. Blaze's watchful gaze scanned their surroundings with a vigilance born of loyalty, a silent guardian determined to shield Draco from any potential threats or harm. And Vince and Greg, ever faithful, remained steadfast in their support, a constant reminder that Draco was not alone in his struggle to navigate the complexities of his past. Despite their best efforts to shield him from the harsh realities of their world, Draco couldn't shake the nagging doubt that lingered in the depths of his soul. How could he accept their kindness when he knew the truth of his own darkness, when he was nothing more than a pawn in a game of power and control? As grateful as he was for their unwavering support, he couldn't help but wonder if he truly deserved their friendship in the face of his own sins. But Draco could ease their pain. The vanishing cabinet hummed with newfound life, a testament to Draco's meticulous planning and unwavering determination. He had tested its capabilities with various objects, each returning with evidence of its successful functionality. A half-eaten apple from Vincent. A bird once full of life returning lifeless. A grim reminder of the monsters his family chose to associate with. Clutching onto the cabinet, Draco reassured himself that everything was proceeding according to plan. He had taken precautions, utilizing Pansy's warding gizmo to prevent any unwanted interference from his godfather. With Dobby's eager assistance, the house elf had been tasked with setting off the cabinet, a crucial step in ensuring Harry Potter's safety. Meanwhile, Mipsy, his mother's devoted elf, stood ready to whisk her away to safety at a moment's notice. As the potion simmered with untold potential, Draco contemplated its fate within the confines of the vanishing cabinet. Its success remained uncertain, but he refused to let doubt cloud his resolve. Everything was falling into place, each piece of the puzzle aligning perfectly to bring his plan to fruition. With unwavering determination, Draco resolved to take his final steps forward. He would seek out Dumbledore, prepared to divulge the truth of his impending demise. It was a risky gambit, but one he was willing to take for the greater good, or so he told himself as he ventured closer to the inevitable confrontation that awaited him. Draco's plan was a precarious web of calculated risks and desperate measures, each element meticulously crafted to achieve a singular goal: the protection of Hogwarts and its inhabitants from the impending threat of the Death Eaters. First and foremost, Draco intended to feign compliance with the Dark Lord's demands, ensuring that he appeared loyal and committed to their cause. He would present the Vanishing Cabinet as fully operational, a crucial tool in the Death Eater's arsenal for infiltrating Hogwarts. In reality, however, Draco had rigged the cabinet with the destructive force of Fiendfire Potion, a volatile substance that would spell doom for any who dared to utilize it. On the appointed day of the invasion, Draco would set his plan into motion with unwavering determination. Utilizing Pansy's warding gizmo, he would ensure that Severus Snape, his conflicted godfather, remained confined to his office, unable to intervene or thwart Draco's intentions. With meticulous precision, Draco would then deploy the Fiendfire Potion into the Vanishing Cabinet, entrusting its destructive power to annihilate both the cabinet within Hogwarts and its counterpart in Borgin and Berks. The resulting implosion would effectively sever the Death Eaters' access to Hogwarts, thwarting their plans and safeguarding the castle and its inhabitants. Simultaneously, Draco would take decisive action to warn Dumbledore of the impending threat, ensuring that the headmaster was prepared to face the Dark Lord's forces head-on. It was a risky gambit, but Draco knew that the stakes could not be higher, and he was willing to risk everything to protect those he held dear. As the pieces of his plan fell into place, Draco would rely on the unwavering loyalty of Mipsy, his mother's faithful house elf, to spirit her away to safety, far from the clutches of his tyrannical father. Meanwhile, Dobby, driven by his boundless affection for Harry Potter, would serve as a diversion, drawing Potter's attention away from the unfolding chaos and allowing Draco's plan to proceed without interference. In the face of overwhelming odds and insurmountable challenges, Draco's resolve remained unyielding. He knew that the fate of Hogwarts and all who called it home rested in his hands. And he was determined to do whatever it took to ensure their survival, even if it meant sacrificing everything he held dear. The day began like any other, with the subdued murmur of conversation and the clatter of dishes filling the great hall during breakfast. But for Draco Malfoy, the morning brought with it a foreboding sense of urgency, a harbinger of the impending storm that loomed on the horizon. As he sat at the Slytherin table, idly pushing his food around his plate, Draco's mind was consumed by the weight of the letter he had received earlier that morning. It bore the mark of the Dark Lord, a chilling reminder of the perilous path he treaded, and contained a dire message that sent shivers down his spine. The Dark Lord intended to make his move today. The revelation sent a ripple of unease through Draco's being, his thoughts racing as he contemplated the implications of the impending confrontation. He knew that Death Eaters were already gathering at Borgin and Berks, poised to unleash chaos upon the wizarding world at the Dark Lord's command. With a heavy heart and a sense of grim determination, Draco realized that the time for action had come. The fate of Hogwarts and all who dwelled within its hallowed halls hung in the balance, and he alone stood as their last line of defense against the encroaching darkness. As he rose from the table, his mind ablaze with fervent resolve, Draco knew that the hours ahead would test him in ways he could scarcely imagine. But with the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders, he steeled himself for the challenges that lay ahead, ready to confront the looming threat with unwavering courage and unwavering determination. The potion, a volatile concoction of fiendfire, thrummed with an ominous energy as Draco levitated the unstable cauldron, his hands trembling with apprehension. With a quick glance around the dimly lit room, he swiftly shut the door, the muffled sounds of the potion bubbling to life sending a shiver down his spine. The vanishing cabinet stood silent and ominous in the corner, its dark wood gleaming faintly in the dim light. He had sent word to both house elves Dobby and Mipsy. Mipsy would have already spirited his mother away to safety, Draco reminded himself, his heart heavy with the weight of their precarious situation. With a silent prayer for her safety, he hurried out of the room, his steps quick and purposeful as he made his way through the labyrinthine corridors of Malfoy Manor. As he ascended the stairs toward the astronomy tower, Draco's mind raced with a flurry of thoughts and fears. The potion's fate within the vanishing cabinet remained uncertain, a nagging uncertainty that gnawed at his conscience. Yet, despite the doubts that lingered in his mind, he knew that time was of the essence. With each step, Draco felt the weight of his impending sacrifice pressing down upon him, a heavy burden that threatened to overwhelm him. But as he reached the threshold of the astronomy tower, his resolve remained unshaken, his determination unwavering in the face of adversity. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Draco pushed open the door to the tower, the cool night air swirling around him as he stepped onto the stone balcony. In the distance, Hogwarts loomed on the horizon, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. With a sense of grim determination, Draco steeled himself for the task ahead, his mind clear and focused as he prepared to confront the challenges that lay in wait. For in that moment, as he gazed out at the sprawling grounds of the school he once called home, Draco knew that his actions would shape the course of history, and that the fate of Hogwarts rested squarely on his shoulders. Albus Dumbledore stood before him, framed by the grandeur of the towering window behind him. Draco's gaze narrowed as he regarded the legendary wizard before him. He had never harbored any fondness for Dumbledore. The man's favoritism toward Gryffindors and his seemingly impenetrable facade of strength had always irked Draco. In Draco's eyes, Dumbledore was merely a master manipulator, adept at playing the role of the wise and powerful wizard while concealing his true intentions. Despite his lofty reputation, Draco couldn't shake the nagging doubts that lingered in his mind. If Dumbledore truly possessed the strength he claimed, why had he failed to vanquish the Dark Lord? Why had the wizarding world been plunged into chaos once again? As Draco stood face to face with the formidable headmaster, he couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment toward the man. Dumbledore's lofty ideals and grandiose speeches held no sway over Draco. In his eyes, the headmaster was nothing more than a coward hiding behind a facade of righteousness. But despite his disdain for Dumbledore, Draco knew that he was no match for the headmaster's cunning intellect and formidable magical prowess. In that moment, as he stood before Dumbledore, Draco couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear creeping into his heart. A coward, he realized, would never make a worthy adversary, let alone a killer. Yet, as Draco stood there, it felt as though someone else had taken control of his body, guiding his actions and dictating his words. Despite his inner turmoil and his reservations about Dumbledore, he found himself speaking, his words flowing forth almost involuntarily. "I have to do this," Draco spat out, his voice edged with bitterness and frustration. He loathed the way Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as if he held all the answers, as if he could see right through Draco's facade. If the old wizard truly knew everything, then he should have seen Draco for what he truly was, a monster. Draco had been tainted since his first year at Hogwarts, and Dumbledore should have recognized the danger he posed. He should have taken decisive action, perhaps even struck Draco down with the killing curse the moment he set foot on platform 9 3/4. Draco raised his wand, his mind struggling to grasp the details of the plan amidst the chaotic whirl of conflicting memories. Scenes flickered in his mind's eye, shifting between the present moment atop the astronomy tower with Dumbledore and their past encounters in the headmaster's office. He could almost taste the sherbet Dumbledore had offered him during their office meetings, the sweetness of it lingering in his mouth. Those damn twinkling, all-seeing eyes of Dumbledore as the old wizard stole a sherbet savoring it for himself. But Draco couldn't reconcile these fragmented memories with his current reality. As he stood before Dumbledore, wand trembling in his grip, Draco realized with a sinking feeling that he couldn't recall ever being in Dumbledore's office. The uncertainty gnawed at him, casting doubt upon the very foundation of his plan. "You're not a killer," Dumbledore began, his voice calm yet firm. "Hogwarts can help you. We help those in need, Draco. You don't have to bear this burden alone." It felt like Dumbledore's words ignited a script in Draco's mind, yet he felt utterly lost. His vision blurred, alternating between the image of Dumbledore leaning back in his chair in his office, a glint of merriment in his dark blue eyes, and the present moment where Dumbledore stood before him, his gaze piercing yet gentle. "I could help you, Mr. Malfoy, but you would need to help me, too." Dumbledore's voice echoed in Draco's memory, the words swirling in his mind like a whirlpool. Draco's gray eyes locked onto Dumbledore's twinkling gaze, his mind desperately trying to grasp onto the next words he needed to say, the warning he had planned. But the words that emerged from his mouth were not what he intended. "No," Draco choked out, feeling the bile rising in his throat. "You've never helped. I have to do this for my mother. They'll kill her. Those monsters will kill my mum." His voice cracked with desperation, the weight of his fear and desperation palpable in the air. "I need to. I know what you promised Uncle Severus." I went through his brain. "Expelliarmus. I'm a coward. If I were stronger, I could kill you. I plan to let someone else do it. But I'm a coward. I can't." Draco never intended to disarm Dumbledore. It wasn't part of the plan. But he felt like he wasn't in control. His words, his actions, were beyond his command. He felt like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings, helpless to resist. Draco's mind swirled, memories colliding as he recalled clasping his pale hands together in the uncomfortable chair in Dumbledore's office. "If I can save my mother, my godfather, and my friends." His voice trailed off, the weight of his words bearing down on him, making him feel small and insignificant. "I would do anything." As the words left his lips, he realized their truth resonated within him more deeply than any other words he had ever spoken. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes regarded him with a vague thrill. "I understand, Mr. Malfoy," he said softly. Draco's vision cleared, snapping back to the present moment atop the astronomy tower, with Dumbledore standing before him. Draco's mind was a whirlpool, his thoughts and surroundings merging into a disorienting blur. The pounding of his heart drowned out all other sounds, filling his ears with a deafening thrum. Suddenly, a sickly green light streaked past his ear, and Draco's breath caught in his throat. Gasping for air, he lowered his wand, his eyes fixed on Dumbledore, who smiled at him with twinkling blue eyes that widened in mirth. In a panic, Draco surged forward, but it was too late. With a horrifying realization, he watched Dumbledore teeter over the edge of the tower, his smile still fixed in place. Draco clutched his wand to his chest, frozen in shock. Amidst the chaos, the sound of mad cackling pierced the air, echoing in Draco's ears as he stood on the precipice of despair. Draco's world shattered as his aunt's words tore through him like jagged shards of glass. The air around him thickened with the suffocating weight of betrayal and despair. His plan, meticulously crafted to save those he loved, crumbled into irreparable pieces before his eyes. "A wonderful speech," Bellatrix's voice cut through the chaos, dripping with madness and malice. "What is that sissy calls you, oh, my little dragon?" Draco's heart pounded in his chest as he turned to face her, his mind reeling in disbelief. She wasn't alone. More figures lurked in the shadows, their faces twisted with sinister glee. With a surge of panic, Draco fled, his footsteps echoing like thunder in the empty corridors. But there was no escape from the nightmare unfolding around him. In the great hall, he was met with the chilling sight of his aunt advancing towards him, her manic laughter reverberating off the walls. "Look at you, Draco." Her voice was a shrill symphony of madness, sending shivers down his spine. His trembling hands fumbled for his wand, but his aunt's presence loomed over him like a specter of doom. "An accomplished murderer, I guess. I taught you well, my boy." An icy dread gripped Draco's heart as Bellatrix taunted him with her twisted words, her wand poised like a talon ready to strike. He tried to summon his courage, to defy her with every fiber of his being, but he felt like a mere puppet in her hands. "You're dead," he managed to choke out, his voice barely above a whisper, but Bellatrix only laughed, the sound piercing through the air like a death knell. "No, my dear boy," she taunted, her laughter echoing in the enchanted chandeliers above. We knew exactly what you are. A coward." With a malicious grin, she unleashed a hex that sent Draco crashing into the Ravenclaw table, the impact reverberating through his bones as his world crumbled around him. Gracefully, like a ballerina ascending the table. Screeching did she kick the plate off. Draco's body felt like lead, weighed down by the suffocating dread that enveloped him. He watched in horrified silence as his aunt's manic laughter filled the air, her voice a twisted melody of madness and cruelty. With each kick of the table and flick of her wand, the world around him descended further into chaos. "Dumbledore is dead," she sang, her words slicing through the eerie silence like a blade. The rain hammered against the windows, a relentless percussion to the macabre scene unfolding before him. With a sinister flourish, she shattered the glass, the shards scattering like stars in the night sky. Draco's heart pounded in his chest, his breaths shallow and ragged as he stared into the abyss of his aunt's madness. Her wand raised, she uttered the beginnings of the unforgivable curse, the syllables dripping with malice and anticipation. In that moment, Draco knew what awaited him, the excruciating agony of the Cruciatus curse, a torment he had endured countless times before at the hands of his sadistic aunt. Memories of past suffering flooded his mind, the echoes of her twisted affection ringing in his ears. Draco could feel the dread pooling in the pit of his stomach as he anticipated the tortuous fate his Aunt Bellatrix so relished. Memories of past torment flooded his mind, each recollection a fresh wound reopening in his psyche. He remembered the countless times he had writhed on the cold stone floor, his body convulsing in agony as Bellatrix stood over him, her eyes alight with sadistic glee. She would slither towards him like a serpent, her voice dripping with malice as she whispered, "This will make you stronger, my dear nephew." Draco could still feel the weight of her touch, the sensation of his hair being tucked behind his ears as he lay broken and vulnerable before her. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he endured the searing pain, his cries of anguish falling on deaf ears. But it was her laughter that haunted him the most, the cruel, mocking sound that echoed in the depths of his mind long after the torment had ceased. It was a laughter that pierced his soul, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within his own family. As he braced himself for the onslaught of agony, Draco knew that he would never escape the clutches of his aunt's cruelty. It was a fate he had resigned himself to long ago, a grim reality that now loomed before him with terrifying clarity. But this time would be different. There would be no reprieve, no end to the torment until his very essence was extinguished. He would be consumed by her laughter, swallowed whole by the darkness that lurked within her soul. As the first tendrils of pain seared through him, Draco braced himself for the onslaught, his world narrowing to a singular point of agony and despair. In that moment, as he faced the abyss, he knew that he would never escape the clutches of his aunt's cruelty. Expelliarmus. Harry Potter's voice cut through the tension like a beacon of light in the darkness, his spell casting a brilliant burst of energy. The Talon Wand, symbol of Bellatrix's twisted power, clattered across the room, its malevolent aura shattered by the force of Harry's magic. A wave of relief swept through the great hall, mingling with the echoes of terrified screams that reverberated through the stunned student body. It was as if a heavy weight had been lifted, leaving behind a palpable sense of liberation and hope. Draco watched in astonishment as Harry stood before him, his stance resolute and determined. In that moment, he saw not just his rival, but a beacon of courage and strength, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was still light to be found. Master Malfoy. Mipsy's urgent voice pierced through the chaos, her large beady eyes filled with fear as she grabbed Draco's shoulder, pulling him to his unsteady feet. Draco stared at her, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. "We need to go," Mipsy cried, her voice trembling with urgency. Draco felt a knot of unease tighten in his stomach. "Go where?" he asked, confusion clouding his thoughts. "To Borgin and Burke's," Draco suddenly insisted, her eyes wide with alarm. She looked as though she wanted to protest further, but Draco's urgent plea silenced her. "Now," he cried, his voice tinged with desperation. Leaving behind the haunting echoes of Bellatrix Lestrange's laughter and the surreal sight of Harry Potter standing amidst the tumult, bathed in the flickering light of lightning, Draco followed Mipsy into the stormy night, his heart heavy with uncertainty and dread. With Mipsy's firm grip on his arm, Draco felt the disorienting pull of apparition wrenching at his very being. Suddenly, they were standing in front of Borgin and Burke's, the chaos unfolding before them like a nightmare come to life. Draco's eyes widened in horrified amazement as he watched the windows of the shop shatter, sending glass raining down around them. The frenzied screams of unseen creatures filled the air, blending with the crackling of flames as the shop became engulfed in fire. Before he could react, Draco was knocked to the ground by the force of the explosion, sharp fragments of glass biting into his skin. He lay there, dazed and confused, trying to make sense of the madness unfolding before him. In the midst of the inferno, a beast made of flame seemed to materialize, prowling menacingly as it devoured everything in its path. Draco watched in horror, his heart pounding in his chest, as the creature surged forward before recoiling, as if acknowledging its creator. Draco's mind reeled with confusion and fear. The carefully laid plan was crumbling before his eyes, leaving behind only fragmented memories of his encounter with Dumbledore, lost in the chaos of the unfolding disaster. Draco barely registered small hands grabbing him. Master Draco needs to save Lady Malfoy. Draco's senses were overwhelmed as Mipsy whisked them away to safety. As he landed on the cold, hard ground, he felt a wave of despair wash over him, drowning out the chaos around him. The whispers of death seemed to echo in his ears, a haunting reminder of the tragedy unfolding before him. With a sense of numb disbelief, Draco watched as his mother lay abandoned on the floor, her once elegant form now crumpled and broken. Her white, black hair spilled around her like a halo, a stark contrast to the darkness that surrounded them. Crawling towards her, Draco cradled her head in his lap, his heart heavy with the weight of guilt and despair. In that moment, he wondered if he could save her, but as he looked down at her fragile form, a chilling realization washed over him. He was a murderer, tainted by the same darkness that had consumed those around him. Would his mother see him now as the monster he truly was? "Why do you disappoint me?" Lucius Malfoy's voice cut through the chaos, his presence casting a dark shadow over Draco and his mother. With a menacing sneer, he removed his mask, revealing a face twisted with contempt as he looked down upon them. Draco's heart pounded in his chest, tears welling in his eyes as he tried to shield his mother from his father's wrath. What did you do?" he stammered, his voice trembling with fear and desperation as he attempted to brush strands of hair away from his mother's face. His father's laughter was like nails on a chalkboard, mocking and cruel. What?" Lucius taunted, his laughter echoing in the air. "I thought I beat that out of you as a boy." Draco's resolve hardened as he stood between his father and his mother, his wand trembling in his hand as he cast a stinging hex in defense. He was determined to protect her, to shield her from the violence that threatened to consume them both. For all the times she had protected him, he couldn't bear the thought of losing her. But his father's fury was relentless, each hex casting a shadow over Draco's feeble attempts to shield them. As his protective spells crumbled under the force of Lucius's onslaught, Draco's heart sank. He had to protect his mother at all costs. Narcissa Malfoy. She was his mother, the woman who had filled his childhood with warmth and love. Memories flooded his mind, of Sunday mornings spent baking together, of planting narcissus in the garden, of her soothing lullabies as she cradled him in her arms. In her embrace, Draco had always felt safe, but now, as danger closed in around them, he knew he had to be her protector. With a surge of determination, Draco pushed himself forward, away from his mother, drawing his father's attention fully onto himself. The force of Lucius's hexes crashed against Draco's weakening shield charm, but he refused to yield. Every fiber of his being was focused on protecting his mother, even if it meant sacrificing himself in the process. Outside, he could hear the rumbling of approaching figures, the sound of hurried footsteps and urgent voices. Help was coming. They would save his mother. She would be free from this nightmare. Summoning every last ounce of strength, Draco held his ground, deflecting his father's curses with sheer willpower. He dared not glance back at his mother, for fear of losing focus. All that mattered was keeping her safe, ensuring that she would emerge from this ordeal unharmed. As the sounds of commotion grew louder, Draco's resolve hardened. He would hold on until help arrived, no matter the cost. His mother's safety was paramount, and he would do whatever it took to ensure her freedom. As Draco met the green eyes of Harry Potter, relief flooded through him like a tidal wave. Help had arrived, and they were saved. Tears blurred his vision as he struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the moment. His shield shattered under the relentless assault of his father's curses, but Draco paid it no mind. In that fleeting moment, all that mattered was the assurance of his mother's safety. The deranged gleam in his father's eyes as he threw his arm back. The flashes of green rifling out his wand. Green like Harry Potter's eyes. With a heart heavy with gratitude and exhaustion, Draco opened his arms wide, a silent offering of reconciliation to his father. His mother would be free from the clutches of darkness, and that was all that truly mattered in the end. As Draco lay sprawled on the cold, unforgiving ground, he felt a fleeting sensation of warmth enveloping him. For a moment, he thought he could hear his mother's voice, her gentle whisper soothing his tormented soul. Then, he felt her presence, her smooth hands pressing against his side, her soft hair brushing against his face. In that fleeting moment, he was transported back to a time when her touch brought him solace, when her embrace made him feel safe and loved. But the illusion shattered as he watched in horror. His mother, Narcissa Malfoy, was being dragged away by vindictive hands, her form disappearing into the ominous archway. The chilling whispers of death echoed around them, drowning out Draco's cries of anguish. And then, in a cruel twist of fate, the killing curse struck, pushing her back into the abyss of darkness, forever separating mother and son. No. The word escaped Draco's lips in a broken murmur, followed by a primal scream of anguish as he sprinted towards the ominous archway. He could feel the chilling whispers of death, the mocking chuckles of darkness, but he was beyond caring. All he could think about was reaching his mother, rescuing her from the clutches of the abyss. As he approached, a hand grabbed his own, pulling him back with a force that sent searing pain coursing through his body. Ignoring the agony, he fought against the unseen force, tears streaming down his face as he desperately tried to break free. He saw the gray eyes of his father collapsing on the ground, a sight so similar to his own yet profoundly wrong. Then, amidst the chaos, Draco's gaze fell upon the man with the curly black ringlets, his face a portrait of astonishment. With a surge of determination, Draco shot up, his mother still trapped within the darkness. Possessed by a singular purpose, he charged forward once more, tears blurring his vision as he fought against the invisible barriers that stood between him and his mother. A shadowy skeleton finger extended from the depths of the arch, mocking laughter echoing through the air as it reached for Draco's left arm. With a cruel twist of fate, it seized hold of him, its bony digits slicing into his flesh right where the dark mark lay dormant. A life for life, it sang in a sinister tone, the words like venomous serpents coiling around Draco's mind. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain as the finger tore open the cursed mark, unleashing torrents of dark magic that pulsed and bled from his wound. No. Draco's voice cracked with desperation as he struggled against the restraining strong arms that held him back by grabbing his waist. His pleas echoed in the hollow chamber, reverberating off the stone walls as he fought against the inevitable. Take mine. Take mine. His voice thundered with anguish, his muscles straining against the unyielding grip that bound him. With every ounce of strength he possessed, he tried to break free, to offer himself in exchange for his mother's life. But his efforts were futile. As he collapsed to the ground, his knees buckling beneath him, Draco clung desperately to the strong shoulders that restrained him. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the blood that stained his skin, as he looked into the eyes of the one who held him captive. In that moment of despair, he realized the cruel truth. He would never again experience the warmth of his mother's embrace, never share in the simple joys of everyday life with her. The realization struck him like a physical blow, driving him to sob uncontrollably until darkness enveloped him, granting him temporary respite from his unbearable grief. Chapter End Notes A.N. Uploaded the rewritten version. And how did I manage to write the entire chapter and forget to add in what Draco's plan is? I am so sorry. Draco, bless his heart, had a plan. The author is an idiot who didn't write it in. Slowly, but surely I am going to correct everything. To be honest, I am trying to do it as quickly as possible. Rewritten. Chapter 5 J'étais l'esserai de mots Patrick Watson. Chapter notes: if the story does not say any different, then everything is happening the same as they did in Harry Potter. There is a time difference between the last chapter and this one is quite big. Death Eater's attacks are happening. People are living in fear. This is just a thank you for everyone giving this book a chance. Also, because I am literally sitting on chapter 9 longer than I wanted to be. More importantly, I would like to apologize to everyone in advance because the plan was to get through the before of 8th year by chapter 10. That plan has flew out the window. I still want to write the heavy dreary in 8th year because this is where I thought the story would start from. Sorry. There will be some dreary, but it will be unrequited. I will be updating chapter 5 tomorrow like planned. Thank you everyone. It really makes my day reading your comments. That was very long, wasn't it? See the end of the chapter for more notes rewritten. Chapter 5 J'étais l'esserai de mots Patrick Watson. The manor is quiet. His father away for business. The peacocks fluttering in the warm summer breeze. Draco had come skidding into his mother's office only wearing one sock. Whilst, Dobby ran after him with the other. Peering over her glasses, placing down the pieces of parchment, did Narcissa Malfoy regard her son. His hair wildly in disarray, the same color of his father's, but those bright gray eyes were hers. His blushing pink's cheeks making his beau ever so much cuter as he all but ran headfirst into her. Mummy. He called, wrapping his tiny arms around her waist. He is still in the early stage of etiquette, but Narcissa relished in her boy being so adorable. I read a book about Harry Potter. Narcissa tried not to roll her eyes at her son's obsession with one Harry Potter. Pulling him onto her lap, she is rewarded with a tirade of, "Did you know?" Doing her best to act like she is listening, she turns her attention back to her parchment before Draco's small hands gently touch her face. "Did you know? You're the best mummy in the world." His little arms going up to show her the world, laughing, did she nuzzle his nose with hers. "If you had to go away like father, I do not know what I would do." Narcissa giggling as her son shook his head as if her not being here shook his entire world. Then, let's hope that never happens. Draco blinked back into consciousness. The damp trails of tears on his cheeks, a stark reminder of the turmoil raging within him. As he raised trembling hands to his face, the weight of his sorrow pressed down upon him like a leaden blanket, threatening to suffocate him. He starts to claw at his face, blubbering as he sat up. It is all his fault. If he were not a coward. But before he could succumb to the overwhelming despair, a voice broke through the darkness, rushing towards him with urgency. Strong hands gently restrained his own, pulling them away from his anguished visage. "Hey, hey," the voice murmured, its tone laced with reassurance. "There's no need for that." Draco's gaze met the familiar gray eyes of the man before him, recognition dawning with a pang of sorrow. He knew this man all too well, his image etched into the pages of the Black family albums that Draco had pored over with his mother by the flickering firelight. As memories of happier times flooded his mind, Draco found himself at the age of 6, sinking to the floor beside his mother, their presence a comforting anchor in the storm of his emotions. He sat on the floor next to his mother near the fire as she went through it. Her voice like a young girl as she recounted her past. Her stare lingering slightly longer at Regulus and Sirius Black. The realization that his mother was gone sent a shiver through Draco's already trembling frame. The weight of her absence settled heavily upon him, casting a pall over his soul. No longer could he reach out and touch her, hear her voice, or feel her comforting embrace. All that remained were memories, fragile and fleeting, like whispers in the wind. And in the void left by her absence, Draco felt the crushing weight of loneliness descend upon him like a suffocating cloak. Draco's voice caught in his throat, choked with the bitterness of his own self-condemnation. Anger surged within him, fueled by the overwhelming sense of failure and inadequacy. "I should have died," he rasped, each word dripping with frustration and self-loathing. The realization of his own cowardice gnawed at him, twisting his insides with a potent mixture of anger and despair. He could not even sacrifice himself for his own mother. Sirius Black's heart ached as he witnessed the torment etched into Draco's young features. The defeat in those haunted gray eyes cut through Sirius like a knife, leaving him feeling utterly shattered. The conviction in Draco's words, the raw emotion pouring from his soul, was palpable, and Sirius knew that Draco meant every word he spoke. The sight of Draco, willing to sacrifice everything for his mother, tore at Sirius's heartstrings. The stories told by the Order, by Harry Potter and Remus Lupin, paled in comparison to Draco's anguish. He could see the young Malfoy boy, desperate to save his mother, clawing his way towards the veil of death. And yet, it was Draco who pulled Sirius back from the brink, saving his life at the cost of his own mother's. Haunted by the realization that it was not Draco who needed to sacrifice himself, but Sirius who felt he had robbed a child of their mother, Sirius was left grappling with an overwhelming sense of guilt and sorrow. Stammering, Sirius Black reached out, his voice heavy with emotion. "Malfoy." Draco winced at the sound of the name. "Draco. You can't think like that." Sirius Black could empathize with the involuntary wince that crossed Draco's face at the mention of Malfoy. It echoed Sirius's own reaction when his family disowned him, when the once honorable Black family name became tainted with anguish. It revealed the ugly truth that pureblood families kept hidden behind their shimmering facades. Once you knew the truth about names like Malfoy or Black, about the pain and suffering they concealed, you couldn't bear the burden of being addressed by those names. The bile rose in Draco's throat. Couldn't Sirius Black understand? His mother was dead because of him. Because Draco is a coward. "No, no," Draco muttering pained gasps. "Why are you here? To abandon me like you abandoned my mother." Sirius struggled with the conflicting emotions stirred by his family ties and his desire to break free from the darkness they represented. Despite knowing Narcissa as the innocent girl who once played alongside him in Regulus, he found it easier to distance himself from the Malfoys and their actions. Cheering when Draco faced consequences for his behavior at Hogwarts and laughing along when Harry recounted tales of Malfoy's misfortune helped Sirius maintain that distance. In doing so, he sought to shield himself from the pain and power that the black name held over him, unable to fully reconcile the familial connection with the person Draco, who Sirius thought he was. Sirius grappled with conflicting emotions whenever he looked into Draco's eyes. Gray eyes similar to his own, recognizing in them a depth of understanding born from their shared familial connection. Despite his efforts to distance himself from the black name, Sirius couldn't deny the possessive instinct that stirred within him at times. With Regulus gone and his mother out of the picture, Sirius felt a responsibility to protect the legacy of the Black family, even from those within it like Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange. And though he tried to keep Draco at arm's length, there was a part of him that couldn't help but feel a sense of obligation toward the last remaining member of his bloodline. Don't. Draco's voice was a strained whisper, cutting off Sirius before he could continue. He couldn't bear to hear more comforting words, not when they felt like hollow platitudes in the wake of his mother's death. The weight of generational expectations and family history pressed down on Draco like a heavy cloak. He couldn't escape the memories of his grandfather's disdainful remarks about his mother's choice in naming him, insinuating that she was clinging desperately to her old family rather than embracing her role as a Malfoy. Abraxas Malfoy wielded the family name like a weapon, using it to belittle Lucius and Narcissa's choices, even as he ordered wine from the cellars in the same breath. Lucius, in turn, would hurl these accusations back at Narcissa during their heated arguments, blaming her for any perceived failure in their son to live up to the Malfoy standards. He would accuse her of aligning Draco with the Black family solely to gain access to their wealth, echoing the sentiments of Sirius Black, who, despite being disowned, still held sway over the family name. Sirius still held considerable influence over the Black family legacy, and his words were treated as gospel by those who remained. In the midst of their heated exchanges, Lucius would hurl accusations at Narcissa, including the claim that even Sirius Black himself had accused her of scheming to align Draco with the Black family name to gain access to their fortune. This accusation, coming from a member of the prestigious Black family, carried considerable weight in their circles. It served as a cruel reminder of the power dynamics at play and the lengths to which some were willing to go to undermine Narcissa's integrity and position within the family. Draco bore witness to the heartbreaking unraveling of his mother's carefully constructed facade, a facade that concealed her inner turmoil and vulnerability. Behind closed doors, her tears flowed freely, a poignant testament to the relentless pressure and betrayals she endured in the name of family expectations. Yet amidst the turmoil, Narcissa found solace in a childhood fantasy, a belief in the symbolism of names and the inherent beauty of celestial bodies. She confided in Draco, sharing the tender origins of his name, rooted in the cherished memory of her own parents' belief that their children were precious gifts, akin to the stars that illuminated the night sky. Holding Draco in her arms for the first time, Narcissa saw him not as a means to an end or a pawn in a game of inheritance, but as a manifestation of enduring hope and love. Despite the accusations and scorn heaped upon her, Narcissa clung to this cherished belief, a beacon of light in the darkness of their familial discord. For her, Draco was more than a mere heir or a pawn in a political game. He was a symbol of the innocence and purity she desperately sought to protect amidst the chaos of their world. You abandoned her. You told her such foul things because of what? Because she chose to name me after the stars. Father hated her for it. Grandfather too. And why you had the gall to say it were to do with the inheritance. Why you abandoned your family. You turned your back on the House of Black. My mother she named me, my mother, she. Every breath Draco took he felt he stole. He stole it from his mother. He is an impostor who chose to live instead of dying. No, he could not. With his mother gone, Draco felt an urgent need to confront those who had accused her, who had caused her pain and humiliation. Abraxas Malfoy, his own father Lucius, and Sirius Black, all had contributed to the suffering she endured. Now, Draco saw himself as her messenger, tasked with delivering the weight of their actions and words. Surrounded by memories of his childhood with Narcissa, Sirius Black cradled Draco in his arms, trying to offer whatever comfort he could muster. He found himself in the room that once belonged to his younger brother, Regulus, a space now imbued with sorrow and regret. Sirius could vividly recall the days when Narcissa would rush up the stairs to his room, eager to play outside by the weeping willow tree. He could see her beaming smile at the Hogwarts platform, her eyes shining with excitement for the new school year. But alongside these memories came the painful recollection of his own harsh words to her, words that had wounded her deeply. Her pained expression when he told her, "You are like the rest of this cursed family." As he held Draco close, Sirius felt a profound sense of guilt for his past actions, for the pain he had caused his cousin's child. In this moment, he vowed to be a source of solace and support for Draco, to make amends for the hurt he had inflicted upon Narcissa and her family. Draco struggled to suppress his emotions in the presence of his enemy, Sirius Black. But despite his efforts, tears streamed down his cheeks, betraying his facade of strength. He felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability as he wept into Sirius' chest, unable to contain the grief that consumed him. Sirius, for his part, offered comfort in the only way he knew how. He gently stroked Draco's hair, a gesture reminiscent of the way he would console his younger brother, Regulus, in times of distress. The thought of Regulus, so long gone, caused a pang of sorrow to grip Sirius's heart, his breath catching in his throat at the memory. In this moment of shared anguish, the enmity between Draco and Sirius faded into the background, replaced by a mutual understanding of loss and pain. As they clung to each other, seeking solace in their shared sorrow, the barriers that had once divided them began to dissolve, if only for a fleeting moment. Draco's mind spun with confusion and desperation. He had attempted to save his mother, but the events had unfolded in a way he couldn't comprehend. Pushing away from Sirius Black, he struggled to articulate his bewildered thoughts. The vanishing cabinet. Borgin and Burks. How? Draco's voice trembled with urgency as he sought answers to the inexplicable gaps in his understanding. He needed to make sense of the chaos that had torn his world apart, to grasp the threads of reality slipping through his fingers. Sirius hesitated, aware of Draco's fragile state, unsure if he could handle the harsh truth. The boy had been unresponsive for months after the incident, and Sirius felt the weight of responsibility in his gaze. After a moment of critical consideration, Sirius finally spoke, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Voldemort has allied himself with dark creatures in the Forbidden Forest," he began, noticing Draco's visible discomfort at the mention of the Dark Lord's name. "They were questioning your loyalty. So, they sent some Death Eaters through the Vanishing Cabinet and others to the Forbidden Forest. Your father found your mother packing. And he..." His voice trailed off, unable to bring himself to utter the grim reality of what had transpired. "No, this were all his fault." Registering the words made him crumble. "But I. Draco could not manage the words. How could he tell them? He tried everything. He planned it all. He plotted. How could they have known? What did he do wrong?" As Draco crumbled under the weight of his guilt, unable to find the words to express his despair, Sirius Black pulled him close, offering what little solace he could in his arms. Sitting on the bed beside him, Sirius held Draco as he continued to sob uncontrollably, his hands clawing at his face in a futile attempt to erase the pain. Unable to bear witness to Draco's agony any longer, Sirius eventually laid him back onto the bed, his heart heavy with the knowledge of the boy's suffering. With a heavy heart, Sirius reluctantly left Regulus' old room, his guilt weighing heavily upon him. In the corridor, Remus Lupin stood silently, his sorrowful gaze following Sirius as he gently closed the door behind him. "What are we going to do, Moony? He thinks it's all his fault." Sirius sighs, leaning back against the door. "I don't even know how he did it. Pulling me out the veil." Reassuringly, Remus places a hand on his shoulder. "A life for life." Remus supplies, "When Narcissa, the veil let Draco pull one person out. Pouring his blood into the veil found you. Narcissa were hit with the killing curse. Bellatrix misamed with you. We can't pull Narcissa out." The explanation did not make Sirius feel better. He felt as if he had robbed a child of their mother. That broken shell of a boy he left in the room, entirely his own fault. No matter how many times someone reminded him there were nothing that could be done, he can't help the emotions gouging at him. No matter how happy he is to see Harry, he can't stop picturing Draco Malfoy trying to crawl his way into Vale. Death has marked him as their own, Sirius says. He remembers the boy's left arm, washing away the blood with Death Eater mark glaring up at them. It is clear the gap in the Death Eater marked the long pale talon-like scar stretching from his wrist to the edge of the break of his elbow. The boy did not kill Dumbledore. He had tried to protect Hogwarts. The shell of the boy only being left behind. Remus listened to Sirius's words, understanding the weight of the situation they found themselves in. He knew there were no easy answers, no way to undo the tragedy that had unfolded. As Sirius spoke of Draco's guilt and the mark upon him, Remus couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the young Malfoy. Draco's burden is a heavy one, Remus agreed softly, his gaze drifting to the closed door behind them. He's been marked by death, both figuratively and literally. And yet, he's just a boy, Sirius. A boy who's been thrust into a world of darkness and cruelty far beyond his years. Remus paused, his thoughts heavy with the weight of their conversation. We can only offer him support and understanding, Sirius. He needs to know that he's not alone, that there are people who care about him despite everything. Remus placed a comforting hand on Sirius's shoulder, his expression softening with empathy. Sirius, you can't blame yourself for surviving, he said gently, his voice filled with understanding. What happened to Narcissa was a tragedy, but you couldn't have known. You were trying to help Draco, just as you've always tried to do what's right. He paused, searching Sirius's eyes with compassion. Survivor's guilt is a natural reaction, but dwelling on it won't change what happened. What's important now is how we support Draco and each other through this difficult time. We can't undo the past, but we can be there for each other in the present. Harry is waiting downstairs. Remus tries to lighten the mood. As they descended the stairs, Sirius and Remus exchanged a silent acknowledgement, their shared worry palpable in the air. Casting a lingering glance at the closed bedroom door, they silently promised to return to Draco later. Stepping into the bustling dining room, the mood shifted, albeit slightly. Harry sat at the table, surrounded by friends and family. Sirius managed a faint smile as he joined them, his mind still heavy with thoughts of Draco and Narcissa. Remus followed suit, his presence a steady reassurance amidst the turmoil. For now, they would focus on the company they had and find solace in each other's presence. As they entered the dining room, Sirius's gaze fell upon Harry, his head bowed and his expression heavy with grief. Ginny Weasley stood beside him, a comforting presence as she tenderly stroked his back. The weight of loss hung heavily in the air, a stark reminder of the sacrifices made in the fight against darkness. Hedwig's absence was keenly felt, her absence a painful reminder to Harry Potter, the first gift he had received. Hedwig was the first ever companion Harry Potter ever had. Alastor Moody's death weighed heavily on Harry's shoulders, a testament to the perils of their mission. He couldn't shake the guilt of their sacrifice, knowing they had both died in an attempt to protect him. Amidst the somber atmosphere, whispers of concern circulated about Draco Malfoy's presence in Grimmauld Place, stirring unease among the members of the Order. Harry's mind was consumed by conflicting emotions, torn between grief and the pressing need to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Padfoot, Moony, Harry greeted warmly as he approached them, his presence a welcome distraction from the weight of grief that hung in the air. Sirius couldn't help but marvel at how much Harry had grown since he last saw him, a pang of sorrow tugging at his heart as he remembered the time spent beyond the veil. Harry stood tall, reminiscent of James in his youth, a sight that both comforted and saddened Sirius in equal measure. "How is Malfoy?" Harry's inquiry was earnest, his concern mirroring that of Lily's impassionate nature. "He's still quite shaken," Sirius murmured, his voice heavy with concern. "He comes around, then collapses in on himself." It had been Harry who had apparated Draco Malfoy to Grimmauld Place from the Department of Mysteries. Surprisingly, or perhaps not so surprisingly, Creature had been eagerly attentive to Draco Malfoy's needs, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. The portrait of Sirius's mother, who could only throw obscenities, now wailed about the welfare of Draco. Tonks curled into Remus's side, her presence offering a measure of comfort to the somber group. "We hope he'll get better soon," Remus added, his soothing voice aimed at easing the tension in Harry's shoulders. Harry remained silent, allowing the weight of reality to wash over him. Malfoy, Hermione Granger approached with Ron in tow, her expression grave. "Does he know?" "Yes, I told him," Sirius replied. "But I'm not sure he understands. He's quite volatile at the moment." As Sirius addressed the trio, he couldn't help but notice the weariness in their eyes, a weariness that belied their youthful appearance. Clearing his throat, Ron looked a little queasy as he spoke up. Zabini asked me to pass this on to Malfoy. He held out the folded parchment, his expression uneasy. He's Malfoy's friend. We ran a diagnostic spell, Granger added, offering further explanation. Sirius smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling with warmth as he accepted the parchment. I'll be sure to give this to Malfoy, Granger announced, her voice cutting through the room's quiet, drawing everyone's attention to Draco, who stood absent-mindedly on the stairs. Draco Malfoy's pale hair curled around his ears, a small lock hanging over his right eyebrow. His gray, absent eyes drifted over the room, his pale hands clutching the railing as if he might bolt at any slight movement. Bare feet made contact with the cherry wood floor as he gave them a terse nod, acknowledging their presence but remaining rooted to the stairs, unmoving. Malfoy, why don't you join us? Remus asked, his tone gentle as he approached the hesitant boy. Draco hesitated for a moment before slowly descending the stairs. Standing in the doorway, Draco felt like an intruder amidst the gathering of Weasleys and the Order. He clenched his hands together, trying to steady his racing thoughts. Uncertain of how to navigate the wary atmosphere, Draco knew he had to maintain a facade of strength. He couldn't afford to appear weak, especially in front of Harry Potter, his lifelong rival. He can't bring himself to look at Harry Potter. Knowing the way, he clung onto him. Even if Draco wanted Potter to win the war. Greetings, Professor Lupin, Draco managed, his voice strained as he acknowledged the werewolf. Remus offered a small smile. Oh, I'm not your professor anymore, Malfoy. Why not call me Remus? Suppressing a cringe, Draco settled for a more formal address. Mr. Lupin, he said. Did you mention a letter from Blaise Weasley? Draco inquired, redirecting the conversation to the matter at hand. Weasley took a moment to respond. Ah, yes. Here you go, he said, handing over the parchment. As Draco accepted the letter, he hoped they couldn't see the turmoil brewing beneath his composed exterior. He couldn't bear to let them witness his vulnerability any longer. May I be excused? Draco asked Sirius politely, his request a subtle plea for escape. Draco's voice quivered slightly as he addressed Sirius, his attempt at composure faltering. He desperately wanted to retreat, to escape the scrutiny of the room. Sirius nodded in understanding, recognizing the turmoil in Draco's demeanor. Of course, Draco, Sirius replied gently, his voice carrying a hint of sympathy. Oh, yeah, sure. You can go to the kitchens. Take all the time you need. With a silent nod of gratitude, Draco quickly turned and made his way out of the room, the weight of the letter from Blaise heavy in his hand. He needed solitude to process whatever news awaited him in that parchment, away from the prying eyes and judgmental gazes of those around him. With a nod, Draco made his way to the kitchens, the letter tightly clenched in his grasp. Draco entered the dimly lit kitchens, the flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows on the walls. The air was heavy with the scent of cooking food and the faint aroma of spices. He found a solitary chair tucked away in a corner, its wooden frame worn with age. Sinking into the seat, he felt the weight of the day's events pressing down on him. With trembling hands, he tore open the envelope, his heart pounding in his chest as he unfolded the letter within. Draco, are you out of your mind? Why the bloody hell didn't you tell me? You absolute fool. I could forgive keeping Pansy out of the loop, she's insufferable anyway. But me? I would have been there for you. Where are you now? No, don't tell me. Are you safe? Are you all right? I was completely in the dark about everything. I had to hold back Greg and Vince from charging into the Great Hall. Thank Merlin for Potter, he's good for something at least. I'm sorry to hear about your mother. I'm not going to pester you for answers right now. I just want you to know that I'm here for you. We're all here for you. Pansy, Theo, Greg, Vince, all of us. We're waiting for you. When it's safe, when you're safe, come back to us. Your true friend. Blaise crumpling the parchment in his hands, Draco sat alone in the dimly lit kitchens, his mind buzzing with newfound determination. His mother's sacrifice couldn't be in vain. He needed to witness the end of the war, to see those monstrous figures brought to justice. They were not gods, as they believed themselves to be. Voldemort's delusions of grandeur needed to be shattered, and Draco felt an urgent responsibility to be part of that reckoning. With a soft pop, the apparition of a ghastly, old house elf pulled Draco out of his stupor. A wrinkled face stared up at him in anticipation. Creature has gotten Master Draco his slippers, the elf announced dutifully, bowing as he presented a pair of black Oxfords. Stuffing the parchment into his pocket, Draco finally took stock of his disheveled appearance. He had greeted people in sleepwear. How could he have stooped so low? Creature, you say? Draco mused for a moment. If he were to fight a war, he needed to look the part. For whatever his father was, Draco was still a Malfoy. He would reclaim what was rightfully his. I need robes, creature. The house elf wrung his wrinkled hands in anticipation. Creature will be most honored. In less than a minute, the house elf popped away and returned with a neat pile of robes, topped with Draco's hawthorn wand. His mother's sacrifice could not be for nothing. With newfound purpose, Draco gently took his wand, having seen his mother do it a million times, and swapped his clothes. His sleepwear folded itself back into the arms of the mystified, overjoyed elf. Now dressed in a three-piece suit similar to the one he had at the manor, but instead of Malfoy silver, the buttons were black obsidian. The trimmings of his cloak were encrusted with obsidian and silver. Slipping into the black Oxfords, he left behind the boy whose world had shattered after losing his mother. Once this was all over, he could mourn her properly, ensure she had a proper burial in the field of Narcissus she carefully tended to. He would make sure she did not die in vain. Emerging from the kitchen, Draco saw the members of the order straighten, their narrowed eyes taking in the intruder who floated towards them. Fighting the urge to brush back his hair, Draco slipped on a cool facade, his head held high, his robes billowing in mere imitation of his godfather. He would be on the side that won the war. He would save his loved ones. We need to find them, my own. Harry Potter refuted whatever Hermione Granger had said before Draco entered. Ron Weasley noticed his presence first, rising from leaning against the doorway. His shift in stance alerted Harry, who looked at Draco over Hermione's bushy head before Hermione herself turned around. With carefully practiced politeness, Draco offered, the horcruxes. He knew about them. At first, it was mere speculation he shared with his mother after hearing firsthand about Voldemort's obsession with immortality, the way that monster perceived he would live forever. Draco recounted the time of the Philosopher's Stone in first year. He mentioned how the Chamber of Secrets opened in second year, and how the Death Eaters in their praises would comment that they were following the heir of Slytherin. At the time, he had been prattling, sitting on the floor near the bed, while his mother combed his hair. Once the word, horcruxes, left his mouth, his mother told him to leave it alone. For a while, he obeyed her warning. But then, in the Malfoy study, he came across an obsidian notebook. The second last page was missing, and all he knew was that it had belonged to R.B. His mother gasped, her gray eyes shining, as he presented it to her. In the dim light of Lumos, while guarding his mother, he would read. How do you know? Granger spat, her tone laced with suspicion, as if she were addressing an impostor. The room had stilled, everyone staring at Draco as if he were the Dark Lord himself. How do you know? Draco countered, his voice steady, his gaze unwavering. He wanted all the information they had. He needed to understand where his knowledge fit in with theirs, to assess his position before divulging any information. They might win the war, but Draco had people to protect. If he knew more, he was going to use it to his advantage. Ron Weasley rounded on him, his frustration evident. Don't be a brat, ferret. What do you know? We are at war, he said, his arms crossing over his chest. Smacking his lips together, Potter began. Dumbledore showed me the ring. I understand what happened, Malfoy, with your, but I don't exactly trust you with any more. Eyeing him, Draco fought the urge to laugh. Trust, Potter. I am not asking to be friends. But you did when we were 11, Potter said evenly, ignoring the pointed look from Remus Lupin. Sighing, Draco's tone turned serious. They killed my mother, Potter, he stated unequivocally, quelling the anxiety in the room. I'm not going to shake hands with those with my mother's blood. Obviously, the old fool would take the credit. Potter couldn't help himself. I saw you there when Dumbledore died, he said, causing Draco to clench his jaw, wondering if Potter had brought him here to kill him. Don't look tense, Malfoy. I know. So, are you going to tell us? Or go and rummage through wardrobes for new robes? Forcing himself not to rise to the bait, Draco unclenched his jaw. Regulus Black, he said, letting the name sink in for everyone, not waiting for Sirius Black to regain his composure from the stiffness that had taken hold of him. It was Regulus Black who discovered the horcruxes. No. He chose Voldemort, Sirius Black exclaimed disbelievingly, stalking in front of Draco and gripping his shoulders tightly. His eyes wide with betrayal, confusion, and regret, they searched Draco's own, hoping for some clarity amidst the tumult of emotions. He never chose. Draco's voice was slow and deliberate. He did what was expected of him. It was either you or him. And he chose to survive for you. Startling away from Draco as if he had burned him, Sirius muttered, "It's okay, Padfoot," as Remus Lupin tried to reassure him, his whiskey-colored eyes darting to Draco. "What the hell, Malfoy," Potter interjected, foregoing any semblance of sympathy for Draco. "Enough. Too much has happened today," Hermione interjected, her hands out in a gesture of placation. Groaning, Ron Weasley added, "Let's go to bed." Gray eyes locked onto those ablaze with emerald intensity. Draco spoke with a calm resolve, "Why would we? Have you forgotten that Bellatrix is a black? Grimmauld Place is somewhere I visited as a child. If I know of its existence, do you believe Bellatrix will not come with a horde of Death Eaters? Black has not even accepted ownership." He observed their astonished faces before turning to Sirius Black. "You need to change the wards. You cannot afford them coming." With a slow nod from Sirius Black, Draco began to move. "The wards?" Hermione Granger questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. "I don't understand." Clearing his throat, Sirius answered carefully, "Dumbledore took ownership of the wards when I was away." He stopped short of Draco and then continued, "Come on, you can be my second." Trailing behind Sirius Black down to Grimmauld cellar, Draco was not surprised to find Granger following them. He focused on the healthier version of Sirius Black before him. Despite falling through the veil, the man no longer looked stark and frightening like the deranged figure on the front of the Prophet. His face had returned to the aristocratic look depicted in the Black family photo albums. He was not all skin and bone, but rather had regained the aura physique he possessed before Azkaban. As they approached the cellar, they were stopped by Creature, and Sirius sighed at the sight of the elderly house elf. "Creature, not now," Sirius said, clearly exasperated as he attempted to move around the elf. "Creature must know what you are doing in the cellars," Creature insisted, moving in front of Sirius Black and fixing his big beady eyes on the last remaining Black from the main family. Interrupting Sirius, Draco stepped forward and addressed the house elf. "Black is going to reclaim the wards. I know you must be infuriated with how long he has left it. He understands his errors. The wards are going back to the noble and most ancient house of Black." Widening his bulbous eyes, Creature smiled longingly before finally popping away. "What do you think you're doing, Malfoy?" Granger's tone was clipped as she approached them. "You can't tell me you're guaranteeing Creature's enslavement." Rubbing his forehead between his forefinger and thumb, Draco tried to ease the headache forming. "You know, when people said you were supposed to be a Ravenclaw, I always thought it was poppycock." Spluttering, Granger demanded, "What are you talking about?" "You're intelligent, Granger, I'll give you that," Draco admitted. "But you lack intuition. Your brashness in your earnest way of trying to find answers without any tact is what makes you a Gryffindor." He took a moment to observe her red-faced state, akin to that of her cat, Crookshanks. "We are going to the core of the house. Black will reclaim the house as it is his right to do so. Creature does not understand the issues with his employment. This is natural to him, as magic is to us. Come along." Striding past Sirius Black, Draco felt the hum of magic in the air. It felt unnaturally similar to his mother's presence, and he hoped his shuddering wasn't noticeable as he drew near. He observed the dire state of the core, wondering if, as an act of rebellion, Creature had refused to clean it. Perhaps he would rather see Grimmauld Place fall into ruin than serve a master outside of his noble and most ancient house of Black. Draco tried not to linger at the sight of a dead rat. "Shall we?" He arched a perfect pale blonde brow at Sirius, who nodded. "Stay there," he commanded Granger, who looked like she wanted to argue but remained near the arch. Sirius Black drew blood with his wand, droplets falling onto the runes on the floor. The dust in the room rose as the runes greedily absorbed the blood. Closing his hands, Sirius looked to Draco, opening his mouth, presumably to guide him. Yet, Draco had already taken out his hand to slice open his finger. He watched as 2 drops of blood fell into the ruins. The ruins did not accept him immediately. Slowly, His blood turned into a black splatter on the ruins before begrudgingly accepting him. Eyes still transfixed on the ruins, Granger asked, her brown eyes mystified, "What now?" Before either could answer, the cellar shook as if a basilisk were roaring from its slumber. Dust twirled as if a tornado were violently disappearing into a corner. Runes gleamed up at them as the cellars started to expand. The windows cleaned themselves, and the threadbare curtains shook themselves anew. Light poured in as the candelabra sighed to life. The dead rat disappeared as cases and cases of alcohol appeared. Politely holding out his hand, Sirius said, "Come on, Hermione. Let's see the house, dear," gently taking the bewitched girl's hands. His gray eyes darted to Draco as they climbed out of the cellars. The stairs were now a shiny obsidian with no cracks in sight, and the walls were a dark green. A white door for the cellar swung open to greet its new master. The kitchen had widened, and Creature was overjoyed as he fussed over the sight of the ovens and fireplace. Draco heard the running of other guests in the house, the way they rushed to see the carpets walking out to settle themselves down. The door of the ballroom opened with the soft tune of a piano, and portraits lined themselves on the wall, ancestors beaming in pride as the house breathed new life. In bafflement, Granger said as they watched the twins running up the stairs to follow a bookcase, "I don't understand." Dumbledore took over the wards. He wasn't a black or an heir, nor did he win a duel. He did not have the right to the house, Sirius explained, pausing with glimmering eyes. "I didn't think I had either." Looking away from Potter, who chortled in laughter as a broom whacked Ron Weasley out of the way, Draco commented, "Great Aunt Walburga Black may have burned you off the family tapestry, but Regulus made you heir." He had read it all in Regulus Black's journal, the forlorn thoughts of a younger brother trying to please his mother while wishing to save his brother. "It's marvelous," Granger breathed out. They did not comment, staring out at Grimmauld Place, which had gone from merely surviving to breathing once again. The thrum of ancient magic curled happily around them. Draco glanced at the glassy gray eyes of Sirius Black, the boyish wonderment apparent on his open face. He watched the shaky nod Sirius Black gave to his mother's portrait, a hard, stern look in Walburga Black's rigid face. Yet, her gray eyes stared back at her son with barely concealed guilt. Finally, she gave a small nod back, her lips thinning. It was enough for Sirius Black in that moment as he went marching over to Harry Potter. "Come on, Harry. Let me give you a tour. I could show you the ballroom where I first met your father," Sirius happily stated, momentarily forgetting about the war. Green eyes widening, Harry asked, "Ballroom?" as Ron laughed beside him. "Harry, to think your dad went to balls, and you dance like a baby hippogriff," Ron good-naturedly chided a reddening Harry Potter. "Ron, at least I didn't look like someone's great aunt at our Yule Ball," Harry Potter snorted back. "Come on, boys," Sirius happily said, taking both of them under his wing. "Malfoy," Draco didn't look at Granger as she spoke, "have you done this before?" Once, the word slipped out before he could stop it. It was a long time ago, way before his father became the man he is today. When he was the father who. Chapter end notes A.N. I realized after going through the chapter for the rewrite I kinda mentioned issues with Draco name. But, for some reason I didn't go into depth. So, I did it now. It would be easier to see how it makes Sirius softer on Draco as well. Rewritten. Chapter 6 Daylight David Kushner Chapter Notes. A.N. After rewriting the chapter I realize how am I tagging Regulus Black Redemption and only talking about him 2 sentences. All I can say is wow. Instead of trying to develop it later I am just going to thread it through easier. I hope you enjoy the chapter. Rewritten. Chapter 6 Daylight David Kushner nursing a glass of rum. Sirius Black sat hunched over in the kitchen, his posture a crescent of fallen hope. His fingers traced along the obsidian tabletop, feeling the smooth surface of a house now revived to its former glory. It was early morning, and his guests were likely still asleep, but Sirius found himself lost in the labyrinth of his own thoughts. He couldn't help but wonder if he might catch a glimpse of his younger brother bounding down the steps, full of youthful energy, ready to greet the horrid house elf. The image of Regulus, accompanied by Barty Crouch Jr., surveying the ballroom floor as he sneakily grabbed a glass of cherry from Pandora Lestrange, haunted Sirius's mind. Sirius Black found himself lost in a bittersweet reverie, surrounded by the echoes of his youth within the once dilapidated halls of Grimmauld Place. The house had been restored to its former glory. A haunting reminder of days long gone. Memories of his family danced through his mind like specters, each one carrying its own weight of nostalgia and pain. He could see his younger self, carefree and full of life, bounding down the steps with his brother Regulus in tow. His father sat at the dining room table, engrossed in the Wizarding newspaper, a cup of tea at his side. His mother's voice, a constant presence with her insistent nagging, echoed in the corridors. But now, his family was gone. Their absence felt as keenly as the presence of the house elves who once served them. The mingling of good and bad memories stirred within Sirius, a reminder of the complex tapestry of his past. Despite the tumultuous blend of emotions, Grimmauld Place had once been his home, and now, unexpectedly, it had become his refuge once again. Sirius never thought he would find himself back here, but fate had a way of weaving its threads in unexpected ways. "Penny for your thoughts, Padfoot?" Remus asked, his voice cutting through the heavy silence of the kitchen. Sirius looked up, his eyes clouded with a storm of emotions as he met Remus's gaze. Remus approached, his steps steady and sure, the aura of fatherhood still lingering around him like a comforting cloak. Sirius took a pained breath, the weight of regret pressing down on him like a leaden blanket. "Moony, what if? What if I could have saved him? All this time," he confessed, his voice strained with the burden of guilt. He lifted his glass to his lips, the amber liquid within swirling like a tempest in a teacup. Remus's whiskey-colored eyes bore into Sirius's soul, the lines of wisdom etched into his features softening with empathy. "Padfoot," he began, his voice a gentle reassurance amidst Sirius's turmoil. He reached out a scarred hand, a silent offer of comfort in the face of Sirius's anguish. Sirius slammed his glass against the tabletop with a hollow thud, the sound echoing in the quiet kitchen. I could have saved him," he choked out, the words heavy with regret and self-blame. "Pr. James came for me. I told him. I told Regulus to come with me. To leave this wretched place behind. He could have. Why?" His voice cracked, betraying the raw pain that gnawed at his heart. As Sirius sat there, lost in the depths of his memories, the scene played out before his mind's eye with vivid clarity. He could see himself, a younger version burdened with bags shrunken down to fit into his pockets, standing in the dimly lit hallway of Grimmauld Place. Beside him stood Regulus, his younger brother, his face etched with a mixture of pain, fear, and determination. Sirius remembered the desperate plea he had made to Regulus, his voice tinged with urgency and longing. He had begged his brother to come with him, to escape the suffocating grasp of their family's legacy, to break free from the chains of their condescending mother and the dark cloud of their family's history. He could still feel the weight of his words, heavy with the promise of liberation. But Regulus had stood firm, his resolve unwavering despite the tears that welled up in his gray eyes. Sirius could see the anguish etched into his brother's features, the silent plea for understanding, for acceptance. And then came the words that had echoed in Sirius's mind ever since. "A choice has been made." Regulus's voice had been filled with a quiet certainty, a finality that left no room for argument. Sirius had felt his heart shatter in that moment, the weight of his decision pressing down on him like a crushing weight. He had turned his back on his brother, on his family, on everything he had ever known, and fled into the cold embrace of the night, leaving behind the only home he had ever known. As he sat there in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, the memories of that fateful night washed over him like a tidal wave, stirring up emotions he had long tried to bury. He could still feel the echoes of his heart hammering in his chest as he walked away, leaving behind the ones he loved, the ones he had failed to save. As Remus sat beside Sirius, his hand clasping his friend's trembling one, he searched for the right words to offer comfort. But as he gazed into Sirius's tear-filled eyes, he found himself at a loss. The weight of Sirius's grief was palpable, heavy in the air between them, and Remus knew that there were no words that could ease his friend's pain. "I don't know, Prongs," Remus finally whispered, his voice soft and gentle. He felt the tears pricking at the corners of his own eyes, mirroring Sirius's anguish. "I don't know what to say, what to do. I'm here." Sirius closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of Remus's hand enveloping his own. He felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, grateful for Remus's presence, for his unwavering support in this moment of profound sorrow. And then, unable to hold back any longer, Sirius let the tears overwhelm him. They flowed freely down his cheeks, unchecked and unrestrained, a raw expression of the pain and loss that consumed him. Remus remained by his side, offering silent solidarity as Sirius allowed himself to grieve, knowing that sometimes, the only way to heal was to let the tears fall. Draco stood before the imposing black family tapestry, its intricate patterns and noble faces still bearing the scars of past betrayals and tragedies. Even amidst the change of ownership, the scorch marks remained, haunting reminders of the family's dark past. His fingers trembled as he reached out to touch the fabric, tracing over the names and dates etched into its surface. As his fingertips brushed over the name of his mother, a sharp pang of pain shot through Draco's chest, and he let out a gasp that seemed to echo in the quiet room. It was a stark and painful realization. She was truly gone. His beautiful mother, with her grace and elegance, her unwavering love and devotion, had been taken from him, leaving behind only memories and aching emptiness. Unable to hold back his grief any longer, Draco's shoulders slumped as tears welled up in his eyes, blurring his vision. He clutched at the fabric of the tapestry, seeking solace in its familiarity even as it served as a stark reminder of his loss. In that moment, he felt the weight of her absence like a heavy cloak, suffocating and all-encompassing. Draco felt the weight of Harry Potter's gaze, heavy and searching, as if delving into the depths of his soul to unearth his true intentions. The newfound vigor of magic pulsating through Grimmald's wards couldn't shield him from the palpable presence of Harry Potter, the undeniable force that seemed to permeate the very air around them. I mean, you know. The Black family, Potter's voice cut through the tense silence, his words hanging in the air like an accusation. Draco didn't bother turning to face him, his composure unwavering despite the turmoil raging within him. I did not realize so early in the morning I would warrant your bumbling, Potter, he retorted with a coldness that bordered on indifference. It was a familiar dance between them, this schoolyard rivalry that had defined their relationship since their first year at Hogwarts. Draco had cultivated it, nurtured it, clung to it like a lifeline amidst the chaos of his life. Potter's indignation was palpable as he bounded into the room, his determination evident in every stride. Do you always have to be like that, Malfoy? Potter's voice held a note of frustration, a hint of desperation, as if he were grasping at straws, trying to break through Draco's defenses. Draco met his gaze head-on, unflinching. Let me say this now. I am not your friend, he declared, his tone laced with defiance. There was no room for ambiguity, no space for misunderstanding. He needed Potter to understand, to accept the boundaries he had drawn. Potter's response was swift, his green eyes flashing with a mixture of disbelief and determination. So, what, Malfoy? Are you here for Voldemort? Do you still think Voldemort is going to win? Is that what? Stop saying his bloody name, Draco interrupted sharply, his voice tinged with a rawness that betrayed the pain lurking beneath the surface. The memories of his mother's death, the anguish of his loss, surged to the forefront of his mind, threatening to engulf him in a sea of despair. Potter didn't relent, his gaze piercing and relentless. Why, Malfoy? Are you scared? He challenged, his words cutting through the tension like a knife. Draco felt exposed, vulnerable beneath Potter's scrutiny, as if his every thought and emotion were laid bare for the world to see. Biting down on his bottom lip, Draco struggled to maintain his composure, his gray eyes flickering with a mixture of defiance and vulnerability. They killed my mother, Potter, he confessed, his voice trembling slightly as he met Potter's gaze. It was a moment of rare vulnerability, a glimpse into the depths of his pain and anguish. He waited with bated breath, his heart pounding in his chest, for Potter's response. The door of the kitchen swung open, revealing the tall, oddly matched figures of the Weasley twins. Despite their usual playful demeanor, there was a haunted look in their blue eyes, a silent testament to the horrors they had witnessed during the war. Harry, Mum said to fetch you for breakfast, didn't even care that we came first. Our mother, they said in unison, their voices carrying a hint of weariness as they sighed together, their shoulders slumping in unison. Draco observed them carefully, his mind still reeling from the recent reports of Death Eater's rampage in Diagon Alley and the destruction of Weasley's wizard wheezes. Potter turned away from Draco, his attention now on the twins. Can't keep Molly waiting, he said, his tone brisk as he moved towards the kitchens. Attaboy, one of the twins said, clapping Potter on the back as they followed behind him. Malfoy, you coming? The other twin called out, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Mum would have a right mare if you didn't," his twin chimed in, their words dripping with playful sarcasm. Draco felt a surge of irritation at their attention, his gray eyes narrowing as he bristled at their antics. "Which one of you punched me?" he demanded, attempting to maintain his usual sneer. But the twins merely laughed, their Cheshire grins widening as they clamped him on either shoulder, steering him towards the kitchens where the rest of the group awaited. "You're funny, Malfoy," one of them remarked, their laughter echoing in the corridor as they disappeared into the warmth of the kitchen. "Looked like a cat he did," George, one of the twins remarked, his tone laced with amusement. "I'm not a cat," Draco interjected, feeling a flush of annoyance rise within him. "You're right, Fred, he did," the other twin agreed, continuing their banter as they ignored Draco's protests and settled him into a chair. They took their places on either side of him, their jovial demeanor contrasting sharply with Draco's discomfort. Across from him sat Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and the ever-affectionate Ginny Weasley. "Malfoy, a cat," Ron spluttered out, prompting a few chuckles around the table. Hermione Granger handed him a tissue to wipe away the bits of food that had escaped his mouth. "Honestly, Ron," she chided gently, though there was a hint of fondness in her voice. "Come on, dear. Let's get some food down you," Molly Weasley chimed in, her cheerful tongue cutting through the chatter of breakfast. Draco felt as though he had been jolted back to reality, and he turned to face the woman with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. Her round, lovely, aged face was framed by waves of vibrant ginger hair, giving her an aura of warmth and kindness that enveloped the room. As Draco looked at Molly Weasley, he felt a lump form in his throat, a mixture of longing and regret swirling within him. He had never truly known the woman before him, only heard of her in passing conversations among his peers. In his circles, she was often discussed with disdain, her family judged for their humble origins and lack of pureblood pedigree. Draco had even joined in with the mockery, making jokes and tossing out scathing remarks about the Weasley family. But as he sat there, surrounded by the palpable affection that radiated from Molly and her family, Draco couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. He watched the way they interacted with each other, the genuine love and camaraderie that flowed freely between them. It was clear that theirs was not a bond born out of obligation, but one forged in the fires of adversity and strengthened by unwavering loyalty. He observed Ron Weasley's fierce defense of his friends, the playful banter of the twins that never crossed into cruelty, and the tender affection shared between Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour. Each interaction, each shared glance, spoke volumes about the depth of their connection and the strength of their familial bond. Draco understood now why Harry Potter had chosen to surround himself with the Weasleys, why he sought solace and companionship within the loving embrace of their family. And as he watched Molly Weasley move about the kitchen, her laughter filling the air, Draco couldn't help but wish that he, too, could experience the warmth and acceptance that seemed to come so effortlessly to the Weasleys. Surrounded by the bustling energy of the Weasley family, Draco couldn't shake the feeling of being an outsider. As he sat at the kitchen table, amidst the laughter and chatter, he felt a sense of warmth and camaraderie that was both foreign and comforting. This was a family setting unlike any he had experienced before, one filled with care, warmth, and an unmistakable sense of belonging. Growing up in the cold, imposing halls of Malfoy Manor, Draco's interactions with his own family had been few and far between. While there were fleeting moments of warmth with his mother, they were often overshadowed by the weight of his father's expectations and the looming presence of their dark legacy. But here, among the Weasleys, Granger, and Potter, Draco found himself in the midst of something entirely different, a sense of familial bond that seemed to come effortlessly to those around him. Yet, despite the welcoming atmosphere, Draco couldn't shake the feeling of being out of place. He watched as Molly Weasley moved about the kitchen with practiced ease, her maternal instincts evident in every gesture. He observed the playful banter between the Weasley siblings, the easy camaraderie shared between Potter and his friends, and though he longed to be a part of it, Draco couldn't help but feel like an outsider, unsure of how to navigate this unfamiliar terrain. As he sat there, grappling with his own insecurities, Draco couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to truly belong, to be a part of a family that loved and accepted him unconditionally. But for now, he remained on the fringes, silently observing the warmth and affection that surrounded him, longing for a sense of connection that felt just out of reach. As Draco's fingers closed around Molly Weasley's wrist, he felt a surge of gratitude and an overwhelming sense of emotion welling up inside him. Her gentle gaze bore into his, full of understanding and compassion, as if she could see right through the facade he so often wore. Draco's voice trailed off, the words caught in his throat. There was so much he wanted to express, so much he wanted to convey, but all he could manage was a simple, heartfelt, thank you. Molly's eyes softened even further, a warm smile playing at the corners of her lips. She reached out and patted him gently on the back, a silent reassurance that he was not alone. Then, with a gentle squeeze of his hand, she moved away, bustling about the kitchen with the same effortless grace that seemed to characterize everything she did. As Draco watched her go, he felt a lump form in his throat. In that brief moment of connection, he had felt something he hadn't experienced in a long time: acceptance, kindness, and the warmth of genuine caring. It was a stark contrast to the cold, calculated world he had grown up in, and it left him feeling both grateful and profoundly moved. Turning his gaze across the room, Draco found himself locking eyes with Sirius Black, the man who had once been nothing more than a distant figure in his life. But now, as their eyes met, Draco sensed a shared understanding between them, a silent acknowledgement of the complexities of family, of loss, and of the unspoken bond that now connected them. In that moment, surrounded by the warmth and love of the Weasley family, Draco realized that perhaps he wasn't as much of an outsider as he had once believed. And as he allowed himself to bask in the glow of their acceptance, he felt a glimmer of hope flicker to life within him, a hope that maybe, just maybe, he could find his place among them after all. As Sirius observed Draco's interaction with Molly Weasley, a pang of recognition stirred within him. He could see the same mixture of gratitude and uncertainty in Draco's eyes that he had once felt himself, all those years ago when he first set foot in the Potter household. The warmth and love that radiated from the Potters had been a stark contrast to the cold, dark atmosphere of Grimmauld Place, and Sirius had found himself drawn to it like a moth to a flame. For the first time in his life, he had experienced what it was like to be part of a family. A real family, one filled with laughter, affection, and unconditional love. But with that newfound warmth had come a sense of unease, a nagging feeling that he didn't quite belong. After all, he was a Black, and the Black family had always prided themselves on their blood purity and their adherence to tradition. Sirius had never quite fit into that mold, and the realization had left him feeling adrift, unsure of where he truly belonged. Now, as he watched Draco grapple with his own feelings of displacement, Sirius couldn't help but empathize. He knew all too well the struggle of trying to reconcile the warmth and love of a chosen family with the expectations and burdens of one's blood relations. It was a battle that Sirius had fought for years, and one that he knew Draco would likely have to face as well. But despite the challenges that lay ahead, Sirius couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope for Draco. Just as he had found his place among the Potters, perhaps Draco too would eventually find his own sense of belonging, his own family to call home. And until then, Sirius would be there to offer guidance and support, knowing that sometimes, all it took was a little warmth and love to light the way. As the conversation unfolded around him, Draco couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement at the banter between Remus and Dora, Tonks. The playful back and forth between the two was a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation they were discussing. "Do you think it is wise to leave Grimmauld?" Kingsley Shacklebolt's question broke through the chatter, drawing Draco's attention back to the matter at hand. "Leave?" Draco echoed, surprised by the sudden shift in topic. Before he could delve further, Dora Lupin, or Tonks as she preferred to be called, interjected with her characteristic wit, shoveling toast into her mouth as she spoke. Her hair changed colors with each sentence, a testament to her metamorphagus abilities. "It's family tradition to get married in the burrow," Bill explained, his hand resting gently on Fleur's shoulder. Drao understood the significance immediately. In times of uncertainty, it was natural to seek solace and comfort in the company of loved ones, to celebrate the joyous moments amidst the chaos of war. Then came the unexpected revelation. Dora and Draco were cousins. He couldn't hide his surprise, his eyes darting to Sirius Black for confirmation. "Yeah, our mothers are sisters," Dora confirmed with a mischievous glint in her eyes, raising her glass in greeting. Draco managed a small smirk in response, still trying to wrap his head around the newfound connection. But Remus couldn't resist adding his own playful twist to the conversation. "Don't you mean Nymphadora?" he teased, earning a sharp retort from Dora and a giggle from Sirius. As Draco observed the light-hearted exchange between them, he couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth amidst the uncertainty. Despite the looming threat of war, there was still room for laughter, camaraderie, and even a bit of familial banter. It was a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was still light to be found in the company of loved ones. As the conversation continued, Tonks couldn't resist teasing Remus, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "So, Remus," she began with a playful smirk, "heard any good jokes lately?" Remus raised an eyebrow, pretending to ponder her question. Let me think. Oh, I know. Why did the werewolf cross the road?" Tonks leaned in. Her curiosity piqued. "Why? To get to the holiday party," Remus replied with a grin, clearly pleased with his own joke. Tonks laughed, shaking her head in mock disbelief. "Oh, Remus, you're such a howl." "Well, I do try my best," he quipped, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Their playful banter continued, each exchange filled with laughter and lighthearted teasing. Despite the seriousness of the situation, they found solace in each other's company, their witty repartee a welcome distraction from the turmoil around them. Draco observed from across the room as Harry Potter's gaze lingered on Remus Lupin and Tonks, a soft smile playing on his lips. There was a warmth in his expression, a fondness that Draco couldn't help but envy. It was evident that Potter held a deep affection for Lupin, perhaps stemming from their shared history of fighting against the darkness. But then, Potter's attention shifted to Ginny Weasley, and Draco couldn't help but notice the same tender look in his eyes. It was a gaze filled with love and adoration, a connection that seemed unbreakable. Draco's eyes narrowed slightly as bitterness crept into his thoughts. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy as he watched Potter's interactions with Lupin and Ginny. It was a reminder of the bonds that Potter had formed, bonds that Draco himself had never experienced in quite the same way. As he continued to watch from the sidelines, Draco's resentment grew, overshadowing any sense of camaraderie he may have felt in the moment. He couldn't shake the feeling of being an outsider, an intruder in a world where he didn't quite belong. Draco's mind drifted to memories of his mother's fleeting mentions of Andromeda, her older sister who had chosen to marry a Muggle. It was a subject that his mother rarely broached, and when she did, it was always tinged with bitterness and resentment towards his father's rigid beliefs. He recalled the moments when his mother would speak of Andromeda in hushed tones, her voice laden with a mixture of sorrow and defiance. It was clear that Andromeda's decision to marry outside of their pureblood lineage had caused a permanent fracture within the family, a fracture that his mother felt keenly. Draco couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness as he thought about the strained relationship between his mother and her sister. It was a stark reminder of the sacrifices that were made in the name of love and freedom, sacrifices that often came at great personal cost. As he reflected on his mother's unspoken longing for autonomy and choice, Draco's heart clenched with a newfound understanding. He realized that his mother's fierce determination to defy convention and secure a better future for him was rooted in her own experiences of loss and disappointment. And as he imagined his own future, Draco couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow knowing that his mother wouldn't be there to witness it. The thought of walking down the aisle without her by his side filled him with a profound sense of loneliness, a reminder of the void that her absence had left in his life. Draco emerged from his contemplation to the sound of Granger's unmistakable squeal, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she buried her face in Weasley's shoulder. He watched as Weasley continued to speak, his words aimed at lifting her spirits and coaxing a laugh from her lips. It was a scene that Draco found both endearing and perplexing. He had grown accustomed to Granger's sharp wit and unwavering determination, but seeing her vulnerable and playful side was a revelation. There was something oddly heartwarming about witnessing the genuine affection between Granger and Weasley, a bond that seemed to transcend their differences and unite them in laughter and camaraderie. As Weasley's voice filled the air with warmth and humor, Draco couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. He longed for the easy companionship and shared laughter that seemed to come so effortlessly to Granger and Weasley. It was a stark contrast to the strained relationships and unspoken tensions that defined his own interactions with his peers. But even as he observed from the sidelines, Draco couldn't deny the faint stirrings of something resembling longing deep within him. It was a fleeting glimpse of a life that he had never known, a life filled with laughter, friendship, and the simple joy of being understood. And as he watched Granger and Weasley, their laughter ringing out like a beacon of hope in the darkness, Draco couldn't help but wonder if such a life was still within his reach. Perhaps, amidst the chaos of war and uncertainty, there was still room for unexpected connections and moments of genuine happiness. As conversations buzzed around the breakfast table, the focus remained on the upcoming wedding of Bill and Fleur. Ideas were tossed back and forth as members of the Order discussed logistics and security measures. Harry Potter's disguise as a Weasley cousin was settled upon after careful deliberation, ensuring his safety amidst the chaos of the impending events. Draco sat silently amidst the lively discussions, his thoughts swirling as he sipped his tea and absently toyed with the edge of the robes that Creature had no doubt laid out for him. It all felt surreal, the rapid pace at which plans were being made and decisions finalized. He wondered if he would be included in the festivities or remain on the periphery, a silent observer in the midst of the Order's preparations. As the chatter continued, Draco felt a sense of unease settle over him, like an intruder lingering on the outskirts of a gathering to which he didn't truly belong. Standing in the doorway of the second living room of Grimmauld Place, he couldn't shake the feeling of apprehension that gnawed at him, casting a shadow over the excitement and anticipation that permeated the air. As Hermione Granger called out his name, Malfoy, she beckoned. Draco couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness coursing through him. It was a wedding, a delicate moment of happiness amidst the chaos of war, yet he couldn't shake off the tension that lingered in the air. Taking tentative steps towards the group, he couldn't help but feel the weight of Ron Weasley's grip on his wrist as they portkeyed out of Grimmauld Place, landing in a serene field. "Never going to get used to that," Ron remarked, breaking the silence as they made their way towards the welcoming sight of the Weasley home. Sirius Black's absence left a void in the wedding party, but the warmth of Charlie Weasley's greetings at the Burrow's front door eased the tension slightly. The overcast skies threatened rain, but for now, only a gentle breeze swept through the tall grass, lending a sense of tranquility to the scene. Draco stood on the threshold of the Burrow, his gaze sweeping over the quaint structure before him. The Burrow appeared as if it had been pieced together over the years, each addition reflecting the vibrant personality of its inhabitants rather than any adherence to architectural order. The exterior walls, a mismatch of various materials, leaned slightly as if bowing under the weight of the memories contained within. Chimneys sprouted at odd angles, sending curls of smoke spiraling into the sky, adding to the charm of the homely scene. The windows, adorned with colorful curtains that fluttered in the breeze, offered glimpses into the warmth and vitality that permeated the interior. A patchwork of flower boxes adorned the windowsills, bursting with blooms of vibrant hues, contrasting sharply with the weathered facade. A winding path led up to the front door, flanked by a riot of wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze. Draco could hear the distant sounds of laughter and chatter, mingling with the sweet melody of birdsong, creating a symphony of life that seemed to envelop the entire property. As he stepped inside, the interior of the Burrow enveloped him in a cozy embrace. The walls, adorned with an eclectic array of photographs and tapestries, bore witness to the countless memories that had been made within these walls. The aroma of home-cooked meals wafted through the air, mingling with the sound of clinking dishes and animated conversation. Despite its haphazard appearance, there was a sense of warmth and love that radiated from every corner of the Burrow. It was a place where family gathered, where laughter flowed freely, and where memories were cherished. And as Draco took it all in, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of longing for the sense of belonging that seemed to permeate every inch of this humble abode. Draco found himself standing in the threshold between the living room and the kitchen, uncertain of his place in this gathering of familiar faces. The rest of the Order seemed at ease, settling comfortably into chairs or perching on available surfaces, their expressions varying from quiet contentment to nervous anticipation. Remus Lupin sat in a creaky wooden chair, his expression softened as Tonks perched on his lap, their closeness a testament to the fragile joy that permeated the atmosphere. Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley shared shy glances of affection as they settled onto a plush couch, their love unfolding tentatively yet unmistakably. Hermione Granger's gaze remained fixed on Ron Weasley, her brown eyes reflecting a mixture of concern and determination as they engaged in a hushed conversation with Charlie Weasley. Meanwhile, the twins dashed upstairs in a flurry of laughter, their antics adding a touch of light-heartedness to the solemn occasion. Caught in the midst of it all, Draco felt like an outsider, unsure of how to navigate the unfamiliar territory of familial warmth and camaraderie. Fleur's graceful descent down the stairs, her radiant smile lighting up the room, momentarily distracted him from his discomfort. As Molly and Arthur Weasley's voices echoed through the house, Draco couldn't help but feel a pang of longing for the sense of belonging that seemed to elude him in this moment of shared happiness. He observed the interactions around him, Draco began to realize that despite the looming shadow of war that hung over them all, everyone was determined to seize the fleeting moments of happiness and togetherness that they could find. The Weasley family, with their boisterous laughter and playful banter, created an environment where joy thrived despite the uncertainty of the future. Remus and Tonks, wrapped in each other's arms, shared tender glances and whispered words of affection, finding solace and strength in their love for one another. Harry and Ginny, their hands entwined as they exchanged shy smiles, seemed to find comfort in each other's presence amidst the chaos of the world outside. Even Hermione, with her unwavering determination and fierce loyalty, found moments of respite as she laughed and joked with her friends, her eyes alight with a sense of purpose and belonging. As Draco observed these moments of happiness and connection, he realized that despite the darkness that threatened to consume them all, there was still light to be found in the simple pleasures of companionship and camaraderie. And though he may feel lonely at times, he understood that he was not truly alone. That in the midst of war, they were all in this together, fighting for a future where moments like these could be cherished and celebrated without fear or hesitation. As the evening unfolded at the Burrow, Draco found himself standing on the outskirts of the lively gathering, observing the interactions between the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Laughter and chatter filled the air as the Weasley family and their guests celebrated the upcoming wedding of Bill and Fleur. Despite the warmth and merriment surrounding him, Draco couldn't shake the feeling of loneliness that gnawed at him from within. He watched as Harry, Ron, and Hermione engaged in animated conversations with one another, their camaraderie evident in their easy banter and shared laughter. Ginny Weasley flitted between groups of guests, her bright smile lighting up the room as she regaled them with stories and jokes. Draco felt like an outsider, a solitary figure amidst the sea of familiar faces. The only people who seemed to acknowledge his presence were Tonks and Remus Lupin, who made an effort to include him in their conversations and interactions. They shared tales of their adventures as members of the Order, their laughter mingling with the cheerful ambiance of the gathering. As Draco watched the others mingle and laugh together, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He longed to be a part of their tight-knit group, to share in their camaraderie and companionship. But try as he might, he couldn't shake the feeling of isolation that seemed to cling to him like a shadow. Despite his efforts to engage with the others, Draco remained on the fringes of the festivities, a silent observer to the joy and laughter that filled the room. And as the night wore on, he couldn't help but wonder if he would ever truly belong among them. Rewritten. Chapter 7 Another Love Tom Odell Chapter Notes. Really sorry everyone, I was having problems logging into my account. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Rewritten. Chapter 7 Another Love Tom Odell. Harry Potter's heart raced as he jolted awake, his chest heaving with exertion. His eyes, still clouded with the remnants of the green light from the killing curse, struggled to adjust to the darkness of the room. The echoes of screams, haunting and visceral, lingered in his ears, refusing to fade into the night. For a moment, he lay still in his bed, his senses reeling from the shock of waking from such a vivid nightmare. He focused on the steady rhythm of Ron Weasley's heavy snores, a familiar sound that grounded him in reality. With trembling hands, Harry reached for his glasses on the small bedside table, the cool metal frame offering a reassuring solidity in the darkness. As he sat up, Harry's gaze fell upon Ron, still lost in the depths of sleep, his tousled hair falling haphazardly across his forehead. Fred Weasley lay nearby, cocooned in his blanket like a protective shield against the night. Even in slumber, there was an air of mischief about him, as if he were ready to leap into action at a moment's notice. A soft rustling drew Harry's attention to the doorway, where George Weasley stood, his expression bleary with sleep but his eyes twinkling with mischief. A lazy grin spread across his face as he greeted Harry, the corners of his mouth twitching with suppressed laughter. With a mischievous glint in his eye, George tiptoed back into the room, his finger pressed to his lips in a silent gesture of secrecy. Harry watched in bemusement as George leaned over Fred's sleeping form, his finger poised to execute his prank with expert precision. As George sucked in a breath, preparing to unleash his mischief upon his unsuspecting brother, Harry couldn't help but smile. Despite the lingering traces of fear from his nightmare, there was a sense of comfort in the familiarity of the Weasley twins' antics, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was still light to be found in moments of laughter and camaraderie. George stifled a chuckle as he leaned over his sleeping twin, Fred, his eyes glinting with mischief in the dim light of the room. With a mischievous grin, he carefully positioned his index finger, poised to execute his prank with expert precision. As George sucked in a breath, preparing to carry out his plan, Fred stirred in his sleep, his brow furrowing slightly at the disturbance. George froze, holding his breath as he waited for Fred's reaction. "Oi, Fred," George whispered, his voice barely above a murmur, "let me sleep." Fred mumbled something incoherent, swatting lazily at the air in an attempt to ward off the intrusion. Undeterred, George pressed on, determined to carry out his prank despite his brother's protests. With a swift movement, George planted his finger firmly in Fred's ear, suppressing a laugh as Fred's eyes flew open in surprise. Fred recoiled with a start, his expression a mixture of confusion and annoyance as he tried to dislodge the offending finger from his ear. "George, what in Merlin's name are you doing?" Fred grumbled, his voice thick with sleep as he shot his twin a reproachful glare. Unable to contain his laughter any longer, George collapsed into giggles, clutching his stomach as he watched Fred's futile attempts to fend off the prank. Despite the grogginess of sleep still clouding his mind, Fred couldn't help but crack a smile at his brother's antics, the tension of the moment dissipating into the warmth of their shared laughter. Despite the lingering echoes of fear from his dream, the infectious laughter of Fred and George pulled at the corners of Harry's lips, coaxing a reluctant smile from him. The sight of George sucking on his finger and playfully jabbing it into Fred's ear brought forth a genuine chuckle from Harry. It was a simple, light-hearted moment, a welcome reprieve from the darkness that often overshadowed their lives. For a brief moment, Harry allowed himself to be enveloped in the carefree laughter that filled the room, pushing aside the weight of his worries and fears. In that moment, the antics of the Weasley twins served as a reminder that even in the midst of darkness, there was still room for joy and laughter. As Harry watched the twins' playful antics, a sense of camaraderie washed over him, binding them together in the shared bond of friendship. Despite the challenges they faced and the dangers that lurked around every corner, they would always have each other to lean on, to laugh with, and to find solace in the midst of chaos. With a grateful smile, Harry settled back into bed, the sound of laughter still ringing in his ears. In that moment, he knew that no matter what trials lay ahead, as long as they had each other, they would always find a way to weather the storm together. Harry's laughter subsided as he glanced around the room, his eyes landing on the neatly made bed beside Ron's. A frown creased his forehead as he realized that Draco Malfoy's bed was empty. The realization dampened Harry's amusement, replaced instead by a surge of irritation. "Of course," Harry muttered under his breath, his annoyance evident as he recalled Draco's penchant for sneaking around, slimy git. The memory of their previous encounters flickered in Harry's mind, the taunts, the snide remarks, the constant feeling of being watched. He couldn't shake the feeling that Draco was up to something, even in the early morning. With a sigh, Harry pushed back the covers and swung his legs over the side of the bed, his mind already racing with thoughts of what Draco could be plotting. Despite his irritation, a part of him couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for the whereabouts of their unlikely dorm mate. Determined to uncover Draco's motives, Harry rose from his bed, his steps purposeful as he made his way toward the door. He couldn't let Draco wander off unchecked, not when the stakes were so high and the war against Voldemort loomed ever closer. As Harry descended the creaky stairs of the burrow, the dim light of dawn filtering through the windows, he couldn't shake the feeling of urgency that gnawed at him. His mind was still clouded with the remnants of his nightmare, but he pushed the lingering fear aside, focusing instead on his determination to find Draco Malfoy. With each step, the worn wooden slippers padding softly against the floor, Harry's thoughts raced. He had to find Malfoy, had to confront him about sneaking off in the middle of the night. There was a nagging sense of unease that tugged at the edges of Harry's consciousness, a feeling that he couldn't quite shake. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, Harry's hand tightened around his wand, a subconscious gesture of readiness. He scanned the room, his eyes darting from one corner to the next, searching for any sign of Malfoy's presence. The burrow was quiet, the only sound the faint murmur of voices drifting in from the kitchen. "The bloody git," he says, reaching the last step, already announcing that Draco Malfoy has fled back, but Malfoy is sitting on the kitchen island. As Harry stepped into the kitchen, his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. There, perched on the kitchen island with his back to Harry, sat Draco Malfoy. The Slytherin's distinct shock of white blonde hair was unmistakable, even from behind. For a moment, Harry felt a surge of frustration, wondering how Malfoy had managed to evade him yet again. But as Harry's gaze swept across the room, his confusion only deepened. Hermione Granger sat across from Malfoy. The two of them engaged in what appeared to be a civil conversation over tea and biscuits. Harry's mind reeled at the surreal sight before him. Hermione, sitting calmly with Malfoy, was something he never thought he would witness. As Molly Weasley's voice floated over from the stove, Harry felt a sense of disorientation wash over him. Everything felt slightly off-kilter, as if he had stumbled into a parallel universe where Malfoy and Hermione were friends. It was a jarring juxtaposition against the backdrop of the looming war and the chaos that surrounded them. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he must still be dreaming, that this couldn't possibly be real. But as he stood there, rooted to the spot, the sounds of the bustling kitchen and the sight of Malfoy and Hermione sitting together seemed all too vivid to be a figment of his imagination. With a shake of his head, Harry took a hesitant step forward, unsure of what to make of this unexpected turn of events. Harry. Granger greets as Draco snaps his head back to Harry Potter. Don't tell me you haven't even washed your face. Draco couldn't help but smirk as he observed Harry's disheveled appearance. The messy black hair, which Draco hadn't thought could get any wilder, stood in stark contrast to the wrinkled state of Harry's t-shirt and plaid pajama trousers. Despite himself, Draco found it amusing. Suppressing a chuckle, Draco took another sip of his tea, savoring the warmth that spread through him. He had barely slept a wink, unable to find any rest amidst the cacophony of snores emanating from the various Weasleys. Sharing a room with Gregory and Vincent during his Hogwarts years had been challenging enough, but the Weasleys' snoring seemed to reach new heights. But he knew he is on thin ice with everyone, so there is no way in a room full of Weasleys and Potter he could get away by throwing a silencing spell at Weasley without everyone drawing their wands at him. Draco descended the creaky stairs of the burrow, his curiosity momentarily piqued by the sight of the grandfather clock in the hallway. However, his musings were interrupted when Arthur Weasley spotted him and strck up a conversation. "Oh, didn't know you were awake." To say the man is uncomfortable in Draco's presence is an understatement. Most of the family sleep like the dead. You want to come outside and watch Bill and I pull up the tent?" It was then that Arthur Weasley appeared, seemingly surprised to find Draco awake. The discomfort in the man's demeanor was palpable, but he extended an invitation for Draco to join him and Bill outside as they set up a tent for the upcoming wedding festivities. As they stepped outside into the crisp morning air, Arthur Weasley attempted to strike up a conversation with Draco, albeit with a noticeable awkwardness. He seemed to be making an effort to avoid any sensitive topics, steering clear of mentioning Draco's deceased mother or his father, Lucius. Instead, Arthur rambled on about some peculiar Muggle contraption he had come across recently, describing it in intricate detail. Draco listened politely, offering only brief and somewhat disinterested responses. He couldn't quite shake off the feeling of being an outsider in this intimate family moment. As they continued walking across the field, Arthur's attention shifted to his son, Bill, who was busy setting up the tent with practiced ease. With a nostalgic twinkle in his eye, Arthur remarked on how quickly time seemed to pass, reminiscing about Bill's childhood and how he had grown into a fine young man. Bill laughed warmly, sharing stories from his youth as Arthur listened fondly. "It feels like just yesterday you were running around the yard with your brothers," Arthur remarked, a hint of wistfulness in his voice. "And now here you are, getting married." Bill grinned, a hint of bashfulness coloring his cheeks. "Well, Dad, I'll always be your little boy," he replied, affectionately tousling his father's hair. Arthur smiled, his gaze softening with paternal pride. "I know, son," he said, his voice tinged with emotion. "But that doesn't stop me from being incredibly proud of the man you've become." As Draco observed the tender exchange between Arthur and Bill Weasley, a pang of envy pierced his heart. He couldn't help but feel a sense of longing for the kind of father-son bond they shared. A bond that seemed so distant and unattainable in his own life. In Draco's world, affection was a rare commodity, and expressions of paternal pride were even rarer. His relationship with his father, Lucius Malfoy, was fraught with expectations, demands, and the ever-looming shadow of the Dark Lord's influence. There were no warm embraces, no heartfelt words of encouragement, only the weight of familial obligations and the relentless pursuit of power and prestige. Draco couldn't imagine sharing a moment like the one unfolding before him with his own father. Their interactions were often strained, filled with unspoken tensions and the constant pressure to uphold the Malfoy name. In his father's eyes, Draco was merely a pawn in a larger game. a means to an end, rather than a cherished son deserving of love and affection. As he watched Arthur and Bill, Draco couldn't help but yearn for a different reality, a reality where fatherly love wasn't conditional, where familial bonds were built on mutual respect and genuine affection. But deep down, he knew that such fantasies were nothing more than wishful thinking in the harsh and unforgiving world of the wizarding elite. Bill Weasley went back to enchanting the space. As Draco observed, a sense of awe washed over him as he witnessed the enchantments taking place before his eyes. The silk sheets billowed gracefully into the air, forming an elegant mark, while a chandelier materialized in the center, casting a warm and inviting glow over the scene. It was a sight to behold, a testament to the wizarding world's ingenuity and creativity. But it was Bill Weasley's expression that truly captured Draco's attention. There was a radiant joy in his eyes, a sense of fulfillment and happiness that seemed to emanate from within. It was clear that this moment meant everything to him, that the prospect of marrying the woman he loved filled him with boundless excitement and anticipation. Draco couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as he watched Bill's blissful expression. In a world fraught with darkness and uncertainty, seeing someone so utterly content and at peace was a rare and precious sight. It made him yearn for a similar sense of happiness in his own life, a happiness that seemed perpetually out of reach. As Arthur Weasley ushered them back into the house at his wife's beckoning, Draco couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. He longed for the kind of familial warmth and love that seemed to permeate the air around the Weasley family, a love that he had never experienced in his own home. But as he followed Arthur and Bill back into the house, Draco couldn't help but hold onto a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, amidst the darkness and turmoil of the wizarding world, there was still room for moments of happiness and joy. And perhaps, one day, he would find his own piece of happiness, just like Bill Weasley had found his. Draco observed the morning scene unfolding in the bustling kitchen of the burrow. He couldn't help but notice the flurry of activity as the Weasley family and their guests prepared for the day ahead. Charlie Weasley, ever the picture of energy and enthusiasm, bounded down the steps with a quick peck on his mother's cheek before grabbing a piece of toast and darting off to join his brother Bill. His presence injected a sense of liveliness into the room, his cheerful demeanor contagious to those around him. Hermione Granger followed shortly after, her expression a mix of determination and anticipation. Draco noted the way she exchanged brief pleasantries with Molly Weasley, her nerves palpable as she engaged in conversation about wedding preparations with Fleur. Draco couldn't help but admire Hermione's resilience and strength in the face of adversity. Despite the looming threat of war and the challenges they faced, she remained steadfast and focused, her determination unwavering. As Hermione settled into a nearby chair, Draco couldn't ignore the subtle shift in her demeanor as she chose the seat closest to him. It was a small gesture, but one that didn't go unnoticed by Draco. He offered her a faint smile in return, a silent acknowledgement. As Fleur's melodic voice greeted Draco in French, he responded in kind, engaging in polite small talk before she excused herself to check on her fiancé and the progress of the Marquis. From the kitchen, Draco could hear the faint scolding of Fleur as Arthur intervened to prevent any roughhousing among the boys. "You speak French." Granger tried to make conversation now with her own cup of tea. "Darling, Malfoys are French, aren't they, Draco?" Molly calls out, spatula in hand, nodding. "Well, their line leads back to France, but they settled here in the what was it now? 1800s. Draco supplied, refilling his cup. Malfoys settled in the 1800s. Twirling sugar into his tea, he could see the curiousness settle over Hermione Granger. Refilling his cup of tea, Draco felt a sense of satisfaction at sharing this piece of his family history with Granger, watching as curiosity sparked in her eyes. But the moment was short-lived as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, entered the kitchen, diverting Granger's attention from Draco to himself. While part of Draco was relieved to no longer be the center of attention, he couldn't shake the discomfort of Harry's suspicious gaze and the weight of being in the presence of someone with such legendary status. "Oh, thought Malfoy did a runner." Draco listened to Harry's remark with a mixture of irritation and amusement. The Gryffindor was always straightforward, sometimes to a fault. With a casual air, Draco picked up a biscuit, his fingers tracing its edges absent-mindedly as he contemplated Harry's accusation. "Where would I go, Potter?" Draco retorted, reclining slightly in his chair, though he refrained from leaning too far back, wary of the chair's stability. Potter's gren eyes narrowed in response, a silent challenge evident in his gaze. Hermione intervened, her voice gentle yet reproachful. "Oh, Harry, that was not very nice." Potter let out a snort, running a hand through his unruly hair. "Yeah, I'll be nice when he is, my own," he replied before deciding to go wake up Ron. Taking a bite of his biscuit, Draco tried to push out the image of the softness Potter had when he woke up. Recently, it had become a rather hard chore when the chosen one did something mildly attractive. It could have been the way he easily picked up the large coffee table to move to the side. Him nibbling on his bottom lip as he tried to play against Weasley in chess. Or even something mundane as asking Molly Weasley if she needed help with anything before helping to set the table. There is something wrong with me, Draco thought. Normally he would prattle on to Pansy, but he couldn't really do that now. He was left to his own musings. As Granger continued her line of questioning about purebloods, attempting to alleviate the lingering awkwardness, a short while later, Potter and Weasley descended the stairs, their boisterous presence filling the room. Ron attacked his breakfast as if he hadn't eaten in days, while Potter, the uncultured one, busied himself with making coffee. Suddenly, amidst Weasley's hearty laughter, a worn-out tawny owl swooped into the burrow, clutching a copy of the Daily Prophet in its talons. The newspaper landed on the table with a thud, its headline screaming for attention. Dumbledore's Dark Secrets. Without hesitation, Potter tore the paper off the counter, revealing the smirking photo of Rita Skeeter. With a swift, decisive motion, he flung the paper into the fireplace, his wand already drawn. Draco watched as Potter set the newspaper ablaze, the flames consuming the damning headlines and Rita Skeeter's mocking image. "Dumbledore is dead, and they can't just let him die in peace." Potter's voice is heavy with emotion as he turns to address the others in the kitchen. His eyes, usually so full of determination, now reflect a profound sense of loss that Draco can't help but feel a pang of empathy for. It's clear that Potter hasn't yet come to terms with the reality of Dumbledore's passing, and the fury burning in his green eyes is palpable. Draco averts his gaze, feeling a sense of shame wash over him for his own inability to understand the depth of Potter's grief. Weasley sets his fork down, his expression mirroring Potter's solemnity. "Mate, you know how Rita is," he says with a resigned shrug, acknowledging the relentless nature of the tabloid journalist's attacks. "It doesn't change anything," Granger interjects, her voice calm but firm as she places her mug down on the table. "We knew who he was." Potter continues to stare into the flickering embers of the fire, his demeanor reflecting a vulnerability that is rare for the usually stoic chosen one. Draco can't help but recognize the fragile state Potter is in, a reminder that beneath the heroics and the legend, he's just a boy grappling with loss. While Dumbledore may have meant nothing to Draco beyond being an old, powerful wizard, to Potter, he was so much more, a mentor, a confidant, perhaps even a father figure. The atmosphere at the Burrow is heavy with mourning for Dumbledore, the loss of the beloved headmaster weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Harry Potter, in particular, struggles to come to terms with the reality of Dumbledore's passing. Ginny Weasley stays close to him, offering what comfort she can, her presence a silent reassurance in the midst of grief. Meanwhile, Granger and Weasley also do their best to ease Potter's hurt, despite grappling with their own feelings of loss for the esteemed headmaster. Dumbledore's impact on everyone at the Burrow is palpable, his absence leaving a void that is felt by all. Amidst the somber atmosphere, there is also a sense of bittersweet anticipation for Bill Weasley and Fleur's wedding. The joyous occasion is tinged with the sorrow of Dumbledore's passing, creating a complex mix of emotions within the household. For Draco, navigating the delicate balance between mourning and celebration feels like walking on eggshells. He never held the same reverence for Dumbledore as others did, finding the headmaster's actions biased and manipulative. More significantly, Draco carries the weight of his own role in Dumbledore's death. Though he may not have been the one to deliver the fatal blow, Draco knows that his actions played a pivotal role in the tragic events that unfolded on the astronomy tower. As he reflects on Dumbledore's fall and the haunting memory of his mother's demise at the Department of Mysteries, Draco can't shake the feeling of guilt and remorse that weighs heavily on his conscience. Later in the day, Rufus Scrimgeour arrives at the Burrow through the Flow Network, his appearance betraying the toll that recent events have taken on him. Once a figure of authority, Scrimgeour now appears wearier than ever, as if the weight of the world rests heavily on his shoulders. He removes his black cap, revealing wispy, pepper-gray hair, and his eyes, once sharp and calculating, now bear the burden of heavy bags beneath them. As he gazes at Draco, there is a mixture of surprise and contemplation in his expression, as if he's processing unexpected information. Scrimgeour proceeds to read aloud Dumbledore's will, the atmosphere in the room tense with anticipation. When it is revealed that Dumbledore has left Draco a vial containing a memory, the shock is palpable. Draco finds himself torn between incredulity and amusement at the unexpected bequest. Dumbledore, in his wisdom, has chosen to bestow upon Draco a piece of his own past, a memory that undoubtedly holds significant meaning and purpose. The gravity of Dumbledore's gesture is not lost on Draco, who can't help but wonder what secrets and revelations lie within the vial. Meanwhile, the fact that Harry Potter has been entrusted with the Gryffindor sword serves as a poignant reminder of the heroism and bravery that Dumbledore saw in him. Draco does not know if he should be laughing. Dumbledore leaves Harry Potter the Gryffindor sword and for Draco a bloody memory. As Scrimgeour concludes the reading of the will, the room is left in a state of contemplative silence, each individual grappling with the implications of Dumbledore's final wishes and the legacy he leaves behind. After the reading of Dumbledore's will, a solemn atmosphere descends upon the gathering at the Burrow. People begin to disperse, each lost in their own thoughts and emotions stirred up by the revelations of the will. Draco, still reeling from the unexpected gift of the memory vial, excuses himself from the group and retreats to a quiet corner of the Burrow. He can't shake the feeling of unease that grips him, wondering what Dumbledore's memory holds and what significance it may have for him. Meanwhile, Harry Potter, visibly shaken by the events of the day, seeks solace in the company of Ginny Weasley. They find a secluded spot outside the Burrow, away from prying eyes, where they can talk and process their emotions together. Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley linger behind, deep in conversation about Dumbledore's legacy and the challenges that lie ahead in the ongoing struggle against Voldemort and his followers. Despite their grief, they remain determined to carry on Dumbledore's work and fight for the greater good. As the day wears on, the mood at the Burrow shifts from mourning to a quiet resolve. Plans are made for Bill and Fleur's wedding, a beacon of hope amid the darkness of war. Despite the uncertainty and danger that loom on the horizon, there is a sense of unity and determination among those gathered, a shared commitment to stand against evil and protect the ones they love. Draco's mind churns with conflicting thoughts as he contemplates the vial containing Dumbledore's memory. Part of him is tempted to discard it altogether, dismissing it as yet another burden from a man he never admired. But another part of him, curious and wary, feels compelled to uncover the secrets it holds. With a scoff, he tucks the vial into the inner pocket of his robe, a weighty reminder of his tangled history with Dumbledore and the ongoing war. As he observes the somber scene unfolding in the living room, Draco feels like an outsider among the Golden Trio, their camaraderie and shared grief a stark contrast to his own isolation. Sensing their unspoken desire for him to leave, Draco makes a hasty retreat, slipping out of the crowded room and seeking refuge elsewhere in the Burrow. Alone with his thoughts, he struggles to make sense of Dumbledore's final gift and what it may signify for his role in the tumultuous events unfolding around him. The morning of Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour's wedding dawned with a peculiar stillness at the Burrow. As Draco descended the creaky staircase, he found the usually bustling home oddly subdued. The majority of the guests had already made their way outside to the silk marquee that had been erected in the sprawling garden, leaving behind a lingering sense of quietude within the walls of the cozy home. Outside, the skies hung heavy with thick clouds, casting a solemn gray pallor over the scene. But despite the dreary weather, the mood among the guests was surprisingly buoyant, as if they were determined to revel in the joy of the occasion and momentarily forget the grim reality of the war that loomed over them. You could hear the distant as laughter and chatter filled the air, mingling with the faint strains of music drifting from the marquee. The aroma of freshly cut flowers and the tantalizing scent of food wafted through the air, adding to the festive atmosphere that enveloped the Burrow. Despite the looming darkness of the world outside, for a brief moment, the guests seemed to find solace in each other's company, coming together to celebrate love and unity in the face of adversity. Draco sighed in frustration, the silk tie slipping from his fingers once again as he attempted to loop it around his collar. By now he should have been able to do this by himself. It must have been overly reliant on house elves to dress him or his mother charming his clothes that left him complacent. The sight of his own reflection in the grimy mirror only added to his irritation, reminding him of his own inadequacies and the absence of his friend Theo. Theo not, with his quiet competence and unwavering loyalty, had always been there to lend a helping hand, whether it was in their Hogwarts days or navigating the complexities of the current war-torn world. Draco couldn't help but recall the countless times Theo had come to his aid, his patient disposition a stark contrast to Draco's own impatience and pride. As he struggled with the tie, Draco couldn't shake the memory of Theo's pointed words, a gentle reminder that their time together was finite. And now, faced with the daunting task of tying his tie alone, Draco couldn't help but feel the weight of Theo's absence keenly. With a frustrated huff, Draco abandoned his attempts, the tie hanging limply around his neck as he resigned himself to the fact that he would have to face the day without Theo's assistance. Adjusting his collar with a grimace, Draco squared his shoulders and resolved to carry on, even in the absence of his steadfast friend. Eventually, in despair, Draco gave up letting the silk material drape around his collar. Damn it all, Draco thought, flinging the material on the nearby table in the room. So what if he were a little underdressed to a Weasley wedding? Thumbing the sleeve of his green robes that were encrusted in obsidian black, this would have to do. Double-checking his hair is fine and not an abomination that the chosen one calls hair, he leaves the room. Not before cringing at the state of Ron Weasley's version of a made bed. His left foot reaches the second-last step when he sees it. Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley kissing. As passionate as Harry Potter plays Quidditch, he kisses the youngest Weasley the same. Ripping his eyes away from the scene, he tries to quench the tight squeeze of his heart at the sight. Being in such close proximity to Harry Potter, Draco tries to push these feelings that threaten to squeeze his entire being. He cannot for the life of him pinpoint the exact moment he started to love Harry Potter. He does not know if it were the first time he met the boy at Madame Malkin's, the first time he read about the boy who lived. He does not when he had fallen in love with him. By like everything else, Draco will diminish down his emotions. It is easy like that. Draco tries to think of something cruel to say. Instead, "I'll see you soon," Ginny Weasley wistfully says before pulling away, her blue eyes holding so much promise as she lets go of Harry Potter's hand, slipping out the front door to the rest of the wedding party. Harry Potter remains blissful watching her go in that hideous purple dress. Someone clears their throat. Suddenly, Harry Potter out his daydream. One of the twins is leaning against the cabinet, cup of tea in his hand. It must have been George, as his head is the one with gauze wrapped around his head. "Harry, in my own house," he playfully tuts. Sheepishly, Potter runs a hand through his already mess hair. Sorry, George. I really didn't mean." George gives him a pointed look, to which Potter splutters, "Now I did. I like Ginny. But I never meant." George waves his hand, dismissing Potter's rambling. "It's not me you have to worry about, Harry. It's Ron the hothead." Laughing to himself, he goes on to the kitchen, murmuring about Fred winning the bet. Potter's sheepish response only fueled Draco's irritation, but he maintained his composure as he delivered a snide remark about Potter's choice of attire. He couldn't help but revel in the satisfaction of getting under Potter's skin, even if it was just for a fleeting moment. "Kissing your best friend's sister, Potter. Did you not ever hear the saying, a man should not hunt where he lies?" Draco retorts, head held high, as he finally descends the stairs. Instantly, Potter fixes him with a glare. "That doesn't even make sense, Malfoy," Potter says after a moment, thoroughly confused. "Why are you loitering around like a pest?" Sneering, "I would not expect someone like you to understand. By Merlin, what are you wearing?" If Draco thought the purple dress were hideous, the burnt red shirt would have made Madame Malkin cry. If anything, it were like the shirt could not understand if it were red. Or a brown. It completely washed Potter out, doing nothing to complement his bronzed skin, his green eyes, his back hair, nothing. "Bugger off, Malfoy," Potter snapped, shouldering Draco as he passed. Potter's sharp retort and dismissive shove only served to fuel Draco's amusement, his smirk widening as he watched Potter storm off in a huff. Despite the lingering tension between them, Draco couldn't help but relish in the small victory he had achieved, savoring the satisfaction of ruffling Potter's feathers as he made his exit from the burrow. The amount of heating charms did little to surpass the chill of the night. Hordes of the Weasleys excitedly hooting whenever seeing the newly married couple. The wedding fully underway. Potter is dancing with Ginny Weasley. Well, it is Potter with Weasley red hair, shorter, foregoing his green eyes. It did not go amiss, some of the guests, with the weirdness of the affection between two cousins. Everyone, by this point of the night, had too much fire whiskey in their veins to properly care. Surprisingly, Well, to Draco at least, Granger is a giggling drunk, content on leaning on Ron Weasley, who looks petrified, trying to make himself seem as comfortable as ever for the girl. Draco snorts at Ron Weasley, looking as red as his hair. Draco makes small talk with Crumb, who he has quickly pulled into a conversation with Charlie Weasley about his exploits in Romania. It is a happy and joyous occasion that Draco is not so surprised when it comes to an end. He may be a bit cynical to think something ought to be happening. Slowly, as wisps of white enter cutting through the yard, everyone quietens. The chill of the evening sobering everyone. People gasps as the Patronus settles into the center. In dread, everyone watches as the lynx opens its mouth. The Ministry has fallen. The Minster of Magic is dead. The voice of Kingsley Shacklebolt announces. The Patronus floats away as people gasp. Then there is chaos. Limply, Draco leans against the table behind him, his chest hammering as his blood pulsates in his own being. Fear coursing through him to try and understand. The Ministry of Magic has fallen to a madman. If the Ministry could fall, so could he. Molly Weasley, removing her hands from her mouth, opens her mouth to say something. Suddenly, there are streaks of black leaking from the sky. Draco could feel the faint burn of what remains of the mark on his left arm. Gripping it, his frightened eyes meet the blue eyes of Ron Weasley, who retches out his wand. Screaming fills the air as parts of the field is set alight. Guests hurry to apparate away. Fleur gasps into her newly married husband as the scarred-faced man looks at the mouth of the tent. Granger tries to grab Potter, whose hair is turning from Weasley red to black, but that mad cackling rips Potter out of her grasp. Darting in the madness, Harry Potter stares out to fires. Cracks of apparitions as guests run. He sees the stark white hair of Xenophilius Lovegood, the half-mad fool, trying to grab Luna Lovegood as she stares up at the silk drapes of the canopy. "Nice meeting you, Mr. Potter." Elphia's Doge calls out, stretching out a hand. Crack, and he is gone along with the other madness. Granger appears beside Draco. Ron. Ron. She calls, having lost Weasley in the guests, her voice almost pleading as tears of fear fill her eyes. In a moment, Ron Weasley is beside her, threading his fingers through hers. "My own, I'm here." He tries to comfort her, his voice quivering as he tries to will the fear out of his voice. Draco is desperately clutching the tablecloth. Granger sees it. Her small hand comes to gentle squeeze his forearm in reassurance. The cracks of guests fleeing as the mad laughter tumble together. Gray's eyes flickering towards Potter's familiar, now, black hair. He sees those benevolent green eyes scan the crowd as he moves away from the mouth. For a strange moment, Draco thinks, Potter, is looking for me. Draco, with a shuddering breath, sees the way slight relief beckons in those green eyes as Potter looks at Ginny Weasley. Their eyes meet as she buffets around and Potter pelts toward her, bouncing between bodies. Abruptly, the canopy above turns to ribbons. Death Eaters descend. In dark clothes, masks, and a mad cackling. Arthur, George and Fred Weasley brandish the wands like they are drawing swords. It's madness. Guests scream, running for their lives. A flower, precious flower, falls from Fleur's hair. Draco watches it, a poor innocent, crushed underfoot, then sees in the gaps of the crowd Potter wielding his own wand, his other arm shielding Ginny Weasley, who has her own wand out. He sees the way the light reflects from Potter's raven hair bouncing off Ginny Weasley's copper hair. Lupin crashes into Potter, spinning the chosen one around. Draco cannot hear what the werewolf is saying, only that Lupin frantically gestures to the fields. Granger moves from beside Draco, without him realizing, to in front of him as she maneuvers the madness. A hand pulls the scruff of Draco's neck. "Move, Malfoy." Weasley urges him, tugging Draco's shaking form towards them. For a moment too long, Draco is lost in the rain of spells. The madness of cloaked fiends in masks that will haunt his dreams. Sharp breaths cutting through his lips. But he grabs Weasley's hand, pulling Ron Weasley roughly into him. "We need to go back to the burrow," he says, his head whipping to where Arthur Weasley shields a spell that is aimed to fly into one of the twins. Weasley goes red. "Are you mad, ferret? Can you not?" Draco surges forward, grabbing him, his knuckles turning white, his gray eyes pleading. "The blood wards. They're trying to draw Potter out. Weasley, we need the wards." Weasley pauses to study him. "They don't have the time." Ripping out of his grasp, Draco grabs Potter. He grabs Granger's slender wrist as well. Without any grace, he makes a break towards the burrow. Get to the burrow, he bellows. What? The git's gone mad, he hears Potter say, stumbling after him. The space between them and the front door seems to lengthen in distance. His legs burn. The nibbling feeling to look back almost makes him. He doesn't look back. Instead, Draco collides with the wooden door of the burrow. His shaking hands trying to turn the knob. His entire being trembling as he feels Potter's breath on his neck. Ginny. Potter breathes as Draco quivers with the doorknob. He hears Granger breathless, no Harry, you can't go back. Draco grasps the doorknob with both hands, hears the twig snap, I need to. He hears Potter before he finally wrenches the door open. He shoves Potter inside, before the chosen one makes a run for it, fleeing into the house after. His foot hovers over the threshold prior to Potter slamming him into the wall. What are you playing at, Malfoy? Potter glares at him, his fists crumbling Draco's robes. Draco tries to glare back. He can only flinch at the animosity in those green eyes. Granger is beside them, breathless. Harry, please. You cannot be dense, Potter. Draco manages, his sneer falling short, they were trying to draw you out. His reasoning nothing to placate Potter, who presses him harder, so you left them to die. Draco trembles. His gray eyes falling to floor. A singular strand of hair falling into his face. Blood wards. His words come out small, we needed the blood wards. Granger nibbles her lip, her brown eyes darting to the front door. She could understand the reasoning. Nevertheless, her finger clench in anticipation, fear for the rest. Quicken breaths as she wonders, no hopes that Ron is safe, that his family is. That Fleur, a day that is supposed to her happiest, comes into the burrow. She understands the reasoning. She understands Potter's outrage. She knows she would need to carry on no matter the outcome. But, with a shuddering breath, she is not sure if she can survive if someone else dies. Potter's heavy gaze weighs down on Draco. His shoulders tremble in the tight grip. You are a coward. Potter spits at him. Potter steps away like Draco is scum, the same scum at Nocturnally that Draco would hurriedly work past. Draco's legs give out as he crumbles to the ground, head falling into his knees as his body tries to push him to breathe. The door of the burrow flings open, and Ginny Weasley crashes herself into Potter's arms. Ron Weasley comes after her, a streak of dirt marrying his freckled face. Granger touches his face, her touch featherweight, unbelieving that his is safe. Molly Weasley follows, her hand clasped in Fleur's, with Percy Weasley following. The twins next, with Charlie starting a count. Tonks comes, her eyes darting down to Draco's quivering form. Arthur Weasley, Bill Weasley and Remus Lupin come in backwards, their wands still drawn. The front door shuts and Arthur Weasley runs to one side of the grounds of the window as Bill Weasley darts to the kitchen windows and Remus Lupin still has his wand drawn at the front door. A heavy silence befalls them before they hear the cracks of apparition. They're gone. Arthur Weasley announces as everyone feels like they can breathe again. Hesitantly, Lupin lowers his wand. He cannot bring himself to put it away. They were after Harry. He pauses. Someone told them he was here. His voice, still authoritative, is tired. He does not accuse anyone in the room. He says it because he wants them to know. He doesn't think it is any of them, but there are people not to trust. Molly Weasley clears her throat. Draco, dear, it is good thing you told us to come to the burrow. She tries to reassure him. Draco cannot bring himself out of his cocoon, heaving heavy breaths. He can see it, those masks in the Manor shoving innocence in the Manor. Draco staring at his father's own mask after the Aurors swept the grounds of the Manor in 4th year. The mad cackling. The screams of the cellars. The bloodied carnage of Muggles. Muggleborns lying lifeless on the Manor floors as the Dark Lord swept towards them, Nagini near. He feels the hand on his shoulder. Maybe Z have tea. Everyone's. Fleur says before marching over to the kitchen. Draco could hear the shuffling around him before he hears Potter cut through it. Malfoy. He sighs, his Gryffindor glory bearing down on him. Look, Malfoy. He touches Draco's shoulder only for Draco to smack his hand away. Springing to his feet, don't come near me, Potter. He spits out, turning to Charlie Weasley, who has not moved towards the kitchen yet. Do you have a pensive? Charlie Weasley nods at him, Pointing to the stairs, "It's upstairs, let me take you up." Draco follows, ramming his shoulder into Potter as he passes. It was not that Potter did not have a right to call him a coward. He did. But Draco felt himself crumbling that Harry Potter, the boy who had all the good the world had to offer, knew what he is. The pair of them, Charlie and Draco, go to last door in the hallway. The Weasleys' parents' room. Like the rest of the house, it is homely. Draco waits near the bed as Charlie whips the pensive out of the wardrobe, gesturing Draco forward as he finishes. Hesitating, Draco thumbs the vial in robe pocket. Humorous that it did not fall in the debacle. Eventually, when he crosses over, he tilts the memory into the pensive, apprehensive as to why Dumbledore left this memory to him. Gulping his fear away, Draco submerges himself into the pensive. Dark figures swirl around him as he finds himself in the front room of his godfather's house. Spinner's End were nothing more than a Muggle town. The house no longer that shanty mess that Draco had seen in childhood. No, the front room had more color. The wooden floors upholstered, there were pink sofas, white curtains and a collage of portraits. Visions shift to his mother. Draco tries not to gasp at seeing her again. Seeing her sitting poised in a single pink sofa, tracing the rim of teacup. Instead, unease fills him. As Draco finds himself in the front room of Spinner's End, the atmosphere is charged with tension, his mother's unease palpable as she sits nervously on the pink sofa. Severus Snape's arrival only adds to the weight of the situation, his presence commanding attention as he addresses Narcissa with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "Narcissa, what do I owe the pleasure so late in the day?" The drawl of his godfather sounding behind him as he watches Severus Snape sweep into the room, setting down a small plate of Muggle biscuits. He watches his mother set down her cup. Not a drop taken as she twiddles her hands, a nervous habit, before looking at his godfather. Her gray eyes unsure, hurt, torn. "Draco does not want the unbreakable vow," she states. His godfather's eyebrows draw together, snorting, "That vain boy," he mutters, taking a sip from his tea. His mother actually grins as quickly as it appears it falls. "I fear." Severus the first fear he might do something drastic. "What do you mean, Narcissa?" his godfather asks, his tone grave. His mother thinks for a while before quivering to say, "I think he might make an unbreakable vow with Dumbledore. He's just a boy." At her words, Severus Snape snaps to his feet. Narcissa's revelation about Draco's reluctance to enter into the unbreakable vow with Severus sends shockwaves through the room. Snape's reaction immediate and intense. His mother's fears about Draco's potential alliance with Dumbledore only deepen the gravity of the situation, leaving Snape visibly shaken. The memory shifts, swirling to Draco stalking through the halls of Hogwarts. As Draco navigates the corridors of Hogwarts, his mind is consumed by the haunting echoes of Myrtle's pleas, her desperate urgings resonating deep within him. Despite his best efforts to push them aside, her words linger like a relentless specter, a constant reminder of the burden he carries. With Greg doggedly at his heels, Draco finds himself unable to escape the weight of his impending confession. Greg's unwavering presence serves as both a comfort and a source of unease, a tangible reminder of the gravity of his situation. Though Draco may attempt to mask his distress, Greg's concern is palpable, his determination to stand by Draco's side unwavering in the face of uncertainty. "Draco." Greg calls, gripping onto the strap of his satchel. Draco does not stop. He does not slow down his pace. "Greg." He simply says, "I told you to leave." As they traverse the dimly lit corridors, Draco's steps are heavy with apprehension, his thoughts consumed by the daunting prospect of confronting Dumbledore. "Why would I leave?" At that, Draco stops. Assessing Greg. Nibbling at his bottom lip, he tries to give Greg a reason to leave. "Because Greg." He shuts his eyes for a moment, a sharp intake of breath. "I have never been a good friend. To you or Vince. I let you follow me. I let you lower yourselves to my lackeys. So, we were young, don't you understand? I thought of you as henchmen instead of friends." Taking a breath, "I am sorry. Truly sorry that I ever let you two become that. I took your friendship." Greg surges forward and Draco thinks he might punch him. And good. Greg should. Only Gray places a hand on his shoulder. "Dre, you are my friend. What we were, it doesn't matter. In fourth year, don't you remember you spent every evening tutoring me through potions? I don't think an evil genius would do that for a lackey. There are a billion things I could say, but I want to ask you, why? Why are you trying to push me away? What's wrong? Draco could feel the dread fill him as he pulls away. One day, Greg, I'll tell you everything. I need to see Dumbledore. Greg is confused again, ready to follow Draco. Alone. Draco departs, and Draco could feel the desperation pouring into his skin as the memory shifts. As Draco sits opposite Dumbledore in the dimly lit office, the atmosphere is thick with tension and apprehension. His mind races with a whirlwind of conflicting emotions and thoughts, the weight of his secret threatening to suffocate him. Dumbledore's calm manner offers a stark contrast to Draco's inner turmoil. The headmaster's piercing blue eyes seem to bore into Draco's soul, as if searching for the truth hidden within his troubled mind. Breaking the uneasy silence, Dumbledore extends a small bowl of lemon drops towards Draco, his voice gentle yet insistent. Would you care for a lemon drop, Mr. Malfoy? He asks, his tone betraying none of the gravity of their impending conversation. Draco's hands tremble slightly as he reaches for a lemon drop, his fingers fumbling with the small confection. The sweet tang of citrus fills his senses, offering a fleeting moment of distraction from the weight of his confession. But as Dumbledore's gaze remains fixed upon him, Draco knows there is no escape from the truth that must be revealed. With a heavy heart and a voice that trembles with uncertainty, he begins to speak, the words tumbling from his lips in a desperate rush. I need to tell you something, Professor, Draco stammers, his eyes flickering nervously to Dumbledore's unwavering gaze. It's about a task that Voldemort has given me. As the weight of his confession hangs heavy in the air, Draco can only hope that Dumbledore will offer him the guidance and understanding he so desperately seeks. As Dumbledore's dark blue eyes fixate on him, Draco feels a surge of resentment and frustration bubbling within him. He hates the way Dumbledore's GZE seems to penetrate his very soul, as if he can see through all of Draco's defenses and secrets. The words catch in Draco's throat as he struggles to find the courage to speak, his mind racing with doubts and fears. He watches as Dumbledore calmly helps himself to a lemon drop, the action only serving to further fuel Draco's irritation. When Dumbledore reassures him that Hogwarts is always ready to offer help and support to its students, Draco can't help but scoff in disbelief. I don't think that sentiment extends to all students, he retorts bitterly, his voice laced with cynicism. Dumbledore leans back in his chair, his gaze unwavering as he studies Draco intently. On the contrary, Draco, he says calmly, his voice carrying an air of quiet authority, that sentiment extends to all students who have ever graced the grounds of Hogwarts. Draco's heart constricts at Dumbledore's words, a mix of guilt and regret washing over him. Despite his best efforts to distance himself from the school and its values, he can't help but feel a pang of longing for the sense of belonging and acceptance that Hogwarts once offered him. As the weight of Dumbledore's words settles upon him, Draco realizes that he can no longer hide from the truth of his situation. With a heavy heart and a newfound resolve, he begins to unburden himself to Dumbledore, knowing that only through honesty and courage can he hope to find redemption. As Draco finishes recounting his harrowing task to Dumbledore, he braces himself for the headmaster's reaction, expecting shock or anger or perhaps even disbelief. But to Draco's surprise, Dumbledore remains eerily calm and composed, his expression unreadable as he listens to Draco's words. Draco can't help but feel a surge of unease at Dumbledore's lack of reaction. He had always known Dumbledore to be a cunning and perceptive man, but now he wonders if the headmaster had been aware of his task all along. Do you mean to tell me you already knew about this? Draco asks, his voice tinged with suspicion. Dumbledore offers him a small, enigmatic smile. It would not be beyond Voldemort's nature to tie up loose ends, he replies cryptically, his blue eyes twinkling with hidden knowledge. Draco flinches at the mention of Voldemort's name, the mere thought of the dark wizard sending a shiver down his spine. Do you want to die? Draco blurts out, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. To his surprise, Dumbledore's expression remains unchanged, his gaze steady as he regards Draco with a mixture of compassion and understanding. Death is but the next great adventure, Draco, he says calmly. But tell me, is there anyone you wish to protect? Draco hesitates, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts and emotions. Can he trust Dumbledore with the safety of his mother? Can he trust anyone at all in this treacherous world? But as he considers the options before him, Draco realizes that he may need Dumbledore's help to save his mother from the clutches of Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Despite his reservations, he knows that he cannot face this danger alone. As the realization dawns upon Draco, a cold knot forms in the pit of his stomach. If Dumbledore is aware of his impending death, then surely, he must also know about Severus Snape's allegiance to Voldemort. Draco can't shake the feeling that Dumbledore's silence speaks volumes, that perhaps the headmaster had orchestrated everything from the start. Draco's mind races with a myriad of thoughts and emotions, but one realization stands out above all. Dumbledore must have known about Severus Snape's true loyalties all along. It's a bitter pill to swallow, the realization that his beloved godfather has been playing a dangerous game all this time. In his heart, Draco knows that Severus despises being a Death Eater, that he loathes the darkness that Voldemort represents. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, Severus has remained loyal to the Dark Lord, bound by some unseen force that Draco can't quite comprehend. But even as these thoughts consume him, Draco knows that he must tread carefully. Dumbledore holds all the cards in this dangerous game, and Draco is but a pawn in his master plan. For now, he must play along, biding his time until the moment is right to make his move. Yes, Draco finally admits, his voice barely above a whisper. I want to protect my mother. Draco's mind reels at Dumbledore's proposal, unable to comprehend the audacity of the plan. To continue with his task of assassinating Dumbledore, to play a role in orchestrating the death of the very man he's sitting across from. It's madness. Dumbledore, are you out of your mind? Draco blurts out, unable to contain his disbelief. But Dumbledore remains calm, his eyes twinkling with a sense of knowing that unnerves Draco even further. It is the price we must pay to protect your mother, Draco, Dumbledore replies, his voice steady and unwavering. Draco struggles to find words, torn between his loyalty to his family and his disbelief at Dumbledore's plan. How could he possibly continue down this dark path, knowing the consequences it would bring? I can't just go through with this, Draco finally manages to say, his voice laced with uncertainty. Dumbledore nods understandingly, his expression serene. I understand your hesitation, Draco. But rest assured, I will reveal to the Order that I instructed you to fulfill this task. They will ensure your mother's safety. Draco's skepticism only deepens at Dumbledore's words. How could he trust the very man he's been tasked with killing? How could he be certain that Dumbledore would keep his word and protect his mother? Prove it, Draco demands, his voice tinged with desperation. How can I be sure that you'll save her? Dumbledore's eyes meet Draco's, unwavering and resolute. We can make an unbreakable vow, he suggests, his tone firm. I swear to you, Draco, I will do everything in my power to protect your mother. And if I fail, may I suffer the consequences. Draco's hesitation lingers in the air, his mind grappling with the weight of Dumbledore's proposition. To play along with Dumbledore's plan meant risking everything, including his own life and the lives of those he holds dear. But at the same time, he knows that he's trapped in a situation beyond his control, and Dumbledore may be his only hope of protecting his mother. I could help you, Mr. Malfoy, but you would need to help me, too, Dumbledore repeats, his voice gentle yet firm. Draco meets Dumbledore's gaze, seeing the determination and wisdom in those piercing blue eyes. Despite his misgivings, he can't deny the sense of reassurance that comes with Dumbledore's presence. After a moment of contemplation, Draco finally nods in reluctant agreement. Very well, he concedes, his voice barely above a whisper. Dumbledore's eyes twinkle with approval, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Thank you, Draco, he says, his tone filled with gratitude. But as Draco prepares himself to leave, Dumbledore's expression grows serious once more. There is one more thing, Mr. Malfoy, he adds, his voice solemn. For your safety and the success of our plan, I believe it would be best if I were to take this memory from you for safekeeping until the time is right to return it. Draco hesitates, a surge of apprehension coursing through him at the thought of Dumbledore delving into his mind. But ultimately, he knows that he has no choice but to trust Dumbledore. With a resigned sigh, he nods his agreement, steeling himself for whatever lies ahead. Draco's mind swirls with a tumult of emotions as he emerges from the depths of the pensieve. The memories, both his own and those of Dumbledore's, replay in his mind like a haunting melody. It all makes sense now, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place with painful clarity. The reason the Order had reluctantly allowed him into their ranks, despite their reservations and suspicions. They had seen him for what he truly was. A monster, tainted by the darkness of his family's legacy. Even after he had made an unbreakable vow to protect his mother, she was still dead. And he had watched, helpless and horrified, as Dumbledore fell to his death at the hands of another. A wave of nausea washes over him, threatening to engulf him in its suffocating grip. He staggers backward, clutching at the edge of the table for support, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The weight of his actions, the consequences of his choices, press down on him like a leaden cloak. He sinks to the floor, his head spinning with a dizzying array of thoughts and emotions. Guilt, shame, remorse. All collide within him, threatening to consume him from the inside out. He feels as though he might be sick, the bile rising in his throat like a bitter tide. With a trembling hand, Draco reaches for the vial containing the memory Dumbledore had entrusted to him. "Oh, Draco, I thought you might want some." Whatever Tonks is about to say, Draco does not hear as he dashes out the room. Like an enraged centaur is licking at his heels, he sprints down the stairs, interrupting the frail murmuring of the kitchen as he wrenches the front door open. Abandoning the safety of the burrow to feel the cold air whip into him, he runs. He can't decide what he is running from. So, he runs more into the cold night. Draco's chest heaves with the effort of his sobs as he lays sprawled on the cold ground, the icy air biting at his skin. His mind is a whirlwind of confusion and despair, unable to make sense of the tumultuous emotions raging within him. Until he is hauled to the ground, he is crying, staring up at those ablaze green eyes. "Malfoy, what the are you doing?" Potter's grounding him in the present moment even as Draco feels like he's drowning in a sea of his own anguish. He lashes out, the pain of betrayal burning like a white-hot fire in his veins. "You knew!" He screams at Potter, who is grabbing Draco's wrists as Draco tries to slap him. "The vow. That I killed Dumbledore. You all knew. You let me into your home." His choking on his own sobs as Potter peers down at him. He lets go of Draco's wrist, who uses it to curl in on himself. "I was there, Malfoy, I saw. It wasn't me, Potter. You have to believe me. You have to." "Dumbledore," he stepped back. "Smirking at me. The old coot, he. Potter looks at him as if he is a Cerberus. "Malfoy, what are you talking about?" Potter studies his tear-stricken pink face. "It were Bellatrix. I was there." Dumbledore didn't step back. She hit him with the killing curse." Potter's voice cuts through the chaos, a lifeline in the darkness. He speaks of Bellatrix, of Dumbledore's death, of a truth that Draco had been too blinded by his own guilt to see. Potter falls away from him, sitting on the ground beside him. Draco stares up at the sky, his mind wandering to the astronomy tower. He could remember his aunt's mad cackling. As he wills his mind to focus, he sees it, the killing curse. His breath stuttering in his ribcage. He can see the pieces of his mind stitching back together. Him at the bottom of the steps demanding the gargoyle to allow way. Pleading with Dumbledore to save his mother. The wisps of the chain of the vow around his wrist. And as the pieces of his shattered reality begin to slowly fall back into place, he gasps as Tonks runs to them. "Draco, Harry." She stops before saying, "Maybe we should all head back in. It's been a long night." And with a heavy heart, Draco allows himself to be guided back to the warmth and safety of the burrow, his mind still reeling from the revelation that had shattered his illusions. Draco cannot remember his body moving. The idle chatter over his head as he wanders up the stairs. Staring up at the ceiling of the room, he hears Ron Weasley's snores. Tonks telling Lupin, "It might be best we send Draco to Grimmauld." He can only remember turning over to his right and not the moment he falls asleep. As he drifts off to sleep, his dreams haunted by the ghosts of his past, Draco clings to the fragile hope that perhaps, just perhaps, there is still a chance for redemption, and in the darkness of the night, he whispers a silent prayer for forgiveness, a plea for a second chance at a life unburdened by the weight of his mistakes. Chapter End Notes A.N. After doing the rewritten version, I just realized as readers you guys deserve to know the entire conversation that happened in Dumbledore's office. So Snape never made the unbreakable vow with Narcissa. Instead, Draco made one with Dumbledore. Just realized this might be longest chapter in this work. Rewritten. Chapter 8 Brother Codaline Chapter Notes. Thank you everyone for the support. Don't know if anyone actually reads this. I'm still stuck on Chapter 9. Again thank you everyone. Rewritten. Chapter 8 Brother Codaline. Not for the first time did Sirius Black feel stifled in Grimmauld Place. Yes, the house may not be falling apart anymore. He still has the curtains drawn on his mother's portrait with a rather strong sticky charm. He still cannot stand Creature and his murmuring of bloodhouse purity. Nonetheless, he is happy to have proper meals and a mean cup of coffee in the mornings. Sirius sits in the dimly lit second living room of Grimmauld Place. The weight of memories presses down on him like a leaden blanket. The air is heavy with the ghosts of his past, memories swirling around him like specters in the darkness. He takes a sip of brandy, the amber liquid burning a trail down his throat, a futile attempt to drown out the echoes of his childhood. He remembers the days when Grimmauld Place had been filled with laughter and warmth, when he and Regulus had been inseparable, bound together by the unbreakable bond of brotherhood. But those days are long gone now, lost to the ravages of time and the bitter divide that had torn their family apart. Sirius can still see the disappointment in his father's eyes, the disapproval that had followed him like a shadow wherever he went. And Regulus, once his closest ally, had become a stranger, a casualty of the toxic ideology that had poisoned their family from within. The silence of the house is deafening, broken only by the soft crackle of the fire and the distant murmurings of Creature as he moves about his duties. Sirius can't help but wonder what Regulus would think of him now, of the choices he had made and the path he had chosen to walk. But there are no answers to be found in the empty halls of Grimmauld Place, no solace for a heart heavy with regret. Sirius knows that he can never go back to the innocence of his youth, to the days when the world had seemed so simple and full of promise. And so, he sits alone in the dimly lit room, his thoughts consumed by memories of a time long gone, wondering if there will ever be a way to reconcile the past with the present, to find peace in a world torn apart by war and betrayal. Sirius couldn't resist a playful jab at his brother as they sat at the breakfast table, their mother's piercing gaze fixed on them like a hawk. With a smirk, he nudged Regulus, relishing in the opportunity to tease him. "Was it you, Regulus?" their mother asked, her tone sharp and accusing as she laid her hands delicately on the table. Before Regulus could respond, Sirius interjected, unable to resist the chance to make a jest. "No, mother, I assure you it was not Regulus. It was Sirius," he quipped, a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. His mother's expression hardened, ready to unleash a scathing retort, but before she could speak, their father intervened, his voice cutting through the tension with a touch of amusement. "Yes, Sirius," their father said, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he glanced up from his newspaper. "You are serious." Sirius and Regulus erupted into laughter, their father's unexpected response catching them off guard and diffusing the tension in the room. Even their mother couldn't help but crack a smile at the playful banter between her two sons, albeit a reluctant one. As Sirius reflected on the brief exchange at the breakfast table, he couldn't help but feel a swell of warmth in his chest. To someone like James Potter, who had grown up in a loving and supportive household, such interactions might seem trivial. Even Remus Lupin, with his own caring family, likely wouldn't think twice about it. But for Sirius, it was everything. In that fleeting moment of laughter and banter, Sirius felt a sense of belonging and happiness that he rarely experienced within the confines of Grimmauld Place. It was a reminder that despite the darkness that surrounded them, there were still pockets of light and love within his family, however fleeting they may be. To Sirius, that small moment on a bleak Wednesday morning held immeasurable significance. It was a reminder that even amidst the shadows of their world, there were still moments of joy and connection to be found, if only they were willing to seize them. And for Sirius, that was enough to carry him through the darkest of times. In that moment, the weight of their family's expectations and the looming darkness of their future seemed to lift, if only for a brief moment, as they shared a rare moment of levity and camaraderie amidst the turmoil of their world. As Sirius swirled his glass, memories of happier times flooded his mind. Remus Lupin, his steadfast companion, would often be by his side, sharing stories and laughter late into the night. Tonks, with her infectious energy, would join them too, bringing a spark of light to their gatherings. But now, with their newborn baby demanding their attention, They were preoccupied with the joys and challenges of parenthood. Molly Weasley, always a source of comfort and warmth, used to visit frequently, bringing with her the bustling energy of the Weasley household. But now, with the war raging on and the threat of danger looming ever closer, the Weasleys were focused on fortifying their home and protecting their family. Instead of the lively gatherings and camaraderie he once enjoyed, Sirius found himself isolated in Grimmauld Place, cut off from the outside world. The only connection he had to the Order and the ongoing struggle against Voldemort was the occasional Patronus message that would arrive to keep him informed. It was a stark contrast to the freedom and excitement of his youth, and Sirius couldn't shake the feeling of being trapped in a home that held so many painful memories. As the war raged on, he felt increasingly caged, longing for the days when he could roam freely with his friends by his side. But for now, all he could do was wait, trapped in a house he had hoped to leave behind forever. Sirius sat in the dimly lit living room of Grimmauld Place, the memories of his tumultuous past swirling in his mind like a tempest. He could still vividly recall the day he made the decision to leave his family home, to escape the suffocating grip of the Black family's pureblood ideology. At the age of 16, Sirius found himself at a crossroads, faced with the choice of either conforming to his family's expectations or forging his own path. The notion of blood purity, encapsulated by the Black family motto, toujours pur, was something Sirius vehemently opposed. He couldn't fathom aligning himself with a belief system that propagated such discrimination and superiority. So, when the opportunity presented itself, Sirius seized it without hesitation. Under the cover of night, he packed a single suitcase with his meager belongings and slipped out of Grimmauld Place, hoping to evade the watchful eyes of his family and their judgmental portraits. As he made his way to the front door, he encountered his younger brother Regulus, whose eyes betrayed a mixture of disbelief and fear. The exchange between the brothers was fraught with unspoken tension and emotion. Sirius extended an invitation for Regulus to join him, to escape the suffocating confines of their family's legacy, but Regulus, bound by duty and expectation, declined, leaving Sirius to depart alone into the unknown. Leaving behind the only life he had ever known was a bittersweet moment for Sirius, filled with conflicting emotions of liberation and loss. Yet, as he walked away from Grimmauld Place, tears streaming down his face, he found solace in the presence of his friend James Potter, who stood waiting for him on the other side of the street. James, ever the loyal companion, offered Sirius a sense of reassurance and comfort, distracting him from the pain of leaving his family behind. Together, they discussed mundane matters and plans for the future, providing Sirius with a glimmer of hope amidst the uncertainty. At the age of 16, with his entire life ahead of him, Sirius thought leaving home meant that he could be himself without his family expectations. Without his parents' abuse to make him the perfect pureblood aristocrat. That James Potter, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew and him were going to go out and rule the world together after Hogwarts. James would obviously marry Lily, they would have a bunch of children. Snivellus would be somewhere crying about. Remus would go on to prove it to Wizarding Society lycanthropy prejudice could go and bugger off. Peter would probably open a bakery. And Sirius would make something of himself that his family could not destroy. But life did not work out how Sirius thought it would at the age of 16. Sirius for a time did make something of himself as an Auror with James. But then Pettigrew framed him. He was thrown in Azkaban without a proper trail, only with his family's reputation to imprison him. He fell through the veil and now Draco pulled him out. But he's trapped in the same house he tried to get away from. James and Lily Potter were gone with only Harry remaining. Peter Pettigrew was a traitor. Prejudiced views still affected Remus. As he reflected on the twists and turns of his life, Sirius couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation and bitterness. The dreams and aspirations he held dear at the age of 16 had been shattered by the harsh realities of adulthood. But amidst the despair, there remained a flicker of hope, a glimmer of possibility that perhaps, one day, he would find redemption and reclaim the life he had once envisioned. Recent discussions about inheritance and family matters among the remaining members of the Black family only served to exacerbate his frustration. He struggles to reconcile his feelings about his family with the pain and disappointment they have caused him. He may have reacted harshly to Narcissa's decision to name her son after a constellation, and he may have been distant with Andromeda for breaking away from the Black name, but deep down, he knows that his family still means something to him. In these moments of vulnerability, he finds himself grappling with conflicting emotions. Despite the pain and resentment he feels towards his family, They are still his flesh and blood, the only remnants of his childhood and heritage. As the last remaining member of the once proud House of Black, he feels a sense of duty and responsibility towards preserving its legacy, even if it brings him nothing but anguish. Turning to alcohol as a means of coping, Sirius seeks solace in the numbness it provides, if only temporarily. But no amount of drink can dull the ache of regret that gnaws at him, the knowledge that he failed his brother in his time of need. Regulus' memory haunts him, a constant reminder of his own shortcomings and the irreparable rift that now exists between them. And amidst the turmoil of his emotions, there lingers a sense of longing for the days when he could spar with Severus Snape, a bitter enemy yet also a familiar adversary. In the absence of his friends and the chaos of the outside world, Sirius yearns for the comfort of a heated argument, a distraction from the painful truths that plague him. But as he sits alone in the darkness, surrounded by the echoes of his past, Sirius knows that he cannot escape the weight of his family's legacy. Despite his best efforts to distance himself from the House of Black, it remains a part of him, an indelible mark on his soul that he can never erase. And so, he continues to grapple with his demons, seeking solace wherever he can find it, even as he longs for the freedom he once believed leaving home would bring. Reminiscing is cut short as he hears the soft keys of a piano, the noise chanting a familiar tune. That's how he finds himself leaning against the music room doorway, abandoning his glass of brandy. As Sirius stands in the doorway of the music room, the soft melody of the piano washes over him, stirring memories of days long gone. He can almost feel the warmth of Sunday evenings spent in the grandeur of his childhood home, surrounded by the familiar sights and sounds of his family. In his mind's eye, he sees his mother, her elegant form bent over her work, the soft rustle of papers and the scratch of her quill filling the air. His father's study lies just beyond, the door ajar as his father listens to the music, a small smile playing on his lips. And there, at the center of it all, sits his younger brother Regulus, his fingers dancing gracefully across the keys of the grand piano. Sirius can't help but smile at the memory, the fondness for his brother mingling with a pang of sadness for all that has been lost. The image that lingers most vividly in Sirius's mind is that of his younger brother, Regulus, seated at the grand piano, his fingers moving gracefully across the keys. He remembers the sense of camaraderie they shared in those moments, the unspoken bond between them despite their differences. Regulus may have been the epitome of propriety, unlike Sirius with his rebellious spirit and penchant for mischief, but that never stopped Sirius from admiring his brother's talent and encouraging him to play more. And now, as Sirius stands in the music room, it is not Regulus who sits at the piano, but Draco Malfoy, a reminder of how much time has passed and how things have changed. But as Sirius looks into the music room now, he sees not his brother but Draco Malfoy, a boy whose presence reminds him of Regulus in unexpected ways. The sight is both comforting and unsettling, a reminder of the passage of time and the inevitability of change. The memory leaves a chill like the Dementors. But he still sees Creature dusting to the tune. His father's old study still ajar open. The teary eyes of his mother portrait through the crack of the curtains, like it would be in his youth. Oh. The song ends, "I did not see you there, Black, I just thought." Draco looks up at Sirius, his gray eyes reflecting a mixture of uncertainty and curiosity. Sirius can't help but be struck by the resemblance to his brother, the same delicate features and aristocratic bearing. He watches Draco Malfoy move his delicate fingers away from the keys, settling to his lap. Gray eyes meeting gray eyes. Abashed, just like Regulus. But not. Regulus would never be caught dead with white pale blonde hair. With a bittersweet smile, Sirius steps into the room, joining Draco at the piano. Sirius laughs, he does not ruffle his hair, gesturing to the piano, "Go on, play another." He gestures toward the keys, encouraging Draco to continue playing. Draco hesitates. Sirius's heart aches with longing for the days when he could sit beside his brother and listen to him play. Draco lifts his hands out his lap, his fingers gently falling to the keys. He clears his throat, straightening his back as his fingers glide across the keys. "Any requests?" "Surprise me," Sirius says softly, his eyes drifting closed as the music fills the room. He lets himself be carried away by the melody, losing himself in the enchanting notes that seem to transport him back to a time when life was simpler and his family was whole. And for a fleeting moment, he allows himself to believe that Regulus is sitting beside him once more, their bond unbroken by time or circumstance. After the debacle of the wedding, the Golden Trio fled into the night to fulfill the dead Dumbledore's mission. Draco, all but hauled through the flow to Grimmauld Place. Draco spent most days trying to piece together the fragments of his mind. Sometimes he would venture over to the Black family tapestry. As the days strained, he felt himself as crazed as an Azkaban prisoner talking to his mother. He found the door to music room when he heard the flow roar to life and he needed to escape. If his younger self saw him using the piano for his escape, he would have thought he had gone absolute mad. Still playing, his forefinger gliding against a black note. "Do you play?" he asks Black, startling the man out of his reminiscence. Taking a moment, "No, I was rather fond of the drums, myself." Draco looks abashed. Regulus played. Nodding, Mother said unreg. The relationship so fragile, Draco settled for, he played beautifully. Black preens at the statement, "Yes, my mother would make him play at dinner parties." Laughing, Reg, when he had enough of it, got himself absolutely sloshed that he played the most cat-curling piece. Black lost himself in his nostalgia, had James and I in stitches. Mother might have missed that bit, Draco says, quickening his fingers to play to the rhythm. Black snorts, "I bet she did." He pauses for a moment, turning to stare at the side of Draco's face. "You ever play at dinner parties?" Abruptly, Draco stops. His fingers going still over the keys. "Father." He takes a moment. It's unbecoming of a Malfoy. Black watches him. Blacks are always taught how to play. Black questions, flicking a curly strand of black hair behind his ear. Hands still resting over the keys. "Exactly." The charmed instruments float back to their stands as the music is over. Black uses his index finger to trace the side of his jaw. "You have any idea where Creature gets your clothes from?" Black says, instead leaving what Draco did not want to say unsaid. Draco shakes his head. "No, it were Regulus." He muses. Draco turns to stare at Black, ashamed. He here is sitting in the man's ancestral house in the same robes his dead brother wore. He opened his mouth, but Black waves him away. "Whatever you were going to say, Malfoy, doesn't matter." He pauses. "The clothes would have wasted away in wardrobe." "Leave it be." He rises from the bench with a warm smile. "Why don't we check if dinner is ready?" Their conversations are hesitant. Whenever Draco finds himself in the presence of Sirius Black, he cannot help to think that in ways, yes, they are similar, but then they are not. Black knew, or rather understood from a young age, the wrongs of their ways. Built up a life outside pureblood customs. Chose the right side of the war when it came down to it. Even if he were left in Azkaban and rescued by Potter. Even interacting with Order members whom believed he were a traitor, he didn't leave. Never abandoning his friends. Never abandoning his morals. He stood tall, and it made Draco feel anger, ashamed when he saw Sirius Black. They strayed from complex topics. Draco not ready to make peace with his mother's death. Sirius Black did not inquire further about his younger brother. They still sat in the music room together on the bench. Sometimes, they'll talk. Small talks, Draco's boyhood hatred of music lessons, Black's ballroom's disasters, sometimes about families in the circles. A very few times Black would talk about Harry Potter. "I hope he is safe," or "Wonder what Harry is doing now." Never remarks that Draco could respond to. On a frail Tuesday morning, as Draco tells his mother about the weather, Creature comes in. Setting breakfast down, the morning paper tucked underneath the house elf's arm. Draco does his best to act as if he were not talking to the Black family tapestry. His right hand still tracing his mother's portrait. "Master Draco." The elf greets, untucking the paper. Creature got the paper, presenting it to Draco in a sort of bow. Turning to house elf, Draco is happy Creature has not started his groveling, deftly taking the paper. "That will be all, Creature." Draco drawls as Creature happily pops away. He is about to throw the paper down on the obsidian table, having enough of seeing Harry Potter the #1 undesirable. Have they seen Potter undesirable? What a pompous lie. The front page is not Harry Potter for once. No, in pink flamingo glory, is Dolores Umbridge, sitting in the seat of the head of Wizengamot. Her blue condescending eyes staring smugly out to the crowd, but what catches his eyes is the pendant around her neck. Salazar Slytherin's locket. How would that woman have that? Draco knew. He had read it in the journal. Regulus Black may in his youth admired the Dark Lord the same way Draco was stupid to admire. It all changed. For Regulus Black it came from the Dark Lord using his horcrux on creature. For some reason the youngest Black was quite fond of the creature. He came up with a notorious plan. Oh Salazar, what was the plan? Crunching the newspaper in his hands, creature. Draco called, skipping out the room until he heard that usual Pop the house elf appearing in the hallway. Master Draco. Creature looking at Draco curiously. What? Creature, what did Regulus Black ask you to do? Draco demanded, his gray eyes ablaze, looking down at the horrid creature. The house elf looked enraged. Master Regulus made creature promise. Creature is loyal to. Getting down on his knees, Draco grabs creature's cold shoulders. I understand, creature. You are loyal. Loyal to the most ancient noble house of Black. Please. You know he wanted to destroy it. Large bulbous eyes narrowing at Draco. How does Master Draco know of this? The hardness of creature's voice, the only indication that it is the first time since Draco took residence in Grimmauld Place, is being disobeyed. That thing that hurt you, creature. He needs it. That's why Regulus Black wanted it. Draco hopes he looks sincere as he pleads, creature, where is it? Forlorn, the house elf looks ashamed. Master Regulus, he went to steal it. Creature told him. Master Regulus will be harmed. Master Regulus did not listen to creature. The Inferi took Master Regulus. The house elf crestfallen. Draco, his hands relaxing. We need it. He pauses at those accusing eyes. Harry Potter will destroy it, like your master wanted. Creature thinks it over. Master Potter will. Draco nods. Creature will get the locket. The house elf snaps away as Draco succumbs to his knees. What do you mean there is something wrong with the locket, Harry? Hermione Granger asks as they apparate in front of 12 Grimmauld Place. The obsidian door springing in front of Harry Potter as he makes his ways up the steps to the townhouse. Running a hand through his wet hair. He looks at Hermione as he takes out his wand. Not for the first time she looks at him like he is mad. The locket, it's not speaking. Ron Weasley breathes out, not really understanding. Mate, it's a locket. Granger stares hard at Harry Potter. You can hear them? She states. I know. It's weird. But it's not speaking. He pauses, trying to find his next words. Frustrated that they went through all of that at the ministry. That he saw Dolores Umbridge again. The scars of his detention's uncomfortable scratching at him when he were in front of her again. The witch on trail. Mate, I think we have got the past weird. Weasley says, let's go inside. We will talk about it with Sirius. Let's just get off the street for now. It sounds like a plan. Harry Potter taps his wand on the glossy obsidian door. A series of locks, unlocking themselves, are heard. He had thought that maybe Sirius, probably still asleep to the world. He would not knock, creature would leave him out in the cold, and God forbid, it were Draco Malfoy that opened the door. The door swings open with a creak. Snape. The ghost of Mad-Eye Moody calls out. Potter's breath stutters at the ghost of the man. Voice small. Mad-Eye? Potter calls out, wondering if Mad-Eye is really alive, breathing in front of him. Just as the words leave his mouth, a great rush of freezing cold air sweeps through the hallway, and the trio's tongues curl back in their mouths. Just there, out in the beyond. Something shifts in the shadows at the end of the hall, rising from the carpet. The trio braces themselves for it. Tall, dust-colored and terrible-looking, then rushes toward them. It's Dumbledore. Their breaths quicken. It is Dumbledore, but a ghostly, worm-eaten Dumbledore. A corpse come to life, with empty eye sockets and sunken face. It raises its wand and then explodes in a great cloud of dust, swirling like mist in the corridor, drifting back to the carpet. Bloody hell, was that all bout? Ron Weasley gasps out as the door slams shut behind them. Granger stares out the hallway for a moment longer. Mad-Eye's doing. Probably wanted to make Snape wasn't coming to snoop on the order. The floorboard creaks. When there is no jovial greeting from Sirius Black. The trio stiffen. Harry Potter moves forward. Slowly, Hermione Granger draws her wand, peering into the hallway. Hominum Revelio. The hallway lamps alight at once, revealing Draco Malfoy, his left arm shielding creature from the trio. His wand is not drawn. The sight of him in disarray as he peers at them like they are mad to be here. Peppery pink lips curling into an ugly sneer. Potter sees. Rather, he hears the hisses of the locket dangling in Draco's left hand. She extends her hand. It's a spell to reveal human presence. Watches the settling dust stream through her fingers. Nothing more, Malfoy. Quickly, Potter draws his wand, his green eyes turning to steel. What is that, Malfoy? Why do you have it? He demands. Draco stares up at him, still wearing that ugly sneer. Master Harry, Creature got it for you. Creature wrings his wrinkly hands together, still shielded by Draco's outstretched right arm. Master Draco said you will destroy what Master Regulus could not. Harry, lower your wand. Sirius comes running down the steps. I think we should hear. No, Potter spits defiantly, the hostility vivid in his green eyes. Why should we believe anything that comes out Malfoy's mouth? Still sneering, Potter, don't be obtuse. Draco says, raising a brow. Potter moves forward. Don't tell me what to do. He yells. For a moment, Draco doesn't think Potter is telling him. Not when that tremor shakes Potter's shoulders. Slowly, Weasley moves forward. Harry. I agree, we blow up Malfoy, any day. Draco glares at the red-haired sorry excuse of a pureblood. You got experience in that. But, right now we need to know. What in the Merlin? Draco thinks to himself, his eyes narrowing at Potter. The Golden Savior has been blowing up people in his spare time. And everyone thinks it's okay? After all this, Harry, you can have it all out with Malfoy. Granger agrees as Draco shoots her a scathing look. Draco wants to scream. Have what out? What are they going to do, lock Potter and him in a room together? Potter probably still doesn't know how to do a wizarding's duel and is just going to pummel Draco to death. Potter lowering his wand, drawing a sharp breath. Go on, Malfoy, you have the floor. His eyes glinting in mischief. Just know I have blown up people before. Draco eyes linger on Potter just a while longer. Is it true the Wizarding Saviour is just blowing up people? What is he doing skipping through Diagon Alley sing-songing? You get blown up today. How did you know? Draco asks, instead gesturing to the identical locket in Granger's grip. Do you know which one is real? Creature steps away from Draco. Creature knows. Master Regulus gave Creature instructions. Creature annoyed that his efforts are being subjected to failure. Creature has been keeping it safe for Master Regulus. Potter stares at Creature. He is right, he says, running a hand over his face. All attention turns to Draco. So, he explains. He tells them everything about Regulus Black. He tells them how the man ultimately died. Watches the way Sirius Black collapses down on the last step. As Potter runs to his side to comfort the man. Granger plows through the conversation asking about the others. Draco tries hard to remember, but the ones he does, they are already aware or have been already destroyed. Weasley produces a handkerchief for Creature as the house elf cries for his old master. Chapter 9. Me and the Devil Soaps and Skins. Chapter notes. I'm sorry, I was cleaning. Yay. Chapter 9. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 9. Me and the Devil Soaps and Skins. The environment inside the second parlor of 12 Grimmauld Place is thick with tension as the 5 unlikely allies gathering around the ancient obsidian dining table. Dimly lit room, shadows dancing along the dark wooden walls, as if the very house itself were trying to hide its secrets. Sirius Black, still shackled by the family tapestry that adorned one wall, sat at the head of the table, his eyes fixed on the object that now rested in Draco Malfoy's pale, trembling hands. It had taken the better part of an hour for them to stop Creature's cries. The house elf retreating back somewhere into house, to be alone. Draco's fingers grazed the cold, ornate locket. It felt like the coldness seeped into his skin. He had just revealed to the group what he had discovered while researching the horcruxes that Voldemort had created. Regulus Black, Black's younger brother, had once possessed the Slytherin locket before it had been stolen. The story Creature told them between his cries. The very locket that now felt heavy in his grip. It's unbelievable, Draco muttering, his gray eyes encompassing with disbelief. Regulus Black had it all along, and he didn't even know what it was. He died for this. His voice wavered, torn between the bitterness of his own family's involvement in the dark arts and the revelation that there might be hope for redemption even within the darkest of wizards. This is it, Potter said, his voice a mixture of excitement and trepidation. This is the locket we've been searching for. Granger nodded, her eyes never leaving the locket. Regulus Black must have known its significance, and he sacrificed himself to retrieve it. Weasley piped up, and the creature connection, too. He must have used creature to help him find and destroy the horcrux. Sirius Black, who had been unusually erratic since the discovery, nodded in agreement. Regulus was a Slytherin, and Slytherins have their own code, their own way of doing things. He may have seen the Dark Lord's true nature and decided to defy him in secret, the pain of his own words slicing through him. Draco ran his fingers over the locket's cold, rough surface, feeling a strange connection to it. Regulus Black knew. He is the one who gathered the horcruxes. He may have not known what they were, fully. Draco felt sick. He had grown up surrounded by the ideology of Voldemort and his followers, and now, he was holding a piece of that very darkness in his hand. It was a stark reminder of the choices he had made and the path he had chosen. The question is, what do we do with it now? Granger, her brow furrowing in deep thought. Black chimed in, we should destroy it, of course. It's a horcrux, and we can't risk leaving any trace of Voldemort's power behind. Draco, still clutching the locket, is conflicted. He went to find it. This is to prove himself, to right the wrongs of his family, but holding the locket in his hand made him feel a weight he couldn't explain. It was a connection to his family's dark past, a past he was desperate to escape. Yet, he felt the power, dark as it is, pulsating into his skin. Tension between Draco and Harry Potter had been simmering since the discovery of the Slytherin locket, and it is about to come to a boiling point. Clearly, Potter had never fully trusted Draco, and the revelation that the locket was in his possession had only intensified his suspicions. As they stood in the small, dimly lit room at 12 Grimmauld Place, the atmosphere is palpable with unease. Draco held the locket in his hand, the serpent-shaped ornament glinting dully in the faint light. It is as though the dark magic within the horcrux was a part of him now, and he found it both disconcerting and strangely intriguing. He had been trying to think of a way to get rid of the locket since he'd found it, but it seemed to cling to him like a shadow. Malfoy, why didn't you tell us you had the locket sooner? Potter's voice was laced with anger, his emerald eyes locked onto Draco's gray ones. Draco's eyes met Harry's, a mixture of defiance and frustration in his silver gaze. I didn't know how to tell you, his voice tight, trying to distance himself from the darkness trying to claim him. I only found out recently, and I've been trying to figure out what to do with it. You know what this means, Potter. We have to destroy it. Harry's frustration boiled over, and he clenched his fists, his emerald eyes burning like the killing curse. It made Draco's skin crawl. And how'd I know you won't run off with it, or use it for some dark purpose? Draco's jaw tightened, his grip on the locket growing stronger. You don't. But I'm not my father, and I'm not like him. I want to help destroy it, too. Potter seemed torn. He had faced many challenges alongside Draco over the years, but trusting him with such a dangerous object was another matter entirely. However, as he looked at the locket, he felt an odd connection, as if it were calling out to him. Draco could not tear his eyes away as he watched Potter gazing at the Slytherin locket, which still rests ominously in his pale palm. The sight sent shivers down his spine, for there was an eerie darkness in the way Potter's emerald eyes fixated on the cursed artifact. It was as though the locket held some macabre sway over him, consuming his thoughts and drawing him deeper into the abyss of its malevolent power. Despite their strained alliance, Draco felt a chill of discomfort creeping over him, and he couldn't help but wonder if Potter's connection with the locket is more perilous than anyone had anticipated. The uneasy silence between them spoke volumes, a reminder that they were not friends, merely reluctant allies in the ongoing battle against the shadows of the past. Draco noticed the strange look on Harry's face and frowned. What's wrong, Potter? Why are you looking at the locket like that? Harry shook his head, his frustration now mixed with confusion. I don't know. It's like I can feel something from it, a connection. It's strange. Draco raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Harry's reaction. What do you mean, a connection? Granger's brown eyes darting to Potter's form. Harry shook his head. No, it's not that. It's more like, I can sense its darkness. Like it's trying to communicate with me. As he watched Harry Potter, he noticed the subtle but unmistakable change in the young wizard. The Slytherin locket rested heavily in Draco Malfoy's palm, and he couldn't help but feel the strange, malevolent presence that emanated from it. Potter's usual confident posture, that could rival a peacock at Malfoy Manor, had grown unsteady, and a shadow seemed to have fallen over his green eyes. As if, the green eyes are swept into a dark turmoil, streaks of killing curse flashing. It was as though the locket's dark aura was reaching out, wrapping its tendrils around Harry's very soul. The realization is startlingly dark, even to Draco, who had grown up in the shadow of the darkest wizard of their time. He couldn't help but wonder if this was a consequence of Harry's own morbid connection to Voldemort, or if it was simply the power of the locket itself, corrupting anyone who came into contact with it. Hermione Granger, ever the analytical mind, watched the unfolding scene with a mixture of concern and curiosity. Her brow furrowed as she contemplated the implications of the locket's strange influence on Potter. If the locket had such an effect on him, it is a troubling sign of power and danger they were dealing with. Ron Weasley, standing a few paces away, couldn't hide his discomfort. A wide berth from the locket. One foot in the room, another foot out, as if he were to dart away. He shifted uneasily from one foot to the other, his freckled face pale. The very presence of the Slytherin locket seemed to send shivers down his spine, and he looked as though he would rather be anywhere else. Amidst the unsettling tension in the room, Sirius Black, who had been observing the situation from the shadows, could sense the turmoil that Potter is going through. With a hoarse voice, he called out to the young wizard, "Harry." Potter turned to look at Sirius, his eyes searching for a lifeline in the midst of the darkness that threatened to consume him. Blinking at Black, trying to find himself in the room again. He needed all the help he could get, for the Slytherin locket is not just a horcrux. It was a gateway to a world of malevolence and secrets that even he had not yet fully comprehended. As Draco observed Potter's unsettling fixation on the Slytherin locket, he couldn't help but notice the intensity of Sirius Black's concern for the young wizard. From his vantage point in the room, Draco had a clear view of Black, and it was evident that the former prisoner of Azkaban was deeply troubled by the situation. Black's eyes, once filled with a brash, rebellious spirit, now held a mix of anguish and protectiveness as he watched Potter. Draco had never seen Black so openly concerned for anyone, especially someone like Harry Potter. It was as if the locket's dark aura had resonated with Black's own past and ignited a protective instinct within him. Draco couldn't help but wonder if Black, who had endured the horrors of Azkaban, recognized the danger that Potter was inadvertently courting by allowing himself to be drawn into the locket's malevolence. It was a sobering reminder that the locket wasn't just an ordinary artifact. It was a vessel of darkness, and it had a way of ensnaring even the most resilient souls. The silent communication between Black and Potter, evident in their shared looks and unspoken understanding, revealed the depth of their bond, and it left Draco feeling strangely envious of the connection they shared. In that moment, it became clear that, despite their tumultuous history, Potter had found an unexpected ally in Sirius Black, who was determined to protect him from the insidious influence of the Slytherin locket. As Hermione Granger questioned Draco about his seemingly resilient state in the presence of the Slytherin locket, Draco couldn't help but sense her inquisitive nature paired with a touch of suspicion. Her voice held a hint of concern, and her eyes bore into him with a mixture of curiosity and doubt. Her inquiry was direct and to the point. "Draco, it's quite peculiar how you seem less affected by the locket compared to the rest of us. Why do you think that is? Is there something you're not telling us?" Draco's thoughts raced as he considered her question. He had never fully revealed the depths of his experiences with dark magic and the inner conflicts he had faced, especially regarding his family's involvement. He chose his words carefully. "I have a history, Granger. My family has connections to dark magic that I'm still trying to understand. It's possible that, in some twisted way, my past experiences have granted me a peculiar sort of immunity, or at the very least, a resistance to the locket's influence." Hermione's analytical mind was quick to grasp the implications of his response. "So, you're saying that your familiarity with dark magic has given you a sort of tolerance for the locket's darkness?" Draco nodded, acknowledging her deduction. "Yes, that's the idea. It doesn't mean I'm completely unaffected, but it may explain why I'm not as consumed by it as the others." Ron Weasley, who had been silently listening to the conversation, chimed in with a hint of unease. "That still doesn't make me feel any better about that thing being here. It's creepy, and I don't trust it." Draco couldn't help but agree with Ron's sentiment, despite his ability to resist the locket's pull. It was a chilling reminder that, even in their strained alliance, the dark forces they faced were more insidious and unpredictable than anyone could have imagined. "Creature, should hide the locket for now, until we can come up with a plan to destroy it." Harry, I understand you, but the three of you should rest. Creature has kept the locket for this long. Creature can keep it a while longer. Sirius Black had taken it upon himself to make a heavy and solemn decision. With a heart burdened by sorrow and regret, he had entrusted Creature with the grave task of retrieving the accursed Slytherin locket and secreting it deep within the hidden recesses of Grimmauld Place. The locket, a malevolent artifact of dark magic, was a haunting reminder of the price he had paid, the loss of his beloved brother, Regulus. Regulus had sacrificed himself to recover the locket from the treacherous cave, and it stood as a somber symbol of their shared family history tainted by the sinister powers of Voldemort. Sirius's anguished heart could barely bear the weight of the locket's presence, and the knowledge of its role in the tragic loss of his brother weighed heavily upon him. Creature, the loyal yet tormented house elf, had been Regulus's faithful servant, and he bore the emotional scars of his master's untimely demise. His heart ached with the memory of Regulus, and now, under Sirius's command, he would undertake the somber task of safeguarding the locket. Creature's loyalty had shifted, but his grief for his master was a constant companion on his servile journey. Mate, you don't think the pull has anything to do with Weasley's words trailing off. But the occupants in the room knew he meant he who shall not be named. Those who were listening Black remained distant, Creature crestfallen stumbling over to Draco. Granger's face went from contemplating Potter's strange behavior to trying to console Potter by resting her hand on his. Defeated by the idea, Potter could only shrug those powerful shoulders. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy and tense after Ron Weasley's unintentional revelation about Harry's peculiar behavior with the Slytherin locket. Draco couldn't let the matter rest, and as he handed the locket over to Creature, voicing the question that had been gnawing at him. Why would Potter's connection to volume be causing him to act this way? He asked, curiosity and concern etched on his face. He hopes that those emotions mask his trepidation of hearing about a connection between the Dark Lord and Potter. Before anyone could provide an answer, both Creature and Sirius Black left the room, leaving a lingering sense of uncertainty in their wake. Potter, still harboring his deep-seated hostility towards Draco, refused to share his thoughts. His distrust is palpable, and he shot Draco a venomous glare. Draco could sense his frustration, and Draco's own emotions were a tumultuous mix of longing and resentment, especially as Potter interjected with a curt, "I don't trust him," towards Weasley and Granger. In that moment, Draco's depth of this love he never knew he had for the boy who lived, felt bittersweet revelation that left him hollow. "We do not have time, Potter, for you to go and seek counsel to question my sincerity." With no choice but to respond with snide comments. Those vivid green eyes snapping towards Draco, "Is that what this is, sincerity?" Snapping back. A spark of hostility cracking as Potter started to lose the reins of his magic. "I don't trust you." Stamping down the onslaught of emotions trying to crowd him, Draco carrying on, "I understand that, Potter. I never asked you to repeat yourself. If there is a connection with you and the Dark Lord." Potter laughed. It is cold, bitter, completely foreign for a sound like that to be escaping Potter's mouth. It chilled Draco to the bone, his fingers curling into his palms. "Malfoy. The Dark Lord," Potter's eyes flashing dangerously like the killing curse. "Is he a lord to you?" Draco's tongue felt heavy in his mouth, looking at the golden trio across from him. The distance felt staggering as they looked upon him. He never meant it. Not the way Potter is implying. Harry. Granger, always the voice of reason, recognized the fragility of our situation and believed that, given Draco's discovery of the Slytherin locket, he needed to be informed. Her assertive brown eyes flickering over to Draco. "Malfoy discovered the Slytherin locket. He found it. He could have ran away. He didn't." She asserted that Draco is proving himself as an ally and that it was time for him to be included in their plans. When Potter's anger did not diminish, she looked towards Weasley. Ronald Weasley came striding forward. For a moment Draco thought he could hear, "Weasley, our king," placing a freckled hand on Potter's shoulder. Granger opened her mouth to start explaining. As Draco listened to Granger's words, Potter's animosity continued to fester, and he seethed with anger at Draco's audacity to interrupt. "You mean they have a mind connection like Occlumency?" With bated breath, Draco waited for Granger to continue, hoping that her explanation would shed some light on the mysteries surrounding Potter's connection to the Dark Lord and the Slytherin locket. "Malfoy, I think it's important for you to understand the situation fully. One of the reasons for Harry's unusual behavior with the locket might be related to his experiences with Occlumency, which were taught by Severus Snape. Before Granger could elaborate further, Harry Potter interjected, his voice laced with bitterness. Awful is an understatement. Snape was a right git, and those lessons were nothing short of torture. Ron Weasley, always a loyal friend, leaned in closer to Harry, his expression full of concern. Mate, I know it was tough, but we need to focus on the task at hand. Potter, however, appeared to have fallen into a haze of memories, his gaze distant as he relived the torment of those Occlumency lessons taught by Snape. His mind seemed clouded by the painful experiences he had endured, and it was clear that discussing the topic had thrown him into a state of disarray. As the room bristled with tension, Sirius Black returned, his face etched with fury. He had overheard the conversation about Snape and the Occlumency lessons, and he wasted no time in expressing his disdain. That Snivellus, he seethed, the nerve of him teaching anyone anything. He's a bloody traitor. Draco, aware of Snape's complex history with the Marauders, couldn't remain silent. With a sudden burst of passion, he jumped to defend his godfather. You don't understand, Black, he said firmly. Snape's life has been far from simple, and his loyalties aren't so black and white. Sirius, however, is not easily swayed. He took a step back, his rage unabated, and retorted, even if Bellatrix killed Dumbledore, Snape was still an instrument in his death. Draco's anger flared as Sirius spoke, and he struggled to contain his emotions. The room's atmosphere grew even more oppressive, as the weight of the conversation bore down on them. As the conversation escalated, tensions flared and the room crackled with energy. Harry Potter, his grand magical presence pulsating with anger, couldn't hold back any longer. The Marauders were not awful people, he shouted vehemently, his voice shaking with emotion. Standing taller than Draco, he stepped forward, his eyes locked onto Draco's. They were my family, and they fought against the darkness. You don't know them like I do. Draco, equally incensed, didn't back down. Your family isn't exempt from criticism, Potter. They caused pain and destruction too, and you need to acknowledge that. Their voices rose, drowning out reason, and they shouted back and forth, their arguments fueled by deeply ingrained beliefs and personal history. Hermione Granger watched the escalating confrontation with concern, while Ron Weasley did his best to insert himself between the two, attempting to pacify the situation and prevent it from spiraling out of control. Draco couldn't resist the opportunity to continue the verbal sparring. He fixed Harry with a challenging gaze and said, "You were probably an atrocious student to Snape. Potty Potter who couldn't handle even the basics of Occlumency." Harry's expression tightened, and his eyes blazed with a mixture of frustration and indignation. You don't know the first thing about what I went through in those lessons, Malfoy. It was torture. Draco raised an eyebrow, unyielding in his stance. Torture or not, you're still terrible at it. If you can't grasp Occlumency, we might as well hand our thoughts to Voldemort on a silver platter. Hermione, always the peacemaker, intervened once more, her voice tinged with exasperation. Honestly, can we focus on the matter at hand? Bickering isn't going to get us anywhere. Ron, equally exasperated, chimed in, she's right, you too. Let's save the arguments for another time. Harry and Draco exchanged one final intense glare, the tension between them still simmering, before they reluctantly backed down. The room fell into a heavy silence, each of them still seething with unresolved emotions. Harry Potter's skepticism is evident, and he was on the verge of uttering another retort when Hermione Granger, ever the voice of reason, stepped in. Enough, she said firmly, directing her gaze from Harry to Draco. If Draco believes he can help, maybe we should give it a chance. Occlumency is crucial, and we need all the help we can get. Ron Weasley, who had reservations about Draco's involvement, chimed in. I don't know, Hermione. Can we trust him? He was a Death Eater, after all. Draco, his resolve unwavering, addressed Ron directly. I may have made mistakes in the past, but my loyalties have shifted. I want to protect my friends and help defeat Voldemort. I can do this. The room was fraught with tension as the group weighed their options. With a collective sigh, they reluctantly agreed to give Draco a chance, acknowledging the urgency of their situation and the necessity of mastering Occlumency for their collective safety. Harry Potter, his expression hardened, turned to Draco and said firmly, I don't want you poking around in my mind, Malfoy. I still have my doubts about where your loyalties lie. Draco, though determined to prove himself, couldn't hide the heartbreak that washed over him. His newfound feelings for Potter, unspoken and unrequited, weighed heavily on his heart. He had hoped that his actions would demonstrate his changed allegiances, but it seemed that Potter's trust was harder to earn than he had anticipated. He kept his emotions in check, but the pain in his eyes was unmistakable as he replied, "I understand your concerns, Potter. But I've made my choice, and it's to stand with you and protect my friends. My past doesn't define me anymore." The room became tense as the weight of their complicated relationship and the impending danger of their mission hung heavily in the air. With a deep breath and a determination to bridge the gap between them, Draco looked Harry in the eye and said, "I'm not my father, Potter. I didn't kill your parents. I want to protect my friends, just like you do. You need to put aside your massive ego and see that right now, we're on the same side." The room fell into a heavy silence as the weight of Draco's words hung in the air. The others watched, waiting for Harry's response, and the unspoken tension between them lingered, unresolved. "Scared, Potter," Draco repeated, his voice steady. Harry's green eyes flared with anger, his fists clenching tightly at his sides as he loomed over Draco. The air crackled with tension, and it seemed as if any moment, their argument might escalate further. Meanwhile, Sirius Black and Ron Weasley exchanged contemplative glances, considering what Draco had proposed. Hermione Granger, growing increasingly exasperated with the ongoing confrontation between Draco and Potter, rolled her eyes, her patience waning as she yearned for them to move past their differences and focus on the task at hand. Sirius Black, who had been silently observing the heated exchange between Harry and Draco, stepped forward. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, his eyes filled with a mixture of understanding and determination. "Harry, I know it's hard, but we're all in this together. Draco's offered to help, and we need every advantage we can get against Voldemort. You've got to trust your instincts, and if there's a chance this could protect you, you should take it." Ron Weasley, always loyal to his best friend, nodded in agreement. "Sirius is right, Harry. We can't afford to let our differences get in the way. We need to be a united front to defeat Voldemort. Let Draco teach you Occlumency." Reluctantly, Harry finally conceded. He was still wary, but he understood the necessity of the situation. With a heavy sigh, he said, "Fine, I'll give it a shot. But if I feel like he's up to something, I'm out." The room breathed a collective sigh of relief, grateful that they could put this particular argument to rest and focus on their preparations for the looming battle against the dark forces. Draco, eager to move forward, said, "Let's start the lessons now. Strike while the iron is still hot." Harry remained reluctant, his reservations evident. He sighed deeply, the weight of their decision pressing on him. "Fine, let's get it over with." The tension in the room had not entirely dissipated, but at least they had taken a step toward a more unified front, recognizing the urgency of the impending battle. Sirius Black, taking charge of the situation, suggested, "Why don't you two use the second drawing room? It's quieter, and we can avoid any unnecessary distractions." Harry hesitated, not particularly keen on the idea, but Sirius reassured him, "It'll be all right, Harry. This is for the greater good." Hermione Granger chimed in, her tone determined, "And don't worry, Harry. If Draco tries anything, I can always put him in a jar like I did with Rita Skeeter. We won't let anything happen." Reluctantly, Harry agreed, and they made their way to the second drawing room, aware that the upcoming Occlumency lessons would test not only their magical abilities but also their ability to trust each other. As they headed towards the second drawing room, Weasley couldn't contain a burst of laughter. The tension of the situation, combined with the absurdity of imagining Draco Malfoy in a jar, struck him as oddly amusing. Draco, in response, simply rolled his eyes at Weasley's laughter, his expression a mix of irritation and amusement. It seemed even in the midst of a serious situation, the dynamics between the group couldn't completely escape the quirks and humor that defined their relationships. As they entered the second drawing room, Potter's tension was palpable. His shoulders bore the weight of the impending Occlumency lessons with Draco, and the gravity of the situation hung heavily in the air. The room was charged with unease, reflecting the internal struggle and apprehension within Potter as he prepared to delve into the intricacies of protecting his mind. In the spacious second drawing room, Draco and Potter stood, their eyes locked in a silent exchange of determination and apprehension. The weight of their shared history and the tension of the present situation hung in the air. Draco broke the silence as he took out his wand, a subtle action that made Potter flinch involuntarily. The room seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the beginning of the occlumency lessons that would either strengthen or strain the fragile alliance between them. Clearing his throat, Draco couldn't help but pity Potter, wondering if the occlumency lessons he was about to face would be as challenging and emotionally taxing as his own experiences. The weight of memories, secrets, and vulnerabilities lay ahead, and Draco steeled himself for the task of teaching Potter the delicate art of protecting one's mind. Rolling his shoulders back, Draco tries to will away the made shrill of his aunt's laughter to the back of his mind. Summoning a chair, politely sitting down, one ankle crossing the other. "Don't just stand there, Potter." Hesitating, he watches those enticing green eyes study him before Potter drags out a chair. The wooden legs scrape against the floor in a terrifying screech. Completely unsure, Potter finally settles into the chair across from Draco, his green eyes untrusting. Draco, attempting to break the thick tension in the room, cleared his throat and said, "Look, Potter, I'm not thrilled about this any more than you are. But if we're going to make this work, you need to trust me during these lessons. It's about protecting your mind, not invading it." Potter scoffed, his skepticism evident. "Trust you? You've got to be kidding. You were a Death Eater. How am I supposed to trust someone who used to follow Voldemort?" Draco's jaw tightened at the reminder of his past, but he pressed on. "That was then. I'm not that person anymore. I want to help, and you need to believe that." Potter's expression remained hardened, and the distrust lingered in the air. The room was a battleground of conflicting emotions, and the success of the occlumency lessons hinged on whether Potter could set aside his doubts and let Draco in. "You need to trust me. At least for now." When asked about this particular moment again, Draco would never tell a soul about how his voice strained. That he is trying so hard to prove to the boy who lived that he could be trusted. Potter, crossing his arms over his chest, never said a word. Taking his wand into his hands, "I am going to cast Legilimens." When Potter never said a word, Draco took that as an invitation. Legilimens. The spell rolling off his tongue, holding for a moment to create a connection between the two minds. As Draco pressed on, trying to convey his sincerity, Potter's magical being seemed to respond with a rumble, an underlying power that vibrated through the room. It felt as if the very air thickened, making it difficult for Draco to breathe. The atmosphere became charged, and the room started to shake, a physical manifestation of the intense magical energies at play. Draco struggled to maintain his composure as his wand shot out of his firm grip, clattering to the floor. The unexpected display of magical turbulence left both of them on edge, the room echoing the tumultuous emotions that hung between them. Reacting to the escalating magical turbulence, Draco shot out of his seat, a mix of surprise and urgency etched across his face. The sudden intensity of the situation had thrown him off balance, and he stood, trying to regain control and assess the unpredictable magical forces at play. The room continued to quiver, and Draco braced himself for whatever might unfold next in this unexpected and volatile occlumency lesson. "Potter, what the hell are you playing at?" Draco spat out, his voice shuddering in response to the charged magic that permeated the room. The unexpected turbulence had heightened the already tense atmosphere, and Draco couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration and unease. The dynamics of the occlumency lesson had taken an unpredictable turn, leaving both of them grappling with the powerful magical forces at play. Potter's gaze bore into Draco, confusion and uncertainty evident in his eyes. It was a look that conveyed a lack of understanding, as if he grappled with the unfolding magical turmoil and Draco's reaction to it. The charged atmosphere and the unexpected escalation of magical forces had left Potter seemingly perplexed, adding another layer of complexity to the already fraught occlumency lesson. As the magical turbulence intensified, the room seemed to rebel against the chaotic energies at play. Curtains shuddered against the walls, cupboards banged open and closed with a relentless rhythm, and the furniture within the room was swept up towards the ceiling. The very fabric of the space seemed to resist the magical clash, creating a surreal and disorienting scene as the elements within the room responded to the volatile energies that Draco and Potter inadvertently unleashed. "Potter, get a hold of yourself," Draco exclaimed, his voice unintentionally sharp as fear and urgency colored his words. The escalating chaos in the room demanded immediate attention, and Draco's concern for their safety fueled the intensity of his command. However, Potter, interpreting Draco's tone differently, took it as an attempt to start a fight. The charged atmosphere and the misunderstanding between them added another layer of tension to the already tumultuous occlumency lesson. The room continued to defy its normal state, responding to the clash of magical forces with unrestrained turbulence. In the midst of the swirling magical chaos, Draco felt a surge of fear coursing through him. The unexpected escalation of the Occlumency lesson had thrown him off balance, and the rapidly deteriorating situation left him genuinely scared. The room continued to quake and rebel against their magical clash, amplifying the unease and uncertainty that hung in the air. "You have no right to tell me what to do," Potter yelled, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. In a sudden burst of frustration and defiance, he leapt from his chair, causing it to slam against the floor with a resounding thud. The room quivered in response, mirroring the tumultuous emotions that both Draco and Potter were grappling with in this unexpected and hazardous Occlumency lesson. In a predatory manner, Potter advanced towards Draco, each step deliberate, as if he were caging Draco in with an unspoken intensity. His green eyes burned with an unsettling fire, and an eerie calmness emanated from his voice. "You, Dumbledore, none of you get to tell me what to do," Potter declared, the words carrying a weight of defiance. Towering over Draco, the room continued to quiver with the unresolved magical turbulence, reflecting the heightened tension between them. The power dynamics of the Occlumency lesson had shifted, leaving Draco to grapple with the unpredictable nature of Potter's emotions and the unsettling atmosphere that surrounded them. Amidst the charged confrontation, Draco sensed that Potter's words weren't directed at him personally. The violence and power radiating from Potter seemed to stem from a shared struggle, the lack of control over their lives. In that moment, Draco saw a reflection of his own internal chaos mirrored in Potter. It wasn't a confrontation between them but a manifestation of the broader turmoil both faced in a world overshadowed by war and uncertainty. The understanding of this shared vulnerability added a layer of complexity to the turbulent dynamics of the Occlumency lesson. With a mix of caution and empathy, Draco placed his hand on Potter's strong forearm, a tentative gesture of connection amidst the magical storm that enveloped them. However, Potter's response was unexpectedly intense. He gripped Draco's delicate hand with a strength that bordered on painful, causing Draco to let out a sharp gasp. The physical manifestation of Potter's grip mirrored the emotional intensity of the situation, further emphasizing the profound turmoil they both grappled with. Attempting to convey understanding, Draco opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Potter cut him off with a sharp retort. "How could you understand?" Potter's question hung in the air, a challenge that underscored the vast divide between them. The complexities of their individual struggles seemed insurmountable, and communication faltered in the face of the tumultuous emotions that both Draco and Potter were contending with. In the midst of the charged encounter, Draco, unable to bear the physical strain any longer, finally spoke up. "Potter, you're hurting me," he uttered, his words carrying a mix of discomfort and vulnerability. The acknowledgement of the pain added a somber note to the already tense atmosphere, casting a shadow over the tumultuous Occlumency lesson. Instantly, as Draco voiced the pain, Potter released his grip, retreating to the far side of the room. He watched in a mix of shock and confusion as Draco cradled his reddening hand, the reality of the situation dawning on him. "I'm sorry, Malfoy. I didn't mean to," Potter stuttered out, his realization evident. As if in response to his newfound awareness, Potter's magic swept out, corralling the chaotic energies back into his being. The room, once a tempest of magical turbulence, became startlingly still, the aftermath of their intense confrontation settling into an uneasy quiet. In that moment of stillness, Draco felt a surge of empathy for Potter. For the first time, he didn't see the boy who lived, the symbol of ideologies from their boyhood. Instead, he saw Potter as a person, broken and vulnerable, much like himself. This newfound understanding stirred a complex mix of emotions within Draco. He found himself loving Potter more for his shared humanity, yet simultaneously harboring a deeper hatred for himself, recognizing the echoes of his own brokenness reflected in Potter. The intricacies of their connection became more pronounced, adding layers to the already intricate tapestry of their intertwined lives. Before Draco could find the words to express the complexities of the moment, Ron Weasley burst into the room. "What the bloody hell happened? No one could even get in." His announcement cutting through the lingering tension. He informed both Draco and Potter that no one could get in, sealing the space from external interference. The revelation added a layer of privacy to the aftermath of their intense encounter, leaving Draco and Potter to navigate the emotional aftermath in the confined solitude of the room. Witnessing Potter in evident distress, Weasley's protective instincts kicked in, and he hurried over to check on him. His eyes ablaze with concern, Weasley approached Potter, his unspoken question hanging in the air. The protectiveness in his gaze seemed to suggest a suspicion that Draco might have played a role in Potter's current state, adding another layer of tension to the already charged atmosphere. "Malfoy, what happened to your hand?" Granger's sudden inquiry about Draco's hand startled him, as he hadn't even realized she had appeared in the doorway. His gray eyes remained fixated on Potter, the lingering intensity of their shared moment still palpable in the air. The unspoken understanding between them added a layer of complexity to the situation, making Granger's inquiry seem like an intrusion into the unspoken connection that had developed during the turbulent Occlumency lesson. "The lesson may have gotten out of hand," Draco carefully says, putting on his haughty air. "Guess not even Occlumency can be taught to the chosen one in one lesson." Without waiting for anyone to reply, he swept out the room, trying to find solitude in Regulus Black's old room. Chapter end notes. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. It was the hardest chapter to write cause I have never gone this far writing anything. If you want to talk to me, you could leave a comment. It would be like summoning me. I do have socials, but they're not personalized for this. Anyways, hope you enjoy it. Hey everyone, I am really sorry. I know I am supposed to update today. Something personal has come up, so chapter 10 will be postponed. I don't know if anyone will see this, but I didn't want to update a blank chapter. Chapter 10 Gilded Lily Cults. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter 10 Gilded Lily Cults. Potter, now separated from the immediate tension, sat alone with his head in his hands, a sense of abashment washing over him. The memory of Draco's frightening face haunting him, the impact of their intense interaction leaving a lasting impression. The quiet aftermath allowed Potter to reflect on his own behavior and the emotions that had surfaced during the Occlumency lesson, adding a layer of introspection to the charged atmosphere in the room. As Draco delved into Potter's mind during the Occlumency lesson, what he encountered was a swirling turmoil of emotions. Emotions that seemed to surpass Potter's understanding and control, evoking a sense of helplessness. Amidst the emotional chaos, there was a constant, a woman's voice singing a song that eluded comprehension. The ethereal melody, once present and haunting, had now faded, leaving a void that paradoxically intensified the unease in Potter. The aftermath of the mental intrusion had left both of them grappling with the lingering echoes of an experience that defied explanation. The realization hit Potter with a weight he hadn't expected. In the past, the animosity between them had allowed for a certain level of callousness, a willingness to hurt each other without much consideration. But now, after everything, Potter found himself grappling with a newfound awareness. He had glimpsed into Draco's inner turmoil, seen facets of a person he professed to hate, and it left him questioning the depth of that hatred. The lines between animosity and understanding had blurred, and Potter couldn't deny the impact of the shared experience. "Harry," the soft and comforting tone called out to him. Before he could register it fully, a gentle, calloused hand, a featherweight touch, rested on his shoulder. Slowly, sitting up in the chair, Potter found himself met with the soft whisky eyes of Remus Lupin, gazing at him with a depth of understanding that stirred emotions within him, almost bringing tears to his eyes. Potter couldn't muster a smile. Instead, he turned to his once professor, one of his father's best friends, and asked the haunting question that lingered in his mind, "What is wrong with me?" Lupin knelt in front of Potter, letting out a heavy sigh. "Harry, you're just a boy," he uttered with a mix of compassion and sorrow, recognizing the weight that burdened the young wizard. Running his hands through his dark, untamable hair, Potter expressed the turmoil within. Lupin watched with concern, fearing that Potter might be attempting to scratch open his own head. The young wizard confessed, "You don't understand. I could have hurt Malfoy." The weight of the potential harm he held within seemed to torment him. Lupin gently took Potter's hands into his own, offering a grounding presence. "But you didn't, Harry. Don't you understand?" he reassured, emphasizing the importance of the fact that, despite the internal chaos, Potter had not acted on the darker impulses. "But I could have," Potter confessed, the haunting image of a bloodied Malfoy on the bathroom tiles flashing in his mind. The mere possibility of such a grim outcome weighed heavily on him. Lupin felt at a loss, realizing that they were both just boys on the brink of adulthood, thrust into a war they had no business being a part of. Instead of dwelling on the darkness that loomed over them, he posed a question: "Do you blame me for what happens when the wolf in me takes control?" Potter's green eyes bore into Lupin's, and he abruptly shakes his head. With reverence, he tells Remus that it is not your fault, that you have no control, and that it's not the person you are. Lupin smiles, but the expression doesn't quite reach his eyes. He picks his next words carefully before speaking, but it is, Harry. The wolf is a part of me. The next day when I wake up battered and bruised, I ache with the knowledge of what I have done. But someone once told me that if I let it consume me, I would not understand who I could be. That I am so much more than just a wolf. Potter doesn't fully grasp the depth of Lupin's words. He sits there, troubled and confused, still wrestling with the turbulent emotions swirling inside him. Lupin goes on to say, "It was your father after an incident," he stumbles over his words, "in the Shrieking Shack. And I am so happy he told me that because I would have never met you. I wouldn't be with someone who loves all parts of me, even the ugly parts. I never thought I could be a father, but I will be. And you, Harry, are so much more than you understand. Not because you were the boy who lived, but because you are Harry." Lupin's revelation hangs in the air, a mix of vulnerability and strength. Harry listens, absorbing the weight of Lupin's experiences and the wisdom he imparts. The mention of Harry's father, the acceptance of one's flaws, and the acknowledgement of love, all weave together into a tapestry of understanding. For a moment, Harry is silent, the revelation sinking in. The room feels heavy with the weight of their shared burdens. In the face of Lupin's honesty, Harry begins to realize that perhaps there's more to him than the role he's been forced into. The boy who lived, the chosen one. There's a complexity to his identity that he's only beginning to explore. Lupin's gaze is steady, and his words, though laden with his own struggles, carry a sense of hope. The acknowledgement of love, of being more than a predetermined fate, resonates with Harry in a way that transcends the magical and mystical world around them. And so, as Lupin continues to speak, Harry starts to understand that he is not defined by the expectations placed upon him or the struggles he faces. There's a journey of self-discovery ahead, and the revelation about Lupin's impending fatherhood becomes a symbol of hope in the midst of their turbulent reality. In this moment, with Lupin's unwavering support and guidance, Harry begins to see the potential for growth, for embracing all parts of himself, just as Lupin has done. The echoes of the woman's haunting song remain, but perhaps now, in the presence of someone who has faced similar battles, Harry can find the strength to navigate the complexities within him. What do I do now? The question weighs heavy in the air between them. Whatever you think is right, Remus says. I am not going to tell you how to live your life, Harry. You already know what you need to do. The first thing you need to do is not be sitting here thinking about what could have happened. Mutely, Potter agrees, laughing as Remus takes out a bar of chocolate. I am starting to think you think chocolate solves all problems, he says, moving his glasses to wipe his wet eyes. Remus chuckles at that, breaking a piece off. Well, don't go around telling everyone my secrets. Handing over the broken piece to Potter. You will do the same when you give a piece to your godson. Potter pauses eating. Oh, I didn't really expect me to be, still. I just thought because of Sirius, the words trail off. Remus smiles as he gets up on his feet. No, Harry, it is still you. Don't think you can wiggle your way out. I should be heading off now. Making his way to the door, Harry calls out, Then you, Uncle Mooney. The weight of the conversation lingers as Lupin hesitates at the door, the echo of Harry's childhood nickname, Uncle Mooney, reaching his ears. It's a poignant reminder of a time when life was simpler, before the complexities of war and the burdens of destiny had settled upon Harry's shoulders. For a moment, Lupin allows himself to savor the familiarity of the name, a connection to a time when Harry was just a boy seeking comfort and guidance. The use of the childhood moniker holds a subtle power, bridging the gap between past and present, between innocence and the harsh reality of the wizarding world. However, Lupin understands that dwelling on the past won't change the challenges they face in the present. With a heavy heart, he turns away from the door, leaving Harry to grapple with the revelations and advice offered. As the door closes behind him, Lupin carries the weight of his own experiences, the struggles of being a werewolf, and the anticipation of fatherhood. In the quiet aftermath, Harry is left alone with his thoughts, the room holding the echoes of a conversation that transcended mentorship and delved into the complexities of identity, love, and the journey towards self-discovery. Lupin's attention is abruptly pulled away from the doorway by the sight of Sirius, who remains seated at the kitchen table. Tumbler of brandy rests in Sirius's hands, and his gaze is fixed on some distant point, lost in the swirl of his own thoughts. There's a certain weariness etched across Sirius's features, a weariness that speaks of battles fought, both internal and external. Lupin approaches quietly, the creak of the floorboards beneath him barely audible. The air in the room is heavy with the weight of unspoken emotions, the residue of a conversation that had the power to unravel long-held beliefs and fears. Sirius, Lupin speaks softly, the name a gentle acknowledgement of his friend's presence. Sirius looks up, meeting Lupin's eyes with a mixture of exhaustion and resignation. The lines on his face tell tales of a life filled with both pain and fleeting moments of joy. In that shared gaze, Lupin and Sirius communicate volumes without words. It's a silent understanding between two individuals who have weathered storms together, their bond stretching beyond the limitations of language. As the minutes pass, the kitchen envelops them in a quietude disturbed only by the occasional crackling of the fireplace. Eventually, Lupin takes a seat opposite Sirius, the two wizards sharing the companionship of shared history and the uncharted territory that lies ahead. The brandy in Sirius's glass reflects the flickering firelight, mirroring the dance of shadows on the worn wooden table. There, in the heart of Grimmauld Place, two old friends find solace in the silent camaraderie that transcends the need for words. "How's Harry?" Sirius's voice carries a slight rasp from the brandy. "He'll be all right," Remus responds, his tone infused with hope, bringing out the finest. Gently, Sirius attempts a smile, acknowledging the touch of humor. "Seeing as it's all mine now, might as well drain the place." Yet, an unspoken question hangs in the air. "So, Harry, the godfather?" Remus, sensing the underlying query, tries to navigate the conversation carefully. "It's strange, isn't it?" Setting the tumbler down on the obsidian countertop, Sirius broaches the topic directly. "I just thought you would have asked me." Remus intertwines his fingers. "You know why? You and I, we have too much history." Sirius, his gray eyes flashing with a hint of hurt, presses further. Yes. There must be a rule somewhere that exes can remain friends but not be the godparent to a child. Even if they marry your cousin." Sighing, Remus doesn't rise to the bait. "Sirius, you can be mad at me, but we tried. When we were good, it was amazing, but those times we weren't, we were too broken. You'll always be my dearest friend. But, you and I both know that we needed different things. After." Not Snivelous again, Sirius cuts in, already familiar with the trajectory of this conversation. "I could never forgive you for what happened with Snape, no matter how much we tried to move past it. It always went back to it," Remus explains. After a moment of contemplation, Sirius admits, "You're right." Remus chuckles, admitting you're wrong. "How much did you drink?" "Piss off. Let's hope your kid gets his mother's sense of humor," Sirius says with a laugh, lightening the mood between the two old friends. Draco sits huddled in a blanket, holding it tightly around himself as if it could shield him from the storm of emotions swirling in the room. His back is pressed against the door, a feeble attempt to create a barrier between himself and the tumultuous events unfolding. The blanket offers a frail sense of security, a far cry from the luxurious comfort of the manor, where his mother's peaceful slumber once brought solace. Now, the echoes of the past reverberate in the chaos of the room, a haunting reminder of a time when safety was an illusion. He tries not to succumb to the familiarity of those old feelings, the memories of a life that seems both distant and painfully near. The weight of the blanket, though physical, cannot alleviate the heaviness in his heart. Draco remains silent, a solitary figure in the midst of the commotion, clinging to the meager warmth the blanket provides. The door against his back offers no escape from the emotional tempest, and he contemplates the uncertain path that lies ahead, a path he never expected to traverse. Draco fights to keep his thoughts at bay, attempting to shield himself from the deluge of memories threatening to overwhelm him. He acknowledges the validity of Potter's anger, understanding the reasons behind it, yet it offers little solace. The room pulsates with the aftermath of the heated confrontation, and Draco grapples with the weight of his own emotions. In a moment of vulnerability, his gaze falls upon the once pristine symbol on his forearm, the dark mark. It's a stark reminder of the choices he made and the path he once walked. A path now marred by the ugliness of regret and the harsh reality of the present. The sinister mark, tainted by a cruel gash, serves as a visible scar etched into his flesh, a testament to a past he can never fully escape. Draco crumbles beneath the weight of conflicting emotions, the room offering no refuge from the turmoil within. The struggles of the present intertwine with the haunting specters of the past, creating a tapestry of pain and regret that threatens to unravel him. In the quiet aftermath of the storm, Draco is left to grapple with the consequences of his choices and the unrelenting march of time. As his eyes water and his heart hammers in his ears, he realizes with dread the soft knocking. He closes his eyes, drops his head against the door, willing whoever is trying to enter will go away. The soft knocking persists, a gentle but persistent intrusion into the fragile sanctuary. Draco seeks behind the closed door. His eyes remain shut, his head heavy with the weight of the emotions swirling within. The knocking, a haunting rhythm, seems to echo the relentless echoes of his own regrets. In this vulnerable moment, Draco battles with the dread of facing whoever lingers on the other side. The walls around him feel both confining and protective, offering a temporary shield from the complexities of the world beyond. He wonders if, by sheer force of will, he can ward off the inevitable, if only for a little longer. The air is charged with anticipation, and Draco, caught between the echoes of the past and the uncertain present, finds himself yearning for a moment of respite. Malfoy, Granger's voice cut through the air, retaining its characteristic all-knowing tone. But now, there's an unexpected softness woven into the familiar cadence. The once grating tone now provides an odd sense of comfort, a lifeline amid the chaos. The confidence laced in her words triggers an unexpected wave of relief within him, prompting a surreal feeling of almost hysterical laughter. The encroaching madness of the Black family seems to be tightening its grip on him. Malfoy, open the door. Granger's voice adopts a gentler timbre, as though coaxing a child. You can open it, or I can. Her tone absolute. For a daft moment, he does nothing, half expecting Granger to resort to blowing up the door in her Gryffindor fervor. Why would she bother, though? Is he truly worth the trouble? A clearer part of his brain realizes that, even though Granger is a notorious teacher's pet, she isn't entirely sane. After all, she had punched him in the face during their third year, and there were rumors about her turning Rita Skeeter into a beetle and trapping her in a jar. Draco doesn't move to open the door. Instead, he retreats toward the bed, watching to see if Granger will burst in. If she does, then she's as Gryffindor as he always thought she was. Not long after, he hears the soft click of the lock, and Granger's bushy mane peeks through the doorway. Her face remains passive, not entirely smiling. Her eyes carry a soft sternness, somewhat reminiscent of McGonagall's in a peculiar way. They assess him, and Draco can't help but wonder, what does she see? Is she pleased that a bigoted prat like him is reduced to a mess in blankets? His mouth goes dry as he recalls who he used to be. A bigoted bully who did nothing more than project his insecurities onto everyone else. I just came to check, Granger. They speak at the same time before Draco clamps his mouth shut. Memories of all the things he has done swirl around him. When he was a child and the grown-ups would talk about half-bloods, blood traitors, and he would parrot the same things to whoever would listen. The way he let bigoted views make him feel like he was better than everyone else as a pureblood. That he let the thought of being a Malfoy make him feel superior to his longest friends, referring to them as lackeys, Goyle, and Crabbe. The narrow-minded things he said to Granger just because she was smarter than him, and it vexed his father. That his father would beat him. Cursing that Draco was stupid compared to a filthy mudblood. That Draco would parrot the words back at Granger. Because he hated her, but he didn't. Not really. He hated the fact he could not stand up to his father. Now he hates himself because he has seen those monsters in the manor. Heard the screams of fellow wizards. Seen them succumb to death. Just because others thought they were superior because of blood. Malfoy hated himself even more. Acknowledging that Draco is not going to carry on, Granger clears her throat. I just came to check on you. Dinner's going to be ready soon. Draco looks over at her, opening his mouth to close it. A barrage of words tumbles out of his throat. I am sorry, Granger. His voice is small, almost a squeak. At first, he thinks she didn't hear, as she stares back at him with only her left eyebrow quirking upwards. Staring at her long enough, Draco can see the skepticism in her brown eyes, the exhaustion. A simple "I'm sorry" is not going to be enough. She wants him to acknowledge, to some extent, what he's sorry for. She wants to hear from his own mouth what he's sorry for, that he was cruel to her for something she could not control. Setting aside his Malfoy pride, adamant she deserves it, he realizes it's not like she's a Weasley, where the feud is generations old. Potter is too complicated. Draco doesn't know if he could apologize to Potter without saying, "I love you," in the same sentence. Yet, Granger deserves it. An honest apology is what Draco could give her. "I am truly sorry, Granger," he says, casting his eyes away from her. "The things I did and said to you were cruel. I criticized you for something that is out of your control. And I was a bigoted fool to use it against you." His mouth feels dry. Draco's eyes flit to Granger, her question hanging heavy in the air. She sucks in a deep breath, arms crossing over her chest. "Why? Do you think the same? Do you think wizards without magical parents are any lesser? Do you think that?" Her eyes are glassy, and her voice becomes more pained with each word. "No, I don't think that. I will never use that word again," Draco responds, hoping she can see the sincerity in his eyes. In that moment, Draco acknowledges that what he feels about himself is not as important as conveying to Hermione that the problem lies with him. He waits for her judgment, and she nods at him, saying, "Okay. However," she adds, "I don't forgive you, Malfoy." Draco sucks in a haggard breath, understanding that mere apologies don't automatically grant forgiveness. Sheepishly, he nods back at her. The room settles into an odd serenity, with Hermione standing awkwardly in the doorway and Draco perched on the bed. "Do you want to go down for dinner?" she asks after a moment. Draco ponders for a moment as he rises from the bed. The absence of the warm blankets leaves him feeling cold in the room. He follows Hermione out, only to be startled by the tall figure of Weasley leaning against the opposite wall. "Myone, you ready to go?" Weasley's voice is soft, his blue eyes gazing down at Hermione with adoring admiration. "Yeah," Hermione replies softly, her hand gently tapping Weasley's forearm as he waits for her to lead down the hall. Weasley's gaze briefly meets Draco's, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Draco follows the pair slowly down the hall. As Draco follows behind the pair, a strange sense of apprehension settles over him. They whisper quietly to each other, and for a moment, Draco can't shake the feeling that they might be discussing him. His neck grows warm at the thought, a flush creeping up from his collar. But then he notices the faint blush on Granger's cheeks and the way Weasley seems completely entranced by her, that Weasley almost misses a step as they descend the stairs. It's clear that he's the furthest thing from their minds at the moment. Draco exhales slowly, letting go of the tension that had gripped him, and continues to follow them down the hall. Draco reaches the landing just in time to witness the comical attempt of Weasley trying to smolder at Granger. It looks more like he's being bitten by a horned beetle rather than attempting any romantic gesture. Whatever little moment they're having in the corner of Grimmauld Place, Draco decides to leave them to it and strolls towards the kitchen. As he enters, Kreacher is upon him in seconds. "Master Draco," the house elf greets with a low bow. Draco watches as Kreacher stares at his hand, a silent inquiry evident in his gaze. "It is fine, Kreacher," Draco reassures the house elf. Kreacher nods and pops away, disappearing into the depths of Grimmauld Place. Draco is surprised to find Remus Lupin at the kitchen island, an empty whiskey glass in front of him. Remus gives him a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes, but Draco accepts it. Ensuring his tone remains even, he greets his old professor, "Good evening, Mr. Lupin," uncertain if the quirk of Lupin's lips is from a suppressed laugh. "Evening, Draco," Remus replies, a hint of mirth now evident in his honeyed eyes. "Thought I'd join everyone for dinner." Draco doesn't quite know how to respond, so he remains silent. It seems that all the pleasantries have been exhausted. Lupin is about to say something when the cellar doors swing open, and Sirius Black strolls in, triumphantly holding up a bottle of brandy as if it were the Quidditch World Cup. "Tonight, we feast like kings," Sirius announces with Potter shaking his head behind him. Draco quickly averts his gaze, unwilling to look at Potter now. Turning his attention back to Lupin, he observes a flurry of emotions in the older man as Lupin gazes at Sirius Black. There's fondness, but it's overshadowed by hesitation and worry. "Isn't it too much, Padfoot?" Lupin gently asks as Sirius approaches the island. Sirius barks out a laugh. "No need to worry your pretty head, Moony. This is all for new beginnings. You should know all about that." There's a sharp edge to Sirius's tone that causes Lupin to deflate, looking defeated. Draco steals a glance at Potter, finding him watching Lupin and Black with evident worry. Potter rolls his bottom lip between sharp canines, his eyes focused on the unfolding scene. Lupin seems to sense Potter's apprehension and offers him a comforting smile. Yes, Padfoot. To new beginnings, Lupin toasts, clinking his empty glass as Black greedily drinks from the bottle. The atmosphere in the kitchen is tense, with unspoken tensions hanging in the air. Potter still looks uneasy, that makes Draco wear his Granger and Weasley to comfort their friend. He half-mind to turn around and look for them. Draco's breath catches in his throat as Potter's emerald eyes lock onto his. The room seems to close in, and Draco can feel the weight of Potter's gaze. Potter takes a hesitant step forward, and Draco's heart pounds in his chest. The tension in the air is palpable as they stand there, locked in an unspoken exchange. It's a moment that feels charged with anticipation, and Draco can't tear his gaze away from Potter's searching eyes. A sudden scream pierces through the charged atmosphere, shattering the unspoken tension between Draco and Potter. The two of them snap their attention away from each other, the moment disrupted by the harrowing sound that echoes through Grimmauld Place. Draco's heart leaps into his throat at the sound, his body tenning with alarm. The scream pierces through the atmosphere like a bolt of lightning, electrifying the air around them. Without a second thought, Draco instinctively turns in the direction of the sound, his mind racing with concern and adrenaline. Chapter End Notes: I am really sorry for the long wait. Chapter Elven Chemtrails over the country club Lana Del Rey. Chapter Notes: I don't really know where 8th year is beginning, but I am adding more plot. We should get to the allies bit. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter Elven Chemtrails over the country Lana Del Rey. Lucius Malfoy was once the embodiment of a loving father. In Draco's memory, there were vivid snapshots of those cherished times when he would sit atop his father's shoulders, reaching for the sky with boundless belief. His father, in turn, would weave enchanting tales, bestowing gentle kisses upon Draco's forehead, even tucking in his dragon plushie at night. Together, they played nights in the Manor gardens, embarking on quests to save the princess, always Draco's mother, from the clutches of a ferocious dragon. In those golden moments atop a hill surrounded by narcissus, Draco would leap into his mother's arms, her laughter intertwining with his father's behind him. "The brave warriors have saved me again," Narcissa would declare as they settled beneath the shade of an oak tree, watching peacocks dance in the warmth of the afternoon sun. Draco, nestled between his parents, felt an unparalleled sense of safety and love. "We will always be here to save you, sissy," Draco's father would playfully promise, his words carrying the weight of an enduring commitment. From his earliest memories, Draco observed the deep love that bound his parents, a rare connection that set them apart from other couples in their social circle. Their affectionate displays, even on some days eliciting a childish grimace from Draco, became the beacon of his idealized notion of love. The first inkling of discord shattered Draco's innocent belief in love at the tender age of 7. Huddled outside his father's study, clutching his green dragon plushie, he overheard the rising tension within. His father's voice thundered with frustration, expressing concern over Draco's apparent lack of accidental magic by the age of 7. "What in Merlin is wrong with the boy?" Lucius raged. "It's already 7, and he hasn't displayed any accidental magic. Don't tell me you gave birth to a squib." His mother countered, "Lucius, you are being ridiculous." "I don't know, he is a Malfoy," Lucius yelled, "if he is a squib." "What will you do? What will you do, Lucius?" Narcissa screamed. The ominous words Lucius uttered next hung heavy in the air. "I will drag him outside and cast the killing curse." At 7, Draco comprehended the gravity of the term but lacked the understanding of its true weight. It was only when his mother gasped, her body convulsing in tears, that the magnitude of his father's words became hauntingly clear. Don't you say that, Lucius. He is your son. You would not do that to our son," Narcissa pleaded, collapsing to her knees in a torrent of tears. Lucius, cane in hand, strode out of his study without a backward glance, the threat lingering in the air. Draco, trembling, took a shaky step back. It was the first time Draco saw his father's eyes filled with such intense hatred, a look that shattered the illusions of a little boy who had once idolized his father. The serpent head of Lucius's cane gently brushed against Draco's left cheek, a chilling reminder of his heritage. "You should do well to remember you are a Malfoy," his father spat at him, leaving Draco to grapple with the harsh reality that stained his once idyllic perception of family. Potter is the first to leave the solace of the kitchen. Draco follows like Potter as a beacon guiding him. Every step juts out a shuddery breath out of Draco. The familiar magic angrily pulsates around him. It seizes him that makes his chest cave in itself. A sight of white hair so similar to his but longer. A deathly white tit. Lucius Malfoy stands in Grimmauld Place, his crazed blue eyes jotting around. Draco's breath catches seeing Weasley laying in the broken staircase. Granger kneeling beside him. His father's blue eyes filling with intense hatred as it falls on Draco. A sight that Draco is so familiar with that his hands shoot up to cover his head as his father whips his wand at him. Draco waits, his body withering for the impact of the spell. Expelliarmus! Potter shouts over Draco's turmoil. Through the gaps between Draco's trembling fingers, he sees Potter. Potter standing in front of him, shielding him away from his father. His father whips another spell that is charged with darkness that it brings Draco to his knees. Potter shields the spell. It vibrates back at his father, who crashes in the wall. "Boy, you should have died a long time ago." His father yells, staggering to his feet as Potter advances towards him. Draco sees Potter's shoulder tighten at his father's words. "You fool, Potter. He isn't talking to you," Draco thinks to himself, crippling to the floor. "What are you doing, Malfoy?" Lupin calls, his wand drawn, standing near Potter. Potter's voice is firm, cutting through the tension in the room. "It's quite dumb for you to come here," he says, his gaze fixed on Lucius. "Outnumbered now. No wonder why you're a follower. Can't think for yourself. Just do what you're told." Draco, still on the floor, watches the exchange, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and uncertainty. The air in the room crackles with the intensity of the confrontation, and he can't help but wonder how this unexpected encounter will unfold. Lucius Malfoy, standing shakily, fixes his gaze on Potter with a malicious grin. "Dumb, you say? The boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world, playing protector to a Malfoy." His voice is laced with disdain. "How noble." Potter remains resolute, his wand still pointed at Lucius. "I'm not here to play games, Malfoy. What do you want?" Lucius chuckles darkly, his eyes glinting with malevolence. "Oh, I want many things. Revenge, power, and maybe a bit of chaos." He glances pointedly at Draco, who is still on the ground, trying to make sense of the unfolding situation. Lupin steps forward, his wand at the ready. "You won't find what you're looking for here, Lucius. Leave now, or we'll make you." Lucius seems to weigh his options, considering the formidable opponents before him. Finally, he smirks and takes a step back. "This isn't over, Potter. And as for you, Draco, remember where your loyalties lie." With a swish of his cloak, Lucius disapparates, leaving an eerie silence in the air. Draco slowly rises, his mind swirling with conflicting emotions. Potter turns to him, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right, Malfoy?" Potter asks, a hint of genuine worry in his voice. Draco, still processing the recent events, nods hesitantly, his heavy breathing not subsiding as he clutches at his chest. As the tension eases with Lucius Malfoy's departure, Draco finds himself still on the floor, his breath shallow and ragged. The air is thick with uncertainty when suddenly, Sirius Black stumbles out from the shadows. His eyes widen at the scene before him, and without a second thought, he rushes over to Draco. "Kid, breathe," Sirius instructs urgently, gripping Draco's face gently. He crouches down beside him, his eyes filled with a mix of concern and paternal instinct. Draco, disoriented and still reeling from the encounter with his father, looks up at Sirius. The touch is unexpected, but strangely comforting. Sirius's words guide Draco through a series of deep breaths, grounding him in the present moment. Gray eyes focusing on gray eyes. Potter, Lupin, Granger, and Weasley watch the exchange, their expressions a mix of worry and curiosity. Draco's gaze shifts between Sirius and the others, feeling an odd sense of support from the unlikeliest of sources. "Easy now," Sirius murmurs, keeping his focus on Draco. "You're all right, he's gone." Draco manages a nod, the weight of the recent events settling on his shoulders. The encounter with his father has left scars, but the unexpected care from Sirius is a glimmer of solace in the aftermath. As the group starts to discuss the next steps, Draco takes a moment to collect himself, knowing that darker days may indeed lie ahead. Top of form. While the group discusses the unfolding events and their next course of action, Draco slowly rises from the floor, leaning against the nearby wall for support. The echoes of his father's menacing words still resonate in his mind, but he tries to push them aside, focusing on the present. Sirius, his eyes filled with a mix of concern and lingering anger, remains close to Draco. The others, including Potter, Granger, Weasley, and Lupin, are engaged in a heated conversation about the implications of Lucius Malfoy's appearance and the potential dangers ahead. As the discussion unfolds, Draco notices Potter shooting him a concerned glance, the green eyes holding a complex mix of emotions. It's a silent acknowledgement of the shared vulnerability they've both experienced in the face of familial darkness. After a while, the group reaches a tentative plan to reinforce the protections around Grimmauld Place and to gather more information about the Death Eater activities. Lupin takes charge, emphasizing the importance of unity and vigilance. Throughout the conversation, Draco feels a strange sense of camaraderie with the group, a bond forged in the crucible of shared danger. The looming threat of Voldemort's return and the resurgence of Death Eater activities cast a shadow over them, but for the moment, they find strength in each other's presence. As the meeting concludes, Draco exchanges a nod with Sirius, a silent acknowledgement of the unexpected connection between them. The dynamics within the group are shifting, alliances forming in the face of a common enemy. Draco, though still grappling with the recent encounter with his father, is determined to contribute to the fight against the growing darkness. The group disperses, each member retreating to their respective tasks and thoughts. Draco, with a newfound resolve, heads towards the library, contemplating the role he might play in the turbulent times ahead. The war against Voldemort has reached their doorstep, and Draco Malfoy, once confined to the shadows of his family's legacy, must find his place in the unfolding battle for the wizarding world. As Draco makes his way to the library, his thoughts swirling with the events that transpired, he hears hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he sees Potter approaching, a conflicted expression on his face. "Malfoy," Potter starts, his voice carrying a mix of regret and sincerity. I need to apologize. I didn't mean to lose control like that during the Occlumency lesson. It wasn't fair to you." Draco, surprised by Potter's unexpected apology, raises an eyebrow but stays silent, allowing Potter to continue. "I know you're trying to help, and I appreciate it. I have a lot of baggage, and I guess I let it get the better of me. So, I'm sorry for reacting the way I did." Draco, after a moment of consideration, nods in acknowledgement. "Fine. Just try to keep your temper in check. We're all dealing with our own mess, Potter." Potter nods, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. With that, they part ways, each retreating to their own thoughts and responsibilities in the growing storm that surrounds them. The library awaits Draco, a refuge where he can delve into knowledge that might help unravel the mysteries they face and fortify himself for the challenges to come. The creak of the library door catches Draco's attention, and he tenses as Hermione Granger cautiously enters. His stomach churns with apprehension, unsure of how to navigate the conversation with her after their recent altercation. Hermione pauses in the doorway, her gaze meeting Draco's for a fleeting moment before she averts her eyes, a subtle tension hanging in the air between them. Draco clears his throat, breaking the silence. "Granger," he says, his voice tight with uncertainty. Hermione nods in acknowledgement, her expression guarded. "Malfoy," she replies, her tone neutral but tinged with a hint of wariness. The silence stretches awkwardly, neither of them quite sure how to proceed. Draco fidgets with the book in his hands, his mind racing with thoughts of their last interaction and the confrontation with his father that she witnessed. Hermione finally speaks, her voice careful. "Are you okay?" she asks, her eyes searching his face for any sign of vulnerability. Draco shifts uncomfortably, the question hanging in the air like an unspoken truth. "I'm fine," he mutters, avoiding her gaze. The awkwardness lingers, and Draco can sense Hermione grappling with unspoken thoughts. He wishes he could offer an explanation, a way to bridge the gap between them, but the weight of their shared history remains a barrier. As they both turn back to their respective tasks, the air in the library feels heavy with unsaid words and unresolved tension. In the hushed atmosphere of the library, Draco and Hermione attempt to immerse themselves in their respective books, but the air is thick with unspoken tension. Draco steals occasional glances at Hermione, sensing her lingering concern. After a while, Unable to endure the palpable discomfort, he breaks the silence. "So, what's Weasley's condition?" Draco asks, his tone more casual than he feels. He chooses to focus on a neutral topic, hoping to divert attention from the emotional turmoil that still lingers between them. Hermione looks up from her book, her expression softening a fraction. He's bruised and battered, but nothing serious. Sirius is taking care of him. Draco nods, grateful for the shift in conversation. "Good to know," he replies, relieved to hear that Weasley isn't in grave danger. An awkward pause settles between them once more, prompting Draco to attempt to lighten the mood. "You Gryffindors and your penchant for trouble," he quips, offering a small, wry smile. Hermione chuckles, a genuine warmth entering her eyes. "It's not always our choice, Malfoy." As the tension eases, they find themselves engaged in a more casual exchange, navigating the delicate balance between their complicated history and the tentative present. The library, once a battlefield of conflicting emotions, becomes a temporary sanctuary where they can coexist, if not entirely comfortably, at least civilly. Top of form. The library door creaks open once again, revealing Ron Weasley, his face bearing the marks of recent struggle but his eyes alert and curious. He enters with a slight limp, supported by Sirius Black, who wears a stern expression. "Ron, you should be resting," Hermione scolds, concern etched on her face as she rises from her chair. Ron waves off her worry, attempting to sound nonchalant. "I'm fine, just a few bruises. Nothing a good night's sleep won't fix." Sirius shoots Draco a knowing look, silently acknowledging that the events involving Lucius Malfoy were likely the cause of Ron's injuries. Draco shifts uncomfortably in his seat, feeling a mixture of guilt and relief that Weasley is relatively unharmed. "What happened out there?" Ron asks, directing his inquiry at Draco but keeping his tone neutral. Draco hesitates before responding, choosing his words carefully. "Father showed up, and things got a bit chaotic. Potter managed to handle it." Ron narrows his eyes at Draco, scrutinizing him for any signs of deception. Satisfied with the answer, he grumbles, "Bloody Death Eaters." Draco cannot refute Weasley's claim, only can hang his head in shame. Lupin calls for Sirius. After guiding Ron to a chair, he leaves. The library atmosphere becomes thick with tension, each person grappling with their own demons. Draco avoids eye contact, haunted by the recent confrontation with his father. Ron, though accepting the explanation, can't shake the distrust lingering in the air. Hermione, caught in the middle, wonders about the depths of Draco's reaction, the trauma etched on his face. As they settle back into a strained peace, the library becomes a refuge for anguished thoughts, a silent battleground where newfound alliances are tested by the haunting specters of the past. The library remains a tense sanctuary, each person immersed in their thoughts, navigating the unspoken complexities of the moment. Draco avoids engaging further with Ron, wary of the underlying tension. Hermione, sensing the palpable unease, decides to address the elephant in the room. "Malfoy, about what happened with your father," Hermione begins cautiously. "Are you all right?" Draco shifts uncomfortably in his seat, his gaze flickering between Hermione and the floor. The weight of recent events presses on him, and he wrestles with the vulnerability of admitting the impact his father still has on him. "I'm fine," Draco replies tersely, his tone a feeble attempt at deflection. Hermione, ever perceptive, observes the internal struggle in Draco's eyes. "You don't have to pretend, Mal Draco. We've all been through a lot, and it's okay to acknowledge when things affect us." Draco shoots her a guarded look, torn between maintaining his facade and opening up about the turmoil within. He takes a moment before exhaling heavily, conceding to the gravity of the situation. His father's face enters his mind. Whatever Draco was going to say shudders down. Draco chooses to remain silent in response to Hermione's inquiry. The weight of his emotions sits heavy on his shoulders, and the prospect of delving into the intricacies of his feelings feels overwhelming. Instead, he immerses himself in the book about blood wards, a tangible attempt to shift the focus away from the unsettling encounter with his father. Hermione, sensing Draco's reluctance to open up further, respects his silence. The library, still fraught with tension, continues to serve as a haven for contemplation and introspection, each occupant grappling with their own set of challenges and insecurities. The pages of the books offer solace, if only temporarily, in the midst of their complex lives. In another part of Grimmauld Place, Away from the hushed atmosphere of the library, Harry Potter, Remus Lupin, and Sirius Black find themselves gathered around the fireplace for a flow call with Kingsley Shacklebolt. The green flames dance as they await the connection. Kingsley's stern visage soon appears in the flames, his eyes holding the weight of responsibility that comes with being the Minister for Magic. Potter, Lupin, Black, he greets them, his deep voice echoing in the room. In the dimly lit room, Remus Lupin glances back at Harry Potter with a heavy heart as he explains the unsettling events regarding Lucius Malfoy and the compromised wards. "We had an incident here," Lupin begins, his voice carrying the weight of the recent turmoil. "Lucius Malfoy somehow managed to bypass the wards. He entered Grimmauld Place, and the situation got out of hand quickly." Kingsley Shacklebolt's eyes narrow in concern. "How is that even possible? Grimmauld Place is one of the most magically protected locations. The wards should have been impenetrable." Harry's jaw tightens as he listens to Lupin's account. The memories of Draco's terrified face and the chaos that ensued replay in his mind, a painful reminder of his own childhood nightmares. His fists clench at his sides, a surge of anger rising within him. Before Kingsley can press for more details, the door creaks open, and Sirius Black strides into the room. His keen gray eyes scan the trio, sensing the tension in the air. "What's going on?" Sirius asks, his tone edged with concern. Kingsley's gaze sharpens as he directs his question to Lupin. "How did Lucius Malfoy breach the wards? This is a serious breach, and we need answers." Remus runs a hand through his graying hair, grappling with the weight of the information. "We're still investigating, but it seems like he exploited a vulnerability. This isn't something we expected, and we need to reinforce the protective measures." Kingsley's expression tightens with a sense of urgency. "We can't afford any lapses, especially with the rising threat from Death Eaters. Reinforce the wards immediately, and keep me updated on any developments, top of form." Sirius, his expression grim, interjects, "We've taken additional measures. Draco and I enforced the blood wards on the property. However, it seems there might be a complication tied to the previous wards placed by the Order." Kingsley raises an eyebrow, clearly surprised. "Complication? How did Lucius Malfoy still manage to breach the wards? This shouldn't have happened." Remus steps in, offering an explanation. "The blood wards were reinforced, but it appears that they interacted with the existing protective spells. The initial wards put in place by the Order may have had a flaw we weren't aware of." Sirius nods in agreement. "When Draco and I reinforced the blood wards, it might have overridden something in the older protections. It's possible that the original wards, designed to allow certain familial connections, inadvertently made it possible for Death Eaters to exploit that connection." Kingsley's expression darkens at the revelation. "We can't afford any mistakes, especially with the safety of everyone involved. Make sure this is thoroughly investigated and fixed. The security of Grimmauld Place is paramount." As the discussion unfolds, tension lingering in the room, Harry Potter, unable to contain his frustration, interjects with a touch of sarcasm. "Well, with the current state of affairs, I wouldn't be surprised if Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange decide to stroll in at any moment. Maybe we should put up a welcome sign for Death Eaters." His words hang in the air, a bitter reminder of the ever-present threat they face. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on the group, emphasizing the need for a swift resolution to the security concerns at Grimmauld Place. Kingsley Shacklebolt, recognizing the frustration etched on Harry Potter's face, attempts to placate him, his deep voice resonating with a reassuring tone. "Harry, we're doing everything we can to address the vulnerabilities. The Ministry is working closely with the Order to reinforce the protective measures. Your safety, and the safety of everyone at Grimmauld Place, is our top priority. We won't let any harm come to you." His words carry a sense of authority, meant to assure Potter that they are taking the situation seriously. The air in the room, however, remains thick with uncertainty, the shadows of past trauma lingering in the minds of those gathered. Top of form, Harry Potter's voice catches, the weight of the recent events heavy on his shoulders. He glances at Lupin and Sirius, the distress evident in his eyes. "Kingsley shut down the flow," Harry says, his tone low and filled with a sense of foreboding. "It's all gone wrong. Ron's hurt, and Malfoy." He trails off, unable to voice the fear and chaos that has unfolded. Lupin and Sirius exchange worried glances, understanding the gravity of the situation. The specter of danger looms over them, and the vulnerability of their haven in Grimmauld Place is exposed. In the face of uncertainty, they brace themselves for the challenges that lie ahead, their determination to protect one another driving them forward. Top of form. Sirius places a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder, offering a reassuring squeeze. The others are in the library, trying to figure things out, he says, his voice a steady anchor amid the turmoil. You'll be doing Ron a favor by staying focused and helping out. We'll get through this, Harry. Encouraged by Sirius's words, Harry nods, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He leaves the room, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders, but the drive to protect his friends pushing him forward. Grimmauld Place may be under threat, but the unity of the Order remains unbroken, and together they face the challenges that lie ahead. Top of form. Remus's frustration with Sirius simmers beneath the surface as they continue their conversation after Harry leaves the room. He glances at Sirius, his expression a mix of disappointment and annoyance. Sirius, you were drunk when Lucius Malfoy breached the wards, Remus says, his voice carrying the weight of his concern. We can't afford mistakes like that, especially with the rising threat. We need to be vigilant, and that means staying alert and focused. Sirius, though, seems unfazed by Remus's reproach. He shrugs it off with a casual nonchalance. I'll be more careful next time. It's not like I planned for this to happen. Remus sighs, the worry etched on his features. They're navigating dangerous waters, and any lapse in judgment could have severe consequences. As the two friends continue their discussion, the air in the room remains tense, mirroring the gravity of the challenges they face. Remus's response carries a tone of urgency and seriousness. Sirius, it's not just about next time. We're at war. We can't afford to be careless, especially with the safety of everyone here hanging in the balance. Lucius Malfoy was able to exploit a vulnerability, and we need to ensure it doesn't happen again. Lives are at stake, and we can't afford to underestimate our enemies. Top of form. The weight of unspoken history lingers in the air between Sirius and Remus. Sirius admits, I know it was stupid. It's just. His voice trails off, leaving the unsaid emotions hanging in the room. Remus sighs, a heavy exhale that carries the weight of their shared past. Times have changed, Sirius. I'm not what you need, Remus states, the resignation evident in his words. Sirius looks at Remus, his expression carrying a mixture of understanding and regret. I know, Sirius replies quietly, I'm glad you have what you do, Remus. As the unresolved emotions linger, Sirius heads off to check on the wards in the basement, and Remus, too, makes his way to his family, leaving behind the complex dynamics of their intertwined past. The echoes of their unspoken history remain, underscoring the challenges they face in this new chapter of their lives. Potter strides through the dimly lit corridors of Grimmauld Place, his mind weighed down by the recent events. The turmoil inside him is mirrored by the chaotic atmosphere surrounding the house. He needs answers, clarity, anything to make sense of the unsettling encounters with Draco's father. Arriving at the library, Potter pushes open the heavy door, revealing the somber tableau inside. The room is cloaked in an air of tension, each member of the trio immersed in their own thoughts and concerns. As he steps into the library, the eyes of his friends follow him, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Potter's gaze sweeps over the scene, noting Ron's presence and the evident unease between Draco and Hermione. He takes a deep breath, the lingering worry for Ron's well-being evident in his eyes. We need to figure out what's going on, Potter declares, his tone resolute. He glances at Draco, who is engrossed in a book about blood wards. What do you know about this, Malfoy? Draco looks up, meeting Potter's gaze. The air in the room crackles with unspoken tension as Potter awaits Draco's response, searching for answers amidst the chaotic pieces of their disrupted reality. Draco, still gripping the book tightly, glares at Potter with a cold, disdainful expression. The recent encounter with his father has reignited the fire of resentment within him, and he's not in the mood to mask his emotions. Potter, considering your stellar record in Occlumency, maybe it's a miracle you managed to grasp the concept of reinforcing blood wards, Draco sneers, the words laced with a sharp edge. The bitterness in his tone cuts through the air, reflecting the turmoil within him. Draco's cutting words hang in the air, and for a moment, there's a stunned silence. Potter, caught off guard by the unexpected hostility, looks at Draco with a mixture of surprise and hurt. The realization that the fragile peace they might have established was nothing more than an illusion settles heavily in the room. Draco, still seething with resentment and exhaustion, allows the tension to linger before turning away. His gaze falls to the book in his hands, but his mind is elsewhere, haunted by the recent confrontation with his father and the disturbing images that refuse to fade. As the tense silence stretches, Hermione, sensing the escalating animosity, steps in, her voice cutting through the heavy air. "Harry, Draco, let's remember why we're here. We haven't found anything concrete yet to strengthen the wards. We need to focus on that, on finding a solution, not on personal grievances." Draco shoots a disdainful look at Potter, his expression challenging and unyielding. Potter, still processing the unexpected hostility, nods silently, realizing the need to redirect their efforts. The atmosphere in the library remains charged, and the unresolved tension hangs over them like a dark cloud, threatening to erupt at any moment. Ron, who has been engrossed in a stack of old books, looks up from his research. "Yeah, Hermione's right. We've only just started looking. It's going to take time to figure out what went wrong and how we can fix it." The acknowledgement from Ron seems to ease the tension slightly, but an undercurrent of unease still lingers. The library, once a place of solace, feels strained and heavy with the weight of their unresolved issues. Draco, though still resentful, continues to flip through the pages of the book in his hands, searching for a distraction from the haunting images that linger in his mind. Potter glances at Draco, who has turned his attention back to the shelf, his face a mask of indifference. With a heavy sigh, Potter takes a seat next to Weasley, grabbing a book from the stack that Granger is meticulously piling on the table. The silence lingers, heavy with unspoken tensions, as they delve back into their search for answers in the dimly lit library. Each page turned, a reminder of the shadows that loom over them and the urgency to fortify their defenses against an unknown enemy. Potter, sensing the weight of the conversation and the potential for Draco to overhear, casts a silent, wandless muffoliato charm around himself and Weasley. With a subtle flick of his wrist and a focused intent, the charm shrouds their whispered conversation in a veil of privacy. Weasley glances at Potter with a nod of acknowledgement, grateful for the added layer of discretion. Their words now shielded from prying ears, they continue their discussion about Draco, their voices barely audible even to each other amidst the quiet rustle of pages and the occasional creak of shifting shelves. "How are you holding up?" Harry asks Ron as he flicks the book open. Potter, feeling a mixture of relief and concern for Ron's well-being, says, "Glad to hear that. I was scared for a moment, you know, when you were lying there." Ron looks up from the book, meeting Potter's eyes. There's a brief, silent exchange that speaks volumes about the shared history and unspoken understanding between the two friends. After a moment, Ron grins. "Well, you know me, Harry. I've got a thick skull. No dark curse is bringing me down that easily." Potter offers a small smile, appreciating Ron's attempt at lightening the mood. The unspoken tension surrounding Draco Malfoy still lingers, but for now, they focus on the task at hand, finding information that might help them in the challenging days ahead. Ron glances at Potter, his expression curious yet cautious. "Mate, you clear the air with Malfoy?" he asks in a hushed tone, a hint of concern evident in his eyes. Potter hesitates for a moment before responding. "Yeah, thought we had a moment of understanding. Guess I was wrong." Ron leans back in his chair, observing the complex dynamics at play. "Well, you two never had an easy history. It's bound to be a bit rocky." Potter nods, the weight of the past and the present intertwined in his thoughts. The library remains a silent witness to the complexities of their relationships, both past and present. Ron's expression softens, and he nods empathetically. "Malfoy's got a lot on his plate, hasn't he? I mean, it's the first time he's seen his dad since he killed his mum." Potter's eyes darken at the reminder of the painful history Draco carries. "Yeah, I guess we all have our demons," he murmurs, a twinge of guilt coloring his words. The library, with its shelves of books and shared history, holds the weight of their individual struggles and the tangled threads that bind them together. The wandless muffoliato charm dissipates, allowing the sounds of the library to return to their normal volume. The tension that hung in the air during the whispered conversation eases as the room settles back into its quiet, scholarly atmosphere. Potter, still grappling with the complexities of the situation, glances around the library. His eyes briefly meet Draco's, and for a fleeting moment, there's an unspoken acknowledgement of the shared burdens they each carry. The echoes of the past and the uncertainty of the future linger in the air, leaving the trio to navigate the delicate balance between conflict and understanding. As the night deepens, the trio gradually gathers their belongings, leaving the library with a shared sense of uncertainty. The hushed whispers of the books seem to echo the lingering questions that hover in the air. Draco, however, remains seated, surrounded by the quiet solitude of the library. The door creaks softly as it swings shut, leaving him alone with the weight of his thoughts. The dim lamplight casts a soft glow on the dusty volumes that line the shelves, creating a tranquil yet eerie atmosphere. In the stillness, Draco continues his solitary quest for answers, his mind a battleground of conflicting emotions. The events of the evening, from the confrontation with his father to the strained interactions with his unexpected allies, weigh heavily on him. The library becomes his refuge, a haven of knowledge and solitude where he grapples with the complexities of his past and the uncertainties of the future. The quiet rustle of turning pages becomes a rhythmic soundtrack to Draco's contemplation, as he seeks to understand the tangled threads that connect him to the unfolding saga of Grimmauld Place. The next day, at lunchtime, the drawing room is filled with a subdued atmosphere. The air is thick with unspoken tension, and the occupants sit around the antique furniture, their minds burdened with the events that transpired the night before. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Sirius exchange glances, a silent acknowledgement of the challenges they face. The heaviness in the room is palpable, a stark contrast to the usual camaraderie that permeates Grimmauld Place. However, one notable absence is felt: Draco Malfoy. Unbeknownst to the others, he remains secluded in the library, the walls of ancient knowledge providing a shield from the outside world. The drawn curtains and hushed whispers in the drawing room are worlds away from the solitude Draco seeks among the towering bookshelves. As the group deliberates over the unfolding events, Draco immerses himself in the tomes, lost in the pursuit of answers and understanding. The library, with its musty scent and creaking floorboards, becomes his refuge, a haven where he confronts not only the mysteries of the magical world but the shadows of his own past. While the rest navigate the challenges that loom ahead, Draco is left to wrestle with his own demons, his thoughts weaving through the labyrinthine corridors of memories and choices. The quietude of the library embraces him, a sanctuary where he grapples with the complexities of his existence. Malfoy hasn't left the library since yesterday? Potter raising his eyebrows in confusion. Hermione nods. Yes, he's been there since yesterday. I tried talking to him, but he's quite resistant. Harry sighs, running a hand through his hair. I'll give it a shot. Maybe he needs someone who's not you or Ron right now. Hermione gives him a grateful look. Just be careful, Harry. He's not exactly in the best state of mind. Harry nods and makes his way to the library. The library is shrouded in an uneasy silence, broken only by the faint rustling of pages as Draco pretends to read. Harry, undeterred by the frosty atmosphere, takes a seat across from him. Did you even sleep last night? Harry asks, his voice carrying genuine concern. Draco scoffs, not looking up from the book. Why do you care, Potter? Planning to offer a pillow and a blanket for my miserable existence? Harry sighs, the frustration bubbling beneath the surface. I care because we're all in this together. We need to look out for each other. Draco finally looks up, his eyes ablaze with irritation. Save your heroics for someone who gives a damn, Potter. I don't need your pity or your concern. Harry leans forward, his eyes narrowing. This isn't about pity, Malfoy. We're facing a war, and we need everyone on the same side. Your issues with your father. My issues? Draco interrupts, slamming the book shut and throwing it down on the table, creating a loud thud. You have no idea about my issues, Potter. You've been nothing but hostile since day one. Why the sudden change of heart? Why do you care now? Harry leans back, frustration etched across his face. Because, despite everything, we're on the same side. Whether you like it or not, we're fighting the same fight. Draco's gaze remains cold. Don't play the noble hero with me, Potter. I've had enough of your Gryffindor righteousness. I don't need you to fight my battles or pretend to care about my struggles. Just leave me be. Harry studies Draco for a moment, his jaw tensing with restrained frustration. He realizes that pushing too hard might backfire, but he can't simply walk away. Taking a deep breath, he attempts a different approach. Malfoy, I get it. We haven't exactly been best mates, and I'm not pretending this is some miraculous transformation. But we're both dealing with a lot, and we can't afford to let personal grievances get in the way, Harry says, his tone less confrontational. Draco raises an eyebrow, a mix of skepticism and curiosity in his gaze. What's your point, Potter? My point is that, whether you like it or not, we're in this together. We need to figure out how to trust each other, even if it's just on the battlefield. So, if you want to sit in this gloomy library and brood, fine. But don't pretend it doesn't matter, Harry responds, his words carrying a note of sincerity. Draco leans back, his expression guarded but contemplative. The air in the library seems to crackle with tension, and Harry wonders if he's pushing too hard or if there's a chance to bridge the gap between them. The revelation hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. Draco's guarded expression flickers with vulnerability, and for a moment, he seems on the verge of saying something. His gaze meets Harry's, and there's a silent acknowledgement between them, a recognition of the complexity of their intertwined destinies. Harry, caught off guard by the unspoken revelation, finds himself at a loss for words. He searches Draco's eyes for a hint of the truth, grappling with the sudden shift in dynamics. The library, once a sanctuary of silence, now echoes with the unspoken feelings that linger between them. In the midst of a war that threatens to tear their world apart, the revelation adds a layer of complexity to their already tumultuous relationship. The lines between animosity and something more fragile blur in the dimly lit library, leaving both Draco and Harry grappling with emotions that refuse to be ignored. Draco's bitter laugh echoes in the silence that follows, a sound tainted with the bitterness of his own struggles. What would you know about family, Potter? He sneers, the words dripping with disdain. Probably worshipped you for being the chosen one, didn't they? The accusation hangs in the air, exposing the raw nerves of a past marked by conflict and betrayal. Harry, taken aback by Draco's sudden shift in tone, meets his gaze with a mixture of surprise and realization. The air between the crackles with tension as Draco challenges Potter. Potter's green eyes darken at the words, a shadow of hurt and recognition crossing his features. It's a painful reminder of how his own family treated him, casting a long shadow over his years at Hogwarts and beyond. The weight of the unspoken pain tightens the space between them, leaving both men grappling with the ghosts of their shared history. In the charged silence that ensues, neither Draco nor Potter speak. The library feels like a battleground of emotions, with the echoes of their past transgressions reverberating between the shelves. Draco turns away, his shoulders tense, and a conflicted expression on his face. He resents the vulnerability he allowed to surface and the way Potter's presence seems to unravel his carefully constructed defenses. The bitterness within him lingers, a lingering reminder of the scars left by a lifetime of prejudice and betrayal. Potter, his expression a mixture of regret and turmoil, takes a step back. The realization of the impact of his past actions weighs heavily on him, and he struggles to find the right words. The air is thick with unsaid sentiments as they navigate the delicate dance of hurt and healing. Draco, feeling the weight of his own turmoil, finally speaks, his voice edged with a firm resolve. Just leave, Potter. I don't want to see you. The words hang in the air, a boundary drawn between them. Draco's gaze remains fixed on the pages before him, determined to maintain the fortress he has built in the confines of the library. The request is clear. He seeks solitude, a refuge from the storm of emotions that threatens to engulf him. Potter, torn between a desire to understand and a recognition of Draco's need for solitude, lingers near the door. The air in the library is thick with unspoken words, and a sense of unease settles over the room. I don't want to leave you like this, Malfoy, Potter admits, his tone carrying a note of genuine concern. If you need someone to talk to, I'm here. Draco, still immersed in his internal struggle, doesn't meet Potter's gaze. The conflicting emotions within him war with the vulnerability of the moment. He shakes his head slightly, a silent plea for Potter to respect his desire for solitude. Potter suddenly feels an urgency not to leave Draco to stew in his solitude. He takes a deep breath, determined to break through the walls Draco has erected. I understand, Potter says, his voice carrying a weight of empathy. Draco, caught off guard by Potter's assertion, snaps back, how can you possibly understand, standing up in agitation. Potter meets Draco's intense gaze, and with a vulnerable sincerity, he stands up from his chair, revealing a side of himself he rarely shares. My family locked me up in a cupboard, Potter confesses, the words heavy with the pain of an unspoken past. Draco's eyes widen at Potter's revelation, the intensity of his glare softening as he absorbs the weight of Potter's words. The silence between them stretches, heavy with unspoken understanding. For a moment, Draco is at a loss for words, his mind grappling with the realization that Potter, the boy who lived, shares a similar pain. The barriers between them begin to crumble, revealing a common ground they never knew existed. I didn't know, Draco finally murmurs, his voice barely above a whisper. Potter offers him a small, understanding smile. It's not something I talk about often. The tension in the library eases, replaced by a tentative sense of connection. Draco takes a hesitant step forward, his defenses slowly lowering as he allows himself to be vulnerable in front of Potter for the first time. Draco stares up at Potter, his gray eyes searching for answers in the depths of those familiar green orbs. He can't help but recall the stories he read about the boy who lived, tales of a chosen one destined for greatness. But you're the chosen one, Draco utters, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Potter shrugs, a nonchalant expression on his face. Never really cared about that. They were just muggles, my aunt and uncle. The scar on my forehead made me different, but not in a good way. The revelation hangs in the air, and Draco realizes that, beneath the labels and expectations, they share a common thread of being outsiders in their own families. The library, witness to their moments of tension and understanding, becomes a silent arena where the walls of prejudice and preconceived notions crumble. Draco stands before Potter, wrestling with his inner turmoil. The air feels charged with tension as he attempts to articulate his thoughts, the weight of vulnerability pressing down on him. My father never cared, Draco starts, his voice wavering, but my mum did. His gaze drops to the floor, avoiding direct eye contact with Potter. Potter listens in silence, realizing the depth of the revelation. The shared pain of fractured familial bonds becomes a bridge between them, and for a moment, the animosity dissipates, leaving room for understanding. The library, witness to these confessions, holds the echoes of a past that refuses to be forgotten. Potter takes in Draco's words, his expression softening with empathy. He steps closer, closing the distance between them, as if bridging the gap that has divided them for so long. I'm sorry, Draco, Potter says softly, his voice laced with genuine remorse. I didn't realize. Draco meets Potter's gaze, the vulnerability in his eyes mirroring his own. For a fleeting moment, they stand in silent understanding, the weight of their shared pain binding them together. As the tension in the room begins to ease, Potter extends a hand in a gesture of solidarity. If you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here, he offers sincerely. Draco hesitates, his walls beginning to crumble in the face of Potter's genuine compassion. With a silent nod, he accepts the offer, a tentative step towards healing and reconciliation. Potter's offered hand hangs in the air for a moment before Draco tentatively reaches out, accepting the gesture. The touch is a subtle acknowledgement of a shared understanding that transcends the animosity of their past. As their hands briefly connect, a sense of tentative camaraderie forms. A fragile bridge between two individuals who have long been divided. In the quiet library, with the weight of their histories lingering, Draco nods in appreciation. No words are exchanged, but the unspoken promise of mutual support lingers in the air. The library, once a battlefield of conflicting emotions, becomes a space where the possibility of change and connection takes root. Potter offers a small, reassuring smile before withdrawing, giving Draco the space he seems to need. The room holds a new energy, a subtle shift from animosity to a potential understanding. As Draco and Potter navigate the unspoken tension, the door to the library creaks open, revealing Hermione Granger standing in the doorway. Her eyes flicker between the two, sensing the charged atmosphere within the room. Is everything all right in here? Granger inquires, her gaze shifting from Draco to Potter. Draco looks away, his eyes focused on the bookshelves, while Potter glances at Granger, uncertainty evident in his expression. The weight of the recent confrontation and the uncharted territory of this newfound understanding weigh heavily on both of them. In the midst of the charged silence, Granger takes a step into the library, her perceptive eyes assessing the dynamics at play. The air is thick with unspoken words, and the trio stands at the precipice of a moment that could either bridge the gaps or deepen the divides between them. The library, once a sanctuary of knowledge, becomes the stage for an intricate dance of emotions and unexplored connections. A sudden gust of wind rattles the windows, casting eerie shadows across the shelves. The dim light creates a dramatic backdrop, intensifying the gravity of the situation. It's a moment frozen in time, where the next words spoken could determine the course of their evolving relationships. As the tension escalates in Tay Library, a sudden commotion from outside the room disrupts the charged atmosphere. The door slams open, revealing Ron Weasley, breathless and wide-eyed. His frantic gaze darts between Draco, Potter, and Granger, registering the complex tableau before him. Something's happened. There's an urgent message, Ron gasps, struggling to catch his breath. His words hang in the air, shattering the fragile peace that had tentatively settled in the library. The dramatic turn of events propels the trio into a new realm of uncertainty. The library, once a haven for quiet contemplation, now echoes with the urgency of an impending crisis. The shadows lengthen, casting a veil of foreboding over the room, as the unexpected intrusion heralds a shift in the narrative. The library's stillness gives way to the turmoil of the outside world, leaving Draco, Potter, and Granger suspended in a moment of anticipation. The echoes of the disrupted peace reverberate through the air, leaving them on the precipice of an unknown future. As the tension escalates in the library, a sudden commotion from outside the room disrupts the charged atmosphere. The door slams open, revealing Ron Weasley, breathless and wide-eyed. His frantic gaze darts between Draco, Potter, and Granger, registering the complex tableau before him. Something's happened. There's an urgent message, Ron gasps, struggling to catch his breath. His words hang in the air, shattering the fragile peace that had tentatively settled in the library. The dramatic turn of events propels the trio into a new realm of uncertainty. The library, once a haven for quiet contemplation, now echoes with the urgency of an impending crisis. The shadows lengthen, casting a veil of foreboding over the room, as the unexpected intrusion heralds a shift in the narrative. As the group converges in the drawing room, the atmosphere is charged with tension and a sense of urgency. Kingsley briefs the assembled members about the compromised safety of Grimmauld Place, prompting worried glances and furrowed brows. Kingsley Shacklebolt's stern voice resonates through the gathering, cutting through the tense air of Grimmauld Place. "We can no longer consider this location safe," he declares, the weight of his words casting a shadow over the room. Amidst the serious discussions, Ginny's eyes linger on Potter, and a wistful expression crosses her face. Potter, as if drawn by an invisible force, moves toward her in a trance. The unspoken connection between them is palpable, and Draco watches with a bitter realization. In the library, Draco felt a fleeting sense of shared understanding with Potter. However, as he observes the magnetic pull between Potter and Ginny, a harsh truth settles within him. Potter needs someone like Ginny. Someone who represents stability, warmth, and a future beyond the shadows of their tumultuous past. Draco's gaze turns cold as he recognizes the stark contrast between himself and Ginny. In this pivotal moment, it becomes clear that he can never offer Potter the same kind of solace and connection that Ginny effortlessly provides. The bitterness of the realization weighs heavily on Draco's shoulders, making him acutely aware of the vast divide that separates him from the person he yearns for. As the realization that Grimmauld Place is no longer safe sinks in, a collective gasp ripples through the group. Weasley, Potter, Granger, and Draco exchange alarmed glances, the gravity of the situation etched on their faces. "Why? What happened?" Weasley demands, his brow furrowed in concern. Potter, his green eyes reflecting the unease that courses through him, turns to Kingsley for answers. "Why is Grimmauld Place compromised? We reinforced the wards. It should be secure." Kingsley's expression remains resolute as he explains, "Lucius Malfoy exploited a vulnerability in the wards. The protective measures were compromised, and we can't risk staying here any longer." Granger, always seeking logical explanations, presses for details. "How did Malfoy breach the wards? We need to understand what went wrong." Kingsley, though sympathetic, keeps his response succinct. "We're still investigating. Right now, our priority is to relocate to a safer location. We can't afford to stay here with the threat looming." Draco, his voice cutting through the tension in the drawing room, asks the question that lingers in the air. "So, what's the plan now? If Grimmauld Place is compromised, where should we go?" The room falls silent for a moment as the occupants exchange uncertain glances. Kingsley Shacklebolt, standing at the forefront of the discussion, takes a deep breath before responding. We need to find a new safe location, somewhere that hasn't been compromised. The situation is precarious, but we can't afford to stay here, Kingsley states, his gaze shifting between the members of the group. Draco absorbs the weight of the decision, realizing that the delicate balance they tried to maintain has been shattered. The prospect of moving to an unknown location adds another layer of uncertainty to an already complex situation. As the group begins to discuss potential options, Draco finds himself contemplating the implications of leaving Grimmauld Place, a place that, despite its flaws, had become a temporary sanctuary. The air is charged with a sense of urgency, and Draco's thoughts swirl as he considers the challenges that lie ahead. Grimmauld Place, once a haven, is now a vulnerable fortress, and the need for a new safe haven becomes a pressing priority. Potter's voice cuts through the deliberation, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. We can't afford to wait. People are dying out there. Voldemort has taken over the ministry. Now that Lucius has realized he can enter, the Death Eaters probably know. Bellatrix is likely already cackling on her way here. Ron adds a grim assessment, or even worse, they might try to break down the wards. We can't risk that, especially with what we know about how they operate. Ginny gasps, placing a hand on Potter's shoulder as he trembles with the weight of responsibility, haunted by the notion that he needs to be doing more. Draco watches Potter closely, worry etching lines on his face, and he instinctively bites his bottom lip, contemplating how to placate the boy who lived. Just as the tension in the room reaches a critical point, Granger interjects, her voice calm but resolute. They can't tear down the wards that quickly. They're blood wards. It's a complicated process, and we have time on our side. Sirius raises an eyebrow but adds, it's not impossible, though. Draco, sensing an opportunity to contribute, speaks up. Why don't we use it as a distraction? Let the Death Eaters go through the ordeal of breaking the wards. While they're preoccupied, we can focus on our escape or counterattack. The suggestion hangs in the air, and the room falls silent as the group considers the potential merits and risks of Draco's proposal. The weight of their decisions rests heavily on their shoulders, and the impending danger pushes them to think strategically in the face of adversity. Ron, looking contemplative, finally speaks up. It's a risky move, but we're running out of options. If we can buy ourselves some time and create confusion, it might give us the opening we need. Hermione Granger, ever focused on the larger task at hand, interjects, we can't lose sight of our primary goal, finding and destroying the horcruxes. If we let Voldemort's forces distract us completely, we risk losing the war before we even have a chance to fight it. The reminder of the horcruxes brings a somber air to the room, underscoring the dire nature of their mission. The group, now united in purpose, faces the dual challenge of defending Grimmauld Place while continuing the quest that could ultimately defeat the Dark Lord. The weight of their responsibilities hangs heavy in the air as they prepare to confront the looming threats that surround them. Arthur Weasley, recognizing the urgency of the situation, proposes, I think the four of you, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Draco should focus on finding the horcruxes. We'll stay here and work on reinforcing the wards around Grimmauld Place. It's crucial to keep this place secure. Draco, surprised by Arthur's suggestion, observes a depth in the older man he hadn't fully appreciated before. Ginny, not one to be left out of the action, interjects, I'll go with them. We need all the help we can get. Harry, taken aback by Ginny's assertive offer, turns to look at her with a mixture of surprise and concern. Even in his towering figure, a hint of vulnerability surfaces as he grapples with the implications of Ginny joining the dangerous mission. Draco, attuned to the subtle dynamics between Harry and Ginny, perceives the underlying tension. He recognizes the fear that lingers in Potter's eyes, the fear of losing someone dear. It's a vulnerability Draco can relate to all too well. Molly Weasley, protective matriarch of the family, cuts in with motherly concern. Ginny, you can't go. It's too dangerous. The air in the room becomes charged with conflicting emotions, highlighting the delicate balance between duty and personal sacrifice. The decision weighs heavy on them all, and Draco can't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the entangled webs of love and fear that bind these people together. Kingsley Shacklebolt, maintaining a stoic demeanor, echoes Arthur Weasley's sentiment about the dangers of the mission. I agree with Arthur. It's too perilous, and we can't risk anyone's safety unnecessarily. His eyes linger on Draco, regarding him in uncertainty. It might not be best for Malfoy. Sirius Black, however, interjects, surprisingly coming to Draco's defense. Look, I know Malfoy's history, but we've seen him change. He's been helping us, and we can't afford to dismiss capable allies in times like these. Draco, his resolve unwavering despite the skepticism in the room, can't help but let a bitter remark slip through. Well, isn't it heartwarming to know that even in dire times, some things never change? The pureblood hierarchy still dictates who's deemed trustworthy. His gaze meets Shacklebolt's, a challenging glint in his gray eyes. The tension escalates as the room awaits Kingsley's response. Amidst the escalating tension, Potter interjects, his voice cutting through the charged atmosphere. He should come, he asserts, surprising everyone with the firmness in his tone. The unexpected support from Potter adds a new layer to the dynamics in the room, leaving those present to grapple with the implications of this unspoken alliance. Amidst the lingering silence that follows Potter's declaration, an air of uncertainty envelops the room. The gazes of those present shift between Potter and Draco, as if trying to discern the underlying dynamics at play. Draco, too, remains guarded, contemplating the unexpected turn of events. It is Arthur Weasley who breaks the silence, his gaze shifting between Potter and Draco. If Harry thinks it's a good idea, then perhaps we should consider it, he suggests, diplomatically acknowledging Potter's judgment. Sirius Black nods in agreement, adding his support to the proposition. We need all the help we can get. Draco might surprise you, Arthur. Molly Weasley, however, appears unconvinced, her maternal concern evident in her furrowed brow. I don't know, Sirius. Trusting him seems like a risk we can't afford to take. Potter, determined, steps forward. He's changed, Mrs. Weasley. We've all changed. We can't afford to let past grudges jeopardize our chances against Voldemort. Draco, caught in the crossfire of conflicting opinions, remains silent, his gaze fixed on the ground. The room is left suspended in a delicate balance, waiting for the decision that could reshape alliances and determine the course of their perilous journey. Lupin, who had been quietly observing the exchange, interjects with a measured tone. Trust has to start somewhere. If we're to face the challenges ahead, we'll need unity. If Harry believes Draco can contribute, perhaps it's worth considering. His words, laden with wisdom and a sense of the changing times, cast a thoughtful hush over the room. The conflicting opinions and apprehensions hang in the air, creating an atmosphere charged with anticipation. As the pivotal decision looms, the group remains on the precipice of a choice that could either strengthen their resolve or deepen the fractures within the order. The room remains tense as the weight of Lupin's words lingers. The varying opinions and emotions in the group reflect the complexity of the situation. Kingsley Shacklebolt, assessing the dynamics, nods slowly in agreement. Very well, we proceed with the understanding that Draco Malfoy will join the team in the quest for the horcruxes, Kingsley declares, his authoritative voice cutting through the quiet deliberation. Draco, feeling the collective gaze upon him, squares his shoulders with a steely resolve. It's a chance to prove himself, to contribute in a way that transcends the shadows of his family's dark past. The journey ahead is fraught with uncertainties, but for now, a tentative alliance forms, bound by the common goal of thwarting the growing threat of Voldemort. As the group disperses, preparing for the challenges that lie ahead, Lupin and Sirius linger for a moment with Draco. There's an unspoken understanding between them, a shared acknowledgement of the sacrifices and complexities woven into the fabric of their lives. Take care of yourself, Draco, Lupin says with a genuine warmth in his eyes. This journey won't be easy, but you've shown courage today. Remember, you're not defined by your family's mistakes. Sirius clasps Draco's shoulder in a firm, supportive grip. You're not alone, kid. We'll watch each other's backs out there, and if you ever need to talk, I'm just an owl away. As the tears well in Draco's eyes, he nods appreciatively. For the first time in a long while, he feels a sense of belonging beyond the confines of his family's expectations. With farewells exchanged, Draco steps into the unknown, his path now intertwined with those who, once strangers, have become unexpected allies on a perilous journey. Chapter end notes the shared trauma is a bit brief, it will be developed later on. Sorry it took so long to get here. Again, if I don't change an event, it all happened the same as the original. Does anyone even read these? I felt at some parts one made Draco a bit too nice. His character is not going to do a 360 and become soft. He is still going to be an ass but not a bigoted racist. Draco is growing but he's not becoming someone else. Chapter 12 Stand By Me Ben E. King Chapter Notes. I have given up on trying to know when 8th year is going to begin. Instead I am just going to create so much lore that when it does begin it is so angsty I won't even be able to keep up with it. I know I have hinted that Draco Kynes loves Harry but for right now it is not a general storyline. More of a plot device now. Draco's love for Harry is Kynes shrouded by the fact he sees Harry as more of the chosen one. Right now I am trying to show you that they are becoming allies. But even as allies their relationships are kinda strained. I really hope you can see that I am trying to improve Draco but not really change him. Like he isn't going to become a nice person. He is just growing out the bigoted mindset he has. BTW I forgot how Dobby comes into Deathly Hallows so I just made it up. Like I said before, if I do not explicitly say it in the text then the same events are happening. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 12 Stand By Me Ben E. King. As they step into the bustling streets of Muggle London, Draco's senses are immediately assaulted by the vivid memories of a time long ago. His mind takes him back to an evening spent with his mother, the only time they ventured into the heart of the Muggle world. The bright lights of the city, the vibrant colors of storefronts, and the cacophony of voices and footsteps swirl around him, reminiscent of that long-forgotten event. Gripping onto his mother's hand, a small Drao had marveled at the Muggle spectacle, the both of them dressed in their finest attire for the occasion. Amidst the crowd, Draco catches a glimpse of a woman with white hair, a striking resemblance to his mother. For a fleeting moment, the lines between memory and reality blur, and the echoes of that past evening linger in the air. The unexpected encounter with a similar figure stirs emotions within Draco, and he can't help but be transported back to a time when life was simpler, when his mother's comforting presence shielded him from the complexities of the wizarding world. He reaches his hand out to only have the woman turn, and it is not his mother. The woman turns at the touch, her features sharply contrasting with the image Draco had momentarily conjured in his mind. Instead of the gentle familiarity of his mother, he is met with a stranger's puzzled expression. The illusion shatters, leaving Draco with a bittersweet ache as the past and present collide in the crowded streets of Muggle London. He withdraws his hand. A ghost of nostalgia lingering in the air, and continues walking with the group. The city, filled with both memories and uncertainties, awaits their next steps in this unfamiliar journey. Observing Draco's attempt to reach out to the woman with white hair, Hermione Granger, ever the empathetic one, quickly steps forward. "I'm sorry for the misunderstanding," she apologizes to the woman, her tone gentle. The woman gives a small smile, understanding, as the group continues through the crowded streets of Muggle London. Granger's ability to navigate both the magical and Muggle worlds proves invaluable in maintaining a semblance of normalcy amid the chaos of their mission. Ron, walking alongside Draco in the bustling Muggle crowd, glances at him curiously. "Is this your first time among Muggles, Malfoy?" he inquires, his tone laced with genuine curiosity. The stark contrast between the Wizarding and Muggle worlds is something Ron finds intriguing, and he wonders about Draco's experiences in such a setting. Draco, his voice barely audible over the city's din, replies in a small voice, "Once. I went with my mother when I was younger." The memory resurfaces, a fleeting glimpse of a time when life was simpler, and Draco's eyes carry a hint of nostalgia. Ron, noticing Draco's elegant attire, chuckles and quips, "You in a suit here? Doesn't quite match the surroundings, does it?" He grins, attempting to lighten the atmosphere amid the bustling Muggle crowd. As they emerge from the crowded street, Harry turns to Draco, concern etched on his face. "You doing okay, Malfoy?" he asks, his voice genuine. Too tired to answer since leaving Grimmauld they have only been walking to who knows where. "What is the plan?" Draco asks. Hermione, who is studying the map, speaks up. "We're heading to a safe location where we can apparate without being detected. Once we're there, we can discuss our next moves and plan our search for the horcruxes." The dim lights of Muggle London cast a soft glow on the surroundings as Harry runs a hand through his unruly hair. The glint of the chain around his neck catches Draco's attention, and for a moment, the dimly lit street reflects the faint sparkle of the locket, a tangible reminder of the perilous quest they are about to embark upon. The weight of their mission settles on their shoulders as they prepare to venture into the unknown, seeking the elusive horcruxes that could help defeat the dark forces threatening their world. In the bustling streets of Muggle London, a sense of unease begins to settle upon Draco and the others as they navigate the crowd. Suddenly, a grumbly plank grabber emerges from the shadows, its eyes fixed on them with an unnatural intensity. The air grows tense as the magical creature recognizes the wizarding presence, raising concerns about the potential exposure of their mission to a wider, unsuspecting audience. The grabber approaches them with a curious gaze, its appearance drawing the attention of nearby Muggles. Realizing the potential breach of the statute of secrecy, Harry quickly steps forward, wand at the ready. "Everybody, act normal," Harry whispers urgently, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of Muggle awareness. The grabber, however, seems undeterred by their attempts to blend in. Draco, Ron, Hermione, and Harry exchange anxious glances, unsure of how to handle the situation. The grabber, seemingly intrigued by the magical presence, inches closer, and the group tenses, ready for any unexpected developments. Hermione, her eyes darting around the crowded street, suggests hurriedly, "There are too many people here. Let's run to a less crowded spot and apparate. We need to avoid drawing attention." The group nods in agreement, their nerves on edge as they start maneuvering through the bustling crowd. The grabber follows at a distance, its curiosity still piqued by the magical aura surrounding them. The urgency to reach a safer location intensifies as they navigate through the sea of Muggles, hoping to elude both the grabber and any potential exposure of the wizarding world. As the group rushes through the crowded street, more grabbers emerge from the shadows, their numbers multiplying with an unsettling speed. The Muggles, unaware of the magical creatures in their midst, continue their daily routines, oblivious to the escalating tension. The grabbers, sensing the magical presence, become more aggressive in their pursuit. The air is thick with the combined fear and determination of the group as they try to outpace the relentless creatures. Hermione leads the way, her eyes scanning the surroundings for a suitable spot to apparate. The street becomes a chaotic maze, with grabbers closing in from all sides. The group's breaths quicken, and adrenaline courses through their veins as they push through the throngs of people. The urgency to escape the crowded street intensifies with each passing moment, the magical barrier between the wizarding and Muggle worlds on the verge of breaking. As they break into a less crowded area, several grabbers emerge from the shadows, their forms shifting into focus. A spell is fired towards them, and Harry swiftly counters it, deflecting the magical attack with a skillful wand movement. The urgency heightens, and the group hastens their pace towards the apparition point. Hermione, being the first to reach the designated spot, turns to the others with determination. "Come on, everyone, we need to apparate before more attention is drawn." Hermione swiftly guides the group through apparition, the familiar sensation of being squeezed through a tight tube overwhelming them for a moment. As they reappear in a quieter location, Draco instinctively glances back, his eyes locking onto Yaxley, the grabber who had targeted them. Ron grabs Draco's hand, pulling him away from the unsettling sight. And they join the others in assessing their new surroundings. The distant echoes of city life are replaced by an unfamiliar quiet, leaving them momentarily unsettled. The abrupt transition from the bustling city to the serene wilderness disorients the group. The once echoing sounds of urban life are replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of nature and damp earth. Hermione checks her surroundings, ensuring everyone arrived safely. Draco takes a moment to adjust to the change in scenery, his senses recalibrating to the stillness of the wilderness. The moonlight filters through the canopy above, casting a silvery glow on the forest floor. Ron, ever the explorer, scans the area with curiosity. "Where are we, Hermione?" he asks, his voice hushed in consideration of the newfound tranquility. Hermione consults a small, enchanted map, her eyes narrowing in concentration. "We're in a secluded part of Epping Forest. It should provide us with some cover and make it harder for anyone to track us." Draco remains silent, his gaze flickering between the trees. The unfamiliar terrain adds another layer of uncertainty to their journey, and he can't shake the feeling that they've entered a realm where the rules are vastly different from the wizarding world he's known. Harry runs a hand through his hair, a slight frustration evident on his face. "Shouldn't we have just apparated from Grimmauld Place? It would have saved us this walk." Hermione, however, is quick to respond, her voice calm but firm. "The wards at Grimmauld aren't secure anymore. Apparating from there would have been too risky. We needed a safer location to ensure our arrival went unnoticed. Draco, still adjusting to the unfamiliar surroundings, listens to their exchange. The weight of the situation settles on him, and he finds himself contemplating the gravity of their quest as they stand in the quiet depths of the forest. Ron interjects with a half smile, "Besides, mate, it's a bit more adventurous this way, isn't it? Keeps us on our toes." Draco looks around at the surrounding wilderness, a mixture of uncertainty and curiosity in his eyes. The air is crisp, and the sounds of the city are replaced by the rustling of leaves and distant wildlife. It's a stark contrast to the life he's known within the wizarding world. Granger glances at Draco with a raised eyebrow. "Malfoy, have you ever been camping before?" Draco's gaze flickers away for a moment before he smirks, a touch of sarcasm in his tone. "Well, I haven't had the pleasure of sleeping under the stars with creatures that might consider me a midnight snack, Granger. Can't say it's been on my to-do list." Granger turns towards Draco with a determined expression. "Well, there's a first time for everything," she states, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "Come with me, Malfoy. We need to put up a barrier." Draco hesitates for a moment but nods, following Granger to help with the magical defenses in this unfamiliar wilderness. Ron scoffs and rolls his eyes. "So, what are we supposed to do, Harry? Look for somewhere to sleep in the dirt?" Granger, with a confident smile, pats her pouch bag. "We've got that sorted. Now, if you two could contribute something, maybe we'll have a decent night." Potter shrugs, a smirk playing on his lips. "All right, might as well go look for some firewood then." Potter and Ron head off into the woods to find firewood while Granger turns to Draco. "Malfoy, come with me. We need to put up a protective barrier around the campsite." Draco nods, silently following Granger as she leads the way. The atmosphere is tense, a mix of unfamiliarity and shared purpose. Granger begins explaining the process of setting up the barrier, occasionally shooting a wary glance in Draco's direction. Draco, for his part, listens attentively, his mind still processing the events of the day. As they work on the protective barrier, the tension begins to ease, replaced by a shared understanding of their current predicament. Draco can't help but marvel at Granger's magical proficiency, finding himself drawn into the collaborative effort despite the lingering discomfort between them. While Draco and Granger are setting up the protective barrier, Ron and Potter return with a bundle of firewood. The makeshift campsite is slowly taking shape under the canopy of the trees. The flickering light from the soon-to-be campfire casts shadows, creating a semblance of comfort in the wilderness. Potter and Ron start preparing a spot for the fire, and Granger instructs Draco on how to arrange the enchanted rocks to reinforce the protective barrier. Draco's movements are precise, his mind focused on the task at hand. Granger appreciates his cooperation, even if it comes with an unspoken understanding of the delicate balance they've struck. As the night settles in, the crackling fire provides warmth, and the protective barrier gives the group a sense of security in the midst of the unknown. The camaraderie, forged out of necessity, becomes a fragile thread connecting them in the face of the looming challenges ahead. The shared silence carries the weight of unspoken fears and uncharted territories. With the wilderness embracing them and the stars watching over, the unlikely group finds themselves bound by circumstance, united against a common enemy. The night unfolds, each member of the group lost in their thoughts, contemplating the journey that lies ahead. Granger efficiently assembles the tent, securing it in a relatively flat area of the wilderness. The tent becomes a small refuge amidst the vast expanse of nature, offering a temporary haven for the weary travelers. The cool night air is tinged with a hint of magic as the tent's protective enchantments take effect. Draco, observing the process, feels a twinge of nostalgia. Camping was never part of his upbringing, but in this unfamiliar setting, there's a sense of unity emerging, transcending the boundaries of their respective backgrounds. The tent stands as a symbol of their shared struggle against a common adversary. As the tent takes shape, Granger invites everyone inside, the soft glow of the magical light from within casting a warm ambiance. The group gathers within the confines of the tent, finding solace in the shelter it provides. The interior is surprisingly spacious, equipped with magical extensions that defy its compact appearance. Inside, the air carries a mixture of fatigue and determination. The journey ahead is uncertain, and the tent becomes both a physical and metaphorical space for them to regroup, plan, and find a momentary respite from the challenges they face. Granger takes out a map and unfolds it on the floor, the parchment illuminated by a floating orb of light. The map displays the locations they need to explore in search of horcruxes. The group huddles around, their collective focus on the daunting task that lies ahead. The night unfolds within the enchanted confines of the tent, weaving a story of unity and resilience against the backdrop of the wilderness. The weariness in Draco's eyes doesn't go unnoticed. As the group prepares to retire for the night within the enchanted tent, Draco mentions that he'll stay awake to keep watch. However, before he can fully commit to the idea, Potter interjects with a determined expression. "I'll take the first watch," Potter declares, his gaze meeting Draco's. Draco hesitates for a moment, caught off guard by Potter's insistence. Despite the tension between them, there's an underlying concern in Potter's eyes. Reluctantly, Draco nods, acknowledging the unspoken understanding. The dynamics within the group are shifting, weaving a complex tapestry of shared responsibilities and unspoken alliances. With a nod of gratitude, Draco finally allows himself to succumb to the fatigue that has been clinging to him. As the others settle down for the night, the enchanted tent becomes a haven in the midst of the wilderness, offering a brief reprieve from the challenges that await them. The night unfolds with the soft sounds of nature and the quiet murmur of those finding solace in the temporary respite of sleep. Draco could not remember when he fell asleep, only that he heard the sounds of birds and the wind rustling the trees. He remembers the scratchy sheets beneath him. The sight of Harry Potter at the mouth of the tent. Shoulders rolled back as his turbulent eyes gazing out into the forest. A predator watching for any signs of danger before striding out the tent to begin his watch. Draco drifts for the first time, well, it feels like years to him. Draco notices his feet first. He is standing. Where? He is not quite sure. It is neither warm nor cold. For a moment he thinks he is standing in nothingness. An empty dark place that seems to stretch forever. He can only see himself in the vastness of abyss he finds himself. Blonde hair falling into his eyes as he whips around looking for something or anything. "Hello." He calls his voice hoarse as if it hasn't been used in years. All he hears in his own voice echoing back to him. It is chilling realizing how long it stretches. Desperate, "Hello." He repeats louder, "Hello. Hello." He all but shouts. The only thing he hears is his own voice, echoing back to him in all directions, twisting around him mockingly. Panicked, he stares out to the nothingness. He hears a step behind him and runs until he is falling. Falling into nothingness, he finds himself smacking against the ground. It hurt to the point he is unsure if this is a dream or not. He feels it. The prickling goosebumps staggering up his spine. The hairs at the back of his head standing to attention. Something is behind. Something sinister. Something that makes him quake in fear. He clenches his fist, turning white, too scared to turn. "Malfoy." The thing says behind him. A voice that bounces off the nothingness. It is not a singular voice. No, it is more than one. Draco Malfoy. A woman voice shrills at the same time a child speaks with the finishing of a man. The torrent voices spin around him. Draco cannot will himself to turn. The thing laughs behind him. "Let's not be cowardly, now." A barrage of voices says at once, "We made a deal, did we not?" Draco, still terrified to talk, "Death," he utters, whispering into the nothingness. "Well, it seems you do remember." Death is smiling. "You and I have unfinished business." Fisting his pale hands beside him, "Unfinished. You gave me back the wrong person." He whips around in a fit of anger to find himself staring at nothing. "You asked for kin, Draco." The voice whispers behind him, Draco's eyes widening as he feels something on his shoulder. "I gave you the kin I had." He shivers as the voice draws close. "What?" Draco not quite sure with Death's riddles. "If you want, I can take back the kin," Death chuckles. Potter flashes through Draco's mind. The happiness that Sirius' presence had bought Potter. He sees them with Sirius laughing, patting Potter. The both of them smiling. To then seeing Potter alone. His face gaunt. Potter being alone. Death chuckles. "It seems that is not a viable solution for you. But we had a deal." Draco shudders. "What do you want?" Death makes a tutting noise. "You already know what I want, Malfoy." Perplexed, Draco turns to face Death to only see nothing but a tendril of shadowy darkness. "I don't know." Don't play stupid with me, Malfoy. Death sneers from behind him, the abyss shaking with the underlying threat. Your family made a choice and now you should honor it. But I don't know. Draco tried to reason. The abyss shook in rage. Don't be stupid. Death sniggers, its patience wearing thin. There are consequences for every action. What? I don't know. Please. Draco shouts, but he knows he has been left alone. Turning again. His breathing stops. There is a heap of bloodied bodies behind him. He can see his mother, Severus, Blaise, Pansy, Theo, Greg and Goyle among them. They lie without moving and Draco gasps into his hands. He feels something grabbing his leg. He sees a woman. The woman from the manor who begged for her children. You killed me. She screams as more ghosts crawl out of the darkness. Nails digging into his skin. Screaming at him. Pulling him apart. They swirl around him as he screams. Draco jolts awake, his scream echoing through the quiet night. Beads of sweat cling to his forehead, and his breathing is ragged. The remnants of the vivid nightmare still linger in his mind, haunting him. As he struggles to make sense of his surroundings, he becomes aware of a comforting touch on his shoulder. Potter is there, concern etched across his face. He gently shakes Draco, trying to bring him back to the present. Malfoy, wake up. You're having a nightmare. Draco blinks, disoriented, as the details of the dream slowly fade. The reality of the wilderness and the distant crackle of a dying campfire come into focus. He realizes he's drenched in sweat, his heart pounding. Potter continues to speak soothingly, his voice cutting through the lingering echoes of the nightmare. It's okay, Malfoy. You're safe. You were just dreaming. Despite Potter's reassurance, Draco's breaths come in uneven gasps. The remnants of the dream linger, unsettling and vivid. He looks at Potter, grateful for the anchor in the waking world, even if the dream's grip is slow to release him. Draco bites back a bitter retort, his jaw clenched as he sits up, distancing himself from the remnants of the unsettling dream. The weight of reality presses down on him, and he glances around the dimly lit campsite, trying to ground himself. Potter, still lingering with concern in his eyes, watches Draco closely. Malfoy, what happened? Are you all right? Draco runs a shaky hand through his disheveled hair, the nightmare's tendrils refusing to completely release their grip. It wasn't a dream, he mutters, his voice low and edged with a hint of frustration. Potter furrows his brow, a mix of confusion and worry crossing his features. What do you mean? What wasn't a dream? Draco hesitates, the lingering echoes of the nightmare making it difficult to articulate. I saw things. Heard voices. It felt real, he admits, his gaze darting around the campsite as if searching for something unseen. Potter, attempting to provide comfort, places a reassuring hand on Draco's shoulder. Nightmares can feel incredibly real, Malfoy. It's just your mind playing tricks on you. Draco, however, shakes off Potter's touch, frustration evident in his expression. You don't understand, he retorts sharply. It's not just a dream. It's a vision, a reminder. Potter studies Draco, sensing the gravity of his words. A reminder of what? Draco's gaze meets Potter's, a haunted look in his eyes. Consequences. Choices. The things I can't escape. Potter, still uncertain about the nature of Draco's torment, remains silent, realizing that some wounds run deeper than mere nightmares. Potter furrows his brow, concern etched on his face. What was the nightmare about, Malfoy? You can talk to me. Draco hesitates, grappling with the elusive fragments of the dream that slip through his fingers. I don't really know. It was just darkness, and voices, and death. I can't make sense of it. Potter nods understandingly, his gaze unwavering. Sometimes dreams can be confusing. Maybe it's just the stress getting to you. Draco runs a hand through his disheveled blonde hair again, his frustration evident. Stress? That's an understatement, Potter. It's more than that. It's like a foreboding, a warning. Potter, perplexed, leans back slightly. What do you mean, a warning? Draco, you need to tell us everything you can. It might be important. Draco, however, is grappling with his own frustration and the elusive nature of the dream. I don't know, Potter. It's just. It felt real, like a glimpse into something ominous. Death was there, and voices, and my family, and I don't know, it's all a jumbled mess. Potter tries to approach the situation cautiously, sensing Draco's agitation. We're all under a lot of pressure, Malfoy. The nightmares might just be a result of that. We need to focus on the tasks ahead and find those horcruxes. But Draco, still caught in the grip of his own turmoil, just shakes his head in exasperation. The cryptic warning from his dream lingers, leaving him with an unsettling feeling that refuses to dissipate. Draco, frustration etching lines on his face, blurts out, "You don't understand, Potter. None of this makes sense." It felt real, like a message, a warning. I can't just shake it off. Potter, feeling the strain of the situation, replies tersely, "I'm trying, Malfoy. We're all dealing with our own nightmares, but we have to stay focused on what's important. We can't afford to be distracted by dreams." The tension in the small camp deepens, each of them grappling with their fears and uncertainties in the face of an ominous future. Draco, still haunted by the remnants of his dream, wonders if there's more to the unsettling visions than meets the eye. It is not a dream. Draco's scream echoes in the night, a raw expression of frustration and fear that cuts through the air. As the echoes of the scream fade, the night seems to hold its breath, the weight of their shared burdens pressing down on them. In the dim light of the camp, the unspoken tension lingers, casting a shadow over their uncertain journey. Potter recoils slightly, caught off guard by Draco's sudden outburst. The intensity in Draco's voice sends a shiver down his spine, and he struggles to maintain his composure in the face of such raw emotion. "Malfoy, calm down," Potter urges, his own frustration bubbling beneath the surface. The hiss of Parseltongue cuts through the air like a blade, stirring a sense of unease within him. Despite his growing concern, Potter tries to remain composed, knowing that they can't afford to lose their cool in such precarious circumstances. Draco takes a deep breath, trying to steady himself. The echoes of his nightmare linger, casting a shadow over the room. Potter watches him, concern etched across his face, but Draco remains silent for a moment, grappling with the turmoil within. I don't know," Draco finally admits, his voice strained. He runs a shaky hand through his unruly blonde hair, frustration and confusion marring his features. Potter, realizing the depth of Draco's distress, softens his tone. "Malfoy, we need to talk about this. Whatever you saw or felt, we can figure it out together." Draco, still grappling with the remnants of the nightmare, looks at Potter with a mix of vulnerability and frustration. The weight of unspoken fears hangs in the air, and the room feels charged with a palpable tension. Draco stares at Potter. He knows Potter is trying his best somewhere far away in the back of his mind, he knows. But, right now, he feels like his blood is boiling. He is too hot. He can still remember the chill of death on his neck. The body of his loved ones lining the floors in a bloody heap. Those ghostly figures clawing at his skin. He understands Potter is trying, but, right now Draco doesn't really know if he can put it all into words. Potter nods, acknowledging Draco's inability to articulate the details of his nightmare. The room remains heavy with the weight of unspoken fears, and Potter decides not to press further. He understands that some battles are fought in silence, and Draco needs time to process whatever he experienced. "I'm here whenever you're ready to talk," Potter says gently, offering Draco a reassuring smile. He gives Draco a moment of solitude, respecting the boundaries of unspoken fears that linger in the aftermath of the nightmare. As the minutes pass, Draco begins to regain his composure, the echoes of the dream slowly fading. The two sit in a shared silence, each grappling with their own thoughts and uncertainties. The night unfolds around them, casting a serene ambiance over the room. Eventually, Draco curls into himself. He does not try to go back to sleep. Potter hesitates, casting a wary look at Draco before leaving the other to carry on his watch. The night blurs. Draco really does not know when the morning comes. Only that Weasley rolls over with an undignified grunt. Draco lifts his head to only watch Weasley scratch his stomach. "I'm starving." The ginger boy says, half his hair sticking up. The first thought that comes into Draco's mind is that Blaze and Pansy would have a field day if they could see Weasley now. The thought leaves a bitter taste in Draco's mouth as he recalls his nightmare. A shaky intake of breath. "Is that all you ever think about?" he asks coolly, rising from his bed. The morning breeze brushing against sweaty skin. For the first time, he wonders how he is supposed to bathe in the middle of the forest. Weasley has to gall to squawk, such cheery company in the morning, Malfoy. Draco glares at him before stepping out the confines of the tent. The sun is too bright that Draco stumbles back, his gray eyes adjusting to the day. He wonders if anyone had seen his un-Malfoy-like behavior. Unbeknownst to him, Potter and Granger would not notice even a tree smacking them into the ground at the moment. Harry, I really don't understand. Why are you behaving like this? Granger's eyes narrow, her voice unwavering. Potter is not looking at her. Instead, he is staring up at the canopy of trees. Clenching his jaw, I just don't understand why. Why would they get Dobby involved? Granger does not like the idea either. That the Order in attempts to reinforce the Blood Wards, they called Doobie. Honestly, she likes Dobby, but she does not think the overzealous elf will be of much help. But what she can't quite understand is Potter's reaction to the news when they were talking to Sirius through the two-way mirror. She does not really understand why it ended with Potter storming out. Why Potter is pacing so madly. You've heard Sirius, they think that the elf magic. Abruptly, Potter cuts in. Who cares? Who cares what the Order think? Can't they just let Grimmauld burn to the ground? Potter asserts, his tone edged with frustration. Granger, her eyes filled with a mix of grief and determination, responds, that is Sirius' home, Harry. You didn't see how Malfoy and Sirius made the Blood Wards. You didn't see how utterly terrified Sirius was in that moment, thinking it wouldn't work. You saw for yourself the relief, the pure joy. It is his home. Potter runs a hand through his dark hair, struggling to find the right words. I know. His voice is small, it's just, I don't want more people involved. People are risking their lives for me, my own. And what am I doing? I can see him. I can see Voldemort. I can see the awful things he's doing. I can see the fear in the victims. It feels like I'm doing it. I'm hurting these people. Granger's brown eyes grow softer. Oh, Harry. You know it's not you. She tries to reassure him. Potter takes a shaky breath, his green eyes glassy as he looks at her, but it is. Everyone expects me to save them. And I don't know how. How? I can hear these voices too. They keep telling me such dreadful things. I feel so angry. I don't even know why. Am I losing my mind? Granger, her expression filled with concern, moves closer to Potter. She places a comforting hand on his shoulder, offering support. Harry, you're not losing your mind. It's the connection with Voldemort. We knew it wouldn't be easy, but we're in this together. You're not alone. Potter lets out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping. I just don't want anyone else to get hurt because of me. Bringing Dobby into this. I don't want him in danger. Moody is dead. Granger nods solemnly, acknowledging the weight of Potter's concerns. I understand, Harry. We'll do everything we can to protect everyone involved. We have to find the horcruxes and end this, together. Potter meets Granger's gaze, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thanks, Hermione. I don't know what I'd do without you. We're in this together, Harry, Granger replies, giving his shoulder a reassuring squeeze. As Granger and Potter share a moment of understanding and support, they hear footsteps approaching. Draco Malfoy emerges from the tent, his expression still marked by the remnants of a troubled sleep. He observes the scene before him, noting the tension in the air. What's going on? Draco inquires, his eyes flickering between Granger and Potter. Granger glances at Draco before turning her attention back to Potter. We were just discussing the situation with Dobby and the Blood Wards, Draco. There's a lot at stake, and Harry is understandably concerned. Draco raises an eyebrow, a mix of curiosity and skepticism on his face. Dobby? The house elf. What does he have to do with any of this? Potter takes a moment to collect his thoughts before addressing Draco. The Order is considering involving Dobby to reinforce the Blood Wards at Grimmauld Place. It's a risky move, and I'm not comfortable putting him in harm's way. Draco's expression shifts to a thoughtful frown as he processes this information. So, the great Harry Potter is worried about a house elf. Never thought I'd see the day. Potter narrows his eyes at Dracostone but chooses not to engage in a confrontation. Instead, he focuses on the bigger picture. We need to find a way to strengthen the defenses without putting more lives at risk. The Horcrux hunt is already dangerous enough. Granger nods in agreement. We'll figure it out together, but time is of the essence. We can't afford to delay our mission. Ron emerges from the tent with a groan, rubbing his stomach. His disheveled appearance suggests a less than restful night. They all look a bit rough. Morning, Ron mutters, blinking in the daylight filtering through the trees. You wouldn't happen to have any food, would you? I'm starving. Granger lets out an exasperated sigh, reaching into her bag. Honestly, Ron, you could have asked earlier. I've got some granola bars and a few snacks. Ron's face lights up as Granger hands him a granola bar. You're a lifesaver, Hermione. I don't know how you survive on those weird health foods, though. Potter smirks at Ron's comment, while Draco watches the exchange with a raised eyebrow. I can't believe you're complaining about food already. We've only just started this camping thing, Draco remarks. Ron takes a bite of the granola bar, speaking with his mouth full. Well, Malfoy, not all of us grew up with fancy meals at the manor. Some of us are used to a proper breakfast. Draco rolls his eyes, unimpressed. Right, because granola bars scream, fancy. Ignoring the banter, Granger looks toward the forest. We should start planning our day. Harry, any thoughts on where we should head next in our search for the horcruxes? Draco interrupts the conversation, directing a pointed question at the heart of their mission. Hold on a second, he interjects, fixing his gaze on the locket hanging around Potter's neck. Why are we talking about finding more horcruxes when we haven't even managed to destroy the one right here? Potter instinctively touches the locket, feeling the cold metal beneath his fingertips. Draco's scrutiny is both unsettling and thought-provoking. Granger glances between them, sensing the tension. Draco has a point, she acknowledges. We can't afford to overlook the one we already have. Potter sighs, acknowledging the truth in their words. You're right. We need to deal with this one first. But we can't forget about the others. Voldemort won't stop until they're all destroyed. Draco's expression remains skeptical, but he nods in agreement. Ron, chewing on a granola bar, casually turns to Draco. Got any bright ideas, Malfoy? You seem to be full of surprises lately. Draco raises an eyebrow, a hint of annoyance in his gaze. I'm not your personal brainstorming machine, Weasley. Figure it out yourselves. Ron chuckles, unfazed by Draco's response. Fair enough. Just thought you might have some genius plan hidden up your sleeve. Draco smirks, realizing Ron is teasing him. Genius plans take time, Weasley. I'll let you know when I come up with one. Ron, finishing his granola bar, glances at Draco with a curious expression. Seriously, though, Malfoy, you've dealt with dark artifacts, right? Any thoughts on how to destroy this one around Harry's neck? Draco pauses, considering the question, his gray eyes narrowing in thought. It's not as simple as smashing it with a hammer. Dark artifacts are usually protected against conventional methods. We might need to find a specific counter curse or vulnerability. Ron nods, appreciating the insight. Right, counter curse it is. We just need to figure out what it is. Hermione, any ideas? As the discussion about destroying the horcrux progresses, an unsettling tension builds within Harry Potter. He begins to fidget, his agitation evident in the way he twists his neck in an unnatural manner. The air around him crackles with an unspoken turmoil, and his eyes, usually focused and determined, betray a hint of fear. Draco, noticing Potter's unease, raises an eyebrow but chooses not to comment. The others continue discussing potential strategies, unaware of the internal struggle brewing within the Chosen One. The weight of the locket around his neck seems to intensify, and Harry's mind races with conflicting thoughts and emotions. Unable to contain the mounting anxiety, Potter abruptly moves, pushing away from the group. His movements are erratic, and he starts pacing as if trying to escape the unsettling thoughts plaguing him. The others look on, uncertain about how to address the sudden change in Harry's demeanor. Draco, noticing the intensity of the situation and genuine concern for Potter, softens his tone. Potter, are you all right? He asks, his gray eyes searching for signs of distress in the green orbs of the Chosen One. Maybe for the first time, Draco does not see the Chosen One. No, now he sees a boy the same age as him. Potter, on edge and defensive, snaps back at Draco, I'm just dandy, Malfoy. Mind your own business. The tension in the air thickens as the group grapples with the unresolved issues and the looming threat of the horcrux around Harry's neck. The concern in the group deepens as Ron points out, Mate, you're acting really agitated. What's going on? Granger adds her agreement, her eyes fixed on Harry with a mixture of worry and curiosity. Draco scoffs, annoyed at Potter. Is he not just always like this? Ron replies, no, he's not. He's never been this twitchy. Something's off. Draco observes Potter with a furrowed brow, wondering if there's more to this than meets the eye. Granger, her brow furrowed, adds, I think it might be the locket. We knew it had a strong influence, but if it's affecting him like this. She trails off, her concern deepening as she glances at Potter, who seems increasingly on edge. Draco, undeterred by Potter's flighty behavior, marches over to him with a sneer demands, hand it over, Potter. Draco tries not to flinch away once, he gets closer to Potter's looming figure. Potter, his expression tense and defensive, glares at Draco. Why should I give it to you? Draco, undeterred, retorts, because it's clearly messing with your head. Do you want to end up like your godfather, or worse? The tension in the air grows, and the others watch, uncertain of how this confrontation will unfold. Ron, looking concerned, adds, mate, maybe Malfoy has a point. You've been acting weird since we got that locket. It's not healthy. Potter, still resisting, clutches the locket tighter. The struggle between his desire to hold onto the horcrux and the concern of those around him is evident on his face. Ron, sensing the tension, suggests, maybe we should all take turns wearing the locket. You know, share the burden. It might help Harry, and we'll figure out if it's affecting all of us the same way. Draco, his patience thinning, demands, Potter, give me the damn locket. If it's causing problems, you shouldn't be wearing it. Potter, still tense, hesitates for a moment. He glances at the others, who are watching the exchange with concern. With a resigned sigh, he reaches for the chain around his neck and pulls the locket off. The moment the locket leaves his skin, there's a visible change in his demeanor. The agitation seems to lessen, and he hands the locket over to Draco. Draco, with a determined look, decides to wear the locket. He gingerly clasps it around his neck, trying to suppress the shiver of disgust as the dark magic makes contact with his skin. Potter visibly relaxes, relieved that the burden is no longer directly on him. The rest of the group watches anxiously, uncertain of the impact this decision might have on Draco. The air is thick with tension as they await any reaction or consequence of the horcrux's influence on the new wearer. Draco stands there for a moment, the weight of the locket around his neck evident in his posture. The others are on edge, waiting for any signs of distress or change in Draco's demeanor. After a brief pause, Draco looks around at the expectant faces and rolls his eyes. Well, this is riveting, he comments, his tone laced with sarcasm. I feel perfectly normal, in case you were all holding your breath. Potter, Ron, and Hermione exchange glances, cautiously hopeful that this might provide a solution to the lingering issue with the horcrux. The tension in the air eases slightly, but an undercurrent of uncertainty remains. As the group observes Draco wearing the locket without apparent immediate distress, Ron suggests, maybe we all should wear it, take turns or something. Share the burden, you know. Potter, still looking somewhat agitated, nods in agreement. Yeah, maybe that could work. At least it won't be directly affecting one person. Hermione, though skeptical, acknowledges the idea. It's worth a try. But let's not forget our main goal, finding and destroying the remaining horcruxes. The locket is just one of them. With a shared understanding, they decide to take turns wearing the locket while continuing their search for the other horcruxes. The air in the camp, while not completely free of tension, holds a glimmer of hope that they might have found a temporary solution to the dark magic's influence on Harry. Draco, wearing the locket, interjects, and we should also focus on finding a way to destroy this horcrux. It won't do us any good if we just keep passing it around without a plan to get rid of it permanently. Hermione interjects with a hint of sadness. We need to conduct thorough research on destroying horcruxes, but without access to the Hogwarts library, it's going to be challenging. The restricted section there has invaluable information on dark magic, and we could use it now more than ever. The realization sinks in that their quest for information is limited without access to the vast knowledge stored in the Hogwarts library. The group faces another obstacle in their journey to unravel the mysteries surrounding the horcruxes and defeating Lord Voldemort. Draco scoffs, a hint of disdain in his voice. Even if we had access to the Hogwarts library, the information we need is likely tucked away in the restricted section. And even if we manage to sneak in there, the details on horcruxes are bound to be minimal. The school has its limits, Granger. Granger, her patience wearing thin, shoots back at Draco. Instead of shooting down ideas, Malfoy, maybe you should contribute something useful for once and help us find a solution. The frustration in her voice is evident as she tries grapple with the challenges ahead. Draco smirks and suggests, why bother with Hogwarts when we have the Black Family Library? Plenty of dark and forbidden knowledge there, I'm sure. The prospect of using the Black Family Library for their research introduces a mix of anticipation and uncertainty among the group. Potter interjects, his tone somber, we can't go back to Grimmauld. It's compromised. We need to find another place to regroup and plan. Draco rolls his eyes at Potter and, with a sly smile, remarks, honestly, Potter, if you're a wizard, use your magic. Without waiting for a response, Draco swiftly whips out his wand, uttering an incantation that summons a dusty old book from one of the shelves. The golden trio falls into a brief silence as the heavy tome thuds onto the forest floor, its contents waiting to be explored. The tome landing at Potter's feet, a hair away from crushing his toe. Potter scowls at Draco. At least this time his green eyes rumble in the same angry annoyance he always regards Draco with. The malice and frightening danger absent. Potter grumbles to himself. What an oaf, Draco thinks to himself as Potter, once again forgetting he is a wizard, decides to bend down and grab the tome. Draco admires the way Potter easily hefts the tome into his arms without even a lightening charm. Ron bursts into laughter, his voice echoing through the forest, it's like second year all over again, as he mimics in a high-pitched tone, I don't have anything to start a fire. The memory of their second-year adventures at Hogwarts resurfaces, a moment of levity. Draco raises an eyebrow, thoroughly perplexed by Ron's comment. His confusion only deepens when Granger shoots Ron a pointed look and delivers a discreet elbow to his ribs. The exchange leaves Draco in the dark, unaware of the inside joke or reference that has sparked laughter among his companions. Ron, recovering from the elbow jab, tries to suppress a chuckle and mumbles something about old times at Hogwarts. Draco remains on the outskirts of this shared nostalgia, a reminder that his connections with the trio are still a work in progress. The subtle dynamics of their camaraderie leave Draco feeling like an outsider, even in moments of levity. Granger turns her attention to Draco, her inquisitive eyes narrowing as she questions, Malfoy, what did you summon? Her tone holds a mix of curiosity and suspicion, as if she's unsure whether to trust the Slytherin's magical capabilities. Draco, ever nonchalant, smirks slightly before responding, just a little something from the Black Family Library. Thought it might come in handy for our little adventure. He gestures towards the dusty tome in Potter's arms, inviting them to explore its contents. The air thickens with the anticipation of what secrets the ancient book might hold for their quest. Granger reads out the title of the tome, using Potter as a makeshift book rest, Blood Rituals? Her tone holds a hint of surprise, and she glances briefly at Draco. Horcruxes are aligned with blood rituals. The revelation in her voice indicates both curiosity and a realization that the connection between horcruxes and blood magic might hold valuable information for their mission. The trio, surrounded by the quiet of the forest, finds themselves on the cusp of uncovering secrets that could change the course of their journey. Draco shrugs, acknowledging that while there might be some connection between horcruxes and blood magic, the specifics elude him. Horcruxes are an old type of blood magic, but it's hardly something extensively covered, he admits, his tone carrying a mix of uncertainty and detachment. The trio stands at the precipice of a complex magical puzzle, with each revelation adding more layers to the mystery that lies ahead. Draco adds with a frown, I don't even know how he who shall not be named found out about it. It's not common knowledge, and most wizards shy away from delving too deep into such dark arts. It's as if he had some insider information. The air grows heavier as the implications of Voldemort's knowledge of such forbidden magic linger in the dimly lit forest. Potter's voice tightens with frustration as he reveals, Slughorn told Voldemort about horcruxes. He accidentally spilled the information during one of his little slug club gatherings at Hogwarts. Voldemort used that opportunity to learn about it and pursue immortality. The revelation casts a shadow over the Draco, emphasizing the impact of seemingly innocent moments on the course of history. Draco eyebrow crease as he realizes that Slughorn has a penchant of collecting potioning talent for the Slug Club. But even if Slughorn is a bumbling idiot who likes to align himself with the right people, he is not loose-lipped. Even with the Golden Boy Potter, it is unlikely the disaster of a potions professor would just tell Potter. His gray eyes scrutinize Potter as it dawns on him. Draco's sharp gaze pierces through the revelations, and a calculating expression forms on his face. The realization dawns on him as he contemplates Potter's motives for excelling in potions and currying favor with Slughorn. The connection between Slughorn's loose lips and Potter's determination to gather crucial information becomes clear. The Slytherin in Draco recognizes the strategic play at work, and his thoughts churn with the implications of this calculated move. Draco, keeping his newfound insights to himself, decides to observe the unfolding dynamics within the group. He remains a step ahead, his mind working through the implications of Potter's actions and the potential consequences. As the others discuss the information gleaned from the Blood Rituals tome, Draco considers the larger picture, weaving his own observations into the intricate web of knowledge and strategies. The air in the forest becomes charged with the weight of secrets and the unspoken tension between allies with shared goals yet hidden motives. Back at the tent, the atmosphere is still heavy with the weight of revelations and unspoken concerns. Draco takes a moment to study the faces around him, each reflecting a unique blend of determination, fear, and uncertainty. The air inside the tent seems to constrict, mirroring the complexity of their mission and the uncharted territories they're navigating. As they gather around, the discussion continues, exploring the possibilities and challenges posed by the newfound knowledge on blood rituals and horcruxes. Draco remains observant, contributing insights when necessary, but keeping a part of himself guarded. His interactions with Potter, Granger, and Weasley reveal the intricate dance of alliances and tensions that define their group dynamics. The tent becomes a haven for both planning and contemplation, a temporary refuge in the midst of a tumultuous journey. Each member of the group grapples with their own fears and uncertainties, united by a common goal yet divided by the shadows of their individual struggles. The cramped quarters of the tent seem to close in on Draco and Granger as they delve into the arcane world of dark magic. The atmosphere is charged with the scent of old parchment and the weight of the task at hand. The dim light flickers, casting dancing shadows on the worn-out pages as they tirelessly search for answers in the sea of information spread before them. Draco, his posture rigid, scans the texts with a discerning eye, occasionally making notes or muttering to himself. The weight of responsibility hangs on his shoulders, a burden he reluctantly shares with Granger. Her bushy hair now appears more disheveled, mirroring the frustration etched across her face. The lack of progress is palpable, a reminder of the complexity and rarity of the knowledge they seek. Dark arts, blood rituals, and horcruxes are not subjects easily deciphered, even with the extensive resources of the Black Library at their disposal. The tent has transformed into a makeshift research lab, a battleground of intellect and determination against the unknown. The air inside the tent is thick with tension, the silence between exchanges filled with the rustling of pages and the occasional sigh of frustration. The struggle to unlock the secrets hidden within the ancient tomes becomes a shared challenge for Draco and Granger, forging an unlikely alliance in the face of adversity. Weasley and Potter headed out to find firewood. Draco did not even ask why they don't just summon the wood when they were both wizards. Partially, because at the time Granger and he were discussing delicate intricacies of if they needed to understand how horcruxes were created or if it was no use to how destroy them. Mostly, because the pair of them were no help at all. Potter spent most part of an hour stuck on one page. Weasley failed to keep up with the speed in which Draco and Granger were tossing ideas. To be rid of them both were a blessing for both Draco and Granger. The departure of Weasley and Potter provides a momentary reprieve for Draco and Granger. The absence of their companions creates a quiet space in the tent, allowing the duo to focus more intently on the intricate details of their research. The ambient light plays upon the parchment, casting shadows that dance with the flickering flame of a solitary candle. As Granger and Draco delve deeper into the complexities of dark magic, their discussion weaves through the tangled threads of theory and practice. The urgency of their task keeps them engrossed, each idea explored, dissected, and discarded in the pursuit of a breakthrough. The shared determination becomes a binding force, momentarily eclipsing the animosity and differences that have marked their past interactions. Draco's gray eyes flit across the pages, absorbing the information with a keen intellect. Granger, her focus unwavering, scribbles notes and annotations, her mind racing to connect the scattered pieces of knowledge. The tent becomes a sanctum of intellectual pursuit, a battleground where the intricacies of horcruxes and blood rituals are deciphered with scholarly fervor. The occasional rustling of pages and the soft murmur of their voices create a symphony of collaboration, an unlikely partnership forged in the crucible of necessity. The outside world, with its challenges and dangers, momentarily fades away as Draco and Granger labor over the ancient tomes, determined to unravel the secrets that may tip the scales in their favor against the looming threat of Voldemort. As Weasley and Potter re-enter the tent, the air seems to shift. The scholarly atmosphere that had enveloped Draco and Granger dissipates, replaced by a sense of expectation. Weasley's question hangs in the air, a reminder of the pressing nature of their mission. Draco glances up from the parchment, his expression neutral but tinged with frustration. Granger, ever the diligent researcher, straightens up, a mix of determination and weariness evident in her eyes. "We're working on it," Granger replies, her tone a balance between reassurance and acknowledgement of the challenges they face. Draco merely nods, not offering any additional commentary. Weasley, leaning against the entrance of the tent, exchanges a glance with Potter. The unspoken communication between the two friends suggests a shared anticipation for progress, a yearning for a breakthrough that could change the course of their quest. The tent becomes a microcosm of conflicting emotions, the determination to succeed, the weight of the unknown, and the unspoken recognition that time is not a luxury they possess. As they wait for the outcome of Draco and Granger's efforts, the silence in the tent is a canvas on which the complexities of their journey are painted, awaiting the brushstroke that will either illuminate a path forward or deepen the shadows of uncertainty. Maybe. Ron rubs his chin, carefully picking his next words. Maybe Malfoy should try to teach Harry Occlumency again. Ron's suggestion hangs in the air, a potential solution to the growing concerns about the influence of the horcrux on Harry's mind. The mention of Draco teaching Occlumency lessons draws mixed reactions from the group. Draco, accustomed to the intricacies of Occlumency, pales slightly at the idea, his gaze flickering to Potter. Potter, though wary, nods in reluctant agreement. The weight of the decision settles in the lines of his forehead, a testament to the burdens he carries. "I guess it's worth a shot," he concedes, his green eyes meeting Draco's gaze. Draco's jaw tightens, but he doesn't object outright. The memories of their previous attempt at Grimmauld Place linger, leaving a bitter taste. The tension in the tent becomes palpable as Ron explains his rationale. The potential for Harry to access Voldemort's mind in return. "It might be a way to find more horcruxes," Ron suggests, his eyes scanning the faces of his companions. If Voldemort can enter Harry's mind through the connection, then Harry could probably enter his too. Draco's expression remains guarded, but he doesn't dismiss the idea entirely. The prospect of delving into the depths of Harry's mind, with the potential to uncover more about Voldemort's plans, holds a certain weight. The tent transforms into a space where trust, vulnerability, and the intricacies of magic intertwine, setting the stage for an unconventional lesson in the art of occlumency. Draco, though internally conflicted, maintains a stoic exterior. His reluctance to the idea of revisiting occlumency lessons with Potter is evident in the way his features tighten and his gaze sharpens. The memories of their previous attempts loom over him, a reminder of the complexities and challenges inherent in delving into the recesses of Harry's mind. Silence hangs in the air as the group awaits Draco's response. His gray eyes remain fixed on Potter, a silent acknowledgement of the discomfort and reservation that linger beneath the surface. The tent, once a haven for collaborative efforts, now becomes a battleground of conflicting emotions and unspoken tensions. Potter, sensing Draco's reluctance, takes a deep breath, the air heavy with unspoken tension. With a determined look in his green eyes, he addresses Draco. "I know this wasn't easy the first time, Malfoy. But if there's a chance it could help us find and destroy the horcruxes, isn't it worth trying again?" His words hang in the air, a plea for cooperation and understanding. Potter's gaze doesn't waver, searching Draco's face for any sign of agreement or reconsideration. The weight of their shared history, both tumultuous and complicated, lingers in the confined space of the tent. The others watch the exchange, their expressions a mix of anticipation and hope for a potential breakthrough. Draco, caught in the crossroads of his own reservations and the urgency of their mission, sighs heavily. He runs a hand through his sleek, platinum hair, considering Potter's proposal. The room is filled with a pregnant silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of parchment as Granger sifts through the research materials. Finally, Draco meets Potter's gaze, a reluctant acknowledgement in his stormy gray eyes. Fine, he concedes, the word laden with unspoken conditions. But we do it my way, and no unnecessary poking around. We focus on finding those damn horcruxes. Potter, sensing a fragile agreement, nods in agreement. The air in the tent eases slightly as the tension dissipates, replaced by a tentative sense of collaboration. The group prepares for the upcoming Occlumency lessons, knowing that the path ahead is fraught with challenges and uncertainties. Chapter end notes. Did you really think I forgot about death? Death is going to become an important character later on. Chapter 13. I love you so. The Walters chapter notes. I was ill, I am sorry. Chapter 13. I love you so. The Walters. Throughout the night, Draco and Granger immersed themselves in piles of books, tirelessly scouring for any shred of information on horcruxes. Weasley's whispered comment to Potter about their bookish diligence elicited a weary agreement, the words on the pages blurring together in their exhaustion. As the night wore on, Weasley convinced Granger to retire to bed, leaving Potter alone to observe Draco's unwavering dedication to their task. Potter watched as Draco, consumed by the quest for knowledge, summoned more books with his wand, his determination evident even in the dim light of the tent. Eventually, fatigue overcame Potter, and he drifted off to sleep in his chair, leaving Draco to continue his solitary pursuit into the early hours of the morning. Potter's bleary eyes fluttered open at the sound of Granger's footsteps approaching Draco's corner of the tent, her voice murmuring softly as she inquired about their progress. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Potter's gaze settled on Draco, whose once immaculate hair now hung in disarray over his forehead, and whose gray eyes bore the unmistakable signs of sleep deprivation. Potter winced as he reached up to remove his glasses, feeling the distinct indentations they had left around his ears and nose from falling asleep with them on. Half listening to Granger and Draco's conversation, Potter's mind struggled to fully awaken, his thoughts still muddled from the remnants of sleep. As Potter listened, Draco explained amidst stifled yawns that despite their efforts, his solitary pursuit through the books hadn't yielded any significant breakthroughs. Potter watched as Draco's gaze flickered towards him, silently conveying the frustration of their fruitless search. Granger, ever the determined researcher, persisted with her inquiries, her voice a gentle yet persistent stream of questions. Draco's responses grew increasingly curt, his fatigue evident in his clipped tone and weary expressions. Potter, feeling a pang of guilt for succumbing to sleep while Draco tirelessly continued their research, resolved to offer his assistance. Pushing himself up from his chair, he shuffled over to join Draco and Granger, his mind slowly shaking off the remnants of sleep as he prepared to delve into the daunting task of uncovering the mysteries of the horcruxes alongside his unlikely companions. As Draco answered Granger's barrage of questions, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration mounting within him. Despite my relentless efforts as a one-man research team, he lamented to Granger, I hadn't stumbled upon any new information. His eyes flicked towards Potter, silently conveying his disappointment at Potter's earlier slumber, a gesture laden with unspoken reproach. Turning away from Potter's bleary green eyes, Draco confessed to Granger, amidst the backdrop of snoring that echoed through the tent, lamenting that the incessant noise made it nearly impossible for him to concentrate and hear himself think. Potter, feeling the weight of Draco's silent reproach, shot him a dirty look in response to his complaint. Though annoyed by Draco's attitude, Potter opted to remain silent, realizing that their success in unraveling the mystery of the horcruxes depended on their ability to work together, despite their differences and occasional tensions. As the tension lingered in the air, Granger, ever the mediator, interjected with a calming tone. Let's take a break, Malfoy, she suggested, her eyes softening with empathy. I think you could all use some rest. Potter nodded in agreement, silently grateful for the reprieve from the intense atmosphere. Draco hesitated for a moment, his mind still swirling with frustration and exhaustion, but ultimately relented. Fine, he acquiesced, his voice tinged with resignation. Perhaps a break is in order. With that, Draco retreated to their makeshift sleeping areas within the tent, seeking solace in the temporary respite from their arduous task. However, even as sleep beckoned, Draco couldn't shake the nagging feeling of inadequacy that gnawed at him, fueling his determination to find a solution to their seemingly insurmountable challenge. Despite tossing and turning, Draco found himself unable to sleep. Perhaps it was because the night had truly passed, and the sunlight filtering into the tent illuminated everything with a warm golden hue. In a way, Draco felt a sense of relief that he hadn't fallen asleep, spared from the nightmare of death that he had the previous night. He did not want Potter, in all his golden glory, to play savior for him again. It would be too humiliating for Draco. As he lay there, bathed in the morning light, Draco couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for the reprieve, however fleeting it may be. Draco reflected on the events of the night, realizing that he hadn't even noticed when Granger and Weasley had left to sleep. Under the dim glow of enchanted candlelight, time seemed to slip away unnoticed, leaving him frustrated and empty-handed after scouring through countless books. He had thought he was onto something when he found a mention of horcruxes in one of them, only to discover it was merely a reference to a dark ritual no longer practiced. With a sigh of exasperation, he tossed the book aside, running his hands over his face in frustration, only to realize he wasn't alone. Potter was asleep in his chair, a sight that drew a scoff from Draco. What good was Potter if he was asleep when they needed him? Leaning his arms on the table to rest his head, Draco watched Potter's sleeping form. His hair was as wild as ever, untamed by any hair potion, even ones Draco doubted his own great-aunt's special concoctions could control. As Draco's gaze lingered on Potter's messy locks, he noticed a stubborn strand of hair falling across Potter's forehead, invading the space behind his glasses. Potter's long, thick lashes fluttered gently with each soft snore, a sight that made Draco briefly envy their perfection, recalling Daphne Greengrass's failed attempt to enhance her own lashes back in 4th year. Despite his frustration, Draco found a strange scene of peace in the rhythmic sound of Potter's snores, echoing softly in the candlelit tent. Potter appeared different in his slumber, a softness enveloping him that Draco had rarely witnessed before. It wasn't the usual softness that graced Potter's features when he was with friends or when he interacted with his beloved ones. Not in the way he would when he saw his snowy white owl delivering his parcels at breakfast of Hogwarts. No, this was a different kind of softness. A domestic tranquility that seemed foreign yet comforting to Draco. As he observed Potter, Draco couldn't help but wish for a future where Potter could experience such peaceful sleep without the burden of war weighing on his shoulders. With a shake of his head, Draco tore his gaze away from Potter, reminding himself that it was somewhat unsettling to watch someone sleep for too long. Attempting to divert his attention, Draco imagined the amused groans of his friends Blaise and Theo if they were to catch him staring at Potter once again. Not Potter, again, they would likely tease, prompting Draco to focus on something else to occupy his thoughts. Draco groaned, throwing his arm over his eyes in frustration. How foolish he had been to let himself ogle Potter in the dead of night. What if Granger or, Merlin forbid, Weasley had caught him in the act? The mere thought of such humiliation made Draco's face flush with embarrassment. He couldn't afford to be stealing glances at Potter, especially not now. As Draco shifted his arm and gazed up at the canopy of the tent, his eyes fell upon the mark on his left arm, the stark reminder of his allegiance to the Death Eaters. The scar that tore through the Death Eater mark. The sight of it sent a shiver down his spine, bringing forth unwanted memories he had tried to suppress. He couldn't shake the image of his father's crazed expression as he cast the killing curse, nor the feeling of helplessness as his mother shielded him from harm, only to be struck down herself. Yet, amidst his mourning for his mother, Draco couldn't ignore the chilling sensation that crept over him, the memory of the dream he had with death, the unsettling notion that death sought something from him. The thought made his stomach churn with unease, leaving him feeling sickened and unsettled. Sitting up in bed, Draco felt a sense of unease wash over him as his fingers mindlessly traced the outline of the dark mark on his left forearm. Despite its ugliness, Draco couldn't tear his gaze away from the sinister symbol, his thoughts consumed by the weight of his allegiance to the Death Eaters. Suddenly, the tent flap rustled and Weasley entered, breaking Draco's trance-like state. Weasley's eyes widened as he took in the sight of Draco standing by his bed, fingers lingering on his dark mark. Sensing Draco's discomfort, Weasley hesitated before speaking. "Sorry to interrupt, Malfoy," Weasley began tentatively, "but I thought you might want to know. Potter's awake and asking for you." Draco's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Potter's name. He quickly composed himself, nodding in response to Weasley's words. "Right, thanks," Draco muttered, his mind racing with a mix of apprehension and curiosity as he followed Weasley out of the tent and towards Potter's location. As Draco entered the main area of the tent, he found Potter sitting up on one of the makeshift beds, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Granger was nearby, flipping through a worn-out book with a furrowed brow. When Potter spotted Draco, his expression shifted from groggy to slightly wary. "Morning, Malfoy," Potter greeted cautiously, his voice still thick with sleep. Draco nodded in response, trying to suppress the nervous flutter in his chest. He glanced at Granger, who offered him a small smile before returning her attention to the book. "What's going on?" Draco asked, trying to sound casual despite the tension brewing in the air. Potter hesitated for a moment before replying, "We were hoping you might have some ideas about where to look next for horcruxes." Draco's mind raced as he considered the question. He knew he needed to contribute, to prove his worth to the group, but the pressure of the task weighed heavily on him. Gathering his thoughts, he took a seat opposite Potter and Granger, ready to join the discussion and face whatever challenges lay ahead. As Draco sat with Potter and Granger, he couldn't shake the feeling of being left out of the loop. He knew about the ring, the diary, and the locket. They had been discussed in Regulus Black's journal. But without access to the journal itself, Draco struggled to recall the other horcruxes. Frustration gnawed at him as he realized the Golden Trio hadn't shared the details of how they destroyed the horcruxes they had found. It felt like they were withholding information from him, perhaps still distrusting him despite his efforts to prove himself. "Can you tell me how you managed to destroy the ones you found?" Draco asked, his voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and frustration. He needed to understand their methods if they were to work together effectively in their mission to defeat Voldemort. Potter exchanged a cautious glance with Granger before speaking. "We used various methods for each horcrux," he began, his tone guarded. "The ring was destroyed by Dumbledore with the sword of Gryffindor. As for the diary, it was stabbed with a basilisk fang." Draco listened intently, processing the information. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at their successful endeavors. They had managed to destroy 3 horcruxes while he had been struggling to even locate them. "Sword of Gryffindor. Basilisk fang," Draco repeated, raising an eyebrow. "How did you manage that?" Potter hesitated, exchanging a knowing look with Granger. "It's a long story," he said finally, his expression guarded. Draco sighed inwardly, realizing that getting more information out of them would be like pulling teeth. But he knew he had to keep trying if they were going to succeed in their mission. As Potter's response trailed off, Draco sensed the reticence in his tone. The guarded exchange between Potter and Granger only deepened his suspicion. They were keeping something from him, something crucial. But he couldn't afford to dwell on that now. Suppressing his frustration, Draco decided to change tactics. "All right," he said, forcing a calm tone. "I understand. We all have our secrets, I suppose." Potter's expression softened slightly, as if he appreciated Draco's attempt at diplomacy. "Exactly," he replied, a hint of relief in his voice. "We'll share what we can when the time is right." Draco nodded, though he wasn't entirely convinced. Nevertheless, he knew he had to play along for now. With the fate of the wizarding world hanging in the balance, there was no room for discord among allies. Draco, frustrated by the continued secrecy, turned his attention directly to Potter. "Potter," he began, his tone edged with irritation, "surely Dumbledore left you some sort of hints or guidance regarding the horcruxes?" Potter's gaze faltered for a moment before he replied, "Well, he did leave me some clues, but they were rather cryptic. We had to piece together the information ourselves." Draco's frustration grew. "Cryptic clues?" he echoed incredulously. "And you managed to decipher them?" Potter nodded solemnly. "It wasn't easy," he admitted, "but with Granger's help, we were able to make sense of Dumbledore's hints and locate the horcruxes." Draco couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at their resourcefulness. "I see," he replied tersely, his mind racing with thoughts of how much easier their task would have been with Dumbledore's guidance. But dwelling on what could have been wouldn't change their current situation. Draco's frustration boiled over as he struggled to understand the true extent of the Golden Trio's knowledge about the horcruxes. Suppressing his irritation, he directed his questioning gaze at them. "Do you or do you not know about the other horcruxes?" Draco demanded, his voice tinged with impatience. The trio exchanged uneasy glances, seeming hesitant to reveal the full extent of their knowledge. Sensing their reluctance, Draco pressed on, his tone growing more insistent. "I spent the entire day and stayed awake all night scouring through research on the horcruxes," Draco reminded them sharply. "If you need insights or specifics, then specify what you need it for." Granger shifted uncomfortably under Draco's scrutinizing gaze, while Potter's expression remained guarded. Finally, after a tense moment of silence, Granger spoke up. "We know about the other horcruxes," she admitted reluctantly, but Dumbledore's hints were vague, and we're still trying to piece together the puzzle. Draco's frustration ebbed slightly at the confirmation, but a sense of urgency lingered. "Then let's work together to figure it out," he declared, his tone firm. "We can't afford to waste any more time." Draco muttered under his breath, his frustration palpable. Teaching Goyle advanced potions would have been easier. Weasley, sensing the tension in the air, suggested, "Maybe we should tell Malfoy about the other horcruxes." Potter hesitated, uncertainty clouding his features. However, Weasley persisted, adding, "Malfoy might be able to offer valuable insights." Granger nodded in agreement with Weasley's suggestion, prompting Draco to bitterly remark to Potter, "Seems like you're outvoted in the matter." Rolling his eyes, Potter conceded, "Perhaps it's better for you to know." Draco, still seething with frustration, settled himself into his seat with graceful poise, directing a smirk at Weasley as he remarked, "Well, I never thought the Weasley would be the one to come to my defense." Weasley, leaning casually against the table beside Granger, couldn't help but snort in response, retorting, "Yeah, Malfoy. A real knight in shining armor, ain't I?" After a moment of playful banter between Draco and Weasley, Potter cleared his throat, signaling his intent to continue. He glanced at Granger, who nodded in agreement, and then turned his attention back to Draco. "All right, Malfoy," Potter began, his tone serious now. "There are 3 more horcruxes we know of. A diadem, a cup, and a snake." Draco's eyebrows shot up in surprise at the revelation. "A diadem? A cup?" he repeated incredulously. "Do you know where they are? How do you plan to find and destroy them?" Potter exchanged a hesitant glance with Granger before replying, "We know of their existence, but we're still trying to determine their locations. As for how to destroy them, we're working on that too." Draco's mind raced as he processed the information. These horcruxes seemed far more challenging to locate and destroy than the previous ones. But he was determined to help in any way he could, even if it meant facing unknown dangers. Draco's eyes narrowed as he processed Potter's words. "The snake. Is it what I think it is?" he questioned, a hint of apprehension creeping into his voice. "Nagini?" Potter's expression darkened as he nodded grimly. "Yes, Nagini. Voldemort's serpent." Draco felt a chill run down his spine at the confirmation. Nagini was a formidable creature, fiercely loyal to Voldemort and undoubtedly well protected. The thought of facing such a dangerous adversary filled him with unease. "We have to be careful," Draco muttered, his mind racing with thoughts of the risks involved in confronting Nagini. "She won't be easy to defeat." Potter nodded in agreement, his jaw set with determination. "We'll need to plan carefully," he replied, his voice resolute. "But we can't let fear stop us from doing what needs to be done." Draco nodded in reluctant agreement. Draco's incredulity simmered beneath his cool exterior as he processed Potter's words. "You're bloody mad if you think you can kill Nagini," he muttered, his tone laced with disbelief. "That snake is as vicious as Voldemort himself." The memory of Nagini slithering over the lifeless bodies in the dark, dank cellar sent a shiver down Draco's spine, reminding him of the formidable adversary they faced. The snake had the smell of blood wherever it loomed. Draco could never ever look the snake in its eyes, instead he would shrink back when the serpent slithered close. Then, as Potter mentioned Dumbledore using the Gryffindor sword, Draco's curiosity piqued. "Where is the sword now?" he inquired, his tone edged with urgency. Potter let out a scoff, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "I don't have it tucked away in my back pocket," he retorted. Draco rolled his eyes at the jest. "Well, why not?" he countered, a touch of exasperation creeping into his voice. "Merlin's sake, Potter. You never know when you might need it." Draco's mind raced back to that harrowing moment in Malfoy Manor, his Aunt Bellatrix's chilling laughter echoing in his ears as she boasted about the treasures locked away in her Gringotts vault. He vividly recalled the pain of the Cruciatus curse coursing through his body, the agony of each tortuous moment etched into his memory. His mother, Narcissa, stood nearby, her expression a mask of concern and worry as she watched her son suffer at the hands of his deranged aunt. "It's to train him, sissy," Bellatrix had sneered, her eyes gleaming with malice as she reveled in Draco's torment. In the opulent display room, adorned with priceless artifacts and family heirlooms, Bellatrix's voice dripped with disdain as she lamented the protective wards that prevented her from claiming certain items. "These pesky little spells," she had muttered, her frustration evident as she gazed longingly at Abraxas Malfoy's pocket watch. "Denying me such a pretty little thing. It would look fine amongst the other little relics. Yes, a specimen of the French royal family before the French Revolution. It would look stunning next to the sword." Draco's fists clenched involuntarily at the memory, his blood boiling with a mixture of anger and determination. He knew now that his aunt's vault held more than just trinkets and heirlooms. It held a potential key to their success in defeating Voldemort. With renewed resolve, Draco turned back to Potter and the others, ready to devise a plan to infiltrate Bellatrix's vault and retrieve the Gryffindor sword. Draco's gaze bore into Potter's, his voice laced with a mixture of cynicism and curiosity. "Do you actually have the sword, Potter?" he asked, his tone tinged with disbelief. Potter shifts uncomfortably under Draco's intense stare, hesitating before responding. "Well, it's complicated," he begins, his voice guarded. "Technically, the sword was supposed to be in Dumbledore's possession." Draco realizes Potter evades the question. His gray eyes narrowing. "Yes, Potter, thank you for departing that piece of information. But, I do not know if you have forgotten I was in the same room when the Dumbledore's will was read out." Draco reminds them and again asks, his voice edging, "Do you have the sword or not?" Potter's gaze flickers away for a moment before he meets Draco's eyes again, a hint of discomfort evident in his expression. "No, I don't have it," he admits reluctantly. "It was taken by some goblins from Gringotts." Draco's eyes widen in surprise at the unexpected turn of events. Draco's mind races as he processes the new information. He hadn't anticipated that the sword would be taken by goblins. It complicates their plans significantly. After a moment of silence, Draco speaks up, his voice tinged with frustration. "So, what now? How do we retrieve it from Gringotts?" he asks, turning to Potter and the rest of the group for answers. Before any of them can ask, Draco instead asks, "Why would they even take the sword? The goblins would not just take an artifact out of someone's vault. It would ruin the integrity of Gringotts." Draco's question hangs in the air, prompting the group to consider the implications. Potter frowns, deep in thought, while Granger begins to speak, her voice measured and thoughtful. "It's possible that the goblins saw the sword as a valuable artifact and decided to claim it for themselves," she suggests. "After all, goblins have a history of valuing magical items and artifacts." Weasley nods in agreement as he comes into the shared space, adding, "And they might have seen it as an opportunity to assert their independence from wizards." Draco listens intently, absorbing their explanations, before nodding in understanding. Ron, sensing the tension in the air, decides to lighten the mood. "Hey, Hermione, Malfoy," he begins, flashing them a grin. "I think you two have earned a break from all these books. How about we take a break and focus on something else for a change?" He pauses, then adds, "And Malfoy, I think it might be a good time to start those occlumency lessons we talked about." Draco looks up, surprised by Ron's suggestion, but then nods in agreement, realizing that it might be beneficial to learn how to shield his mind from unwanted intrusion, especially in the midst of the ongoing war. Granger offers a supportive smile, acknowledging Ron's idea as she reaches for her bag, ready to change gears for a while. Draco couldn't resist a snide remark, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Well, looks like the world has turned upside down if Weasley is suddenly the voice of reason," he quipped, shooting Ron a wry smile. Casting a wary glance at Potter, Draco's sneer returned full force as he added, "And Potter, don't even think about trying to blow my head off during our occlumency lessons. I'd rather keep my brain intact. Thank you very much." His words were laced with a mixture of defiance and uncertainty, a clear indication of the lingering animosity between them. Ron huffs out that he was awarded the title of head boy and suggests that Draco hand over the locket to him, stating that such a dark artifact could affect their occlumency efforts. Hermione nods in agreement with Ron's suggestion, expressing her concern about the potential negative impact of the locket. Reluctantly, Draco hands it over to Ron, watching apprehensively as Ron puts it on. Internally, Draco shudders at the thought of caring about the welfare of a Weasley, but he remains outwardly composed. As Ron takes possession of the locket, Draco can't help but make a snide remark, asking, And what would you and Granger be doing? While he undergoes Occlumency lessons, he suggests sarcastically that they're probably off snogging. Hermione blushes furiously, while Ron smirks in response. Draco feels a pang of disappointment at their lack of reaction, realizing that they are unfazed by his attempt to provoke them. Feeling slightly deflated, Draco spins around to face Potter, who is shaking his head with an amused expression, clearly entertained by the exchange. Try not to kill each other, Weasley tells them, tucking the locket under his worn Chudley Cannons t-shirt. Granger hesitates at the tent wall. We will be right outside, and Draco is not sure if she is trying to reassure him. Potter's green eyes gleam in playfulness. It makes Draco heart pound. Try not to snog so loudly. Oh, Harry. Granger tuts, shaking her head. She heads out first, Weasley trailing after her with a playful roll off his eyes. Sod off, Harry. As Granger and Weasley depart, exchanging playful banter with Potter, Draco can't help but feel a sense of detachment from their camaraderie. He watches them leave, a mix of envy and disdain swirling within him. The light-hearted exchange feels foreign to him, a reminder of the stark contrast between their world and his. Left alone in the tent with Potter, Draco sinks deeper into his chair, grappling with his conflicting emotions as he contemplates the challenges that lie ahead. Clearing his throat, after the disaster of last time, Draco does not entirely feel that happy at the sight of Potter's shoulders slumping as the Wizarding Saviour opens his mouth. Draco could only imagine Potter as trying to apologize again with that adorable kicked puppy expression. Draco holds his hand up. Not now, Potter. We don't have time for your self-pitying party. Casting his gray eyes away, Draco tries to remember how his godfather Severus Snape taught him. It had been so long ago. Draco's small frame shivered as he trailed behind his father, Lucius Malfoy, through the dimly lit streets of Knockturn Alley. The eerie atmosphere sent a shiver down his spine, and he clutched onto his father's hand tightly, seeking comfort in the presence of the imposing figure beside him. The gazes of the unsavory characters lurking in the shadows made him feel uneasy, their eyes seeming to pierce through him with their dark and calculating glares. As they walked, Draco's curiosity got the better of him, and he reached out to touch something that caught his eye, before he could even graze it with his fingertips. His father's sharp voice cut through the silence like a whip. Draco, keep your hands to yourself. Lucius snapped, his tone laced with displeasure. Startled, Draco recoiled, his hand stinging from the force of his father's reprimand. He looked up at Lucius with wide eyes, the serpent head of his cane looming ominously over him. For a moment, fear flickered in Draco's young heart, unsure of what he had done wrong. But as he gazed up at his father's stern expression, a sense of determination began to stir within him. He would do anything to earn his father's approval, even if it meant navigating the treacherous streets of Knockturn Alley at his side. Be a proper Malfoy, Draco. His voice cool, pressing a hand onto Draco's shoulder. The Patriots gravitate towards fear like ravens circling prey. Draco trembles at the vision of crows circling the sky. Lucius squeezes his shoulder before nudging him onwards. Draco, already disorientated by the predatory stares, stumbles into a passerby. Great big, dark, lifeless eyes stare back at him. Your mind is a mess. The passerby spits out as Lucius pulls Draco's small body away. Go on your way, Lucius states to man in ragged clothes. The man flashes a crooked smile. Draco doesn't think about it for a while. It wasn't that much of a harrowing memory. Simply outshined by his mother, beautifully composed Narcissa Malfoy, slapping his father across the face the moment they step into the manor. How dare you take my son to a place like that, she seethes, pushing Draco behind her, her laugh mocking. Do not dare take him as you please. His mother had marched him upstairs, slamming his bedroom door shut and locking with so charms so, his father could not even attempt to enter. Draco slept that night cradled in his mother's comforting arms. He did not think about it, too consumed for a while about his parents' tense atmosphere. Too consumed with worrying his mind at the sight of his parents avoiding each other, not speaking. Only when he saw them sitting together in the second living room did he start to think about the man from the alley. He knew to ask his parents about it, it would only bring back the argument they were having. Instead, whilst swinging his legs on the stool of his godfather's potions lab, did he think to ask, gray eyes watching Severus Snape measuring out moonshine. Draco's hands tucked under his legs, wobbly, his bottom lip between his teeth, did Draco ask, albeit apprehensive, Uncle Sev. By this point Severus were too tired to correct the boy that he did not comment on the ridiculous nickname anymore. His focus still on the beaker, not turning to the boy. Hesitation crawled up Draco, wondering if it were childish thing to ask his oh-so-serious godfather. But then, Draco had asked all ridiculous questions, and even if it looked like it pained his godfather, he still answered, trying to be brave like he read Harry Potter had been in the various news clipping he had hidden away. "My father took me to Nocturne Alley," Draco told him. Slowly, his godfather turned around to him, leaving the beakers as his curious dark blue eyes bore into the young Malfoy. "Go on," Severus suggested. To be precise, Severus were astounded that Lucius Malfoy would take his very young son to a place that even wizards twice his age was apprehensive to enter. Lucius Bran must be the size of a peacock, Severus thought to himself. I bumped into this strange man, and he said, my mind is a mess." Draco shrugging his shoulders, "I don't know what it means." Severus raised a dark brow at his godson, huffing out, "It probably meant nothing. People there are not in their sane minds." Trying to reassure the boy, he thought about turning around, but then a thought struck Severus. The man could have been a legilimens. It might have been highly improbable. The man could be drunk out of his mind. One look at the crestfallen look on his godson's face had him reconsidering. "Why do you ask?" Draco took a moment. "Well, at the time I just thought his eyes were lifeless. But when I look back at it felt like he was looking through me. It might be insane, but it felt like that." Severus hummed, "You're not lying like you did the time you told me you saw a Grim in the park." Draco flushed at the memory because apparently, it were not a Grim in the park. After convincing his uncle Sev that there were indeed a Grim hiding in the bushes of a Muggle park, pulling on Severus' sleeves and confidently pointing at it, his godfather took one glance at the ferocious beast and stated, "It is a dustbin bag." No, that's how it felt. Folding his small arms over his chest in attempt to convince his godfather he was very sure, "I swear on Merlin." Severus pinched the bridge of his nose. "Luckily Merlin is dead for all the times you swear on him." Leaning against table, the man could have been a legilimens. The gleam in Draco's eyes meant that Severus should have never been honest with the boy. Moving to cast a status on the potion as little feet hit the ground running after him. Draco with his flurry of questions as Severus lead them out of the potions lab into the living room. If Severus knew that his godson would hound him over 2 weeks to teach him, he would have stolen a time turner and locked Lucius away in one of the many rooms of the manor, so the encounter with this strange man never occurred. But despite it all, even if he told everyone he was not fond of children, his godson, his persistent annoying godson, could wear him down to even wearing pink fluffy dress in Hogsmeade. Chapter 14 Luminary Joel Sunny Chapter Notes. Hello everyone. Crazy things happened. Someone stole my identity and almost went prison. Had to go court to explain to a judge that I am me and have always been me. Sorry, I would be updating regularly from now on. Chapter 14 Luminary Joel Sunny, Draco. The sound of his name snaps Draco into consciousness, the weight of Potter's gaze suggesting it's not the first time he's been called. Draco quickly attempts to regain his composure, his mental defenses snapping into place almost instinctively. The penetrating stare of Potter's emerald eyes feels like it could breach the very depths of his mind, prompting Draco to internally scoff at the notion. After all, Potter couldn't actually read minds. If he could, there'd be no need for Draco to teach him Occlumency. Instead, Draco feigns nonchalance, busying himself with brushing imaginary lint off his clothes. He's determined to convey to Potter that he's nothing to be concerned about, that he doesn't need to be placed under the microscope of Potter's supposed righteousness. Potter gracefully sidesteps the implied vulnerability. "Are you okay?" he asks with genuine concern, his verdant eyes softening. "You seem to drift off there." Draco finds himself at a loss when Potter shows concern. He's not accustomed to being on the receiving end of Potter's kindness, and he's uncomfortable with how it stirs something within him, prompting him to avert his gaze. He tries to suppress the tumultuous feelings in his chest before they spiral out of control, much like his racing heart. Instead, he lashes out at Potter. "I know you Gryffindors aren't known for your subtlety," Draco retorts, unable to meet Potter's earnest gaze, so he settles on Potter's prominent nose instead. "Your penchant for recklessness and self-sacrifice might work for you, but some of us prefer to contemplate quietly rather than broadcast our thoughts for all to hear." Potter's expression tightens slightly at Draco's sharp words, but he maintains his composure. Fair enough, he replies evenly, though there's a flicker of hurt in his eyes. We all have our ways of dealing with things. Draco feels a pang of guilt at the subtle shift in Potter's demeanor, but he pushes it aside, unwilling to dwell on it. Instead, he shifts the conversation, eager to move past the moment of tension. So, Potter, he says, injecting a note of mock curiosity into his voice, what brilliant plan do you have in mind to not try blow my head off? Potter scoffs, the fleeting concern evaporating from his features almost instantly, leaving Draco feeling somewhat dejected at how quickly it fades. Yet, he knows it's his own doing for provoking Potter in the first place. I never intended for my magic to go awry like it did the last time you tried to enter my mind, Potter explains. Draco hums thoughtfully, his gray eyes darting around as he responds, we don't have time for a barrage of apologies. Instead, he simply tells Potter, you don't trust me. Potter's eyebrows knit together, not in disbelief but more in a manner that suggests he genuinely doesn't grasp Draco's point. Draco clarifies, stating, there is a level of trust required in Occlumency. With another scoff, Potter crosses his powerful arms over his broad chest and leans back in his chair. I thought Occlumency was all about bombarding into someone's mind for information, he remarks. Draco is unimpressed by the notion, and he leans forward to convey the sincerity of his next words. Potter, that's only when you're good at it, he retorts. When learning Occlumency, there must be a level of trust between teacher and student to prevent episodes of volatile magic. Sirius Black sat on the sofa in Andromeda's home, feeling an uncomfortable tightness in his chest. The bright yellow atrocity he was perched on only added to his discomfort, clashing garishly with the somber mood he was trying to suppress. He glanced around the room, his eyes lingering on the portraits of Remus and Tonks. Their smiling faces were a painful reminder of what he had lost, and though he tried to convince himself that he had moved on, the ache in his heart told a different story. He shifted uneasily, the half-filled cup of tea in his hand growing cold. The tea had long lost its warmth, much like the connections he struggled to maintain. Being in Andromeda's home felt strange to him. Despite their shared blood, they had never been as close as people assumed. Their lives had taken such different paths that the familial bond felt more like a tenuous thread than a lifeline. Sirius sighed, setting the cup down on the small table beside him. He tried to focus on the present, but the memories of the past clung to him, refusing to be ignored. The cozy living room, with its mismatched furniture and eclectic decor, felt like a world away from the cold, imposing halls of Grimmauld Place. Andromeda's home was warm, lived in, and welcoming, yet Sirius couldn't shake the sense of being out of place, a ghost in a world that had moved on without him. Sirius took a deep breath, trying to ground himself in the present. He knew he needed to let go of the past, to find a way to connect with the family he still had. But for now, all he could do was sit there, feeling the weight of his memories pressing down on him, as he tried to find his place in a world that had changed so much. Even if it was a lie, Sirius would tell himself that Remus was family, a friend turned family and nothing more. They had tried to be more, but despite their best efforts, it never worked out. The failure gnawed at Sirius because he felt the blame rested solely on his shoulders. He could never seem to live in a time of peace without arguments or fights. He felt a restless itch when there was nothing to ignite his anger. He sighed to himself as Andromeda entered the living room. Andromeda looked both the same and entirely different. Her black hair was now sprinkled with white, and her gray eyes were framed by small crinkles. The fine lines of laughter accumulated over the years that still shocked Sirius whenever he saw them. The Andromeda he remembered from their childhood never smiled or laughed. Yet here she was, sweeping into the living room with the same grace Sirius had seen her use to glide into a ballroom, settling into the chair across from him. Where is Remus? She asked. Sirius found himself biting back bile as he replied, the baby. Edward, or Teddy, he quipped, having handed over a teddy bear earlier, woke up, and Remus went upstairs. Andromeda nodded. My grandson is rather cute, meekly, Sirius agreed. Andromeda bulldozed on, and Sirius mused it must be the pride of a grandmother as she told him, even for an odd pair like Remus and my Tonks. Edward is a perfect combination of them both. Sirius could only agree, but he couldn't help himself and said, wasn't it odd for you seeing them together? You must have known about Remus and me. And then having him here, telling you he loved your daughter, was it not odd? Sirius knew all he was spewing were his own insecurities. He had no right to say it. If Remus knew he ever said it, Remus would have every right to cast Sirius out of his life. Everyone had bigger things to worry about. The war was still raging. Harry was still out there somewhere. But just as always, Sirius was a little selfish. Andromeda smiled at Sirius, leaning back in her chair. "You know, Sirius," she began, "Edward once said to me when I doubted the reason for us being together, that every person has 3 loves. Do you know what that means?" Sirius shook his head, confused about what Andromeda is trying to say. Andromeda laughed. "Don't worry, the way you look now is probably how I looked when he told me." Sirius's lips curled upwards, not quite into a smile, more in a way that seemed like he might burst into laughter. "Have you gone mad, Andy?" Clearing her throat, Andromeda chastised, "Let me finish, Siri." She continued, "Edward saw there are 3 loves in everyone's lives. The first one is innocent, the kind that makes you realize you can have such strong emotions. I felt that with a boy once. He was meek and never said much. He used to come with his father to our estate. Some business partner or something. Nothing came of it. I remember my mother sneering when they came. 'Half-bloods in our house,' she would say. I didn't care. He was the first boy who ever told me he liked my hair. I never said anything when Bellatrix made fun of him. Nothing at all. It was puppy love. The second love is more passionate, yet timid. You love them so fiercely it almost burns, but you're timid because you don't know if they could understand you, your faults." Sirius listened, his brow furrowing as he tried to make sense of Andromeda's words. He understood the concept, but it was difficult to connect it to his own experiences. He had loved fiercely, passionately, but it had always felt complicated and painful, not the clear-cut categories Andromeda described. Love meant something entirely different for Sirius. It was beautiful and passionate but also fierce and ugly. His experiences with love were never clear-cut or innocent. Reflecting on his life, his first love had been James. He loved James Potter in a way he couldn't understand, fierce yet frightening. Some might call it idolization rather than love, but Sirius knew better. The very notion made him gag. He wasn't in love with James Potter. Despite his willingness to do anything to make James smile, he ultimately loved him as a brother. James was a beacon in his dark world, nothing more. No, the love of his life, or what he thought it was Remus. Sirius loved Remus for his coolness, his quips, and the wisdom that cascaded off him in waves. He adored the softness that offset Remus' masculinity. If Sirius was all that was wrong in the world, Remus was all that was right. He loved the man who could make him laugh one moment and cry the next. While James and Sirius were alike, Remus was completely different in the way Sirius needed. Sirius loved Remus because he was a mess, just like him. From a young age, Sirius knew something was wrong with him. It might have been the Black family curse, the same thing that drove his ancestors to madness. He felt it inside him, coiling like a stir-crazy dragon, rearing its ugly head in ways that made Sirius feel alive. Unlike James and Remus, Sirius couldn't embrace the goodness of the world because he knew there was darkness within him. He found peace elusive. Arguments and fights made him feel alive, whether it was screaming matches with Remus or drunken brawls in pubs. They made him feel normal. But it wasn't normal. James grew out of it, telling Sirius, "It's not worth it." And though Sirius loved Lily, he blamed her for taking James away. In the confines of his room, reeking of alcohol, he would wish she would leave so it could be the Marauders again. When Lily did leave, Sirius blamed himself for wishing it too much. Remus never understood. He waited on the sidelines for James and Sirius to outgrow their childishness. He enjoyed harmless pranks but could never be cruel, fearing it would make him the beast everyone thought he was. When Sirius thinks back, he realizes that he and Remus stopped being Remus and Sirius a long time ago. They wouldn't argue, no matter how much Sirius thought they needed to. Remus would concede, leaving Sirius restless because he never felt like he won. Remus would try, in all his good ways, to talk to Sirius, asking what was wrong. But Sirius could never admit there was something wrong with him. The list was too long, and it ruined them. Along the way, Remus, James, and Lily became family. With family came values Sirius couldn't abide by. Remus and Lily would never understand the hold a pureblood family had on Sirius because they didn't understand purebloods. James could never grasp the weight of the Black family name. Sirius was always scared that if he ever told them, they would see him the same way they saw his family. He hated his family with every fiber of his being. But he also loved them fiercely, with a burning passion. His new family could never understand this, because how could they, when Sirius himself didn't understand? "I know what you're thinking, Sirius," Andromeda says. "Our family, the Black family name. It means something, doesn't it?" Sirius looked at Andromeda, his eyes clouded with a mix of anger and sorrow. He took a deep breath, trying to steady the turmoil within him. "Yeah, it does," he finally replied, his voice low and strained. "It means darkness. It means a legacy of hatred and madness. But it also means we're strong. We're survivors." Andromeda nodded, her expression softening. "It is hard to explain, is it not?" She takes breath. "I do not understand it myself. The weight of it, the family name. Sometimes, most of the times it still haunts me, but it grounds me." Sirius understand, but he doesn't all the same. "I'm not really sure." "No, I am not sure myself," Andromeda finishes, a humorless laugh escaping her lips. "I don't believe in it all. How can I believe in something that says my Edward and my Tonks don't have the right to exist? But some of it, the restlessness, I do understand. It's hard to explain." Andromeda. Sirius's voice is soft, unsure what else to say. "It's so inviting. It scares me." She pauses, her voice trembling. "I can never find peace. It feels like something inside me won't let me enjoy it. It sounds ridiculous. We're in a time of war and still. It must be the madness in us. You know Edward. He was a good man, a proper man, Sirius. He made me feel alive when I thought I was just surviving for the family name. But even when we were happy, when our family felt complete with Tonks, I still felt restless." Sirius remains silent as she continues. "Oh day. Oh, please don't judge me for this, Sirius. Please don't judge me. I slapped Edward. To this day, I could never tell you why. A man that good, that kind-hearted, and I slapped him. I felt that restlessness, and it scared me. It scared me to think I was becoming like my parents. There was no love, only duty, between them, and I thought I was becoming like them." Taking a shaky breath, Sirius asks, What did Edward do?" "Nothing. He was angry, and so hurt, but he just walked away. I thought he would leave me, realized there was no saving me. I would never have blamed him if he did. But he didn't. He stayed." Andromeda sighed. "I was always so conscious about everything. When I was in school, people thought I was aloof or whatever nonsense they chose to believe. But I wasn't. I didn't know where I began and where the family ideals ended. Every time I thought something, I questioned if I was being just like them." Agatha Walker, a girl from my year, wore a horrendous robe to the Yule Ball. I knew it was horrendous. Everyone at Hogwarts thought so. But when I saw her, I bit my tongue. She thought I was being nice. I wasn't. I never said anything because she was a half-blood." "Wasn't that a good thing to do?" Sirius asked, his voice trembling. "He would. No, he had done the same." Andromeda shook her head. "No, I should have been able to say it. The fact that I was so conscious of blood status, so careful not to offend, meant I was the same as my family. Do you understand? I should have treated everyone the same. It took me a long while to understand that." Sirius looked at Andromeda, his mind racing with thoughts and memories. He knew all too well the internal battle she described, the constant struggle between the person he wanted to be and the person his family had shaped him to be. "I understand," he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I've spent my whole life trying to escape them, but they're always there, lurking in the shadows." Andromeda nodded, her eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and determination. "We can't change where we come from, Sirius, but we can choose where we go. We can choose who we become." Sirius took a deep breath, feeling a sense of resolve settling over him. "You're right. It's just hard. It's hard to shake off all those years of conditioning, all those years of believing we were better than everyone else." "It is hard," Andromeda agreed. "But you're not alone. You have people who care about you, who see the good in you. And you have the power to break free from the past, to create a new legacy for yourself." Sirius cradled his face in his hands, tears streaming down his cheeks. "You never told me about the third type of love," he said, his voice trembling. "The third type of love, I mean." Andromeda, her own eyes glistening with tears, gave him a tender smile. "The third love is simple, Sirius. It's not the love you expect, nor the love you think you deserve. It's the love that teaches you to love yourself. Edward, my beautiful Edward, accepted me fully. He didn't care about the darkness inside me, the doubts, the times I felt consumed by madness. He accepted it all. With love came understanding, and with understanding came acceptance. Through his love, I learned to love myself despite my faults. She took a shaky breath, her voice breaking slightly. I chose to pass on some things to Tonks. Not our beliefs, at least not the way we were taught. I taught her manners, magic, how to be a good host, even ballroom dancing, though she hated it. What we choose to give is our own choice. Sirius, his voice choked with emotion, confessed, I don't think I have it in me to raise a child. I know how Harry's childhood was, how awful those people were. I hate them for it. I hate that I wasn't there to protect him because of a lie. But sometimes, I believe it was better that way. As selfish as it sounds, what if I ruined him? What if I took care of him and I ruined him like our parents ruined us? Andromeda reached out, gently resting her hand on his and giving it a comforting squeeze. No, Sirius, you wouldn't have ruined him, she said softly. As he opened his mouth to protest, she shushed him gently. No, for the same reason you left them, Sirius. It's the same reason you would have tried with every part of your being to be nothing like them. She took another deep breath, tears slipping down her cheeks. Love doesn't always come to us the way we think we need. Sometimes it comes in ways that force us to confront the things we never wanted to face. It becomes our strength. And love can come from the most unexpected places. I never thought that little boy who complimented my hair would end up being business partners with my husband. Love is strange, but we are all strange in our own ways. You asked me what I thought about Remus and Tonks. At first, I thought it was strange that your Remus and my Tonks found love. But then I realized that my Tonks was worthy enough to experience the love her father and I shared. Sirius nodded, tears flowing freely now. I hope I can find that love too, he whispered. Andromeda pulled him into a tight embrace, both of them crying openly. You will, Sirius. You deserve that kind of love. And you're not alone. We're family, and we'll find our way together. Harry stared at Draco, his brow furrowed in confusion. You want us to trust each other? He asked, his voice incredulous. How is that supposed to help with occlumency? Draco sighed, running a hand through his hair. He looked more serious than Harry had ever seen him. Yes, trust. Occlumency isn't just about shutting your mind off. It's about control, understanding, and focus. If we don't trust each other, we'll never be able to really work together. You need to believe that I'm not going to hurt you, and I need to believe the same about you. Harry felt a surge of anger. How am I supposed to trust you after everything that's happened? After everything you've done? Draco's face tightened, but he nodded. I get it. I really do. But we don't have much choice, do we? If we're going to get through this war, if we're going to protect the people we care about, we need to work together, and that starts with trust. Harry looked down, his mind a whirl of conflicting thoughts. Draco was right. They didn't have a choice. The stakes were too high. But trusting Draco Malfoy? It seemed impossible. Draco took a step closer, his voice softer. Look, I know it's hard to believe, but I'm not the same person I was. Things have changed. I've changed. And I think you've changed too. We need to let go of the past, at least enough to work together. Harry's eyes met Draco's, searching for any sign of deceit. All he saw was sincerity, tinged with a hint of desperation. Could he really trust him? Could he take that leap of faith? With a deep breath, Harry nodded slowly. All right. I'll try, but this doesn't mean I've forgotten everything. Draco gave a small, relieved smile. That's all I'm asking. We'll start small. Occlumency requires focus and calm. If we can learn to trust each other, even just a little, it will make a huge difference. Harry felt a flicker of hope amidst his confusion. Maybe, just maybe, this could work. He still had his doubts, but he was willing to give it a try. For the sake of the war, for the sake of those he loved, and for the slim chance that Draco had truly changed. All right, Harry said, his voice steadier. What do we do first? Draco's smile widened, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. First, we start with clearing our minds. Focus on something neutral, something calming. We'll build from there. As they sat down and began the exercise, Harry couldn't help but feel the weight of his doubts lifting just a little. Trust might be the key to unlocking their potential, and in that moment, he was willing to try. Harry closed his eyes, trying to focus on something neutral and calming as Draco had instructed. He thought of the Burrow's cozy kitchen, the laughter of the Weasleys, and the warm scent of Molly's cooking. But as soon as he began to relax, intrusive thoughts of Voldemort, the war, and Sirius's death flooded his mind. His breathing quickened, and he felt his heart pounding in his chest. "Clear your mind, Potter," Draco's voice came from beside him, calm but insistent. "Focus." Harry clenched his jaw, frustration bubbling up inside him. "I'm trying," he snapped, his eyes still closed. "It's not as easy as you make it sound." Draco's sigh was almost inaudible. "I know it's not easy, but you have to keep trying. Let go of the anger and fear. Picture a barrier between your thoughts and the outside world." Harry took a deep breath and tried again. He pictured a high, unyielding wall, blocking out everything that threatened to break his concentration. For a moment, it seemed to work. The chaotic thoughts dimmed, and he felt a brief sense of calm. But then the image of the wall crumbled, and he was back where he started, his mind racing. "Damn it," Harry muttered, opening his eyes and glaring at Draco. "This isn't working." Draco remained patient, his expression understanding. "You're holding on to too much, Potter. The key to occlumency is letting go, even just for a moment. Try to focus on your breathing, in and out, steady and slow." Harry closed his eyes again, trying to follow Draco's advice. He focused on the rhythm of his breath, counting each inhale and exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. In and out. But his mind was relentless, dragging him back into the maelstrom of worry and fear. He could almost hear Voldemort's sinister whisper in the back of his mind, feel the cold, suffocating presence of the Dementors. "Focus, Potter," Draco said quietly. "You're stronger than this. You've faced worse." Harry's eyes snapped open, and he shot Draco a look of irritation. "Easy for you to say. You don't have Voldemort invading your thoughts every night." Draco's eyes hardened, but he kept his voice level. "You're right. I don't. But I've got my own demons, Potter. We all do. The difference is how we handle them. You need to learn to push them aside, to find that quiet place inside yourself." Harry's frustration gave way to a flicker of guilt. Draco was trying to help, and he was lashing out. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "Okay, I'll try again." This time, Harry didn't picture a wall. He imagined a quiet, still lake. The surface was smooth and undisturbed, reflecting a clear blue sky. He focused on that image, trying to let it fill his mind. For a brief moment, he felt a sense of peace. But it was fleeting. The lake's surface rippled, disturbed by the dark thoughts lurking beneath. "Damn it," Harry muttered again, opening his eyes. "I can't do it. There's too much noise." Draco looked at him, his expression softer. "It's not something you can master in one day, Potter. It takes time and practice. You have to be patient with yourself. The fact that you're trying is already a step forward." Harry nodded, feeling a bit more hopeful. "All right, let's keep trying." As they resumed their practice, Harry felt a strange sense of camaraderie with Draco. Despite their turbulent history, they were now bound by a shared goal. Harry closed his eyes again, trying to focus on the stillness within. Minutes passed in silence, punctuated only by their breathing. Harry's thoughts continued to intrude, but he kept pushing them back, determined to make progress. "Think of something that brings you peace," Draco suggested softly. "Something that has always made you feel safe." Harry nodded, trying to think of such a memory. He focused on flying, the sensation of freedom and exhilaration he felt when soaring through the air on his broomstick. He remembered his first Quidditch match, the wind rushing through his hair, and the thrill of catching the snitch. Gradually, the chaotic thoughts began to recede, replaced by the memory of that pure, unadulterated joy. "There you go," Draco said, his voice sounding distant and calm. "Hold on to that feeling." Harry did his best to maintain the image, the sensation of flying. For a brief moment, he felt a profound sense of calm wash over him. But then, as if sensing his success, his mind conjured up images of the war, of friends in danger, of Voldemort's cruel smile. He opened his eyes, feeling frustrated but also a bit more confident. "I almost had it," he admitted. Draco nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "That was better, surprisingly. You're getting there. It takes time, Potter." even for someone like you." Harry sighed, running a hand through his hair. "It's just. Everything feels so overwhelming. How do you handle it?" Draco's expression turned thoughtful. "I don't always handle it well. But I've learned that compartmentalizing helps. Breaking things down into smaller, more manageable pieces. Focus on what you can control and let go of what you can't." Harry considered this, realizing that Draco's advice made sense. "I'll try to remember that." Just then, the door creaked open, and Hermione stepped in, looking between the two of them with curiosity. "How's it going?" Draco glanced at Harry, then back at Hermione. "We're making progress. Slowly, but surely." Hermione smiled, her eyes full of encouragement. "That's good to hear. Keep at it, Harry. You'll get there." Harry nodded, feeling a bit more bolstered by her support. "Thanks, Hermione." Draco stood up, stretching. "Let's take a break. Sometimes stepping away for a bit helps clear the mind." Harry agreed, getting up and feeling the tension in his muscles. They walked out of the tent together, the atmosphere between them lighter than it had been in a long time. As they made their out into the forest, Harry couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Maybe, with enough time and effort, he could master Occlumency. And maybe, just maybe, he and Draco could find a way to truly trust each other. Draco paused at the entrance to the common room, looking at Harry with an unreadable expression. "Remember, Potter, trust isn't built overnight. But if we keep at it, we'll get there." Harry nodded, appreciating the sincerity in Draco's words. "I know. Thanks, Malfoy." With a final nod, Draco turned and walked away, leaving Harry to his thoughts. As Harry watched him go, he felt a strange mix of emotions: hope, determination, and a lingering sense of uncertainty. But for the first time in a long while, he also felt a spark of optimism. They were on the right path, and with time, they would find their way. Chapter 15. Fix You Coldplay Chapter Notes. Hope you enjoy the chapter. There is a lot of different perspectives in this one because, as I said before, I am trying end chapter 15 like an ending to a season. Sorry I can't get the **** in the middle because it keeps deleting words when I do. But it just represents the shifting perspectives. Chapter 15. Fix You Coldplay. Potter found himself in a large, dark room that was unnervingly cold, sending chills down his spine. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and his feet felt numb against the icy ground. Moving like a puppet, he raised his left arm. A rush of wind seemed to bring everything into sharp focus as he saw a man cowering before him. The man was thin, with bloodshot eyes and dried blood on his skin. He was screaming for his child, who lay lifeless in his arms. Potter felt the scaly skin of a large snake, Nagini, slithering around his legs. Her voice hissed in his mind, commanding him to kill. He found himself laughing, a cold, cruel laugh, and noticed masked figures around him laughing too. The green glow of the killing curse erupted from his wand, and the man's screams echoed as he collapsed into a pool of his own blood. As Harry Potter looked down, he saw his reflection in the blood, but it wasn't his own face staring back. It was Voldemort's, with beady red eyes and snake-like features. He jolted awake in his bed, gasping for air. His blanket had slipped off during his thrashing, and his clothes clung to him, soaked with sweat. Draco hesitated, unsure whether he should reach out to touch Potter. Despite his usual bravado, he felt a pang of cowardice and chose to remain at a distance, watching from the safety of the table. The book on dark magical artifacts through Tudor times lay open before him, but his attention was fixed on Potter. His gray eyes tracked every movement, noting how Potter's chest heaved as if constricted by some unseen force. It felt as though someone had cast Langlock on him, rendering him speechless. Draco was frozen, unable to find any words, simply watching as Potter struggled to catch his breath. Potter finally rose from the bed, his dark, untamed hair falling into his eyes as he placed a hand on his chest, his breathing slowing from the ragged pace it had been. When he looked up, his green eyes, distant and haunted, focused intently on Draco. The raw, unbearable pain in Potter's gaze sent a chill through Draco, leaving him momentarily stunned. Draco gasped, overwhelmed by the thick emotion that filled the air. He quickly averted his eyes, staring down at the words on the page of his book with an intense focus, desperate to act as if he hadn't noticed Potter's silent plea for understanding. The air felt thick with unspoken words, and Draco struggled to maintain the facade of indifference, his heart pounding in his chest as he tried to ignore the profound connection he had just felt. "Where are Hermione and Ron?" Potter finally asked, his voice raspy from whatever had woken him. Draco, still staring down at his book without really reading, found his finger hovering over the page. If Potter was going to act like nothing had happened, the least Draco could do was respect that. He hadn't helped when he could have, so this was the least he could offer. Granger and Weasley went out to look at the stars, Draco replied, feeling ridiculous as the words left his mouth. It felt absurd to mention something so trivial when Potter was clearly struggling just to catch his breath, haunted by whatever nightmare had gripped him. Draco imagined Ron and Hermione probably sneaking a moment alone, oblivious to the turmoil Potter was experiencing. The thought made him feel even more isolated, stuck in this tense silence with Potter, the two of them bound by shared secrets and unspoken emotions. Draco couldn't help but reflect on his own vulnerability, how he'd cried in Potter's arms at the Weasley shack. He hated that memory, and he could only assume Potter felt similarly about being seen in such a fragile state. It was an uncomfortable mirror, reflecting their shared humanity in a way that made Draco deeply uncomfortable. "Oh," Potter finally responded, breaking the uncomfortable silence that had settled between them. Draco continued to stare at his book, unwilling to meet Potter's eyes. If he acknowledged Potter directly, he'd have to confront the reality of their situation, a reality he was desperately trying to ignore. "And you are?" Potter's voice trailed off as he swung his legs over the bed and stood up, clearly searching for some semblance of normalcy in the awkwardness of the moment. Draco hesitated, feeling the weight of Potter's question. He knew Potter was looking for more than just a simple answer. He was seeking some understanding of where they stood. Draco swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. "Just here," he finally said, the words feeling hollow even as he spoke them. He still couldn't bring himself to look up, his eyes fixed on the same line of text he'd been pretending to read. The tension in the room was palpable, a silent acknowledgement of the complex and tangled emotions they both felt but couldn't, or wouldn't, express. Draco felt trapped between wanting to say something meaningful and his own fear of vulnerability, leaving them both suspended in an uneasy truce. Through his pale lashes, Draco watched as Potter pulled himself together, the boy's movements slow and deliberate. Draco rolled his bottom lip into his mouth, feeling increasingly out of place as an observer in this private moment. It made him wonder what else Potter had seen, what burdens he carried that Draco had no idea about. Everyone, including Draco himself, believed that their fate rested on Potter's shoulders, but in that moment, it hit Draco with stark clarity. Harry Potter was just a boy. The boy who lived. The phrase took on a new meaning for Draco. Potter wasn't just a symbol or hero. He was a young man who had been ostracized by Wizarding Society, forced into the role of the Chosen One. A mantle that was thrust upon him without choice, something that no one else could truly bear, not even Draco. The realization made Draco uncomfortable. Dumbledore, a wizard of immense power and wisdom, even if Draco had often dismissed him as an aging buffoon, had been unable to survive the prelude to war, and yet, the entire world expected a boy, who hadn't even completed his newts, to stand against Voldemort. Draco felt a deep sense of guilt wash over him. He had never made things easy for Potter, not once. Even now, with Potter clearly struggling, Draco was doing nothing to help. He hated himself for it, for all the times he'd been cruel, for all the moments he'd chosen to be an antagonist rather than an ally. The weight of his own shortcomings pressed down on him, and he struggled with the realization that, despite everything, he was still failing to offer any real support or understanding. Potter didn't say anything further. He simply reached for his glasses, sliding them onto his face with a resigned, almost weary motion. His silence spoke volumes, a quiet acceptance of the burdens he bore alone. Draco watched out of the corner of his eye, feeling a pang of something uncomfortably close to empathy. He quickly averted his gaze, pretending to be absorbed in his book. His finger traced meaningless patterns over the page, the words a blur. Draco knew he should say something, offer some form of acknowledgement or support, but he couldn't bring himself to break the silence. Cowardly, he remained mute, trapped by his own insecurities and fears. Draco's heart beat loudly in the quiet of the tent, the air thick with unspoken words. He hated himself for his inability to act, for his continued role as a passive observer in a situation that demanded so much more. And so, he kept reading, or at least pretended to, as the silence stretched on, deep and suffocating. Sirius Black found himself in a long, winding hallway filled with the aftermath. The floor was slick with blood, and the bodies of fallen wizards and witches lay scattered, their lifeless eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the stifling weight of despair. A woman, her face etched with age and grief, clung desperately to the front of his cloak. Her hands shook as she sobbed, her voice broken and raw. "My husband, my child, they're gone," she repeated, her words a haunting mantra. Her crinkled face was streaked with tears, each drop falling like the echo of a shattered world. Around them, a flurry of activity continued. Cloaked figures, healers and metawizards, hurried back and forth, tending to the injured and carting away the dead. The chaos was underscored by the sharp, urgent cries of those in pain and the somber murmurings of those trying to help. A witch in disheveled blue robes gently took the grieving woman by the shoulders, guiding her away. The woman's legs barely supported her, and she leaned heavily on the healer, her cries becoming softer but no less heart-wrenching. Sirius, shaken and pale, felt the walls of the corridor under his fingertips, seeking something solid to steady himself. He had seen too much, lost too many. His usual bravado was stripped away, leaving him raw and exposed. As he stumbled toward the flow network, each step felt like an insurmountable effort, his legs heavy and incooperative. The weight of the day's horrors bore down on him, and the vision of the woman's anguished face was seared into his memory. He reached the flow, his hand shaking as he grabbed a handful of powder. For a moment, he hesitated, staring into the flames as if searching for a way to escape the nightmare. But there was no escape. With a heavy heart and a deep breath, he stepped into the fireplace, muttering his destination, desperate to return to the only semblance of safety left to him. The cold, unforgiving walls of Grimmauld Place only deepened Sirius's sense of despair. The house, steeped in dark memories and the remnants of a family he could never fully belong to, felt more like a tomb than a home. As if on autopilot, his body moved toward the showcase cabinet, its shelves lined with aged bottles of whiskey. He yanked it open, intent on drowning his sorrows in the comforting numbness of alcohol. His fingers brushed against a bottle of vintage whiskey, a familiar label catching his eye. It was the same brand his late father used to drink on lazy Sundays, a ritual Sirius hadn't thought of in years. The memory surged back with startling clarity. The family gathered in the parlor, Regulus playing the pianoforte with surprising skill, his mother's sharp eyes and sharper tongue critiquing Sirius's posture, her wand swishing in the air to straighten his back. His father lounged in a worn armchair, a tumbler of whiskey in one hand and the morning paper in the other, embodying a stern yet distant figure. Creature, the old house elf, would hover in the doorway, ready to be summoned for some mundane task, his expression one of habitual servitude. Sirius stood frozen, the weight of the bottle in his hand suddenly feeling like an anchor to the past. The scene was a tableau of a life he had long since abandoned, filled with expectations he could never meet and values he had vehemently rejected. Yet, despite the bitterness, there was a pang of something else, nostalgia, perhaps, or the ache of lost innocence. He found himself hesitating, the urge to drink away the pain clashing with the unwelcome flood of memories. For a brief moment, he was transported back to a time before the darkness of war and betrayal, before he had become the last of the Blacks. Sirius swallowed hard, the reality of his solitude pressing in on him. With a sigh, he placed the bottle back on the shelf, the temptation still lingering but the memories holding him back. Sirius knew that no amount of whiskey could drown the ghosts of his past or the burdens of the present. The house around him felt colder than ever, its shadows whispering of what was lost and could never be reclaimed. Collapsing into a nearby chair, Sirius buried his face in his hands, the weight of the day's events pressing heavily on him. He felt utterly drained, both physically and emotionally, as if the very walls of Grimmauld Place were closing in. The oppressive silence of the old house was broken only by the crackling fire and the soft rustle of the house settling. Suddenly, the flow roared to life, the familiar whoosh of green flames signaling an arrival. Sirius didn't need to look up to know who it was. He could sense the presence even before the figure stepped through. It was Remus Lupin, of course. The only one who knew him well enough to come uninvited, especially in times like these. Remus stepped into the room, the flames dying down behind him as he brushed ash from his worn robes. His eyes immediately sought out Sirius, their familiar warmth and concern evident despite the fatigue etched into Remus's features. He took in the scene, the untouched whiskey, the defeated posture of his friend, and sighed softly, knowing without needing to ask what had transpired. "Sirius," Remus began gently, his voice filled with quiet understanding. He moved closer, pulling up a chair beside Sirius, the two old friends sharing a silence heavy with unspoken words. Sirius finally looked up, his eyes meeting Remus's. In that moment, no words were necessary. The bond between them, forged in laughter and tears, battles and betrayals, spoke louder than anything they could say. Remus reached out, placing a comforting hand on Sirius's shoulder, a silent offer of support. For Sirius, it was enough to know he wasn't entirely alone, even in the darkest of times. "There were children," Sirius eventually said, his voice small and hoarse, barely above a whisper. He looked up at Remus, eyes shadowed with pain and disbelief. "They were children, Moony." The words hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the brutality they faced. Remus's expression tightened, the lines on his face deepening as he processed Sirius's words. He knew all too well the horrors of war, but hearing it from Sirius made it feel even more personal, more devastating. "I know," Remus replied softly, his voice laden with sorrow and empathy. He squeezed Sirius's shoulder, wishing he could offer more comfort, more solace. But the reality was harsh and unforgiving, and they both knew there were no easy answers, no simple ways to cope with the losses they had witnessed and endured. Sirius's gaze dropped to his hands, which were trembling slightly. "They didn't stand a chance," he continued, his voice breaking. "They were just gone. And I couldn't do anything to stop it." Remus leaned forward, his face etched with a quiet determination. "It's not your fault, Sirius. None of this is. You did everything you could." But Sirius shook his head, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. "Did I? Or did I just survive while others didn't?" He looked back at Remus, his eyes haunted. "I don't know how to keep doing this, Moony. How do we keep fighting when it feels like we're losing everything?" Remus took a deep breath, struggling to find the right words. "We keep fighting because we have to," he said finally. "Because if we don't, then all those lives, those children's lives, will have been lost for nothing, and because it's what James and Lily would have wanted us to do." Sirius nodded slowly, absorbing Remus's words. He knew his friend was right, but it didn't make the burden any lighter. It didn't make the guilt or the grief any easier to bear. But in that moment, with Remus beside him, he felt a small measure of strength return. Enough to keep going, at least for now. Sirius's mind drifted back to Harry, and a fresh wave of guilt washed over him. Oh, Harry, the horrors he must have lived through. The thought made Sirius's chest tighten, knowing how much weight the boy carried on his shoulders. His gaze flickered back to Remus, the man who had always been there for him, even now, despite having his own family to protect. It pained Sirius to think of how Remus was always the one to pick up the pieces, always taking care of him, when he should be with Tonks and Teddy. Feeling the urge to say something, Sirius hesitated, then finally spoke, his voice low and rough. "You didn't need to come, Moony. You need to be with Tonks and Teddy." Remus offered a small, sad smile. "You would do the same for me, Padfoot." His eyes, warm and understanding, met Sirius's. "Why would I not come to check on you, especially after you valiantly decided to head an extraction mission to raid a Death Eater hideout?" He chuckled softly, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Sirius managed a weak smile, appreciating the attempt at levity. He knew Remus was right. If their roles were reversed, he wouldn't hesitate to be there for his friend. But the guilt lingered. If Remus had been in the room during the Order meeting, he would have undoubtedly tried to shut down the idea of Sirius going. Yet, Sirius had felt so useless, especially after the incident when Lucius Malfoy had invaded Grimmauld Place. He had been so intoxicated, so out of it, that he could do nothing to protect Harry, Ron, Hermione, or even Draco. The memory burned like a brand on his conscience. "Remus," Sirius began, his voice barely a whisper, I needed to do something. After everything. After failing them." He swallowed hard, struggling to find the right words. "I can't stand feeling so powerless, so useless. Especially when Harry, and the others, when they needed me." Remus sighed, his expression softening with compassion. "Sirius, none of us can do this alone. We all feel powerless sometimes, but it doesn't make you any less important or capable." You've done more than you realize, and you're not alone in this. Sirius nodded, taking in Remus's words. He knew Remus was right, but the self-reproach was hard to shake. Still, the fact that Remus was here, offering his support and understanding, made the burden a little lighter. As they sat in the quiet of Grimmauld Place, Sirius felt a flicker of resolve. He wasn't alone, and for now, that was enough to help him face whatever came next. Remus had just left Grimmauld Place, the heavy atmosphere still lingering in his thoughts as he returned home. The house was quiet, wrapped in the kind of stillness that only comes late at night. He assumed everyone was asleep, the weight of the day's events pressing down on him. Slowly, he ascended the stairs, each step measured and careful, not wanting to disturb the peace of his home. As he reached the top, a soft, gentle humming reached his ears, and a warmth spread through him. It was Tonks, her voice carrying a soothing melody that seemed to light up the dark corridors. Remus paused, allowing himself a moment to simply listen, to absorb the warmth and comfort her voice brought. He pushed open the door to their room and was greeted by a sight that made his heart swell. Tonks was sitting on the edge of the bed, cradling Teddy in her arms. She was gazing down at their son with an expression of pure love, her eyes shining in the soft lamplight. Teddy, nestled comfortably against her, was looking up at her with wide, curious eyes. As Remus watched, Teddy's hair, already known for its magical ability to change color, faded into a bright bubblegum pink, mirroring his mother's signature hair color. Leaning against the doorway, Remus felt a profound sense of peace wash over him. The sight of Tonks and Teddy, so full of love and innocence, soothed not only his tired heart but also the restless wolf within him. It was moments like these that reminded him why he fought, why he endured the hardships of their world. The simple, quiet moments of family, of love, were worth all the struggles. Tonks looked up and caught his eye, her smile warm and welcoming. "Hey," she whispered, careful not to disturb Teddy, who was beginning to drift off to sleep. Remus stepped into the room, closing the door softly behind him. He moved to the bed and sat down beside them, reaching out to gently touch Teddy's cheek, marveling at the small miracle of his son. "He's getting big," Remus murmured, his voice thick with emotion. He glanced at Tonks, her expression reflecting the love and pride he felt. "And quite the little metamorphosis," he added with a soft chuckle, nodding towards Teddy's pink hair. Tonks laughed quietly, her eyes never leaving Teddy's face. "He gets it from me," she said with a mock pride that made Remus's heart lift even more. "Though I'm hoping he'll grow into a bit more subtlety," she added with a wink. Remus smiled, feeling the tension of the day slowly ebb away. Here, in this quiet room, with the two people he loved most, he found a refuge from the chaos of the outside world. It was a small, tender moment, but for Remus, it was everything. As he leaned in closer, placing a gentle kiss on Teddy's forehead, he felt a deep, unshakable gratitude for the family he had been blessed with, a gratitude that anchored him, even in the stormiest of times. As Remus watched Tonks and Teddy, his mind wandered back to memories of his old friend James Potter. He remembered the day he visited Godric's Hollow, the image of James with that characteristic dopey grin plastered on his face as he yanked open the door. Toothpaste still clung to the corner of James's mouth, and Remus, with his fist still raised to knock, had barely managed to suppress a laugh. James had been so happy, so utterly at ease in his role as a father and husband. The memory brought a bittersweet smile to Remus's lips. He wondered if this was how James had felt, that same sense of completeness, of everything being just right. He could recall the way James had looked at Lily and Harry, with a mixture of pride, love, and a joy that seemed boundless. It was as if nothing else in the world mattered in those moments, as long as he had his family by his side. Remus's heart ached with the realization that James, too, had felt this profound sense of fulfillment. The thought that his dear friend had experienced this same warmth, this same joy, was comforting, even as it was tinged with the sadness of loss. He could almost hear James's laughter, see the twinkle in his eyes as he talked about Lily and Harry, his excitement for the future palpable even then. With a deep sigh, Remus returned to the present, looking at his own family. The parallels were undeniable, and he felt a deep connection to James in that moment. The understanding that they had shared this experience, this love, made him feel closer to his friend, despite the years and the tragedy that had passed. He glanced at Tonks, who was now gently rocking Teddy, her expression tender and serene. James would have loved this, Remus thought, the words unspoken but resonating deeply within him. He realized that James probably felt just as he did now, a mix of awe and gratitude, tinged with a sense of protectiveness for the family that meant everything to him. The realization brought a sense of peace to Remus. Though he missed James dearly, knowing that his friend had known such joy made the pain of loss a little easier to bear. In that quiet room, surrounded by love, Remus felt James's presence, a silent reminder of the enduring power of friendship and family. As Tonks and Remus gently laid Teddy into his cradle, they moved with a quiet, practiced care, ensuring that their son was snug and comfortable. Tonks carefully adjusted the blanket around Teddy, while Remus tucked in the edges with tender precision. They shared a brief, meaningful glance, both feeling the weight of their responsibility and the profound love they had for their child. With their son settled, Tonks double-checked the protective charms around the room, her wand moving with a practiced grace. Satisfied that everything was secure, she turned to Remus, who was already heading toward the kitchen. The soft clink of the kettle and the quiet hum of the house provided a calming backdrop to their evening. As Remus prepared the tea, his movements were slow and deliberate, the weight of his thoughts pressing heavily on him. Tonks, leaning against the counter, watched him with concern. "How's Sirius doing?" she asked, her voice carrying a note of concern. "I know he's been through a lot lately." Remus sighed deeply, setting the kettle down with a clatter that seemed louder than usual. He turned to face Tonks, his expression etched with frustration and helplessness. "Sirius is really struggling," he admitted, his voice tight with emotion. "He feels like he should have done more, that he failed in some way. He's beating himself up for not being there for Harry when it mattered most." Tonks's eyes softened, and she moved closer to him, placing a reassuring hand on his arm. "Remus, you've been doing everything you can. Sirius knows that. He just needs time to come to terms with everything." Remus shook his head, his gaze intense and pained. "It's not just about what he feels he should have done. It's more than that. He's blaming himself for not being there for Harry and for all the pain that Harry and the others have gone through. And I couldn't even be there for my oldest friend when he was framed for a crime he didn't commit. How can I reassure him when I feel like I failed him too?" Tonks's face fell, the realization of Remus's guilt hitting her with force. "Remus, you did everything you could under incredibly difficult circumstances. You were caught in your own struggles, and you were fighting battles of your own. You can't carry the weight of everything that happened." "I know," Remus said, his voice cracking, "but it doesn't change how I feel. Every day I wish I could have been there for Sirius, stood by him when he needed it most. I failed him then, and now he's suffering, and I feel powerless to make it right." Tonks squeezed his arm, her eyes filled with empathy and determination. "You're not powerless, Remus. You're here now. You're supporting him. Sometimes just being there, listening, and offering what comfort you can is enough. We all have regrets, and we all carry burdens. But it doesn't mean we've failed each other. We have to keep moving forward, supporting one another as best as we can." Remus took a shaky breath, trying to steady himself. I wish it were easier. I wish I could take away his pain, ease his guilt." "You can't take it all away," Tonks said gently, "but you can help him bear it, and you don't have to do it alone. We're all in this together. Sirius needs to see that he's not alone, that he has friends who care deeply about him, even when it feels like everything is falling apart." Remus nodded slowly, the weight of Tonks's words settling over him. "Thank you, Tonks. I needed to hear that." They stood in the quiet of the kitchen, the soft glow of the lamp casting a warm light over them. For a moment, they both allowed themselves to be wrapped in the solace of their shared resolve. Despite the struggles and regrets, they knew that their support for each other was a beacon of hope in the dark times they faced. As Remus set the teapot down and poured the steaming liquid into 2 cups, a wave of guilt washed over him. Here he was, caught up in his own struggles and regrets, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was overshadowing the very real challenges Tonks faced herself. He glanced at her, her expression a mix of concern and quiet strength, and felt a pang of remorse. Carefully placing a cup in front of Tonks, he looked her in the eye. "I'm sorry, Tonks," he said, his voice heavy with contrition. "I've been so focused on my own worries that I didn't stop to think about what you're dealing with. How's Andy? And everything else?" Tonks's expression grew troubled as she looked down at her cup, her fingers tracing the rim absent-mindedly. "Mum. She's not taking it that well," she admitted, her voice heavy with concern. "I thought she was coping okay after talking to Sirius, but..." Remus leaned in, his attention fully on her. But what? Tonks's eyes were clouded with worry. She keeps going through the old family albums. I found her staring at a picture of Narcissa the other day, and it was like she was lost in her own pain. When I asked her what she wanted for dinner, she was just sitting there, staring at that picture, looking completely broken, like when Dad died. Her voice quivered as she continued. She said, "If I had been there, Sissy would never have married someone like Lucius. A man who could kill his own sister should never have been allowed to marry my dear sister." The sadness in her voice was palpable, and Remus could see the weight of it in her eyes. He reached across the table, gently placing his hand over hers. "It sounds like she's grappling with a lot of pain and regret. The loss of Narcissa and the betrayal she represents must be hitting her very hard." Tonks nodded, her eyes welling up with unshed tears. "I know she's grieving, and I want to be there for her, but she seems so distant, so consumed by her own anguish. It's like she's stuck in the past, unable to move forward." Remus squeezed her hand reassuringly. "Grief manifests in many ways. Sometimes people cling to the past because it feels safer than facing the present. It's a way of holding onto what was lost, even if it's painful." Tonks took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. "I just wish I knew how to help her. I feel like I'm not doing enough, like I should be doing more. But every time I try to reach out, it's like she's in a world of her own." Remus gave her a sympathetic look. "You're doing more than you realize. Just being there for her, showing that you care, that you're present. That's significant. Sometimes, it's not about fixing things but about being a steady presence amidst the chaos." Tonks nodded, her grip on Remus's hand tightening. "I hope so. I just want her to find some peace, to be able to move forward, even if it's just a little bit at a time." Remus gave her a soft smile, his own heart heavy with the shared burden of their struggles. "We'll get through this, Tonks. We'll support each other and help our families find their way through the darkness. It might take time, but we're in this together." As they sat in the quiet of their living room, the weight of their collective grief and concern seemed momentarily lifted by their shared commitment to support one another. The path ahead was uncertain and fraught with challenges, but the strength of their bond and their mutual resolve offered a flicker of hope in the midst of their trials. Remus gently stroked Tonks's hair, trying to offer comfort as she struggled with the heavy emotions weighing on her. The simple, tender gesture was meant to provide solace in the midst of their shared pain. His mind, however, was still preoccupied with the troubling rumors that had surfaced about Lucius Malfoy. He remembered the whispers that had circulated over the years, vague, unsettling rumors about Lucius's past, including the mysterious and troubling speculation that he might have been involved in his sister's death. These rumors had always been shrouded in secrecy and speculation, never confirmed but never fully dispelled either. Lucius had a sister, and then, as if she had never existed, she had vanished from public memory. But now, with the recent revelations and the pain in Tonks's voice, the rumors took on a new, more disturbing light. He wondered if there had been any truth to those whispers, if they might have been more than just idle gossip. Yet, he knew better than to probe too deeply into such matters at this moment. His primary concern was Tonks, her grief, and the heavy burden she carried. She needed his support now, not his curiosity. Remus looked down at her, his heart aching for her and her mother. "I'm here for you, Tonks," he said softly, his voice gentle. "Whatever you need, however I can help, I'm here." Tonks nodded, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "Thank you, Remus. I know you're doing everything you can, and it means a lot to me." As the kettle whistled softly in the background, Remus poured the tea, the warm aroma filling the room. He handed a cup to Tonks and took his own, the act of making tea a small comfort amidst their struggles. They sipped in silence for a moment, each lost in their thoughts, finding solace in the quiet companionship. Remus resolved to set aside his questions about the rumors for now. The focus needed to be on supporting Tonks and her family through their grief. It was a time for empathy and solidarity, not for digging into painful and unresolved mysteries. His thoughts were with Tonks and her mother, and he was determined to offer whatever support he could in this challenging time. Severus Snape stood alone in Draco's room within Malfoy Manor, the oppressive silence of the manor pressing in around him. He stared up at the star constellations that adorned the ceiling, a relic of a time long past. The glittering patterns were a reminder of a younger Draco's insistence that Snape, as his godfather, had a duty to fulfill every whimsical demand, no matter how inconsequential. Snape remembered the day Draco had asked for the constellations with a mixture of exasperation and begrudging affection. Draco had been so small, his head barely reaching Snape's knee, and yet he had had the audacity to demand that Snape create a ceiling full of stars as if it were his rightful due. At the time, Snape had huff at the insolence, feeling the sting of a child's unreasonable demands. The very notion that Draco thought he could dictate such things seemed preposterous, even if he was, indeed, the godfather. Now, as he stood in the same room, those constellations seemed like a mocking echo of the past, a time when Draco's desires were trivial, compared to the grave reality that surrounded them. The room, once a symbol of Draco's youthful whims, now felt like a cage for Snape's disillusionment and regret. Draco was somewhere out there, entangled in a web of danger and deceit, allied with Harry Potter of all people. Snape's eyes narrowed at the thought. The very notion of Draco, his godson, in league with Potter, was a betrayal beyond reason. And yet, Draco had locked Snape in his own office, carrying out a plan so convoluted it was hard to grasp. A plan to kill Dumbledore but not kill him, a plan that had left Snape perplexed and furious. The audacity of Draco, once a child with fanciful dreams and now a young man who had seemingly discarded all sense of reason, was staggering. Draco had become a pariah among the Death Eaters, a traitor in their eyes, and a pawn caught between two warring factions. His position was precarious, caught between the ruthless ambitions of Voldemort and the relentless pursuit of the Order of the Phoenix. The weight of Draco's situation pressed heavily on Snape. He was painfully aware of the loss Draco had suffered. His mother, Narcissa, had been killed, allegedly by Lucius. The thought of it gnawed at him. It was a cruel twist of fate that Snape, who had once been the protector of the Malfoy family, was now unable to provide any solace to his godson. The reality of Draco's plight was a harsh reminder of Snape's own limitations and failures. Snape's jaw tightened as he muttered bitterly to himself, "My foolish godson." The words were a mixture of frustration and sorrow. He was trapped in a state of helplessness, unable to intervene in the chaos that had enveloped Draco's life. The mantle of Godfather had become a burden of regret and lost opportunities, and the weight of it was almost too much to bear. As he continued to gaze at the starry ceiling, Snape felt the weight of his responsibilities and the harsh consequences of his decisions. The constellations, once a symbol of Draco's innocent demands, now represented a world that had spiraled into darkness. A world where even the brightest stars seemed distant and out of reach. The pale, almost ghostly figure of Lucius Malfoy materialized in the doorway, casting a long shadow that seemed to twist and warp the already sober room. Severus Snape's eyes hardened at the sight of him, a flicker of anger and loathing stirring within him. He wanted to shout at Lucius, to demand what right he had to intrude upon Draco's space, but the necessity of maintaining his carefully crafted role forced him to bite his tongue. Lucius moved into the room, his presence dominating the space as he sloshed a cup of brandy with each step. The acrid smell of alcohol mingled with the stench of his own arrogance, filling the room with an overwhelming, nauseating odor. Severus's nostrils flared in distaste, but he kept his face impassive, his internal turmoil hidden behind a mask of indifference. As Lucius settled into an armchair with a careless grace, Snape's mind drifted back to the past. He remembered the bruises he had seen on Draco's skin, the skittish behavior that had marked his godson's youth. At the time, Severus had been bound by his allegiances and his promises to Dumbledore. Even though he held a certain degree of affection for Draco, his purpose remained clear, driven by a cause greater than personal connections. He wished, with a painful regret, that he had done more back then. When Draco had shown signs of abuse, when the boy had flinched at harsh words and trembled at the mere presence of his father, Severus had remained passive. He had watched from the sidelines, paralyzed by the constraints of his duty and the complexities of his own position. His role in the dark world, and his promise to Dumbledore, had always come first, leaving him unable to intervene as he might have wished. Now, as he observed the scene before him, Severus felt the crushing weight of his own failure. He saw Draco succumbing to a fate eerily similar to his own experiences with his father. A cycle of abuse and betrayal that seemed to repeat itself with each generation. Lucius, embodying the worst aspects of paternal cruelty, was the living embodiment of the darkness Severus had hoped to escape. It was as if Draco was trapped in a mirror image of Severus's own past, condemned to suffer under the same oppressive force that had tormented him. Severus's eyes flickered with a cold fire as he regarded Lucius, his thoughts a tumultuous storm of regret and helplessness. He wished he could undo the past, offer solace to Draco, and change the course of events. But he was bound by the paths he had chosen, the roles he had accepted. His loyalty to Dumbledore and the larger cause left him in a position where he could only observe, powerless to alter the grim reality that was unfolding. Lucius's presence, and the stench of his brandy, were a stark reminder of the harsh world Draco was trapped in. A world Severus had hoped to leave behind but now saw reflected in the torment of his godson. The cruel irony was not lost on him. The very man he had despised and sought to escape was now an integral part of Draco's suffering. As the weight of his own choices and the harsh realities of his role pressed down on him, Severus knew he had to continue playing his part, even as it tore him apart from within. The room, with its ghostly echoes of the past, was a silent witness to the complex web of duty, regret, and unfulfilled promises that defined his existence. Lucius, swaying slightly in his armchair, slurred the words with a languid, almost mocking tone. "The Dark Lord, he's called for your presence, Severus," he said, the brandy in his voice mixing with a tinge of malevolent satisfaction. Severus's eyes narrowed slightly, but he maintained his composure. The news was neither surprising nor particularly alarming. He had expected such a summons sooner or later. However, hearing it from Lucius, in his current disheveled state, added a layer of disdain to the already tense atmosphere. Lucius's gaze was heavy with a mixture of drunken contempt and a twisted sense of superiority. He watched Severus closely, perhaps hoping for a reaction, a sign of unease. Severus, however, remained stoic, his face a mask of impassive professionalism. "Yes, I heard the summons," Severus replied, his voice cool and controlled. He made no move to acknowledge the presence of Lucius's inebriated state or the distasteful aura he brought with him. "I assume it's related to recent developments." Lucius chuckled darkly, a harsh, grating sound that seemed to echo unnervingly in the room. "You could say that. The Dark Lord is displeased with the current state of affairs. There's talk of punishment and adjustments to the plans. And, of course, he'll be expecting you to have all the answers." Severus's eyes flickered with a brief, barely perceptible flash of concern. He had anticipated that Voldemort's temper might flare given the recent setbacks, but hearing Lucius's implication of potential retribution was disquieting. The Dark Lord's displeasure was never a matter to be taken lightly. "Thank you for informing me," Severus said evenly, rising from his place with a practiced air of indifference. "I'll attend to the matter immediately." Lucius's eyes followed him with a lazy, almost bored interest. "Just make sure you don't keep him waiting. The Dark Lord has little patience for delay." Severus inclined his head slightly, a gesture that could be interpreted as either acknowledgement or dismissal. "I understand." As he moved towards the door, Severus couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration and anger simmering beneath his calm exterior. He was acutely aware of the grim irony of his situation. Bound by duty to a man who had betrayed him in every conceivable way, and now, facing another night of navigating the treacherous waters of Voldemort's demands. Before leaving the room, Severus glanced one last time at the constellation-covered ceiling, now a stark reminder of the boy Draco once was and the man he had become. The heavy, oppressive air of the manor, compounded by Lucius's dissolute presence, seemed to close in around him. He stepped into the corridor, the door closing behind him with a resolute click. The path ahead was fraught with peril and uncertainty, but Severus was determined to see it through, regardless of the cost. ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** casting long shadows on the path before them. The faint breeze rustled the leaves above, creating a soothing yet eerie soundtrack to their nocturnal journey. They moved with a purposeful stride, their conversation flowing between the trees as they navigated the perimeter of their allowed area. Hermione's brow was furrowed in concentration, her face illuminated by the soft glow of her wand. She spoke with a mixture of frustration and determination, her voice carrying a sharp edge that betrayed her exhaustion. "It's maddening, Ron," Hermione said, her tone exasperated. "We've been through so many books, and yet there's still no clear method for destroying horcruxes. I thought the more we read, the more we'd understand, but most of the texts don't even mention horcruxes directly." Ron, guiding their path and keeping an eye out for any potential obstacles, listened intently. He could see the strain in Hermione's face, the deep lines of worry etched across her features. He reached out to steady her as she stumbled over a gnarled root hidden in the darkness. "Careful there," he said, his voice steady and reassuring. "I know it's frustrating, but we've learned a lot, haven't we? We know more about the horcruxes now than we did before." Hermione nodded, though her expression remained troubled. "Yes, but we still don't have a definitive answer on how to destroy them. We've seen how difficult it is, how each one seems to have its own defenses, and the more we uncover, the more it seems like we're missing a key piece of the puzzle." Ron glanced around the forest, his eyes scanning the shadowy edges of their surroundings. "Maybe we're looking at it the wrong way. We've been focusing so much on the how of destroying them that we might be missing something about why they're so hard to destroy in the first place." Hermione's eyes brightened slightly at Ron's suggestion. "That's an interesting point. Maybe understanding why they're so resilient could give us more insight into how to overcome those defenses. But even if we figure that out, there's still the problem of tracking down the horcruxes themselves. We're not exactly swimming in leads here." Ron's gaze softened as he looked at Hermione. "We've come this far. We've found things that others missed, and we've gotten through challenges that seemed impossible. I believe we can figure this out too." Hermione took a deep breath, her frustration ebbing slightly. "You're right. We've made progress, and we will keep making progress. It's just, sometimes it feels like we're running in circles. Like no matter how much we learn, we're still a step behind." Ron offered her a reassuring smile. "We'll get there. We've got each other, and we're not alone in this. Harry's counting on us, and so is everyone else. We have to keep pushing forward, no matter how tough it gets." Hermione's shoulders relaxed a bit as she absorbed Ron's words. She glanced around the forest, taking in the quiet stillness of the night. "You're right. We've got to keep going. We've faced worse than this before, and we've come out stronger." Ron nodded in agreement, his hand brushing against hers in a brief, comforting gesture. "Exactly. We'll find a way. We just need to stay focused and keep moving forward." As they continued their walk, the forest seemed to envelop them in its ancient embrace, the gentle whisper of the wind and the distant sounds of nocturnal creatures providing a backdrop to their resolute determination. Despite the challenges they faced, Ron and Hermione's unwavering commitment to their mission was a beacon of hope in the midst of uncertainty. As they walked through the forest, the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl created a serene backdrop to their conversation. Ron glanced at Hermione, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Hey, Hermione," he began, his voice a touch hesitant. "How are you holding up?" Hermione looked at him, momentarily taken aback by the question. "Well, I'm frustrated about the horcruxes," she replied, her voice tinged with the familiar exasperation she felt about their quest. Ron shook his head gently, his expression softening. "No, not just about that. I mean, how are you really doing? Not just about the horcruxes or the mission. I'm talking about you." Hermione's steps faltered as she absorbed Ron's words. She had been so focused on the tasks at hand and the relentless pursuit of their goal that she hadn't fully acknowledged the personal toll it was taking on her. She hesitated, unsure how to articulate the turmoil inside her. "Well," she said, her voice quiet, "in a way, I understand what you're getting at. It's the same as how you and Harry are feeling, overwhelmed and worn out. But I can't really say much more than that." Ron stopped walking and turned to face her, his gaze earnest and concerned. "But it's not like Harry and me, Hermione. Harry's not exactly broken up about the Dursleys. He's done the right thing by sending them away, and he's moved on. And I can still talk to my family at the Burrow. We've got some connection, even if it's not ideal." He paused, letting his words hang in the air before continuing. "Instead of focusing on us, I want to know how you're really doing. How are you?" Hermione's eyes met his, and she felt a pang of vulnerability. She had been so focused on supporting her friends and keeping their mission on track that she had neglected her own emotional state. The truth was that she felt isolated, cut off from the normalcy she once knew, and burdened by the weight of their mission. "I'm struggling, Ron," she admitted softly. "I've been trying to keep it together, to stay focused on what we need to do. But it's hard. It's like everything familiar and comforting is slipping away, and I'm left with this endless sense of uncertainty. I miss my family, and I miss the life we used to have. I'm scared, too. Scared of what's happening, and scared of not being able to find a way through this." Ron listened, his expression one of deep empathy. He took a step closer to her, offering a comforting presence. "I get it. I really do. It's not easy, and it's okay to admit that you're struggling. We're all feeling it in different ways. But we're in this together, and we need to lean on each other. You don't have to go through this alone. Hermione's shoulders relaxed slightly, and she gave him a small, grateful smile. Thank you, Ron. It helps to talk about it, even if it's just a little. I know we're all dealing with our own battles, but having you and Harry by my side means more than I can put into words. Ron nodded, his own smile warm and reassuring. We're in this together, Hermione. We've got each other's backs, no matter how tough things get. We'll get through this, one step at a time. They resumed their walk, the forest seeming to embrace them with its quiet strength. The night continued its gentle song around them, and though the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, the bond between them provided a glimmer of hope and solace in the midst of their shared struggle. As Ron and Hermione made their way back to the tent, the forest's calming embrace began to fade, replaced by the warmth of their temporary shelter. Ron, determined to lighten the mood, tried to crack a few jokes and make Hermione laugh, his efforts ranging from silly impressions to playful anecdotes about their past adventures. Hermione found herself smiling despite the weight of their situation. She covered her face with her hands, her cheeks flushing pink as Ron's antics continued. His laughter was infectious, and for a moment, the stress of their mission seemed to lift, if only slightly. As they approached the tent, Ron held the flap open with a flourish, a theatrical bow that made Hermione giggle. After you, milady, he said with a grin, and Hermione stepped through the opening with a chuckle, her mood noticeably lighter. Inside the tent, the familiar interior offered a small respite from the harsh reality outside. The sight that greeted them was a poignant reminder of the gravity of their situation. Harry sat at the table, his posture slumped, his gaze lost in the distance as if staring through the walls of the tent and into some far-off, haunting place. The haunted look in his eyes spoke of sleepless nights and the crushing burden of their quest. At the other end of the table sat Draco Malfoy, absorbed in a book. His face was partially hidden behind the pages, but the tension in his shoulders was visible. The air between him and Harry was thick with unspoken words, an uneasy silence that seemed to hang over them like a heavy shroud. Hermione's light-hearted mood quickly gave way to a more somber tone as she took in the scene. Ron followed her gaze, his attempt at humor fading as he too sensed the weight of the room. He glanced at Hermione, then back at Harry and Malfoy, his expression softening with concern. Hey, Harry, Ron said gently as he and Hermione settled into their seats. We're back. How's it going? Harry's eyes shifted toward them, but the haunted look remained. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod, his voice low and tired. Hey. Just thinking. It's been a long day. Hermione took a seat next to Harry, her gaze filled with empathy. Is everything all right? Harry sighed deeply, his fingers tracing absent patterns on the table. It's just the nightmares. They're getting worse. I keep seeing things I wish I could forget. And then there's the weight of all of this, he said, his voice trailing off as he glanced at Draco, who was still engrossed in his book. Draco looked up, his eyes meeting Hermione's with a mix of fatigue and resignation. It's been a rough day for all of us, he said quietly, closing his book and setting it aside, but we're making progress. At least, I hope we are. Hermione nodded, her heart heavy with the collective burden they all carried. We're in this together. We'll get through it, no matter how hard it gets. Ron tried to offer a comforting smile, though it was clear he shared the concern that hung in the air. We'll find a way. We've faced worse and come through. We've got each other, and that's what matters. The group fell into a reflective silence, each lost in their thoughts and feelings. The tent, though a small refuge from the outside world, seemed to offer little solace from the trials they faced. But in the midst of their shared struggle, the presence of one another provided a fragile thread of hope and solidarity. As they settled into their routine for the evening, the flickering light of their lantern cast warm shadows on the walls of the tent. Though the weight of their mission and the haunted memories lingered, the quiet companionship they shared offered a glimmer of comfort, a reminder that even in the darkest times, they were not alone. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.